10 Gods Chapter 644 to Chapter 694. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Although he had already learned from the clairvoyant master that Baiziki and his sister had gone to the barbarian lands and arrived in the fourth heaven through the teleportation array of a certain dynasty, he was still a little excited to hear about the siblings here. Unexpectedly, Baiziki and Baiqiu had used the teleportation array of the Purple Firmament dynasty. He nodded to the golden-robed old man and said, "To be honest, the siblings are indeed my friends. Previously, I went to the immortal demon Ancient Vein to find Lingjing to ask the clairvoyant master about the siblings' whereabouts." As expected. The golden-robed old man nodded. He had already seen through the changes in Lin Tian's expression. After a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. How should I say this? As expected of little friend Lin Tian's friend. Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu were also a little surprised. Although they knew that Lin Tian had gone to the immortal demon Ancient Vein to find Lingjing to ask the clairvoyant master some questions, they didn't know what Lin Tian was asking. It turned out that he was looking for his lost friends, and those two friends had actually used the teleportation array of the Purple Firmament dynasty to go to the barbarian lands. My clan and brother Lin are really fated. Xia Qingfeng smiled. Lin Tian nodded at Xia Qingfeng with a smile. It was indeed quite fated. Then, he asked the old man in the golden robe about other things regarding the siblings. Unfortunately, the old man's knowledge was limited. He had only met the siblings by chance and noticed that they were extraordinary. He had never communicated with them. Lin Tian didn't feel disappointed about this. After all, he had already learned a lot about Baiziki and his sister from the clairvoyant master. On this day, the golden-robed old man and the Purple Firmament royal lord chatted with Lin Tian until evening. Then, a sumptuous banquet was prepared. Many important figures came out and toasted with Lin Tian. After that, the banquet only ended when midnight approached. Then, Xia Qingfeng brought Lin Tian and personally prepared a place for Lin Tian to stay. On the same day, in a large hall in the Seven Luminaries Empire, how did those three die? The royal lord of this bloodline was furious. After receiving the secret message from Elder Jiuhuang, he sent 3 half-step Great Dao experts to retrieve the soul-chasing talisman. But in the end, all 3 half-step Great Dao experts died. Only the dozen or so immortal Ascension Realm cultivators who accompanied them returned safely. This, we don't know. Someone said with a trembling voice. This was a yellow-robed man. He was the strongest of the dozen or so immortal Ascension cultivators who had gone to hunt down Lin Tian. A few days ago, 3 half-step Great Dao cultivators chased after Lin Tian with the help of the divine chasing talisman, leaving the dozen or so people behind. They did not manage to find the 3 of them. In the end, when they returned to the Seven Luminaries Empire, they learned that the soul lamps of life left behind by the 3 of them had been extinguished, indicating that the 3 of them were already dead. However, they really didn't know how the 3 of them died. You don't know? The Seven Luminaries royal lord wore a dragon robe. He was a middle-aged man. At this moment, his eyes were filled with icy anger and murderous intent. His Seven Luminaries empire looked down on Shin continent. Now, their ancestor, who had been missing for decades, had died at the hands of a little immortal Ascension cultivator. The Great Dao Realm Elder Jiuhuang and the other immortal Ascension Realm cultivators had also been killed. In the end, he sent 3 half-step Great Dao experts and a dozen or so immortal Ascension Realm cultivators to block Lin Tian at the periphery of the true wilderness Dao cave. They even brought along treasures like the soul-chasing talisman. But in the end, only a dozen or so immortal Ascension Realm cultivators returned. The 3 half-step Great Dao experts who led them were all dead. The yellow-robed man trembled. He knelt on one knee in the main hall. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was trembling slightly. Enough! A hoarse voice sounded. An old voice came from behind the main hall. However, it was very cold and sinister. It was also filled with anger. He shouted in a low voice, "In the end, the fault lies with Lin Tian. Capture that bastard." At the same time, in the Xuanlong Jian family, over the past few days, there would be angry roars from the Xuanlong family every day. Today was undoubtedly the most shocking day. Thief Lin. Bastard. Ancestor. Several important figures of this bloodline were furious. The killing intent outside their bodies seemed to be about to shatter everything. Not long ago, the sole lamp of Jiang Luoan, who was left in this bloodline, was extinguished. They knew that Jiang Luoan was dead, but they did not know how he died. After all, Jiang Luoan had been invited by the Seven Luminaries Empire to the True Wilderness Dao Cave to save people. Later, they sent important figures to the Seven Luminaries Empire to inquire. They learned that it was Lin Tian who killed Jiang Luoan. Damn it! Damn it! The important figures of the Jiang family roared one after another, their eyes bloodshot. Jiang Luoan, as far as dragon seeking was concerned, was the strongest person in their Jiang clan, and he was respectfully addressed as the dragon-seeking grandmaster in the cultivation world of Xin continent. It could be said that he represented the face of their dragon-seeking Jiang clan. But now, Jiang Luoan, their dragon-seeking grandmaster, had actually been killed by Lin Tian in the true desolate Dao cave. What kind of loss was this? The entire Jiang family was almost crazy. Kill. Kill. Even if we don't have the complete dragon burial scripture, we must kill that bastard. The clan leader of this bloodline roared. Time passed very quickly. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had been in the Purple Firmament Empire for 7 days. In these 7 days, the golden-robed old man chatted with him from time to time. When it came to cultivation, the old man was very generous. He searched for all his experience in cultivation without holding anything back. This made Lin Tian very grateful. At the same time, the Xia siblings took him around the Purple Firmament Empire, allowing him to know more about this bloodline. On this day, he looked at the blue sky and felt that it was time to bid farewell and break through to the immortal Ascension realm. Ah? You're leaving so soon? Xia Xiaoyu was a little reluctant. Xia Qingfeng also enthusiastically urged Lin Tian to stay a little longer. There are some things I need to do. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come and disturb you again. Lin Tian apologized. Time was very precious. He had already been idle in the Purple Firmament Empire for 7 days. He couldn't be so idle anymore. He wanted to go out and become stronger. The Xia siblings still wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing that Lin Tian was determined to leave, they didn't say anything in the end. We parted to meet again. Don't mind it. We're all in the Xin continent. We can meet at any time. The golden-robed elder smiled, looking towards Lin Tian Dao. With little friend's personality, you shouldn't just sit still and wait to be oppressed. My clan cannot directly help you, as that would only provoke a great conflict. However, this old man can still provide you with some secret information. As he spoke, a beam of light shot out from between the old man's brows and quickly entered between Lin Tian's brows. Lin Tian was stunned at first, and then his body trembled slightly. At this moment, many things appeared in his sea of consciousness. Most of them were about the Seven Luminaries Empire. There were some secret strongholds of the Seven Luminaries Empire, information about some outstanding geniuses and high-level figures of the Seven Luminaries Empire, and even many things about the Xuanlong Jiang family and the Phaseless Immortal sect. They were all very detailed. Thank you, Senior. He bowed seriously. Facing the Seven Luminaries Empire and the other 2 great forces, the things that the golden-robed old man gave him were extremely useful. The old man shook his head and smiled. It's my duty. Lin Tian nodded and thanked him again. On this day, he bade farewell to the old man and the Xia siblings. Under the escort of several people, he went to the main entrance of the Purple Clouds Empire. He bowed to the old man in the golden robe again and nodded to Xia Qingfeng and Xia Xiaoyu. Then, he left. After he walked out of the mountain range of the Purple Clouds Empire, he rose into the air and shot into the distance. Soon, he disappeared into the horizon. The golden-robed old man stood outside the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. There was a faint light in his eyes as he nodded secretly. Lin Tian didn't soar into the sky outside the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. Instead, he walked out of the mountain range of the Purple Firmament Imperial Court before flying away. This action seemed very simple, but it showed Lin Tian's meticulousness and also showed Lin Tian's respect for the Purple Firmament Imperial Court. Qingfeng, Xiaoyu, you must befriend this young man, the old man said. Xia Qingfeng nodded. Great ancestor, Qingfeng understands. Brother Lin is very suitable to be a friend. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. After leaving the purple firmament imperial court, Lin Tian seemed very careful and cautious. He avoided places where cultivators gathered and went around some remote forests. Soon, he arrived in front of a continuous red mountain range. The God Burial Mountain. I'm here again. After finding the Dragon Burial scripture, I really have an affinity with this place. Lin Tian murmured to himself. On his shoulder, the black dragon raised its head slightly. There was a faint light intertwining in its demonic eyes as it looked toward the God Burial Mountain. Back then, it was born here. Then, it left with Lin Tian. Now, it could be said to have returned to its hometown. To me and to you, this place has extraordinary meaning. Lin Tian smiled. He stepped into the mountain range. Soon, he truly stepped into the God Burial Mountain. As usual, the God Burial Mountain was full of red. However, when he came here again, he felt very familiar. He had to admit that this feeling was very strange. Shall we take a look at that pool? He asked the black dragon. The black dragon paused and looked in that direction. In the end, it shook its head. There was nothing to see. All right. Lin Tian said with a smile. He stood on top of a crimson mountain and stood there for more than an hour. After more than an hour, he was no longer just standing there. Dragon patterns flashed out from the soles of his feet and spread out in all directions. At the same time, he also moved. Step by step, he walked on the ground. Silver light flashed between his hands as he engraved the Eternal Killing Formation and other great formations. Later, he would refine Lingjing in this place to break through to the Immortal Ascension realm. Once he reached the Immortal Ascension realm, the Immortal Ascension tribulation would immediately be suppressed. Now, he began to prepare for the tribulation. He was going to engrave the Dragon Burial Formation and the Eternal Killing Formation on this God Burial Mountain. At the same time, he was going to engrave some other great formations. As long as it was a formation or dragon pattern that was helpful for the tribulation, he would not hold back. He engraved them one by one. It was not until a full month had passed that he stopped. It's about time. He muttered to himself. In a month's time, he used the Black Dragon's demonic power to engrave endless dragon patterns on this God Burial Mountain. He engraved a total of 5 Dragon Burial Formations and 30 Corners Eternal Killing Formations. He also engraved some other defensive formations. Making such preparations in this God Burial Mountain and relying on the Dragon Burial scripture, he believed that it would be enough to kill great path cultivators. He would be at ease for the Immortal Ascension tribulation later. In fact, the reason why he did not use the power of the golden-robed elder to pass the tribulation near the Purple Cloud's empire was that he was worried that some clues would be revealed when he passed the tribulation. Although the Bai clan's ancestor said that only dead people and those who had reached the peak of cultivation could see his constitution, it was not a bad thing to be cautious. At the same time, although he believed in the golden-robed elder and the Xia clan's siblings, it was naturally better not to expose any clues if he could. He took a deep breath and found a flat ground to sit down cross-legged. He waved his hand and took out a large piece of Lingjing. Suddenly, rich spiritual light flooded the surroundings, causing all the pores on his body to open up involuntarily. Begin. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Genius 1 second memorize, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The Lingjing was piled up beside him. At this moment, Lin Tian could be said to be truly immersed in the Lingjing ocean. The rich spirit energy surrounded him, making him feel indescribably comfortable. He had an urge to moan. He took a deep breath, and the 4 extreme scriptures started to circulate slowly. Suddenly, strands of silver light intertwined on the surface of his body. Buzz. Beside him, the light emitted by the Lingjing suddenly became blazing, like bright stars jumping around. He raised his essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. His divine sense was completely immersed in his body, guiding the spirit energy in his body to quickly enter his true essence. He seriously refined his true essence and obliterated the impurities in it. For a moment, the silver light intertwined around him. As he seriously refined the true essence in his body, it became even more blazing. He put his hands on his knees, and the four extreme scriptures started to circulate faster. Suddenly, the spirit energy in the Lingjing piled up beside him started to surge, like a large river rushing towards him. He was now at the ninth heaven of the imperial sky flight. With this cultivation level, he absorbed the Lingjing for cultivation. Naturally, the spirit energy in the Lingjing flowed faster than before. For a moment, the rich immortal spirit energy intertwined, enveloping his entire body. Not far away, the black flood dragon looked over, then looked around. It seemed to be very vigilant, guarding Lin Tian seriously. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this moment, strands of silver light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. His aura had become much stronger, reaching the middle of the ninth heavenly layer of the imperial sky technique. As for the 20,000 kilograms of spirit crystals that were piled up beside him, they had already been completely used up. This made Lin Tian frown. The 20,000 kilograms of Lingjing only allowed him to reach the middle of the ninth heaven of the imperial sky flight. So, to reach the immortal realm, I need to consume at least 60,000 kilograms of Lingjing? He muttered to himself in his heart. Thinking of this, he was speechless. This lousy physique actually burned so much Lingjing. If it were anyone else, it would probably take 10,000 kilograms of Lingjing to reach the connecting celestial realm directly from the body refining realm. But he had to spend so much. He circulated the 4 extreme meridians as he took deep breaths. After a few breaths, he finally calmed down. Thinking about it, the 50,000 kilograms of Lingjing he had obtained in the land of the coiling dragon should be enough for him to cultivate to the connecting immortal realm. Continue. He gritted his teeth. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing and piled it up beside him like a small mountain. Instantly, the spiritual energy surged toward him like an ocean. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up, and every inch of his skin was throbbing. Strands of Lingjing spiritual energy entered his body through his pores, into his true essence, and into his flesh and blood. Buzz. He was not careless. He circulated the 4 extreme meridians even faster, guiding the spiritual energy into his body to refine his true essence. His divine consciousness was completely immersed in his body, and he could clearly see the true essence in his body changing. The change was very slow. In his eyes, his true essence was like a lake, and at this time, the lake was becoming clearer and clearer. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. In these 4 hours, the aura outside his body had been rising bit by bit, and it had reached the peak of the 9th tier. At this time, the 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing had been reduced to 10,000 kilograms. Continue. His eyes flashed, but his divine sense was still immersed in his body, guiding the spirit qi in his body into his true yuan, madly refining the true yuan in his body, causing even the tiniest impurities in his true yuan to start burning. He looked with his divine consciousness, and the true essence in his body was still silver. At this moment, it was jumping and vibrating violently, like waves in the ocean. Then, gradually, he felt the familiar true essence fluctuations begin to fade, slowly disappearing as another kind of aura quietly rose. This aura was stronger and denser than his true essence. Not far away, the black serpent dragon tilted its head, and a light flashed across its eyes. Its cultivation was very strong, and it could clearly feel that the true essence in Lin Tian's body was gradually disappearing. However, Lin Tian's power did not disappear. The disappearing true essence began to transform into a new kind of power, and that was divine power. Naturally, Lin Tian felt it more clearly than the black serpent dragon. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised. In his body, more than half of the true essence fluctuation had disappeared, and the divine power fluctuation was getting stronger and stronger. He gritted his teeth and forcefully increased his strength again, causing the 4 extreme meridians to circulate even faster. Buzz. Suddenly, the remaining 10,000 kilograms of Lingjing trembled, and the spiritual energy light became even brighter, as if it was burning. It turned into a silver river of light, and directly entered Lin Tian's body from his chest. Then, his body shone brightly, as if he was enveloped in a cocoon of light. The light was so dazzling that it hurt the eyes. Then, the aura in his body began to rise rapidly, and the fluctuations of his true essence became weaker and weaker. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, less than 15 minutes, 1 hour, in the blink of an eye, this state lasted for more than an hour. More than an hour later, Lin Tian's body trembled, and a powerful force surged out, creating a hurricane outside his body. He opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed past. At this moment, the true essence fluctuation in his body disappeared completely. Although the power flowing in his body was still silver in color, it was thicker than before. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of silver light jumped out and wrapped around the 5 fingers of his right hand. It exuded an aura that was much thicker and stronger than true essence. "This is my divine power," he said to himself. The Lingjing that he took out was completely used up. At this moment, his true essence had completely transformed into divine power. At the same time, his cultivation was no longer at airborne realm level 9, but had entered the realm of immortals. He was pleasantly surprised. He had finally entered the realm of immortals. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook violently, as if a divine drum had suddenly been beaten. The sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Endless thick clouds gathered, and the bright sky instantly turned dark. Dense lightning intertwined between the clouds, and the dull roar shook continuously, as if a supreme god had sighed. The oppressive aura instantly filled every corner of the God Burial Mountain range. At this moment, the God Burial Mountain range shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The scattered large stones suddenly shook on their own, and then, they shattered. Lin Tian looked at the sky. Although he knew that there would be a heavenly tribulation, he could not help but feel cold all over at this time. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, in the endless void, dense dark clouds covered the sky. A huge whirlpool spiraled out, and thick lightning dragons shuttled back and forth. Each of them was thicker than a water bucket. His heart beat wildly, and all the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he clearly felt the terrifying power contained in the endless thunderclouds. It was as if it could easily destroy everything in the world, as if the blue sky was about to fall. He looked at the jet-black thunderclouds, looked at the sky that was filled with lightning, and looked at the huge vortex. He felt as though there was a pair of ice-cold eyes staring at him mercilessly, causing his soul to tremble as though it was about to shatter in the next moment. Not far away, the black dragon trembled. Even though it was half a step away from the great path, it was still shocked at this moment, and the scales all over its body stood up. Boom! Another thunder sounded, and the void in the sky shattered. The surrounding space became even darker, and one could not even see their own fingers in front of them. Moreover, at this time, not only did the God Burial Mountain range fall, but even the nearby God Down city became completely dark. In an instant, in the huge city, all the cultivators trembled, and their expressions changed. At this moment, everyone felt an extremely oppressive fluctuation, and everyone felt a tremble from the bottom of their souls. There was an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything intertwined in the air, as if a destructive god was about to descend. What happened? The aura of the heavenly tribulation? Who was going through the immortal ascension tribulation? Could it be in the city? Going through the tribulation in the city? Who would be so reckless? Are they crazy? But can the immortal ascension tribulation be so terrifying? Many people's hearts palpitated. Everyone looked at the sky at the same time, and then looked into the distance. Finally, their gazes stopped at the sky above the God Burial Mountain range. At this time, there was a huge black vortex above the God Burial Mountain range, as if it was the gateway to hell, and it was about to swallow everything in the world. In the huge black vortex, streaks of blood-red lightning intertwined, and thunder dragons coiled around it. The destructive fluctuation could be seen with the naked eye, and it spread out in waves. It's there. Someone is going through the immortal ascension tribulation in the God Burial Mountain range? But how can the immortal ascension tribulation be so terrifying? It's impossible. It can't be. The crowd was horrified. According to the records in the ancient books, only when a cultivator entered the immortal ascension realm and his true essence and divine power were completely transformed, would he attract the heavenly tribulation of the great path. At the same time, the ancient books also described the power of the immortal ascension tribulation to a certain extent. The more talented a cultivator was, the more powerful the immortal ascension tribulation would be. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was never mentioned in the ancient books. In the ancient books, it was recorded that the immortal ascension tribulation of an ancient celestial venerable was destructive, but it didn't seem to be this terrifying. Someone was horrified. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. A powerful itinerant cultivator who had reached the immortal ascension realm leaped into the air, wanting to see who was going through the tribulation in the God Burial Mountain range. However, just as he rose 10 feet into the air, his body suddenly trembled violently, and he was pressed down by an invisible force. With a bang, this person fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His vitality was greatly reduced, and he was almost half a step into the door of death. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the surrounding people to be terrified. The thunderclouds covered the sky, suppressing all living things. The 3,000 great paths in the unseen world don't allow anyone to leap into the sky at this time? Then who is it? The immortal ascension tribulation is actually more terrifying than the ancient celestial venerable? Everyone's hearts trembled. Boom, rolling thunder rumbled, and blood-red lightning intertwined. Wisps of destructive aura flooded the ground. The God Burial Mountain fell. At this moment, Lin Tian's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Originally, he had absolute confidence that he had spent a month preparing for the immortal ascension tribulation. However, at this moment, his confidence was shaken. This heavenly tribulation was far more terrifying than he had expected. Black Dragon, let's go. Leave this place immediately, he said in a low voice. P.S. Thank you, Big Gray's Gray, for your 5,000 horizontal travel coins. Thank you. Also, dear friends, please give me a few monthly votes to help little Tian transcend the tribulation. The Great Tao Heavenly Tribulation could destroy all things. Although Lin Tian had long expected that his immortal ascension tribulation would be very terrifying, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. It far exceeded his expectations, and he could not help but tremble slightly. Under such circumstances, the Black Flood Dragon could not help at all. If it stayed here, it would instead put itself in danger. The Black Flood Dragon roared. Although it was frightened, it was unwilling to leave. It wanted to help Lin Tian resist this immortal ascension tribulation. Thank you, Lin Tian said in a low voice. However, his determination did not change. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. You won't be of any use if you stay. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the rumbling was ear-piercing. As far as the eye could see, the blood-red lightning in the sky had become even more terrifying. Leave, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Also, don't fly. Remember, stay close to the ground. This was his heavenly tribulation. He had this feeling that at this time, anyone who flew nearby would suffer. Leave quickly. He was almost roaring in a low voice. The Black Flood Dragon's demonic eyes flickered. In the end, it chose to leave. It stayed close to the ground and flew out of God Burial Mountain. Although it was a half-step Great Tao existence, it knew that Lin Tian's words were not wrong. Compared to this heavenly tribulation, it was too weak. If it stayed, it would not be of any use. Moreover, Lin Tian had engraved several dragon burial arrays and the 30-corner eternal killing array on God Burial Mountain. They could kill Great Tao realm experts. Whether it stayed or not, it would not affect it at all. It stayed close to the ground and only stopped when it was out of the range of God Burial Mountain. It looked into the mountain from afar. In the mountain, Lin Tian heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw that the Black Flood Dragon had left. He did not want the Black Flood Dragon to suffer under the heavenly tribulation. He stepped on the ground, and his eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. Boom, the pitch-black thunderclouds rolled, and the blood-red lightning interweaved. The muffled sound of thunder rang out continuously, piercing the eardrums of those who heard it. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge vortex in the sky that covered the entire God Burial Mountain. It was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow everything. It also looked like the legendary gate of hell that was opened and wanted to suck in the souls of all living beings in the world. Just looking at it made people's souls tremble. Lin Tian raised his head to look at this scene. Although his heart trembled, there was no trace of fear or panic on his face. On the contrary, the light in his eyes became even brighter. "Come on!" he bellowed. In the sky, the thunderclouds trembled, and a shocking rumble resounded. At this moment, it was unknown whether it was because the heavenly tribulation had finished brewing, or because the great Tao had sensed Lin Tian's provocation, but the entire sky shook. A bolt of red heavenly thunder suddenly pressed down, descending majestically from the sky. Lin Tian raised his head fearlessly. This heavenly tribulation had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, he did not care about the power of the first bolt of heavenly thunder at all. He stomped his right leg on the ground and shook it. Instantly, a large amount of black killing light rushed up from the ground under his feet and rushed towards the sky from all directions. It intercepted the first bolt of blood-red lightning and caused it to explode in midair. However, the black killing light that rushed up also shattered into pieces. Then, it turned into specks of black light that dissipated with the wind. Again. He looked at the sky, his eyes shining with divine light. His right leg lightly shook the ground, and a dense number of dragon-shaped swords rushed out from the ground and surrounded him, clanging and clanging. These swords were all summoned by him using the dragon burial scripture. The power under the god-burying mountain was enough to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the immortal realm. In the sky, thunder rumbled as if it was extremely angry. Boom, dark clouds rolled, and blood-red lightning interweaved. Strands of lightning flickered and jumped. The second bolt of heavenly thunder directly struck down. Compared to the first bolt of heavenly thunder, the second bolt of heavenly thunder was undoubtedly several times more terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. Even the god-burying mountain shook. Lin Tian's eyes were like swords. Beside him, the dense number of dragon-shaped swords rushed into the sky. Swish, 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 crisp sounds were heard. In the end, the second bolt of blood-red lightning was shattered and disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. Outside the god-burying mountain, the black dragon was not too far away. At this moment, it could still see inside the mountain. Seeing Lin Tian easily block 2 bolts of heavenly thunder in a row, it became relieved. Boom! At this moment, a dull rumble sounded again. The black dragon trembled violently. It looked up at the sky from afar, and its expression changed instantly. Its demonic body could not help but tremble. At the same time, inside the god-burying mountain, Lin Tian's body trembled. He finally felt the pressure and the threat. Looking over, the third bolt of heavenly thunder appeared in the sky. It was a red bolt of lightning with a diameter of 30 feet. Its lightning body was filled with supreme chi that could destroy all things. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void kept cracking. In the cracked void, silver spatial turbulence poured out wantonly and overflowed. However, before the spatial turbulence could completely rush out, it was directly shattered by the chi of the heavenly thunder and dissipated into nothingness. Terrifying, terrifying, these were the only 2 words that Lin Tian could think of. Boom, after 3 breaths, the bolt of heavenly thunder trembled and slowly fell. A huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the void. It was completely caused by the heavenly power of the red heavenly thunder. The space was directly crushed. The red heavenly thunder was like a terrifying beast that directly penetrated the entire space. Lin Tian did not dare to be careless this time. His right leg trembled, and he directly propped up the 5 dragon burial arrays. In an instant, countless dragon inscriptions flashed. Densely packed large dragons rushed up from the bottom of the god-burying mountain. There were at least 100 of them, and each of them was dozens of feet long. They were mighty, and they all attacked the third bolt of heavenly thunder in the sky. The blood-red heavenly thunder collided with nearly 100 large dragons, causing the surrounding space to shatter inch by inch. The large dragons were also shattered one by one. Cough. Lin Tian's body trembled, and blood gushed out of his mouth. An intense pain rose in his internal organs, as if they were about to shatter. At this moment, the heavenly thunder did not fall, but it merely collided with the dozens of large dragons that he had summoned. However, it still suppressed the destructive power through the dragon burial arrays, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. A lot of his blood and chi were shaken off. This caused him to clench his fists. Since ancient times, the number of heavenly tribulations had been 9. Now, it was only the third bolt of heavenly thunder, but it was already so terrifying. He simultaneously propped up the 5 dragon burial arrays to resist, but he was still injured. "Break!" he shouted in a low voice. The dragon inscriptions on the soles of his feet flickered. Although the 5 dragon burial arrays were not complete, they also shone brightly at this moment. They extracted the power that fell from the god-burying mountain at a terrifying speed, causing the large dragons to become even more powerful. In an instant, the dozens of large heads roared as if they were real dragons. They quickly wrapped around the third bolt of heavenly thunder and shattered it. However, Lin Tian coughed up blood again. His body trembled, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He gritted his teeth slightly. It was only the third bolt of heavenly thunder. It had not yet landed on his body, but it had already injured him again and again. This made him feel very uneasy. Boom! Just then, thunder rumbled in all directions. Without giving him any time to recover, the fourth bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Like an enraged heavenly dragon, wherever the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning passed, the void in all directions would crack and shatter completely. It seemed to fall very slowly, but it instantly appeared above Lin Tian's head and struck down fiercely. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. The 5 dragon burial arrays were pushed to the limit by him. Endless dragon inscriptions interweaved, completely covering every corner of the space around him. At the same time, dense large dragons rushed up and surrounded him. In an instant, the fourth bolt of heavenly thunder collided with the dragon burial arrays. Crack! The crisp sound was so clear that it came from the sky. The dense dragon inscriptions shattered instantly. The fourth bolt of heavenly thunder appeared in Lin Tian's vision. Although it was much weaker, it was still terrifying. It was like a destructive god had raised his hand and struck a fatal blow. Lin Tian's scalp went numb. He moved quickly, summoning the immortal artifact stone mirror to block in front of him. At the same time, he supported the barren heaven realm, divine cry palace, sun ocean, and starry moon bright moon to protect himself. Almost at the same time that he did all this, the fourth bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. Dazzling light flooded all directions. Crack! In the blink of an eye, another crisp sound was heard. The immortal artifact stone mirror shattered directly, turning into debris. Then, the barren heaven realm, divine cry palace, and sun ocean were crushed one by one. Only the starry moon bright moon was still holding on, but it also shattered in the end. This bolt of heavenly thunder had become countless times weaker, but it still broke through the layers of barriers and mercilessly landed on Lin Tian's body. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying and crashed into a large rock not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Most of his clothes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. Some parts of his skin were even charred black, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. With his back against the large rock, he slowly fell. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his entire body was in indescribable pain. He felt that most of his bones were broken, as if they were about to fall apart. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Merely the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning had actually shattered 5 of his dragon burial formations, destroyed one of his high-grade immortal artifacts, broke through 4 types of king's territories, and then injured him so severely. Next, there were a total of 5 bolts of heavenly lightning, and each bolt would be more terrifying than the last, more terrifying than the last. This made the uneasiness in his heart grow even stronger, as if he had fallen into true darkness. Boom! A huge trembling sound came from the thunderclouds, shaking the surroundings. This rhythm continued for a long time, as if someone was playing an ancient war song in the thunderclouds. It was dull and oppressive, causing one's soul to tremble. Boom! Finally, the 5th bolt of heavenly thunder struck. No, it shouldn't be called one bolt. It was a vast expanse of lightning. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. It was a terrifying scene and also a terrifying power. The blood-red lightning condensed into a palace that had never been seen before. It made Lin Tian's heart tremble. He only felt that his soul was trembling, as if he was in an extremely cold icehouse in an instant. Literature building blood gushed out of his mouth as he stared at the sky. Activate! He gritted his teeth and shouted. With a buzzing sound, lines of formation runes lit up in all directions. Instantly, this area shook and was enveloped by a destructive force. A few tens of thousands of beams of light that were as thick as an arm shot into the sky, causing terrifying gales to sweep out and cause the entire world to become dim. At this moment, the complicated runes all glowed, and the invisible killing intent seemed to make the world tremble. Facing the fifth lightning bolt, Lin Tian did not hold back. He directly activated the 30-corner eternal killing formation that he had previously imprinted. Crack! The void became fragile like paper. In the blink of an eye, a large part of it collapsed. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and the dragon runes under his feet flashed. He guided the power of the God Burial Mountain into the 30-corner eternal killing formation, causing the killing light from the eternal killing formation to become even stronger. It was as if there were killing immortals and demons surrounding him. The sonorous sound of swords rang out, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch. The killing intent was terrifying. Slash. As he spat out the word slash, the dense sword energy immediately rushed up into the sky and collided with the blood-red palace. The two were in a stalemate, both with endless destructive aura, like two huge waves crashing together. Boom! A clap of thunder sounded, and the void distorted, and the ground caved in. In the sky, the pitch-black vortex became even deeper, as if it was really a bottomless door to hell. At this moment, even more concentrated blood-red lightning interweaved, causing the fifth heavenly thunder to become several times more terrifying in an instant. Lin Tian trembled violently and immediately retreated, blood gushing out of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and moved his hands quickly, activating the Divine One Soul incantation to make the eternal killing formation stronger. For a moment, the killing light released by the eternal killing formation became even more terrifying. Each killing light was like a sacred sword. However, the blood-red lightning was far more terrifying than he had imagined. With just a slight tremble, it crushed a large amount of killing light. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood again. His qi and blood were much weaker now, and he was forced to take a few steps back. However, this only served to strengthen the resolve in his eyes. The Heavenly One Soul mantra began to circulate even faster. Immediately, the light of the 30 Corners eternal killing formation blazed to the extreme, and it completely exploded with the blood-colored palace. Boom! In an instant, a violent hurricane swept out, causing the void to collapse. With a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying, rolling far away on the ground. He slid close to the ground for more than 10 feet before coming to a stop. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. His eyes were in extreme pain, and his vision was blurred. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up with his injured body. He had already expected his immortal ascension tribulation to be terrifying enough. He had spent a month to engrave 5 dragon burial formations and the 30 Corners eternal killing formation. With the help of the powerful force from the God Burial Mountain, he had thought that he could easily pass the immortal ascension tribulation. After all, with the methods he had engraved and the power from the God Burial Mountain, he could even kill a great Pathmaster. Passing the immortal ascension tribulation should not be a problem. But now, the scene was completely different from what he had imagined. This was only the 5th heavenly lightning, and he had almost lost half of his life. He gasped for breath, and his hands and legs were trembling. Boom! In the sky, lightning exploded again. Without giving him any time to recover, the 6th heavenly tribulation had already struck. This was a destructive thunderstorm, completely covering the space within 1,000 feet. In an instant, the void was pierced into a sieve. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian hurriedly propped up the 30 Corners eternal killing formation. However, more than half of the formation was shattered on the spot. Bolts of lightning fell, flooding the surroundings. The sky collapsed, and the earth sank. With a bang, he was sent flying again, and blood dyed his whole body red. He lay on the ground miserably. More than half of his skin was charred, and his flesh was lacerated. One could even see the eerie white bones in his flesh. Wisps of black smoke floated up. With a slight movement, scarlet blood flowed out, and with a slight movement, a heart-wrenching pain came. However, Lin Tian did not dare to hesitate. He endured the intense pain and stood up. At this time, how could he have the time to hesitate? If he did not stand up because of the pain, what awaited him was only death. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the dragon tattoo on the soles of his feet spread. Spiritual light flickered between his fingers as he endured the intense pain and made a seal. He opened some of the defensive formations that he had previously engraved. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows shone brightly, and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness propped up. A large number of black and white lotus petals flew out, forming a sea of lotus petals that protected him like a divine warrior. Boom! 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 In the sky, bolts of lightning kept rumbling as if they were brewing a destructive attack. They did not strike down immediately. However, even so, the aura intertwined at this time was more than twice as terrifying as the sixth bolt of lightning. It made the black dragons outside the god burial mountain tremble, and the cultivators in the god-down city, who were further away, were terrified. Who is transcending the tribulation? How can it be so terrifying? How can it be? What's going on there? I can't see, the crowd was horrified. At this moment, in God-down city, everyone could only see the pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky above God Burial Mountain. They could only see the blood-red lightning, and they could only sense the aura of destruction. They didn't know anything else. They couldn't see who was undergoing the tribulation, couldn't hear anything other than the sound of thunder, and couldn't sense anything other than the sound of thunder and tribulation lightning. During this process, some strong cultivators used their divine consciousness to scan the area, but they were instantly sent flying by an invisible force. Like the immortal reaching realm itinerant cultivator who had leaped into the void at the beginning, they lost half of their lives and could not stand up for a long time. The ground, cracks, someone pointed to the front. Everybody looked in the direction of the voice and saw cracks spreading out from the god burial mountain like a spider web. Although these cracks were not too big, they were slowly spreading in all directions and were about to approach the god-down city. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble in fear. Although the god-down city was not far from the god burial mountain, it was definitely not close. Even if a genius was transcending the tribulation in the god burial mountain, it should not affect the god-down city. But now, the god-down city seemed to be about to be affected. There were already cracks approaching, and it would take at most a quarter of an hour to truly penetrate the mountain. Dong! The thunder shook again, mighty and mighty. In the god-down city, the densely packed cultivators all trembled, and their faces turned pale. At the same time, in the god burial mountain, Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. He felt as if his throat was being strangled by a cold hand of death. He raised his head and saw that the seventh bolt of heavenly lightning had finally appeared. There was only one bolt, but it was like a millstone of death. Its speed was very slow, but wherever it passed, black holes would appear. It was a horrifying sight. The millstone seemed to be very slow, but it sealed all the surrounding space, almost imprisoning Lin Tian. Then, in the next moment, there was another boom, and the sky shook again. Before the seventh heavenly thunder really fell, the eighth heavenly thunder had already appeared. It was a field of thunder balls, each of which was about 9 inches in diameter. The glaring light illuminated the original darkness. However, this was definitely not a good thing. These dense thunder balls pressed down together with the millstone, and everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the ground of the god burial mountain caved in again, sinking almost a few inches. Lin Tian could not stop trembling. It was not because of fear, but because his body instinctively reacted like this. The seventh and eighth heavenly thunderbolts actually came crashing down together. Damn it! His face was extremely ugly. This was simply not letting him live. Looking up at the sky, he gritted his teeth. I won't die. He moved his hands at the same time, enduring the pain, and formed a seal. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea Avatar faced it, and the remaining Eternal Killing Array faced it. The defensive array also supported it together. At the same time, he took out another high-grade immortal artifact, causing it to emit immortal might. He obtained this immortal artifact when he destroyed the Golden Fire sect. It was a treasured shield, and there were various seals on it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the seventh and eighth heavenly thunder fell. In an instant, the destructive light drowned out everything. smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the void collapsed. Nothing could be seen in that place, and only the ear-piercing sound of lightning could be heard. After an unknown period of time, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing a miserable scene. A huge crater was created on the God Burial Mountain. It was dozens of feet in diameter and 3 feet deep. At the bottom of the crater, Lin Tian's entire body was charred black, and his life aura was extremely weak. He was like a tiny flame in the wind, and his life was at its end. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and all the skin on his body was broken. His flesh was a mess, and one could see pieces of white bones. In some places, one could even see his internal organs. It was a shocking sight, and it made one's scalp tingle. Dong, in the sky, thunder rumbled, crackling non-stop, and an even more terrifying destructive aura spread out. Outside the God Burial Mountain, the black dragon roared. In the end, it could not hold back. Its demonic might swept out, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the God Burial Mountain and appeared beside Lin Tian. It stared at Lin Tian, and its dense demonic power continuously surged towards Lin Tian. Its demonic eyes kept flickering. Ever since they met, this was the first time it saw Lin Tian in such a miserable state. He did not look human at all. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the crater like a human-shaped piece of charcoal. His blood and charred flesh were completely sticky together. Go, out, he opened his mouth, and there was no sign of life in his eyes. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian's body was charred black. Only his eyes could be seen. The rest of his body was festering. It was a horrible sight. Lying at the bottom of the deep pit, he did not even have the strength to move. He was hanging on by his last breath. The black dragon's thick demonic power flowed into his body continuously. His injuries were getting better, but it was a drop in the bucket. Out. Go. Go, he said hoarsely. His voice was as weak as a mosquito. His vision was blurry, and only his mouth was still bleeding. Until now, he had tasted true despair. The world had turned dark, and he did not want the black dragon to be implicated. Roar. The black dragon roared. The demon eye stared at Lin Tian. It had no intention of leaving. Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding. He trembled slightly. Go, the black dragon roared. The demonic power outside its body burned even brighter. It was like an ocean of demonic light, enveloping Lin Tian. The demon eye stared at Lin Tian. It just shook its head. Humans had their dignity, while demons had their dignity. Back then, when it wanted to devour Lin Tian could have killed it, but in the end, he spared it and did not take its life. From then on, it felt that its life belonged to Lin Tian. If Lin Tian had not shown mercy, it would have died long ago. Now that Lin Tian was in trouble, it did not want to leave. It did not want to abandon its righteousness. It was not only for Lin Tian, but also for itself, for its dignity. Dong. Suddenly, a silent sound rang out, shaking the entire sky. Thunder clouds surged in. The sky above the burial god mountain. The huge black vortex rumbled and surged. For a moment, the blood-red lightning shook. The sky seemed to be collapsing. Huge silver cracks appeared. Dong. Another thunder rang out. With the burial god mountain as the center, the space within a few hundred miles turned completely dark. At this moment, an extremely oppressive aura began to spread. It made all the living beings in the Xing continent palpitate. Even the old ancestors of the three empires changed their expressions. They all felt an inexplicable fear. What? What happened? This aura, what's going on? At this time, the creatures outside the God-down city could not see the situation on the God Burial Mountain, but they were all terrified. Everyone could feel the pressure of the aura of destruction. An unknown domain had descended upon the third heaven. Almost at the same time, in the depths of the immortal demon ancient vein, a pair of blue eyes suddenly opened and looked in the direction of the God Burial Mountain. They stared coldly at the huge whirlpool above the mountain, deep and emotionless. Humph. In the end, only a cold snort lingered in the air, causing the entire immortal demon ancient vein to tremble. Dong. In the sky above the God Burial Mountain, the sound of thunder continued to echo. Under the pressure of a truly destructive wave, it spread in all directions. Huge cracks spread out along the surface of the God Burial Mountain and eventually extended into the God-down city, causing many pavilions to collapse in an instant. Retreat. Quick, 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 let's go. Someone shuddered. At this time, when they saw this scene, many people's faces turned pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. They all backed up in panic. Dong. Thunder rumbled. At this moment, the entire God Burial Mountain shook uncontrollably, and the ground sank inch by inch. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit. Because the Black Dragon's demonic power had barely recovered, he said to the Black Dragon again, "Let's go." The ninth heavenly thunder hadn't struck yet, but just from the destructive aura alone, he could feel how terrifying the last heavenly thunder was. It wasn't something that the Black Dragon, who was half a step away from the Great Tao realm, could withstand. He was very weak, and he repeated, "Go, quick, Dong." Another thunder sounded. In the sky, in the pitch-black whirlpool, blood-red lightning intertwined and fell in large amounts. The terrifying wave pressed down, and the God Burial Mountain trembled again. Roar. A roar sounded, and a murderous aura surged out. Literature building, the Black Dragon stared at the sky and roared. Its monster body enlarged by more than 10 feet, and its scales were pitch black. It blocked in front of Lin Tian, opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black light, rushing toward the falling blood-red lightning. The black light was very strong and shocking. Unfortunately, it was too weak compared to the blood-red lightning. Chi. With a crisp sound, the murderous black light directly shattered, and the blood-red lightning fell, steadily striking the Black Dragon's monster body. With a poof, a large amount of blood instantly exploded, and blood splattered in the void. The Black Dragon trembled violently, and its monster body was instantly covered with cracks. It couldn't help but shake, but it still blocked in front of Lin Tian. Boom! 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 Thunder roared, and blood-red lightning fell one after another. The Black Dragon roared wildly, and a murderous aura surrounded its body. It blocked in front of Lin Tian and attacked the blood-red lightning. However, its power was ultimately limited. The murderous aura was shattered again and again, and the blood-red lightning fell on its body again and again. For a time, bright red monster blood exploded, and the cracks on its monster body increased. In the blink of an eye, its entire monster body was stained with blood. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit. Seeing the monster blood splattering, his pupils couldn't help but twitch. Quick, go, with the Black Dragon's power, how could it withstand such a heavenly tribulation? Moreover, this was not the real ninth heavenly thunder, but the scattered light before the ninth heavenly thunder actually fell. Roar. The Black Dragon roared in response. It still had no intention of leaving, and used its monster body to protect Lin Tian behind the lightning. Boom. In the sky, thunder roared wildly, and more lightning fell. The Black Dragon couldn't help but tremble. The blood-red lightning struck its body again and again, exploding into glaring blood. However, it still firmly stood in front of Lin Tian, blocking the falling light for Lin Tian. After dozens of breaths, when the last blood-red lightning struck, it finally flew out with a bang, and rolled dozens of feet away. The monster body trembled, and it struggled to get up again. Unfortunately, it couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. Only blood stained its entire monster body, and its aura became even weaker than Lin Tian's. Lin Tian lay at the bottom of the deep pit. He moved his gaze with difficulty and looked in the direction where the Black Dragon fell. His charred and tattered body immediately trembled violently. In his field of vision, the Black Dragon's body was full of cracks. Most of its scales had fallen off, and its flesh was even more severely charred than his. Its bones were exposed, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. It was already on the verge of death. Looking at this scene, his body trembled uncontrollably. Back then, when the Black Dragon wanted to devour him, he only felt that it was a pity to kill it because it had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, so he let it go. However, he didn't expect that after that, when he killed the faceless immortal sex people at the God Burial Mountain, the Black Dragon directly came out to help and then left with him. When Jiang Luoan offered a generous temptation, it still followed him. It didn't abandon him even when he was in danger several times. Now, in front of the destructive heavenly tribulation, even though it knew that it was powerless to resist, it still used its own monster body to support a defensive wall. In the end, it ended up like this, even more miserable than him. Obviously, the black dragon could leave. Dong. Thunder sounded again, and another blood-red lightning struck down. It was still the scattered light of tribulation before the ninth heavenly tribulation fell. Lin Tian stared at the blood-red lightning striking down. His chest rose and fell violently, and a wave of anger and hatred surged up like the waves of the sea. Ah! He let out a roar, and his eyes were full of destructive intent. Wang! In an instant, his abdomen lit up, and a bright divine diagram was drawn, jumping with divine and holy light. With a crisp sound, the divine diagram shook and shattered the blood-red lightning on the spot, turning into a ray of blood light and dissipating. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He endured the intense pain, slapped the ground with his right hand, and flipped over. Damn it! He roared wildly, grabbed the divine diagram in front of him, and threw it directly toward the dark vortex in the sky. The divine diagram drew a ray of divine light and instantly disappeared into the dark vortex. In the next instant, the huge pitch-black whirlpool trembled violently, and a clear crack appeared on it. Lin Tian moved his gaze and landed on the black dragon in the distance. He endured the pain of his broken body and walked over step by step, blood flowing out continuously. He came to the black dragon's side and waved his right hand that was charred black and stained with blood. Suddenly, about 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing flew out and surrounded the black dragon. The rich Lingjing spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings to relieve the black dragon's injury. Dong! Thunder sounded again, and it was the most ear-piercing. The entire God Burial Mountain trembled even more violently, and the ground sank inch by inch. At this moment, the world became even darker. In the sky, there was a crack in the huge vortex. At this moment, a blood-red lightning dragon rushed out of it. Just the dragon's head was as big as a house, and it was terrifying. In an instant, the waves of destruction were vast and mighty, enveloping the entire God Burial Mountain. The ninth heavenly thunder had truly manifested. Crack! 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 The void collapsed, and the ground sank inch by inch. In the entire Shan continent, countless living beings fell into fear and were unable to calm down. The ninth heavenly thunder, a blood-red lightning dragon, could truly destroy everything. Lin Tian stared at the sky and the lightning dragon. His eyes were ferocious, like swords and knives. He raised his blood-stained hands and formed seals at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. His charred black hair danced wildly, like a god or a demon. Buzz! The light was dazzling, and a divine diagram rushed out from behind him. It was intertwined with holiness and vastness, like a boundless starry sky. Reincarnation diagram. Kill! He roared wildly, and the divine diagram behind him rushed into the sky. He was a reincarnated body, but his own king's region was very difficult to control. Like the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't summon it normally. In the past, the reincarnation diagram had appeared twice, but it wasn't his own will. It was the reincarnation diagram that manifested on its own. But now, it was different. He could summon his own king's region by himself, because he was very angry. Anger could sometimes make people do a lot of things. Anger could infinitely stimulate a person's potential. Boom! The reincarnation diagram was dazzling. At first, it wasn't large, but it soon began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a light diagram that was hundreds of feet in diameter. It rushed towards the sky, and the sacred and blazing light instantly lit up the surroundings. In an instant, the destructive power of the heavenly thunder seemed to have weakened, causing the cultivators in the distant God-down city to be moved. The crowd looked at the sky and trembled. A light diagram appeared in the sky. It was sacred, majestic, and vast, as if it could split the sky. That is, someone shuddered. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The divine diagram was vast and mighty as it slowly rotated, spreading out strands of resplendent light. It was sacred, bright, vast, and dignified, causing all the cultivators in the god-down city to be shocked and lost in thought when they saw the scene. Everyone's hearts trembled. This divine diagram was too extraordinary. Even under the pitch-black and terrifying thunderclouds, it was still so dazzling. It was like a wisp of fire in the darkness, allowing one to discover its existence with a single glance. The crowd stared blankly at this scene, and even temporarily forgot the terrifying impact of the lightning punishment on this divine city. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. It was incomparably ear-piercing, as if it wanted to shatter one's eardrums, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. At this moment, a blood-red lightning dragon poked its head out of the huge vortex. It was as big as a house, and its eyes were blood-red. It fiercely collided with the divine diagram of reincarnation in the sky. Immediately, even more dazzling arcs of lightning intertwined and flickered, destroying an unknown amount of space nearby. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood. His skin was charred black, and there were even pieces of flesh that fell off. God Burial Mountain had already been destroyed by the ferocious might of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he stood at the bottom of a huge pit, looking up at the sky, his hands forming seals even faster. He used his origin energy to activate the divine diagram of reincarnation, causing the divine diagram of King's region to become even brighter and more resplendent. For a moment, it released an even more powerful force. Buzz. One could see that the divine diagram had become even larger. From afar, there seemed to be beautiful mountains and rivers, as if there were thousands of lands and thousands of forests, and as if there were endless stars flickering. It was strange and dreamy to the extreme. It completely enveloped the blood-red lightning dragon that came out of the huge vortex, covering it like a net of light. For a moment, the two collided violently, causing the space to crackle and shatter inch by inch. Lin Tian's body trembled, and he coughed up blood again. His eyes were ferocious, and at this moment, his charred black hair danced even more wildly. He wasn't naive enough to think that he could block the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning with just the reincarnation diagram. That was impossible. At this moment, he shook his hands and formed another seal with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He summoned the 4-symbol seal and 2 silver Tao diagrams appeared above his head. Then, he used the divinatory divine spell to summon the barren heaven realm, the sun ocean, the divine cry palace, the starry moon, the primitive mountain, the divine weapon bell, the 9 springs divine sword, the heavenly Lord Doran's enlightenment place, the clover sea, and the bloody crack. They stood beside him like protectors, their light shooting into the sky. However, this was not the end. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered as he stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, dense dragon patterns intertwined and drew out the boundless power under the god-burying mountain. The boundless power turned into black swords that soared into the sky. At the same time, he waved his right hand and summoned about 5,000 kilograms of Ling Jing, piling it up beside him. Surging spiritual energy crazily poured into his body. Again. He roared. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly. He endured the intense pain in his body. Although his body was stained with blood, he didn't care at all. He supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, dense black and white lotus petals appeared and condensed together, turning into black and white lotus swords. The swords emitted a sonorous sound that made one's soul tremble. Reincarnation diagram, 4-symbol seal, dozens of divinatory divine elephants, dragon pattern killing technique, 5,000 kilograms of Ling Jing, spiritual sea phenomenon. At this moment, Lin Tian used all the techniques he could. The 5,000 kilograms of Ling Jing protected his body and acted as a source of energy. The reincarnation diagram and the others rushed into the sky and towards the terrifying blood-red lightning dragon. This was a kind of momentum. He used the dragon burial scripture to use the power of the god-burying mountain to activate all kinds of techniques, which were countless times stronger than normal. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He used all his strength to launch the strongest joint attack. Dong, in the sky, a thunderous roar rang out, shattering the sky on the spot. Literature building, as if sensing Lin Tian's resistance, the great Tao was angry. The blood-red dragon really pressed down. The destructive aura instantly surged up like a tide, completely covering the entire god-burying mountain. It was as if the Milky Way was falling. Suddenly, the space collapsed and the ground sank. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds came one after another. The divinatory divine elephants of the barren heaven realm, divine roar palace, sun ocean, and other divinatory divine elephants exploded one by one. The four-symbol seal exploded, the spiritual sea phenomenon collapsed, and the dark light killing sword condensed from the infinite power of the god-burying mountain shattered. The reincarnation diagram supported by the 5,000 kilograms of Lingjing also shattered after a few breaths. However, the blood-red lightning dragon was also weakened to the bottom because of this. Boom, the lightning dragon pressed down. In an instant, the light of catastrophe was vast and mighty, completely drowning the entire god-burying mountain. A huge mushroom cloud rushed up, rolling in black. Wild winds intertwined in all directions, and there were electric arcs crackling in the middle. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the entire god-burying mountain was broken into pieces. The originally red ground was scorched black, as if it had been burned by fire. It was like a ruin. Lin Tian lay on the ground. His flesh was charred black and his blood was sticky. Even more of his bones were exposed. He really didn't look like a human anymore. He still had the aura of life on him, but it was very faint and was slowly weakening. It was like a candle that was about to burn to the bottom. At this time, even if there was no light of catastrophe and the entire world was calm, as time went on, he would still die on his own in half an hour. At this time, the clouds that covered the sky retreated like the tide. The darkness disappeared and the world was bright again. Buzz, a seven-colored cloud silently condensed. Its light was holy and gentle, as if it was intertwined with an endless aura of life. In an instant, it descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Tian. Immediately, Lin Tian's anxious body trembled slightly. The seven-colored light wrapped around his body and entered him strand by strand. It turned into a cocoon of light that wrapped around his entire body. Peepa! 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 There was a light sound. His injured body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The charred flesh fell off and new flesh grew. It was as soft as a baby's skin. There were also strands of light intertwining on the surface. At the same time, his burnt head emitted a faint light. Under the seven-colored light, it recovered in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, a few breaths passed. Lin Tian, who was unconscious, shook violently. His eyes suddenly opened as if he had stepped out of the gates of hell. The first thing he did was to gasp for breath. He looked up at the sky. The huge vortex had disappeared, and the world was no longer dark. A seven-colored cloud floated in the sky above his head. He was shocked again, and then he was ecstatic. He had once survived a tribulation when he was in the airborne realm. Naturally, he knew what this seven-colored cloud meant. It meant that he had successfully survived the tribulation. I made it! He roared in his heart and clenched his fists. The next moment, he calmed down. He did not have time to check his current condition. He hurriedly turned his head to the other side. Not far away, the black Jiao dragon was lying on the ground. It had already fainted. He had piled up about 5,000 pounds of Lingjing to help the black Jiao dragon stabilize its injuries. However, the effect was very slow. In addition, the black Jiao dragon was within the range of his tribulation. Although he was a long distance away from the black Jiao dragon when he resisted the ninth bolt of lightning, the black Jiao dragon was still affected and its injuries became more serious. He did not hesitate at all. He quickly got up and walked straight over. At the same time, the seven-colored cloud in the sky moved with him. When he came to the side of the black Jiao dragon, the light from the seven-colored cloud shrouded him and the black Jiao dragon. Suddenly, the black Jiao dragon trembled. The light from the seven-colored cloud poured into its injured body, and its injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, the black Jiao dragon opened its eyes again. Its injuries were much better. Hurry up and use the seven-colored light to heal your injured body. At the same time, refine your demon power and demon body. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged beside the black Jiao dragon and quickly absorbed the seven-colored light from the sky. When the light entered his body, not only did it help him continue to heal his injured body, but it also helped him refine his new divine power and stabilize his first-tier cultivation base. The black Jiao dragon shook its demon body, and some charred flesh fell off. It looked at the seven-colored cloud in the sky, and a trace of surprise flashed in its demon eyes. However, in the end, it was still at the level of half-step Great Dao, so it quickly calmed down. Just like Lin Tian, it earnestly absorbed this seven-colored radiance, healing its injured body while using this radiance to temper its demonic body. After the tribulation, the seven-colored light nurtured the power of the Great Dao. It was a real treasure of heaven and earth, comparable to a life-prolonging elixir. Suddenly, the human and the Jiao dragon's bodies shone with dazzling light. Perhaps it was because Lin Tian's tribulation was very frightening. After the tribulation, the seven-colored cloud lasted for a long time. It took a full 15 minutes before it dissipated. After 15 minutes, Lin Tian stood up. His essence, qi, and spirit were shockingly strong. It was a world of difference from when he was at the 9th tier of the Zephyr realm. He clenched his fist slightly and immediately felt a surging power. There were faint arcs of electricity intertwining on his fist. He waved his fist gently, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder. There was a crisp crack in the void. So powerful. He was secretly shocked and excited at the same time. Ever since he reached the Zephyr realm, his physique had not changed much. Now that he had reached the immortal Ascension realm and survived the tribulation, his physical body had once again changed by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he carefully sensed his physical body. He felt that he could easily shatter the void with a punch. In terms of physique alone, he was no weaker than a cultivator at the peak of the immortal Ascension realm. At the same time, he found that his spiritual sense had expanded by more than 10 times. His divine sense had become purer and stronger. In the meantime, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed, and the radiance of yin and yang became more intense. He took a deep breath and immersed his divine sense into his body. For a moment, he saw the surging divine power. The silver light was dazzling, like a surging yellow river. It was shockingly powerful. Great! He could not help but exclaim. At this moment, he clearly felt his strength. After surviving the tribulation, he had made great progress in all aspects. This was an extreme transformation. Genius 1-second memory, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly tribulation was very terrifying. It was a destructive disaster sent down by the 3,000 great Daos, destroying all tangible substances. It was the most terrifying disaster on the path of cultivation. However, such a natural disaster also had unimaginable benefits. Once one passed it, they would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and the benefits would be unimaginable. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the benefits after passing it. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at the black flood dragon. At this time, the black flood dragon also happened to finish tempering its demonic body with the seven-colored light. Its shattered scales were completely reborn, and there were strands of sparkling luster on the surface of its scales. Clearly, it had obtained a lot of benefits from the seven-colored light. After Lin Tian's tribulation. How is it? Lin Tian asked. The black flood dragon shrunk its demonic body and landed on his shoulder, saying, "My demonic power and demonic body are much stronger, and my cultivation has also improved slightly." Lin Tian nodded and looked around. At this time, God Burial Mountain was almost completely destroyed. The entire God Burial Mountain was in pieces, and the ground was charred black. It had sunk by at least 10 feet, and there were pits of different sizes. He tilted his head, and his gaze landed on the black flood dragon on his shoulder. His sea of consciousness shone, and his powerful divine sense swept past like a breeze. You were originally half a step into the great Tao realm, but now you have reached another critical point. If you advance a little more, your strength should be able to improve greatly. His eyes flashed, and he said, "Let's go to another place to improve your cultivation." There were still some Ling Jing on the ground. He waved his hand and put them away. Then, he left from another direction of God Burial Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. At this time, the God-down city was full of cracks, and many pavilions had collapsed. Many cultivators retreated far away from the city, and all of them had fear on their faces. At this moment, after the world regained its light, many people trembled again and looked up at the sky. The thunderclouds disappeared, the huge vortex disappeared, and the resplendent divine diagram also disappeared. Only a faint aura of destruction still floated between heaven and earth. "It's over?" someone asked. The group of cultivators looked at each other for a long time. Finally, some of the more courageous ones flew several meters into the air. After confirming that nothing was going to happen, they went higher and looked in the direction of God Burial Mountain. With someone taking the lead, more and more cultivators gradually rose into the air and cast their gazes towards the God Burial Mountain range. The moment they saw it, they all trembled. As far as the eye could see, the God Burial Mountain had been torn apart. It was in ruins. Potholes could be seen everywhere. The surface of the mountain was scorched black as if it had been burned by a destructive flame. More than half of the Scarlet Mountain ridges had been destroyed, turning the mountain into ruins. This, God Burial Mountain has fallen, a ominous place in Xianxia was destroyed? Seeing the scene in front of them, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The God Burial Mountain fall was as famous as the immortal demon Ancient Vein and the true desolate Tao Cave. It was one of the three great ominous regions of the Prosper Continent. Countless experts had died there, and even quite a few great Tao realm existences had died there. Its ferocious reputation spread throughout the Prosper Continent, and there weren't many who weren't afraid of it. But now, such an ominous and dangerous place was actually destroyed by the heavenly tribulation just like that. An immortal ascension tribulation had destroyed a peerless ominous place. Just now, who was transcending the tribulation there? The immortal ascension tribulation of the ancient celestial venerables was nothing more than this, right? No. It's definitely not that terrifying. Then who transcended the tribulation? Did he succeed or fail? Many people's hearts trembled. Since the beginning of the heavenly tribulation, endless thick clouds covered the sky and suppressed all living things. No one nearby could see what was going on inside the God Burial Mountain range. No one knew who was transcending the tribulation, or if he succeeded. At this moment, all they could see was the scorched black land, the broken mountain ridges, and wisps of destructive aura intertwined in the air. Other than that, there was nothing. He should have failed. Who can withstand such a heavenly tribulation? He's definitely dead. But, what kind of monster is this? He could attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This is like offending the heavens. Someone murmured. Lin Tian and the Black Dragon left the direction of the God Burial Mountain range. Not long after, they entered an ordinary old forest far away and found a very hidden place. After setting up a few ceiling arrays, he waved his hand and piled up all the lingjing in the stone ring. There were still about 30,000 kilograms. After refining this lingjing, your strength should be able to improve further, he said to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon's cultivation was at the half-step Great Tao realm. Relying on the seven-colored light after the tribulation, his cultivation had improved a little and reached a critical point. Now, with the support of 30,000 kilograms of lingjing, he should be able to take a big step forward in the half-step Great Tao realm and the Great Tao realm. After all, although the Black Flood Dragon's cultivation was much higher than his physique was far from being comparable to his. Hence, he wouldn't need to consume spiritual crystals like he did. 30,000 caddies of spiritual crystals was enough to help the Black Flood Dragon improve his strength. You stay and break through to the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, the Black Dragon said. Lin Tian shook his head. If I want to break through to the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, 30,000 kilograms of lingjing is far from enough. In the future, I will slowly search for it. Now, you will refine this lingjing. He roughly estimated that if he wanted to reach the second tier of the Immortal Ascension realm from the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, he would need about 500,000 kilograms if he completely relied on lingjing. This was an astronomical figure. He estimated that even the three dynasties and the Xuanlongjiang family would find it difficult to take out 500,000 kilograms of lingjing. 500,000 kilograms of lingjing was no joke. Let's begin, he said to the Black Dragon. In the end, the Black Dragon did not decline. It leaped into the pile of lingjing and began to refine the 30,000 kilograms of lingjing. Lin Tian stood in the distance and silently protected the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. A day later, the 30,000 kilograms of Lingjing were all refined by the black dragon. How about now? Lin Tian looked at the black dragon. At this time, he could feel that the black dragon's aura had become more condensed, and the light on its scales had become more crystalline. Half step to the peak of the Great Path, only a small step away from the Great Path level, the black dragon said telepathically. Slightly stronger than Jiang Luoan back then. Lin Tian nodded. This improvement was exactly as he had expected. He removed the ceiling formation and tilted his head to look out of the forest. A light flashed across his eyes. It's time to go out for a walk. The black dragon did not say anything else. Its demonic body shrunk and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder again. Lin Tian did not stay in this place. He rose into the air and directly ascended into the void. With one step, he crossed dozens of feet. With the next step, he left the range of the old forest. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was teleporting. He cultivated the unparalleled movement technique, the Yin Yang Hua. As his strength grew, his control of the Yin Yang Hua also became more skillful. He had now reached the 5th tier of the 9th tier of the Yin Yang Hua. The 9th tier of the Yin Yang Hua is said to be able to cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. It is truly the fastest speed in the world. I wonder when I can reach that level. He muttered to himself. If he could cultivate the Yin Yang Hua to the 9th tier, he could dominate the world with just his speed alone. He could cross thousands of miles of mountains and rivers with one step. If he had that kind of speed, who in the world could stop him? He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. It was too early to think about that now. The 9th tier of the Yin Yang Hua was not so easy to reach. He stepped on the void and walked, crossing dozens of feet with one step. Soon, he crossed mountains and rivers and arrived at some places where the cultivators gathered. Then, he heard some discussions and knew some other things. During this period of time, the Seven Luminaries Empire and the Xuanlong Jiang family had been hunting him all over the world, searching for his whereabouts. Especially the Seven Luminaries Empire, they had already searched thousands of forests and hundreds of mountains, posting bounties everywhere. As long as someone could provide his whereabouts, they would be rewarded with 10 kilograms of Lingjing. If they could take his head, they would be rewarded with 10 kilograms of Lingjing. If they could capture him alive and bring him back to the Seven Luminaries Empire, they would be rewarded with 20 kilograms of Lingjing. The most I'm worth is 20 kilograms of Lingjing. Isn't that too cheap? Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. On this day, he stepped on the void and did not hide. Soon, he arrived above the Tomb Palace city. That is? Lin Tian? The Seven Luminaries Empire is searching for him all over the world. He dares to appear like this? Really, many people were shocked. Lin Tian? This beast. Kill him. Tomb Palace City was the #1 city in the Xing continent. The Seven Luminaries Empire naturally had some strongholds here, with powerhouses guarding them. At this moment, the Seven Luminaries powerhouses guarding here noticed Lin Tian and immediately roared. 7 Immortal Ascension powerhouses rushed into the air and headed toward Lin Tianxia. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly and tilted his head to look at the black dragon on his shoulder. The black dragon lowered its head. Without enlarging its body, it opened its mouth, and a black light filled with murderous intent pressed down on those people. Puff, 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 the 7 Immortal Ascension 5th Firmament cultivators did not even have time to scream before they exploded in the air. Instantly, the hearts of everyone in Old Fong City trembled, and they revealed fearful expressions. Rumor has it that this ruthless person has a half-step Great Dao demon by his side. It's true. And this seems to be much stronger than ordinary half-step Great Daos? Someone shuddered. Lin Tian stood in the sky and looked down at the people in Tomb Palace City. Everyone in the Xing continent knows about the conflict between the Xuanlong family and I, Lin Tian. It's nothing more than the Jiang family wanting to seize the complete dragon burial scripture from me. Of course, the people they sent out all died in the end. He looked at the crowd and continued, now, you may be very confused. Why is the Seven Luminaries Empire also chasing after me? As soon as he said this, everyone in Tomb Palace City was moved. Indeed, these people were very curious. Why was the Seven Luminaries Empire also chasing after Lin Tian? How did Lin Tian offend the Seven Luminaries Empire? The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his hand and formed a divine sense engraving, including the scene when the Seven Luminaries Empire first invited him to the True Wilderness Dao Cave to save people, how he led the Ninth Emperor Elder and the others to escape from various dangerous situations in the True Wilderness Dao Cave, how he rescued the clan's ancestor who had been trapped for decades. Naturally, it also included the scene when the Seven Luminaries clan's ancestor wanted to seize his body as soon as he escaped, and how the Ninth Emperor Elder and the others helped their ancestor to seize his body. This is the Seven Luminaries Empire. This is why they want to kill me. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension realm, his divine sense C was more than 10 times vaster, and his divine sense power was also more than 10 times stronger. It was naturally no longer difficult for him to form a divine sense engraving and present what had happened to others in the form of a divine sense brand. He could do it with a raise of his hand. Instantly, all the cultivators in this place were shocked. This, no way? The Seven Luminaries Empire is actually so shameless? Everyone was shocked. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing Lin Tian's divine sense carving, everyone in Muyong City had a change of expression. This, the Seven Luminaries Empire, one of the 3 strongest forces in Xin Continent, looked down on Xin Continent. Their 9th Grand Elder asked Lin Tian to go to the True Wilderness Cave to save someone. Lin Tianyi brought everyone out from the jaws of death time and time again, rescuing this clan's Grand Elder who had been trapped for decades. But in the end, the 9th Grand Elder and the others actually immediately helped their clan's Grand Elder seize Lin Tian's physical body, just because that Grand Elder was worried that it would be difficult for his cultivation to recover to its peak after losing his physical body. This is too much. So this is the reason why the Seven Luminaries Empire hunted down Lin Tian. This matter, many people frowned. Such a huge empire actually repaid kindness with ingratitude. This was really too shameless. At the same time, someone thought of another problem, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. If that's the case, the Seven Luminaries Empire's Wuzhen Realm Grand Elder has fallen. Isn't the strongest person in this clan now only at the Great Virtue Realm? Don't be silly. The one who died was the Grand Elder from decades ago. For the Seven Luminaries Empire to be safe and sound in these decades, there must be another Wuzhen Realm Grand Elder in the clan. Otherwise, do you think the other 2 empires would not do anything? This makes sense. The person who spoke was enlightened. Buzz 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 buzz. Lin Tian stood in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he heard the crowd's discussion. He announced the Seven Luminaries Empire's misdeeds to the world. In reality, it did not constitute any loss to the Seven Luminaries Empire, but he still did it. Even though this indeed wouldn't cause any loss to the bloodline, it was like a resounding slap to the face. Why not make the bloodline lose some face? He shifted his gaze and looked at a certain corner of Muyong City. Over there? He muttered to himself and took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of an incomparably luxurious pavilion. Seven Luminaries Palace. You should be able to sense who is from the Seven Luminaries Empire inside, right? Destroy them. He said to the Black Dragon. A faint light flashed in the Black Jiao Dragon's demonic eyes. It opened its mouth slightly and a baleful aura rushed out, turning into a dense number of light arrows that shot forward. In the blink of an eye, this luxurious pavilion was riddled with holes. From the outside, one could not see much blood red. Done. The Black Flood Dragon transmitted. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. He turned around and appeared outside the Tomb City in a single step. With another step, he disappeared into the horizon. Inside the Seven Luminaries Palace, blood was flowing everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Their eyes were wide open and the space between their eyebrows had been pierced through. What happened? What? The people of the Seven Luminaries Empire, all of them, killed. They were all killed. Inside the palace, there were still quite a few people standing, all of them trembling. The corpses lying on the ground were all from the Seven Luminaries dynasty, while the people standing had nothing to do with this faction. These cultivators were not stupid. They instantly realized that someone was deliberately targeting the Seven Luminaries dynasty. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only the people of the Seven Luminaries dynasty to die while they were all unscathed. At this moment, only some of the cultivators outside the Seven Luminaries palace were frightened. These people stood on the streets of Tomb City. After seeing the scene inside through the broken Seven Luminaries palace, they all trembled. How ruthless. His methods are as fierce as before. That demon beside him is so powerful. Separated by the Seven Luminaries palace, he actually killed all the people of the Seven Luminaries dynasty in an instant. He did not hurt anyone unrelated to the Seven Luminaries dynasty. How. Some people saw the black flood dragon attack on Lin Tian's shoulder. At this moment, their hearts trembled and their scalps turned numb. The mountains and rivers moved backward at an extremely fast speed. The wind howled. Lin Tian stepped on the void, crossing hundreds of feet with each step. After a few hours, he arrived in front of a continuous brown mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were very few plants growing in the mountain range. One could only see one plant every few hundred feet. However, each plant was extremely lush and had a very strong life aura. I'm here. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He descended from the void and stepped on the ground, walking step by step toward the brown mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he was near the edge of the mountain range. In front, a dozen cultivators stood in a row. Each of them held a battle spear. The blood chi on their bodies was very strong and very shocking. Who's there? Someone shouted. The dozen cultivators all had sharp eyes. However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian's true appearance, their expressions changed. Lin Tian? It's you. You actually came here? Why are you here? What do you know? Someone exclaimed. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He walked forward step by step. The news in your Seven Luminaries empire spread quite quickly. Now, everyone in the clan should know about me, right? His steps were steady and did not stop at all. The dozen people were a little surprised that Lin Tian came to this place. However, their faces soon turned cold. The Imperial Lord has ordered that Lin Tian must be killed. The leader of the group shouted. This was an early-stage Ascension immortal cultivator. The battle spear in his hand emitted killing light. He took a step toward Lin Tian, his battle spear piercing through the void. It was a powerful attack, Lin Tian smiled coldly. He reached out his right hand and casually grabbed the cold battle spear that was coming at him. With a crack, he broke it. The person was shocked. Poof, Lin Tian held the broken battle spear in his hand and directly pierced the person's throat. Blood splattered everywhere. With a bang, the person fell to the ground. His life aura instantly disappeared without a trace. At the edge of the mountain range, the other dozen people's expressions changed drastically. An early-stage Ascension immortal cultivator was killed in a single move. At this moment, the dozen people felt terrified and could not help but retreat. Inform the others. Someone said. These dozen people were all at the Zephyr realm. When they saw that the Ascension immortal cultivator was killed by Lin Xianxia so easily, they did not dare to fight Lin Tian head-on. They all rushed into the mountain range. Lin Tian's steps were steady, but there was a faint smile on his face. Buzz. A large number of dragon patterns appeared on the ground and rushed up together. They were like peerless killing swords that drowned the dozen people. Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, the dozen people all exploded. They were all dead. The dragon burial scripture could not only be used by relying on the forces of heaven and earth. It could only be used when relying on some forces of heaven and earth to unleash stronger power. No matter where he was, he could use the dragon burial scripture. The dragon patterns were simple killing swords. His expression did not change, and his steps did not change. Each step was more than 100 feet. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the brown mountain range. When he was a guest in the Purple Firmament dynasty, the Purple Firmament Grand Ancestor had provided him with some extremely secretive information. The main point was that the Seven Luminaries dynasty had found a Lingjing mine half a month ago and had sent many powerful cultivators to guard this Lingjing mine. As for the spirit crystal mine, it was naturally within the Brown Mountain range. That was why he had come to this place. There's a Lingjing mine here. It was discovered by the Seven Luminaries dynasty's powerful cultivators. My luck is really good. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The Purple Firmament dynasty knew about this place and that there was a Lingjing mine here, but they could not do anything. After all, this place had been discovered by the Seven Luminaries dynasty first. If they made a move, it would be a huge conflict between the two dynasties. Once such a conflict started, a large-scale battle would definitely be unavoidable. Many people would die. However, Lin Tian clearly did not need to worry about that. His steps were very gentle, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly reached the depths of this mountain range. A large group of figures appeared in front of him. All of them were cultivators, and they were all working hard to dig the ground. There were already 7 or 8 deep underground mines that had been dug out. Vaguely, there was a very dense immortal essence chi floating out of these mines. How lively! Lin Tian walked over and said with a faint smile. Instantly, all the cultivators in front looked in his direction. Then, all of their expressions changed. You're Lin Tian? The royal lord sent many powerful cultivators to hunt you down. You actually came to this place? Also, how did you know about this place? How dare you appear like this? These people were all shocked. More than 90% of the people in the Seven Luminaries dynasty did not know what happened between Lin Tian and their faction. However, everyone had received orders from the royal lord of their faction. That was, Lin Tian must be killed. Naturally, everyone in the Seven Luminaries empire remembered Lin Tian's appearance. Moreover, they remembered it very clearly. At this moment, when these people saw Lin Tian appear in front of them, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. At the same time, they were also surprised. They were surprised because their clan had discovered a Lingjing mine here not long ago. They had secretly excavated here and did not even ask for help from the Xuanlong clan. How could Lin Tian know about this place? No matter how you know about this place, since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Someone said coldly. It was a middle-aged man at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He stepped forward and closed in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled with a strange expression. Aren't you going to ask your clan's people to guard this place to come out? The middle-aged man said coldly, Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my clan's elders and princes? Lin Tian was slightly taken aback when he heard that. Then, his smile grew wider. I didn't expect your Seven Luminaries dynasty to have a prince come to this place. It's really interesting. The time I came is really suitable. He smiled. I'll take your Lingjing mine here and kill your prince. I'm sure your royal lord will spit out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. He might even want to cry. Hearing Lin Tian's words, all the cultivators in the Seven Luminaries dynasty were furious. Their faces were filled with murderous intent. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and cruel. In his right hand, the killing light on the dragon claw became even more intense. It ruthlessly grabbed at Lin Tian's left arm, causing the space to distort inch by inch. It buzzed as if it would shatter in the next moment. Lin Tian smiled. I'll take away your elders and princes. Of course, I'll take away their lives. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung it forward. The middle-aged man's face turned even colder. Arrogant thing. His dragon claw became even more terrifying, its power extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the dragon claw and Lin Tian's fist collided. Crack. Instantly, a crisp sound was heard. The middle-aged man's 5 fingers shattered. His face changed instantly, filled with horror, and he hurriedly retreated. He was a 4th-level immortal. Now that he used the dragon claw, his 5 fingers were shattered by Lin Tian's simple punch. Didn't you want to break my limbs and bring me back to the clan? Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said coldly. His fist's momentum didn't decrease, still pressing toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, instantly revealing a look of horror. This punch seemed simple, but it seemed to have sealed all the space around him. He couldn't even retreat. You, poof, blood splashed. Lin Tian's fist landed on the man's chest. With a poof, it directly shattered him into pieces. Such a scene instantly changed the color of everyone's faces. The middle-aged man who attacked was a small leader of this Lingjing mine. He was a 4th-level immortal, but now, he was shattered by a single punch. How is this possible? Many people were shocked. There were many people here. At this moment, many people's expressions changed as they stared at Lin Tian. There was some fear. A cold snort sounded. A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out of the crowd and said, "Don't be surprised. He just won by luck because his body is strong. Let's go together and quickly suppress him and hand him over to the elders and princes. Right now, mining Lingjing is more important." This person was at the 5th layer of Connecting Immortal, and was also a small leader of this Lingjing mining area. Some other immortal reaching realm masters nodded in agreement. That's right. That should be the case. Excavating Lingjing is more important. Then all of us who have reached the celestial reaching realm should act together and suppress it in an instant. Sure. Making an enemy out of my 7 luminaries empire? You're courting death. Several people spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Soon, more than 20 people walked out and closed in on Lin Tian. The others retreated on their own accord, forming a huge circle with Lin Tian trapped in the center. Regarding this, Lin Tian was very calm and did not panic at all. He moved his gaze and scanned the area. 396 people, 300 in the astral sea realm, 70 in the airborne realm, and 26 in the immortal reaching realm. Not a bad lineup. Quite a number, he said to himself, not caring at all. He was not surprised that there were so many people here. After all, the 7 luminaries empire had discovered a Lingjing mine here. Naturally, they would send more people to excavate it, hoping to finish excavating this Lingjing mine in a short time. He smiled indifferently and looked at the 20 immortal reaching realm masters. Are you really not going to inform your elders and princes to come out? The 20 immortal reaching realm masters all snorted, their eyes cold. Attack. Suppress him with one blow. Remember, be careful when you attack. Don't kill him directly. Understood. A few people said. Suddenly, the 20 people closed in on Lin Tian, divine power gushing out of their bodies. Attack. The blue-robed middle-aged man from before said. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to attack. Divine light spread out and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 20 people also attacked. None of them showed any mercy. Saber light and sword shadows swept out in an instant. Lin Tian stood where he was quietly, not caring at all. With a clang, a cold sword slashed over, slashing at his right arm. It was a high-grade true treasure. I'll break your arm first. The person holding the sword was an early-stage immortal reaching realm cultivator. His face was cold. Lin Tian smiled coldly and tilted his head to avoid the sword. He raised his right hand and flicked his finger lightly, landing on the blade of the sword. With a hum, the sword shook violently and an invisible force swept out. It passed through the sword and landed on the person holding the sword. It immediately caused the person to tremble violently and stagger backwards. The hand holding the sword could not help but tremble for a while. You can't even hold the sword steadily. What's the point of cultivating? Lin Tian said coldly. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the person. With a wave of his right hand, he snatched the sword from the person's hand. Poof, a head flew out diagonally. Dazzling blood floated in the void. It was a shocking sight. Instantly, the ordinary cultivators on the periphery were all shocked. Another immortal reaching realm cultivator was killed in a face-to-face exchange. Moreover, it was under the joint attack of more than 20 immortal reaching realm cultivators. Not only these people, but even the other immortal reaching realm cultivators who surrounded Lin Tian were all shocked. How was this possible? Bastard! Among the 20 people, someone growled. Cold killing intent surged. This was a second-stage immortal reaching realm cultivator. He was very close to the person who was killed just now. At this moment, his eyes were red, and divine power surged out of his body. It transformed into an extremely terrifying saber of divine light and slashed at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this person was in front of Lin Tian. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. He sidestepped and dodged the saber of divine light. The long sword in his hand spun and slashed. Poof, the bloody light scattered, and another head flew out diagonally, bringing with it a large patch of bloody light. Another immortal reaching realm cultivator was killed. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd's expression changed. Even the other 5th stage immortal reaching realm cultivators were shocked. Their eyes flashed violently, and their faces were filled with disbelief. A 4th stage immortal reaching realm cultivator, an early stage immortal reaching realm cultivator, and a 2nd stage immortal reaching realm cultivator were all killed in a face-to-face exchange. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian again. Their expressions changed. What, didn't you say that you could suppress me with one blow? A voice rang out. Lin Tian's face was filled with faint mockery. The long sword in his hand was stained with blood. He calmly glanced at the other immortal reaching realm cultivators who surrounded him. Instantly, these people's faces turned ashen. Bastard! Attack, don't show mercy. Kill! The group of people said coldly. Now, there were 24 immortal reaching realm cultivators here, all of them shining with divine light. Instantly, sword light, saber light, fist light, and leg shadows all surged past. Lin Tian turned sideways. The long sword in his hand drew a strange arc, cutting through a wave of saber light. With one step, he stepped in front of another person. This was a 3rd stage immortal reaching realm cultivator. His reaction speed was very fast. While he was surprised, he quickly dodged backward. Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said. With a smile. Although he was smiling, his hand did not stop at all. His sword flashed with a cold light, and he slashed toward this person's throat. It was a simple sword. It was not a secret technique, but it carried an extremely sharp sword intent, causing this person's expression to change drastically. You, puff, blood splattered. This person's head flew up, and the headless corpse fell with a bang. Blood instantly dyed a large area of the ground red. After killing one person, Lin Tian turned sideways again, dodging another fatal sword light, and threw the long sword in his hand. With a puff, the long sword pierced through another person's chest, directly piercing through his heart. This was a 2nd stage immortal reaching realm cultivator. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground with a bang. The life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. He died on the spot. How could this be? More than 20 immortal reaching realm cultivators from my clan surrounded him. How could he? There's no force of heaven and earth here. Even if he has the complete dragon burial scripture, it's useless. It's said that he's only in the Zephyr realm. But, how can he be so strong in the Zephyr realm? Outside, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Tian listened to these people's voices. His expression did not change at all. There was still an indifferent smile on his face. Was he still in the Zephyr realm? With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand. A faint light flowed on the sword, intertwining with a powerful immortal aura. A high-grade immortal artifact? Someone exclaimed. At the same time, even the expressions of the immortal reaching realm cultivators changed. Be careful, this beast is very evil. A 5th stage immortal reaching realm cultivator said. So what if he's evil? In front of the 7 luminaries dynasty, everything is nothing. Another 5th stage immortal reaching realm cultivator said. This was a middle-aged man dressed in golden robes. He directly propped up a divine light throne. It was an extremely powerful magic. As soon as it appeared, it caused the space to tremble. His eyes were cold. This person used the divine light throne to open a path. With a step, he arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. If you die, there's nothing we can do. This person said coldly. With a boom, the divine light throne shook and mercilessly suppressed Lin Tian. In an instant, wherever the throne passed, the void collapsed inch by inch. Don't worry, he won't die. Lin Tian said indifferently. He held the sword in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. he directly punched out. Dong, the void trembled as if a divine drum had been beaten. In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. The divine light throne that the middle-aged man in golden robes summoned shattered into pieces on the spot and dissipated into light. The middle-aged man in golden robes' expression changed drastically. His face was full of shock. What he used was an extremely powerful magic that could crush everything. It was very difficult for ordinary methods to resist. But now, someone actually used their physical body to shatter his magic with a punch. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The immortal sword in Lin Tian's right hand shook, and a violent immortal aura instantly surged. This high-grade immortal sword was obtained when he destroyed the golden fire Dao Gate. It was extremely powerful. Then, he engraved immortal enhancement patterns on it, causing the immortal sword's power to become even more terrifying. It could be said to be an invincible killing sword below Dao weapons. At this moment, he used this killing sword to unleash the 10th slash of the sun incinerating sword, compressing the sword into a blazing sword aura. Slash. He calmly spat out a word. The blood was dazzling as it scattered down in patches. The golden-robed middle-aged man was cut in half at the waist, and his internal organs fell to the ground. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. An early-stage immortal ascension cultivator stared at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. A 5th-tier immortal ascension cultivator was killed so easily? With a clang, the immortal sword in Lin Tian's hand emitted immortal light. With a swing of the sword, tens of thousands of sword lights instantly appeared. Not enough, he said calmly. In the path of cultivation, the immortal ascension realm was a huge watershed. Once one entered the immortal ascension realm, one's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Back then, when he was still in the airborne realm, he was able to kill a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the immortal ascension realm. Now that he had stepped into the immortal ascension realm and had survived that apocalyptic heavenly tribulation, his growth in strength was naturally far greater than others. Now, those below the 5th tier of the immortal ascension realm posed no pressure to him at all. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. With the high-grade immortal sword in his hand, the sword hummed and enveloped the other 20 or so immortal ascension realm cultivators. How arrogant. Damn it. These people were shocked and angry. It was just one person, but he attacked all of them at the same time. Damn it? Lin Tiantan smiled. Your clan does deserve to die. Continuous sword light swept across the land. He stepped on the yin and yang rock and weaved through the 20 or so immortal ascension realm cultivators. In a moment, he appeared in front of a 3rd-tier immortal ascension cultivator. Then, he swung his sword and cut off his head. He sidestepped a killing light and reached out his left hand. Pure physical strength shook the void, and another early-stage immortal ascension realm cultivator was smashed into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. B** starred. There were more than 20 immortal ascension realm cultivators here. At this moment, only 20 of them were left. They were all shocked and angry. These people roared, and their divine power surged. The dense killing light completely enveloped the space in all directions and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stepped on the yin and yang rock and walked among the killing light. He was calm and composed. Clang. He casually raised his hand and slashed out. The glaring sword energy cut through the void and shattered a divine ability, splitting a cultivator of the 2nd heaven of connecting immortal. He tilted his head to avoid a cold spear coming from behind him and swung his sword backward, cutting off another person's head. Damn it, you, poo. He waved his left hand and slapped the head of a 3rd heaven connecting immortal into his chest. Let's go together. Surround and kill him. A 5th-level connecting immortal expert roared. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian appeared beside the person who spoke and slashed mercilessly with his immortal sword. You, poo. The man's head was chopped off, and blood spurted about 10 feet high. Now that his cultivation base had entered the connecting immortal realm, his combat power was already very strong. In addition, he had a high-grade immortal sword branded with immortal enhancement marks in his hand. Moving among the 20 or so connecting immortals was like taking a stroll in the park. Poo. 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 The thunder flame sword energy swept out, and in the blink of an eye, a few more people were killed. At this time, only 13 of the 20 connecting immortals were left. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian, trembling slightly. More than 20 of them had surrounded Lin Tian's group, but in the blink of an eye, half of them had died. Suppress me with one strike? Lin Tian was very calm. His expression was indifferent. Now, how many strikes have you made? How many of you are still alive? He raised his right hand and slashed out again. A large amount of sword energy flew out and pressed forward. With a puff, an early-stage immortal exploded, cut into a bloody mist by the dense sword energy. There were only 12 connecting immortals left. Let's see how long you can last, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. The eerie sword energy completely covered the space within a radius of dozens of feet. Ah! Someone screamed as the dense sword energy pierced into his body. The next moment, he fell to the ground with a bang, his vitality completely gone. Clang! The sword hummed again. Lin Tian casually swung the sword in his hand. Every slash was filled with sword light, shattering the 7 luminaries Empire's Immortal Ascension Cultivators' Divine Force light screens and Abhijnas. 3 more waves of blood exploded, and 3 people were killed into bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, only 8 of the 20 connecting immortals were left. 1 of them was at the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm, 1 was at the 4th level, 4 were at the 3rd level, and 2 were at the early stage. Continue. Lin Tian Dao. He flipped the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy was blinding. Everywhere it passed, the void distorted inch by inch. Pooh! 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 In an instant, another 3 people were killed. At this time, everyone was terrified, including the last remaining expert at the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm. More than 20 connecting immortals had joined forces to kill Lin Tian's group, but now, only 5 people were left. Go and inform the elders and princes, shouted one of the 5 people. Immediately, among the hundreds of ordinary cultivators outside, a 9th-level immortal realm cultivator rushed into the distance at a very fast speed. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll go find them myself later. Otherwise, they'll walk out on their own soon. Lin Tian Dao. As his words fell, dense formation runes suddenly appeared in the void, and cold killing intent instantly intertwined. Boom! The surrounding void trembled, and then, rays of killing light surged out, cold and terrifying. With a poof, the immortal realm cultivator who rushed into the distance was drowned by a dozen rays of killing light, and directly exploded not far away. This is a killing formation? When did he set it up? The crowd was horrified, and their expressions changed. The last 5 connecting immortals who survived glared at Lin Tian. You did this? Shouldn't your 7 luminaries empire be very well informed? Don't you know that I'm a 6th-level array manipulator? Lin Tian said lightly. Just now, not only was he fighting with more than 20 connecting immortals, but he was also secretly imprinting a killing formation in the void with his left hand. This sect killing formation was only at the 6th level, but it was a complete 6th-level killing formation. With his current cultivation base, if he could carve a complete 6th-level killing formation, it would not be a problem for him to kill an ordinary immortal connecting realm cultivator. At this time, this killing formation covered all 10 directions, enveloping everyone in the 7 luminaries clan. It was a complete prison of death. Clang! The killing formation boiled, and the killing light condensed into immortal light swords. With a sonorous sound, they swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, screams rang out. In this place, other than the 5 connecting immortals who were still alive, there were dozens of immortal realm cultivators and hundreds of spiritual sea cultivators. With their cultivation base, how could they block the complete 6th-level killing formation imprinted by Lin Tian? Instantly, a bloody mist exploded in all directions. The 7 luminaries clan cultivators were slashed into pieces by the killing light, and blood dyed the ground red. Beast! Stop! Some connecting immortals roared. These people were all from the clan. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, and there was no change in his expression. He would never show mercy to his enemies, and he would never be indecisive. The 6th level killing formation shook, and rays of killing light swept out, completely sealing the space in all directions at the same time, mercilessly slashing at all the 7 luminaries dynasty cultivators. Pft! 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 Bloody mist exploded one after another like blood-colored fireworks, demonic and glaring. Ah! Screams rang out, and the sound was mournful, filled with despair and fear. Lin Tian stood in the field with an indifferent expression, and no longer made a move. The complete 6th level killing formation was activated, and there was no need for him to make a move. The killing light of the killing formation swept out, and dozens of people were crushed in the blink of an eye, turning into a bloody paste on the ground. No! Beast! Stop! Damn it! A few connecting immortals roared. It was also at this moment that a low shout came from afar. What's the commotion? 4 figures walked out. They were led by an old man and a young man. The old man wore a dragon robe, while the young man wore a purple robe. Both of them had a majestic aura and a noble air about them. However, when they looked over, their expressions changed. That is? Lin Tian? And, there's a killing formation in the void. The old man in the dragon robe and the young man in purple were followed by 2 other middle-aged men. When they saw this clearly, their expressions changed drastically. The old man in the dragon robe's eyes were cold, and he opened his sleeve. Instantly, a violent hurricane swept out like an immortal sword light, crushing the 6th level killing formation in the void. Instantly, the killing intent in the air disappeared, and so did the killing light. In the killing formation, the 7 luminaries clan cultivators were rescued, and each of them let out a sigh of relief, revealing a surprised expression at the same time. Elder! Prince! Someone looked over there and shouted. Lin Tian looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Peak half-step Great Dao, slightly stronger than Jiang Wan. On his shoulder, the black dragon's demonic eyes narrowed slightly, and a ray of black light flashed past. The old man in the dragon robe stared at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. He naturally knew Lin Tian, and he also knew what Lin Tian had done to his 7 luminaries empire. Little beast, how dare you barge in here? How audacious! Staring at Lin Tian, the old man in the dragon robe's eyes were cold, and he did not hide his killing intent at all. Also, how did you know about this place? Regarding Lin Tian's appearance in this place, the old man in the dragon robe had the same reaction as the 7 luminaries clan cultivators at the beginning. Their clan had discovered a Lingjing mine here, and this matter was very secretive. How did Lin Tian know? When you're all dead, I'll burn the answer to you. Lin Tian said with a smile. The old man in the dragon robe's expression instantly turned even colder, and a majestic aura surged up. He took a step forward and directly pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the space trembled and distorted inch by inch, cracking under his terrifying divine might. The 3rd elder is personally taking action. The 3rd elder is only a small step away from the Great Dao realm. No one below the Great Dao realm is a match for him. This scoundrel will definitely die. The 7 luminaries clan cultivators all had vicious gazes. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a corpse. It was also at this moment that the old man in the dragon robe had already appeared in front of Lin Tian. He raised his hand like a demon and grabbed at Lin Tian. The dragon-robed elder flipped his hand and covered the sky, completely enveloping Lin Tian within. This was a huge force. He was only a small step away from the Great Dao realm. His strength could only be described as horrifying. For a moment, the void shook and distorted inch by inch. Boom, a violent wind blew, sweeping up the sand and dust in the air, causing the black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead to dance wildly. His expression was very calm. With my current strength, I'm still a little lacking to fight someone of this level. He muttered softly to himself and stood quietly on the spot, watching the dragon-robed elder's hand press down. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to move? Someone sneered. Someone at the side agreed. What can he do against the 3rd elder? Only death. No, he won't die so easily. We must make him suffer a fate worse than death. That's right. Our seven luminaries empire isn't something that any random person can provoke. Everyone's eyes were sinister. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he still didn't move. However, in the next moment, a majestic demonic aura rushed out from his shoulder. The black dragon sword, and its demonic body instantly expanded, spewing out a jet of black light. This attack was very powerful and very fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Puff, blood splattered, and the golden-robed elder's hand was shattered. He staggered several feet back. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. This is? Everyone was shocked. The dragon-robed elder stabilized his body, and several cracks appeared on his right hand. Although there was blood flowing out, it was slowly recovering. At this moment, the elder's eyes became bone-chilling as his gaze landed on the black dragon. This is that half-step great Dao beast? Staring at the black dragon, the elder's expression suddenly changed, and his voice became slightly low. No. It doesn't match the rumors. This isn't a simple half-step great Dao beast. It's comparable to me. What? Comparable to the third elder's realm? The third elder is only a small step away from the great Dao realm. He's many times stronger than ordinary half-step great Dao experts. He can be said to be invincible under the great Dao. This ferocious demon. He's also only a small step away from the great Dao realm? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. The black flood dragon coiled around Lin Tian's body. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and its eyes were cold. It looked down at the old man in dragon robes from above. Tear him apart. Lin Tian Dao. The black flood dragon roared. Instantly, a violent murderous aura interweaved and swept up a terrifying gale in this space. With a loud boom, sand and dust flew up as if a huge storm had been set off. The old man in dragon robes was shaken, and his face immediately sank. This storm contained a shocking destructive power that had directly locked onto him. Bastard! He said coldly. What he got in response was the roar of the black flood dragon. The black flood dragon rushed out, and dense demonic energy rushed out, enveloping the space in all directions. With the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds after Lin Tian's tribulation and Ling Jing, who weighed about 15,000 kilograms, its cultivation had improved greatly and was much stronger than before. At this moment, it was releasing its demonic energy, causing everyone here to tremble. Many people even fell to the ground with cold sweat flowing down their foreheads. All of them were intimidated by this demonic might. With a loud boom, the black flood dragon swung its tail. With a terrifying demonic energy, it directly swept the old man into the sky. I'll kill you first then. The old man said coldly. Instantly, a fluctuation that was not weaker than the black flood dragon spread out. The man and the flood dragon directly fought in the sky, and murderous light overflowed in all directions. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly. When two experts who were only a small step away from the great Dao realm fought at full strength, the impact was no joke. Staring at the sky, many people's faces turned pale. Some even couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their faces were filled with fear. It was also at this moment that the sound of footsteps was heard. At this moment, it was extremely ear-piercing. The black flood dragon swept away the old man in the dragon robe and fought in the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian also moved. He slowly walked towards the young man in purple. A prince of the Seven Luminaries Empire. One had to admit that this was a super big fish. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight the third prince? Insolent. Seeing Lin Tian's actions, everyone in this place knew what Lin Tian wanted to do. They were instantly enraged. Behind the young man in purple, the two middle-aged men's eyes turned cold. You're courting death. One of them said. Two powerful immortal auras surged. These two people were at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. They stepped out at the same time and suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian's footsteps were calm. When the two of them were really close, his figure became blurry. He used the sort of lightning martial technique of the shocking wind sword art, which he hadn't used for a long time. Like a bolt of lightning, he flashed between the two of them, bringing along two glaring waves of blood. Bang! Bang! The two middle-aged men fell to the ground. Their heads and bodies were separated at the same time. Only blood kept gushing out from the severed heads. Those two, how is it possible? What did he do just now? No, I didn't see, the crowd trembled. Just now, they didn't see Lin Tian's movements clearly, but in the next moment, two cultivators at the sixth heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm were beheaded, and they turned into two incomplete corpses that fell to the ground, causing many people to be horrified. Lin Tian walked towards the young man in purple with calm steps. Just now, in a simple sword of lightning, he had used 90% of his strength. That was why he could easily kill the two of them. After all, the two of them were at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. They were much stronger than ordinary fifth heaven cultivators. After a few breaths, he stopped. He was 10 meters away from the young man in purple. He looked at the young man in purple with a calm expression. On the immortal sword in his hand, the two middle-aged men's blood dripped down. The young man in purple was about 28 years old. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. He didn't react to the death of the two middle-aged men who protected him, as if nothing had happened. He said, "I'm at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but I'm different from them." His voice was very calm, but the meaning in his words was very obvious. That was, although he was also at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm, his battle strength was far superior to the two sixth heaven cultivators Lin Tian killed. It will be the same soon. They will all be corpses. Lin Tian's voice was even calmer. As soon as he said this, the anger in the eyes of the Seven Planets clan cultivators grew stronger. Their eyes became even colder. Arrogant. Our third prince is at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but he can fight with a peak eighth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. And who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the third prince like this? Ridiculous. Someone shouted. Lin Tian didn't even turn his head. He waved the immortal sword in his hand, and a large amount of sword light rolled behind him. All of a sudden, popping sounds could be heard as the few people who were speaking exploded, torn into pieces by the sword rays. For a moment, everyone trembled violently. They stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. The young man in purple stared at Lin Tian. He didn't show any anger at Lin Tian killing a few more of his clansmen. He still acted as if nothing had happened. All he thought about was Lin Tian's words, "They will all be corpses." A faint light flashed in his eyes. He said, "You're very confident, but your confidence is too blind." As he spoke, his clothes fluttered without wind. Small stones under his feet rose into the air and shattered. "My name is Wei Yanhe. Don't forget." Immortal pressure spread out. It was condensed, pure, and shocking. Of course, there was also a murderous intent mixed in. "It's good that you can come here. You saved my clan the time and energy to look for you." Wei Yanhe said, "I'll take your head as a sacrifice to my clan's ancestor and ninth uncle." There were 3 empires in Xingzhou. The Great Zhou Empire had the surname Zhou, the Purple Clouds Empire had the surname Xia, and the Seven Luminaries Empire had the surname Wei. There's no need to remember the name of someone who's about to die. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The immortal sword in his hand disappeared with a flash, and his clothes fluttered without wind. On the ground beside his feet, there were also small rocks that shot up, and then they collapsed with a crackling sound. "Also, you can't take my head away. As for your head, I want to borrow it." His tone was indifferent. His expression was indifferent. However, he didn't let his guard down. Because the young man in purple was indeed very powerful. Even now, he felt a trace of pressure from the other party. Of course, it was only a trace. He stared at the young man in purple. With a boom, a majestic immortal pressure came out of his body. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it swept out in all directions. In an instant, everyone's expression changed in this place. Divine. Divine power wave? Immortal ascension stage? Rumor has it that he's at the flight level. How? The strength of that ferocious demon from before was also at the flight level. It's different from the rumors. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, sensing the aura emanating from Lin Tian's body, even the old man in dragon robes who was fighting with the black dragon in the sky was shocked. First tier of immortal ascension. Since when did he reach this level? Furthermore, this immortal pressure. Staring at Lin Tian, the old man in dragon robes was shocked. According to what the Seven Luminaries Empire knew, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the flight level. However, what he saw now was clearly at the immortal ascension stage. He was at the first tier of immortal ascension. Most importantly, even though Lin Tian was only at the first heaven of the connecting celestial realm, the celestial pressure he emitted at this moment was too terrifying. In his opinion, this level of celestial pressure was comparable to an ordinary ninth heaven of the connecting celestial realm expert. Boom! The black light of murderous intent rushed from the opposite side, shocking the old man in dragon robes. He had no choice but to withdraw his gaze and focus on dealing with the black dragon. On the ground, the two immortal pressures intertwined and collided, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Wei Yanha's calm expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are qualified to fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal light outside his body became stronger. Bolts of lightning intertwined and crackled non-stop. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. His words were even simpler. "You will die." He stared at Wei Yanha. The immortal pressure emanating from him became even more frightening. At the same time, a faint light flashed in his eyes. After entering the connecting immortal realm, his strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Among those of the same generation, this Wei Yanha was enough for him to properly test his current true combat strength. Therefore, he also put away the high-grade immortal sword just now. At this moment, the two of them were 30 feet apart. Their gazes intertwined and their immortal pressure collided, causing the ground to crack inch by inch. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, the two of them disappeared from where they were at the same time. A violent hurricane swept out, and for a moment, the space was filled with sand and dust, rolling in all directions. Many people's expressions changed, and they couldn't help but cover their faces with their hands. There were even some weak cultivators in the sea of consciousness who couldn't help but retreat. Lin Tian and Wei Yanha's fists collided. Then, without any hesitation, the two of them punched again at the same time. Bang! 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 Both of them didn't use any magic or secret arts, and punched out one after another, causing the void to rumble. The aftermath of their confrontation turned into hurricanes, causing the surrounding ground to crack continuously, spreading out like a spider web, and the flying stones were instantly crushed by the surrounding hurricanes. Crack! The void was strong, but it couldn't withstand the battle between the two of them, and it collapsed in pieces. No one knew how long they fought, but the two of them separated in an instant, and each of them retreated several feet. "Not bad, your physique is very strong, and you can barely compete with me," Wei Yanha said indifferently. "Barely compete with you?" Lin Tian smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again, and with each step he took, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and wisps of electric arcs intertwined at the tip of his fist. Dong! This fist pressed down, and the gap between it and his previous punch was instantly widened. For a moment, the entire void shook, as if a divine drum had been beaten. What a terrifying punch! Wei Yanha was slightly moved, and he raised his fist to meet Lin Tian's attack, and collided with him again. However, at this time, Lin Tian's fist seemed to have given birth to a divine spirit, as if it had become an immortal fist made of Vajra divine iron. Every collision made his 5 fingers slightly numb, and every collision made his immortal body tremble involuntarily. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding continued to be heard. Here, the hurricane became more violent, and sand and dust filled the entire space. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he punched out one punch after another. With each punch, the void trembled and roared. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. With a bang, Wei Yanha's figure was swept away, and the 5 fingers on his right hand were split, and a little blood spread out. Third Prince! Many people cried out in alarm. The third prince often fights with ferocious beasts and fierce demons, and he also has many divine materials to temper his body. Even some 8th stage connecting immortal experts are no match for him in terms of physical strength. But he's only at the early stage of the connecting immortal realm, but his physique is actually, everyone's heart palpitated. Lin Tian stepped on the ground and swept a glance at Wei Yan He, who was sent flying. Who can barely contend with who? Up until now, not only did he have the body-refining Saint Art, the four-extremity scripture, to temper his body, he had also experienced 2 terrifying heavenly tribulations. The light of tribulation bathed his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. The strength of his physique could be said to be at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, and it was enough to compete with the 9th tier of the connecting immortal realm. Wei Yanhe actually said that his physique could barely compete with it, which made him feel very funny. Therefore, he used his actions to let Wei Yanhe know who could barely contend against who in terms of physical strength. Hearing Lin Tian's slightly sarcastic voice, Wei Yanhe's face darkened a little, and a faint cold light flashed in his eyes. Light intertwined on his right hand, and the 5 cracked fingers quickly healed, and the blood soon stopped. Don't be complacent. On the path of cultivation, the physical body is only an aid. Divine power and secret skills are the foundation. Cultivators in the connecting immortal realm couldn't break their bodies and regenerate. However, if it was just a few scars, it could be easily healed. It wasn't difficult. Is that so? Then give it a try. Let's see what level your divine power and secret skills are at. Lin Tian Andao. His voice was very calm, but the sarcasm in it could be heard by anyone. Wei Yanhe's face darkened. I won't let you down. As soon as he finished speaking, divine power intertwined, and his figure suddenly became illusory. With a step, starlight flashed under his feet, and he flashed dozens of feet in an instant, leaving behind afterimages. This is 7 Stars Divine Movement, the peerless movement technique of our clan's 7 Stars Divine Movement technique. The 3rd prince has already cultivated the 7 Stars Divine Movement technique to an extremely high level. Once the 7 Stars Divine Movement technique is used, even an ordinary 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm can't catch his figure. Many people clenched their fists. Wei Yanhe's figure was as fast as a startled swan, as if he was moving by stepping on space nodes, leaving behind afterimages in this space. His purple robe fluttered, and streaks of purple lightning flashed. Faint starlight flickered with every step he took. Very fast, it was difficult to see his figure clearly. Dazzling movement technique? Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. Staring at Wei Yanhe's stride, his feet shook, and he also moved. At this time, compared to Wei Yanhe, his movements were simple, direct, and violent. He directly stepped on the 4th level of the yin and yang robe, breaking through everything with extreme speed. In an instant, he disrupted Wei Yanhe's 7 Stars Divine Movement technique and appeared in front of Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's eyes narrowed, and he was obviously very surprised. The rhythm of his movement technique suddenly slowed down. Lin Tian did not have any superfluous words. His right hand shook, and divine power condensed into a long sword, slashing toward Wei Yanhe. With a clang, as if a real sword whistled, the space was instantly distorted. Wei Yanhe dodged sideways, and at the same time, his 5 fingers clawed at the void, striking out a light claw. Boom! The two collided, and suddenly, a large amount of flowing light was produced. Lin Tian shook the divine light sword in his hand, turning and turning, and the speed was even faster. With one sword move, hundreds of sword rays rolled out in an instant. Clang! The sound of the sword clanged, pressing down from all directions. These sword rays were completely condensed from divine power. They were extremely fast and powerful, completely enveloping Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's body shook, and a large amount of light rushed out, forming a divine light curtain, blocking all the sword rays. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian closed in with a swoosh. Dong! He raised his left hand, waved his iron fist, and directly crushed a piece of space. Wei Yanhe was moved. This punch came too fast and too suddenly. He could not fight back, and could only cross his arms in front of his body. With a bang, Wei Yanhe was firmly hit, and directly flew into the distance. Third Prince. Everyone around was shocked. Wei Yanhe's body flew out more than 10 feet, crashing into a large rock not far away, and the large rock directly shattered. Lin Tian did not stop at all. His feet swayed, and he directly pressed forward. However, in the next moment, his face changed slightly, and he quickly retreated, rushing into the sky. Clang! The ground under his feet suddenly showed a bright light, and there were 7-star patterns flashing. The 7-star patterns intertwined, and seemed to form a kind of spell seal similar to a formation. In an instant, dense killing sword rays rushed into the sky. He quickly dodged, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void, and rushed more than 1,000 feet high in the blink of an eye. However, the killing sword rays were too dense, and he could not avoid all of them, and a clear blood mark was cut on his chest. This is the 7-star divine movement sword? When the third prince moved just now, he must have imprinted the star patterns of the 7-star divine movement sword on the ground at the same time, and it has a magical effect at this time. The third prince is one of the few people who are most likely to inherit the throne. How can this little thief be his opponent? Many people sneered. In the distance, Wei Yanhe stood up, and his face became a little cold. With a buzz, bright starlight appeared beside him, and like a tide, it pressed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the star patterns of the 7-star divine movement sword that he imprinted on the ground became more dazzling, and the killing sword rays that rushed toward Lin Tian became fiercer. Crack! The void was directly shattered, and large areas collapsed. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He had to admit that as the third prince of a big empire, Wei Yanhe was really powerful. Give me the head. Wei Yanhe stepped over at this time. Around him, strands of starlight jumped, and each strand was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying aura. Each strand seemed to be able to easily kill a third sky of reaching immortal. Then, the bright starlight suddenly condensed into 7 perfectly round stars, and each star was exactly 7 inches in diameter. Together with the 7-star divine movement sword that rushed up from the ground, they pressed toward Lin Tian. In an instant, all the space around Lin Tian was sealed, and even a mosquito could not fly out. 7-star alignment, 7-star divine movement sword. With the two combined, this thief will definitely die. In the distance, someone clenched his fists and said, the third prince used this move to kill a 8th sky of reaching immortal in an instant. He's dead. Everyone stared at Lin Tian gloomily. Lin Tian's chest was cut by the 7-star divine movement sword, but his expression did not change at all. His speed was faster, and he dodged the dense 7-star sword chi. Die. Wei Yanhe was really close to him. With a loud bang, the 7-star godly movement sword and 7-star pearl sacred art pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the void was distorted. Everything in the surroundings was crushed to smithereens. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He faced the 7-star divine movement sword and the 7-star alignment without any panic. I've said it before. You can't take my head. In the end, you can only become a corpse like the others, he said indifferently. He raised his right hand, and suddenly, 2 Dao diagrams of the 4 symbols appeared. One of them pressed down on the 7-star godly movement sword, and the other flew forward to meet Wei Yanhe's 7-star pearl theurgy. Chi. Chi. With 2 soft sounds, the dense 7-star divine movement sword was annihilated on the spot, and the 7-star patterns imprinted on the ground collapsed together with it. At the same time, the alignment of the 7 stars instantly disappeared as if it had been struck into the boundless void. Such a scene immediately caused Wei Yanhe to be moved once again. Buzz. The light was bright and instantly illuminated the surroundings. After using the 4-symbol seal to annihilate the 7-star divine movement sword and the 7-star alignment, Lin Tian did not stop at all. He directly propped up the divining divine technique and summoned the 9 springs sacred sword and other divining divine elephants. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and instantly pressed in front of Wei Yanhe. With a loud boom, the void trembled. More than 10 divining divine elephants pressed toward Wei Yanhe together, enveloping the space in all directions at the same time. Wei Yanhe's expression changed. He quickly used one divine art after another to block, and used the 7 stars movement technique to dodge. Unfortunately, he could not dodge all of them. Bang! The barren mountain that the divining divine elephants turned into landed on him, and directly smashed him hundreds of feet away, landing in the crowd. Third prince. At the side, the cultivators of the seven luminaries' empire quickly surrounded him, and all of them were shocked. It was also at this moment that an even more shocking boom sounded. Lin Tian strode over, and the nine-spring sacred sword formed by the divining divine technique struck mercilessly toward Wei Yanhe's head. At the same time, he conjured the divine weapon Bell, the place where Heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao, the Sea of Clover and the blood-colored crack, and other divine elephants suppressed in all directions, not giving Wei Yanhe any space to dodge. P.S. Something came up at the last minute, causing the update time to be delayed quite a bit. Sorry. Then, it should be delayed for a while in the afternoon. The third update will probably be released at around 19 p.m. Dear friends, please forgive me. End of this chapter. More than a dozen divine elephants appeared in the surroundings. The nine-spring sacred sword fell from the sky, completely sealing the space around it. Clang, the nine-spring sacred sword pressed down, cutting through the void. It sounded like a real sword chime. Now, he used the divining divine skill with his immortal cultivation, and the nine-spring sacred sword became even more powerful. It was like the sacred sword that an old drunkard used before. The light of the sword was burning like a divine fire. The murderous aura was vast and mighty. Prince. Some strong masters were anxious. This sword attack was completely from a blind spot. There was no way to dodge it. A cold light flashed in Wei Yanhe's eyes. He grabbed a cultivator next to him and directly blocked him in front of him. Puff, this person was at the 7th tier of the Zephyr realm. How could he block the nine-spring sacred sword that Lin Tian created with the divining divine skill? He was cut into pieces on the spot, and his blood dyed the ground red. This, third prince, how could he? The crowd's expression changed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes narrowed as a dark light flashed in them. Using a clansman as a shield, interesting. He stared at Wei Yanhe with undisguised sarcasm on his face. Wei Yanhe's expression didn't change at all. His expression was calm. My life is different from theirs. Staring at Lin Tian, he continued, besides, the person who killed him is you. I'll avenge him. With a boom, an extremely shocking aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Starlight surrounded his body, and a mysterious astrolabe slowly gathered. Yes, you are different from them. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You are scum. Using his clansman as a shield to survive, and then finding a dignified reason to say that my life is different from theirs. It really made him want to vomit. Wei Yanhe's face became cold. Lin Tian dared to call him a scum. I'll tear your mouth apart, he said coldly. With a boom, the astrolabe outside his body intertwined, and an even more shocking wave spread out. It shook the void, and cracks appeared one after another. Facing this aura, most of the seven luminaries' dynasty cultivators in this place retreated, and their faces were filled with fear. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lin Tianwei's eyes narrowed. This astrolabe gave him a sense of pressure. He raised his hand, and thousands of shadows appeared around him, as if thousands of souls in the world were summoned by him. Bai's profound divine technique, thousand guiding gods, for a time, two terrifying waves of energy swept out, instantly rolling up a shocking hurricane. At this moment, the surrounding seven luminaries' clan cultivators all retreated. They only stopped after retreating far away. Boom, the two powerful divine abilities of the two sects clashed violently, causing gusts of violent wind to swirl up. Following two sonic booms, the two of them moved at the same time. The thousand souls and the immortal plate collided continuously. Calm. Chi. Calm, the wind intertwined, and the soul shadows that Lin Tian condensed with thousand guiding gods crumbled one by one. At the same time, cracks appeared on the astrolabe. However, Lin Tian's expression changed in the next moment. The astrolabe trembled, and suddenly, it transformed into two astrolabes. Then, it transformed into 4 astrolabes, then 8, 16, 32, 64. In just a few breaths' time, the space was completely filled with these astrolabes. In the void, there was an astrolabe every 10 feet. His eyes focused, and his gaze moved. At this time, the thousand guiding gods crumbled, and he was surrounded by countless astrolabes. Wei Yanhe's expression was cold. The 7-star grinding wheel is the profound divine skill of my clan's 7-star divine technique. It can evolve into thousands of forms. Let's see how you block it. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck out a seal. Immediately, thousands of astrolabes pressed down on Lin Tian. The astrolabes vibrated. Wherever they passed, starlight intertwined, bringing with it a cold and sharp aura. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Each astrolabe was about 5 feet in diameter. The edges of the astrolabes were very sharp, like blades of divine light. They seemed to be able to cut through everything. Swoosh! 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 He stepped on the yin and yang loaf and dodged, leaving behind afterimages in the void. None of the astrolabes could touch him. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The astrolabe's attack speed suddenly became faster. Humph! A cold voice came from not far away. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. There were 7 star runes flashing under Wei Yanhe's feet. As these star runes became brighter, the speed of the astrolabes in the void became faster and faster. Moreover, there were more and more astrolabes. He supported the divination divine art and used the divine elephant protection to break apart the celestial plates one after another. However, the number of celestial plates kept increasing, as if they were endless. The area they covered also kept increasing, and the speed of the attacks kept increasing. Even though he had the yin and yang lune, he was still a little embarrassed. After dozens of breaths, many of his clothes were torn. The 7-star grinding wheel can transform into thousands of forms and cut through everything. Moreover, as the skill continues, the number of astrolabes will increase. In the end, it can cut through an entire space. In particular, this treasure skill can be combined with the 7-star divine movement technique and the 7-star divine movement sword. It can increase the speed of the astrolabe's attack. Someone said. These people gradually forgot that Wei Yanhe had used their clansman as a shield. In other words, these people subconsciously had the same idea as Wei Yanhe. Their lives were indeed different from Wei Yanhe's. They were far inferior to Wei Yanhe. After all, they were just ordinary clansmen of the 7 Luminaries clan, while Wei Yanhe was the direct prince of the clan. As they stared ahead and saw the sky full of celestial plates with Lin Tianfeng trapped in the center, many people became excited again. Third prince, kill him. Little ant, how dare you attack the third prince of our clan? You're courting death. Third prince, avenge our clansman who just died. Send him to the 18th level of hell. Crush him. The third prince is invincible. In the same generation of Xingzhou, the third prince is the strongest. Seeing that Wei Yanhe had used the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe to trap Lin Tian, these people became very excited. Most of them clenched their hands and shouted in his direction, as if Wei Yanhe was their god. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row to dodge the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe. He tilted his head and looked at these people with a mocking expression. A bunch of pitiful people. He mocked. Wei Yanhe had used his clansman as a shield to survive. Such a despicable and disgusting act seemed to have no impact on these people. Now, these people seemed to think that it was a very normal thing, and that it was a matter of course. These people looked down on themselves. I've said that my life is different from theirs. Their lives are far less precious than mine. Wei Yanhe's expression was indifferent. So what if we're of the same bloodline? So what if we're all clansmen? Everyone is different, and the clansmen are also divided into 3, 6, and 9. If they can exchange their lives for mine, it's their honor, and also what they should do. Staring at Lin Tian, the 7-star patterns on the soles of Wei Yanhe's feet became brighter, causing the number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe to increase, and the attack speed to increase. Your strength is not bad, but it depends on who you're compared to. In front of me, only your physique is worthy of praise. Once the 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe is out, your end is to be buried here. Boom. As if in response to his words, the dense 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe vibrated, and its power suddenly became 2 times more terrifying. The number of 7-star immortal grinding astrolabe increased by 2 times, and the attack speed was also 2 times faster. It directly cut through a large area of space and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian suddenly stopped dodging, and no longer used the yin and yang row. The clansmen are divided into 3, 6, and 9? Ridiculous, sad, and pitiful. With a hum, thunder flashed outside his body, and the divine row palace was propped up, firmly protecting his body. In a large clan, it's normal for the clansmen to have high and low statuses. However, regardless of their status, in the words of the mortal world, the clansmen are all family. And you, to the clansmen who have lower statuses than you no longer see them as your clansmen. You see them as simple slaves. Staring at Wei Yanhe, he sneered with disdain and sarcasm. Although I feel sad and pitiful for the people of the Seven Luminaries Empire who respect you, to be honest, I'm quite happy. Like you, how should I put it, self-righteous cheese, the more the better in the Seven Luminaries Empire. This way, you can all be destroyed as soon as possible. He used the divine row palace to block the 7-star mortal grinding astrolabe. After his words were heard, everyone of the Seven Luminaries Empire was shocked, and their expressions suddenly became a little ugly. Although these people knew that Wei Yanhe did not take them seriously, at this moment, when Lin Tian said that Wei Yanhe treated them as slaves, these people still did not feel good. Humph! Wei Yanhe snorted coldly and stared at Lin Tian. His eyes became even colder, as sharp as a killing sword. You have a sharp tongue. I'll tear your mouth apart so that you can never speak again. Staring at Lin Tian, Wei Yanhe formed a seal again, and the 7-star runes under his feet became even brighter. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The number of 7-star mortal grinding astrolabe increased, and the speed of their attacks became even faster. The entire space trembled, and there was a silver spatial turbulence pouring out. Swish! 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 The divine row palace that Lin Tian held up began to crumble and disintegrate inch by inch. Under the pressure of the 7-star mortal grinding astrolabe, it was like a dense swarm of killing gods from hell. Its power was terrifying. I've said that once the 7-star mortal grinding astrolabe appears, your ending is only death, and you will be buried here. Wei Yanhe said coldly. As his words fell, the number of 7-star mortal grinding astrolabe increased again, and the speed of their attacks became even more terrifying. Finally, the divine row palace was destroyed, and they pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Is that so? Lin Tianling smiled. I've also said that you will be like the others. In the end, you will be a corpse. Boom! The divine row palace collapsed, and in an instant, he summoned the barren heaven realm, the sun ocean, and the moon starry sky. The 3 imperial territories appeared together, firmly protecting him. However, this was not the end. Light flashed between his eyebrows, and a black and white lotus sea appeared behind him, releasing rays of brilliant yin and yang light. Suddenly, Wei Yanhe's expression changed. The Seven Luminaries Empire had investigated Lin Tian before. As the third prince of the Seven Luminaries Empire, Wei Yanhe naturally knew that Lin Tian could display several king's territories and that Lin Tian controlled the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon. However, at this moment, when he saw Lin Tian conjuring several king's territories and the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon at the same time, he was still shocked. It was many times more shocking than when he saw only the Divine Cry Palace's king's territory. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Novels. At the same time, the others in the place were also shocked as their eyes flickered violently. This, king's territory, several king's territories. It's not just the Divine Cry Palace. It's too similar to what's recorded in the ancient books. The black and white lotus petals are the same as the rumors in the Shin continent. He really controls the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon. Several king's territories, and the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, their hearts trembled. Even the old man in the dragon robe who was fighting the black flood dragon in the sky was moved and couldn't help but look over. Scoundrel! His eyes were cold. Boom! The dark murderous aura surged over like a tide as the black flood dragon swooped over and used the murderous aura to cast the demon race's killing technique. The old man in the dragon robe had no choice but to look away from Lin Tian. The black flood dragon was not weaker than him, and if he was too distracted by other things, he might be in trouble in the next moment. The void was distorted. The sun ocean, the desolate heaven realm, and the moon in the starry sky were all supported by Lin Tian at the same time. The Sea of Consciousness phenomenon was also vast and mighty. Wisps of black and white yin-yang light jumped, and the dazzling divine light directly illuminated the surroundings. It had to be said that it was a shocking momentum that instantly shattered the space confinement created by the seven-star immortal grinding disc. Buzz, several different rays of light flickered, as if a sea of divine light was surging. It was magical and dazzling. Looking at Wei Yanhe, Lin Tian was like a godly king at this moment. "Can you bury me here?" Wei Yanhe's face grew even more sullen as he humped coldly. "Because you don't have a king body, you're envious of those who do. That's why you spent so much effort to imitate the mystical abilities of the king's territory to attract attention. What are you so smug about? King's domain could only be used by someone with a king's physique. Moreover, a person with a king's physique could only use one type of king's domain. Therefore, he didn't think that Lin Tian had a king's physique. He believed that if Lin Tian had a king's physique, the world would have already known about it after so many battles." Hearing Wei Yanhe's words, Lin Tianyi was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Was he envious of those with king bodies? Interesting, very interesting. He was a reincarnation body, the most powerful physique that had never appeared in the history of cultivation. Why would he need to envy other king physiques? Looking at Wei Yanhe, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Although what you said is very stupid, in a sense, it's not wrong. I'm quite envious of those with king bodies. At least, they're not as unlucky as me." He was the only one who didn't dare to casually expose the 12 king bodies. He was the only one who was hated by the heavens. He had just entered the airborne realm and he was already killed by the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation in the immortal ascension realm could even kill a great path powerhouse. Wei Yanhe's face grew even more sullen. He couldn't understand Lin Tian's words, but he could hear the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words. "You're courting death." A person who had just entered the immortal ascension realm and was at the first level of the immortal ascension realm actually dared to provoke him again and again, the prince of the seven luminaries empire who looked down on the territory of Xianxia. His eyes became as cold as a killing sword. He formed a seal with both hands again and channeled the seven-star immortal grinding disc even more fiercely, causing the number of immortal grinding discs in this space to increase. Their power became stronger, and their speed of attack also became faster. It was as if a sea of immortal grinding discs was pressing towards Lin Tian. Buzz, suddenly, the void trembled with a sizzling sound. However, in the next moment, Wei Yanhe's expression changed. At this time, he channeled the seven-star immortal grinding disc even more powerful, which was about 3 times stronger than before. However, when it pressed towards Lin Tian, it encountered unimaginable resistance. The power of the technique had obviously become stronger, several times stronger, but when it came to attacking, it was far less effective than before. Even at this time, this technique seemed to be useless against Lin Tian. "How do you feel?" Lin Tian asked. He looked at Wei Yanhe with a calm expression, like a divine king overlooking the world. Such an expression naturally made Wei Yanhe's face even colder and colder. Clang, the black and white lotus petals in the sea of consciousness trembled and let out a sword cry that seemed real, directly interrupting Wei Yanhe's words. "Now, it's my turn to attack." Lin Tian Dao. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. With the Sun Ocean and other king's territories protecting his body, he took a step forward and broke apart the seven-star immortal grinding disc. The dense black and white lotus petals directly pressed towards Wei Yanhe. Wei Yanhe's face was cold. Divine power interweaved outside his body, and the seven-star immortal grinding disc directly went forward to block the attack. Swoosh, 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 a strange sound was heard, and the lotus petals passed through the seven-star immortal grinding disc's obstruction and appeared in front of Wei Yanhe in the blink of an eye. Wei Yanhe was immediately moved and quickly stepped on the seven-star godly movement technique to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late and couldn't avoid all the lotus petals. 3 lotus petals entered his sea of consciousness. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill and ear-piercing scream was heard. "This, third prince. What happened?" The crowd was shocked. The third prince of their bloodline was extremely powerful and could fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th heaven of the Ascension realm. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain. This was the first time these people had seen such a thing, and their expressions all changed. Lin Tianling smiled coldly. Stepping on the yin-yang puppet, he instantly pressed forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly swung his right fist and pressed forward. This punch landed firmly on Wei Yanhe's cheek, and instantly, Wei Yanhe was sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood flew out, and the crowd of the Seven Luminaries Empire here changed their expressions again. Again. Lin Tianling smiled and stepped forward again. His right fist was clenched, and he swung it down mercilessly. For a moment, Wei Yanhe was in great trouble and completely became Lin Tianling's human sandbag. Bam, 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 Lin Tianling's fist kept landing on Wei Yanhe's body. After more than 10 breaths, Wei Yanhe finally broke free from the intense pain of his sea of consciousness being attacked. With a roar, he dodged Lin Tianling's fist in a sorry state. What did you do just now? He roared at Lin Tianling. Guess? Lin Tianling smiled. He obviously wouldn't be so idle as to explain to Wei Yanhe the strange effects of his sea of consciousness phenomenon. After he finished speaking, the lotus sea beside him swayed, and even more dense black and white lotus petals rushed towards Wei Yanhe, trapping him in all directions. Wei Yanhe had experienced the pain of the yin-yang lotus sea once, so he understood a little about it. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged again and again, using all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques to resist. Unfortunately, they didn't have much effect, and he was in a sorry state for a moment. Bam, he dodged the attacks of the yin-yang lotus sea again and again, but Lin Tianling's fist came close and he was directly sent flying. After that, he suffered again and again. He dodged all the black and white lotus petals, but he was hit by Lin Tianyi's fists. Seven Luminaries' third prince, I thought you should have cultivated a sea of consciousness phenomenon. It seems that I overestimated you. Lin Tiandao. As everyone knew, the most effective way to resist a sea of consciousness phenomenon was to use other sea of consciousness phenomena. After he summoned the yin-yang lotus sea, he attacked Wei Yanhe again and again, but the other party only responded with ordinary divine abilities. After ordinary divine abilities were useless, he used the 7 stars divine movement to dodge in a sorry state. Obviously, he didn't control a sea of consciousness phenomenon. His words were very calm. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed around him, and the black and white lotus petals forced Wei Yanhe to dodge again and again. Failed. His expression was calm as he shook his head and said. Such words and such attitude undoubtedly made Wei Yanhe furious, and ferocious and ruthless appeared at the same time. Enough. Without a sea of consciousness phenomenon, I can still kill you. Wei Yanhe roared. With a bang, a small cauldron rushed out of his body, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. 7 Luminaries' treasured cauldron? In the distance, someone exclaimed. No. It's not the high-grade Dao weapon of my clan. This is a replica of the 7 Luminaries' treasured cauldron. This? Someone was disappointed. Is it just a replica? What do you know? Although it's just a replica, its power is definitely terrifying. It's far from what a superior grade immortal artifact can compare to. It can launch 3 devastating attacks. It can definitely kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse without any problems. Really? Of course. In the distance, the cultivators of the 7 Luminaries Empire were excited again. At the same time, Lin Tian was moved. He naturally sensed the terror of the small cauldron that Wei Yanhe summoned and dodged. You want to retreat? Wei Yanhe said coldly, and the small cauldron that rushed out of his body flew up. An immortal light pressed towards Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Lin Tian quickly retreated. At the same time, he used the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, the starry sky, moon, and other kings' territories to block in front of him. In the next moment, with a crisp sound, his Sea of Consciousness phenomenon was directly shattered, and the starry sky, moon, and other kings' territories also cracked one by one. However, the immortal light did not decrease in momentum. Although it was much weaker, it still pressed forward. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly propped up the 4-symbol seal to block it. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was shattered into pieces. Bam! In the end, the immortal light landed on his body, causing him to stagger back while blood gushed out of his mouth. This attack was too terrifying. Although he used the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon, several king's territories, and the four symbols sealed to weaken most of its power, he still suffered serious injuries. Boom, a terrifying aura surged again. Wei Yanhe pressed forward step by step with the small cauldron above his head. There are only 2 more chances to kill, but it's enough to kill you. Wei Yanhe pressed forward with a bone-chilling gaze. The Sea of Consciousness phenomenon has been destroyed, the fake king's body and king's territory has been destroyed, and that strange Dao diagram divine ability is useless too. Let's see what else you can use to resist. With a boom, he activated the small cauldron above his head, and another fatal immortal light pressed towards Lin Tian. Ka! The void distorted and collapsed directly. It was a completely destructive killing light, however, when he faced this destructive killing light for the second time, Lin Tian suddenly seemed very calm, and his eyes became completely indifferent. Since you want to see, then open your dog eyes wide and see clearly what I'll use to block you. See how I'll chop off your head. He raised his hand to form a seal, and with a wing sound, a divine diagram slowly surged out from behind him. King's territory, reincarnation diagram, boom, he faced it with the reincarnation diagram, and the divine and sacred light spread out, blocking the second destructive immortal light. All of a sudden, everyone was moved. The immortal light that could kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse was actually blocked. What are you doing? Wei Yanhe's expression changed. The reincarnation body and reincarnation diagram could only be seen by dead people and those who had reached the peak of cultivation. Wei Yanhe naturally couldn't recognize it. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. Although the reincarnation diagram blocked the destructive immortal light, it still caused him to be slightly shaken. After all, that was a power that could kill a half-step great Dao powerhouse in one strike. He stared at Wei Yanhe and didn't answer his question. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said indifferently, "You still have one last chance to attack." Wei Yanhe was shocked, and then he was furious. "Damn you! Kill!" He let out a loud roar, and the small cauldron above his head shone brightly. It was as if it had turned into a blazing divine sun, and it charged towards Lin Tian with a loud bang. Ka! 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 The void collapsed inch by inch. The small cauldron's killing light was like an ocean, and it instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian, colliding with the reincarnation diagram. In an instant, the destructive power flooded the surroundings, and the dazzling light shot into the sky, and it gradually dissipated after a while. In the field, Lin Tian was as immovable as a mountain. Although the reincarnation diagram dimmed slightly, it didn't collapse, and it slowly rotated in front of Lin Tian. Suddenly, Wei Yanhe's face turned pale. "No, this is impossible? How is this possible?" The power that could wipe out a half-step great Dao powerhouse was actually blocked twice. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent as they fell on Wei Yanhe. "It's my turn to attack again." Traces of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward, and the reincarnation diagram moved with him, following beside him like an unparalleled god of war. Last attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the reincarnation diagram trembled, and divine light shone brightly. A majestic force surged out, and it immediately made Wei Yanhe tremble. At this moment, his divine power was less than 10%. "Everyone, help me!" He roared and quickly retreated. At the same time, in the distant sky, the expression of the elder in dragon robes changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Stop!" This elder wanted to rush over, but unfortunately, he was powerless and couldn't get around the black dragon. Some of the other cultivators from the Seven Luminaries Empire rushed forward, but just as they got close, they were sent flying by the reincarnation diagram's power, and they were torn apart in the air, dying tragically on the spot. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He broke through the layers of obstacles, and directly closed in on Wei Yanhe, pressing down with the reincarnation diagram. Boom, with a shocking roar, a dazzling divine light exploded, illuminating and drowning everything. Staring at the head in Lin Tian's hand that was dripping with blood, everyone's expression changed. Their faces were as white as snow. Please search product #book net to see the most complete. A novel. The Third Prince was actually. How is that possible? Someone was stunned. The third prince of their bloodline, one of the people most likely to inherit the throne, was actually killed. Bastard! A furious roar rang out. In the sky, the elder in the dragon robe looked over, his eyes about to split open. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he rushed over almost crazily. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the black dragon in the blink of an eye. Moreover, because Wei Yanhe was enraged by Lin Tianxia's death, many of the black dragon's murderous aura and dark light landed on him, instantly sending him flying. Half of his body was almost crushed. Thief! You actually killed the third prince? Damn it! Our clan will not let you go. We will definitely kill you. No, we will make you suffer a fate worse than death and never reincarnate. After being stunned for a moment, the 7 luminaries' dynasty cultivators were both shocked and furious as they stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at these people. Others treat you as slaves and view your lives as worthless. When they encounter danger, they directly use you as a meat shield and use your lives to resolve their own crisis. But you, after the other party is killed, each and every one of you act as if your parents have died. Why do you have to be so cheap? He said. Instantly, the 7 luminaries' dynasty people were even more furious, and the hatred in their eyes was even more intense. Damn you, do you know how amazing the third prince's aptitude is? Do you know how the third prince treated me? Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and the silver sword light swept past with a cold gust of wind. With a poof, this person's head was chopped off, directly interrupting his following words. 6th firmament of the connecting immortal realm and a superior-grade Dao weapon replica still died in my hands. How dare you talk about aptitude? Lin Tian's expression was calm. He held Wei Yanhe's head in his right hand, and a superior-grade treasure sword appeared beside him. Then, a treasure shield appeared, a short knife appeared, a spear appeared, and a green furnace rose. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of precious weapons appeared, all of them flickering with cold light. Immediately, everyone trembled. The anger on their faces and the hatred in their eyes disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were filled with fear. Lin Tian, on the other hand, looked very calm and did not say a single word. He stared at these people, and with a thought, the hundreds of precious weapons of the sect clanged and shot out in all directions like lightning. In an instant, streaks of blood-red light flashed. At this place, the cultivators of the 7 luminaries' empire were terrified. Some tried their best to resist, but it was a pity that it was useless. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique with his immortal ascension cultivation. How could these ordinary cultivators resist? Pooh! 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 The blood mist dispersed, and for a time, miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The 7 luminaries' clan cultivators fell one after another. It could be said that this was a battle without any suspense, or it could be said that this was just a one-sided slaughter. Because compared to the current Lin Tian, these people were too weak. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out. 2 immortal swords flew past and slashed down under Lin Tian's thought, killing a immortal ascension cultivator. The immortal sword spun and pierced out in a strange arc, piercing the throat of another immortal ascension cultivator. No! Elder, save us! Ah! Miserable shrieks and cries for help intertwined, mixed with mournful, terrified, and desperate cries. In the sky, the old man in dragon robes looked over when he heard the cries. He was instantly even more furious, and his old body could not help but tremble. Lin Tian was completely slaughtering the people of the 7 luminaries' empire. Beast, stop! The old man in dragon robes roared. In response, Lin Tian was very calm. He was indifferent and did not care at all. He stood on the spot without moving. The hundreds of precious weapons clanged, completely enveloping the space and slashing down mercilessly. Pooh! 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 Bloody mists exploded one after another, and miserable shrieks rang out. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that this place finally quieted down. As far as the eye could see, the ground was dyed red with blood. The cultivators of the 7 luminaries' empire here, except for the old man in dragon robes who was held back by the black dragon in the sky, were all killed. Ah! The old man in dragon robes roared, his eyes completely red. hundreds of people, including the Prince Wei Yanhe, were actually all killed. Beast! He roared violently and charged madly at Lin Tian. As a result, the rhythm of the battle was naturally disrupted. Under the Black Dragon's murderous aura, he suffered a great disaster. One of his arms was directly shattered, and blood stained the sky. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on the Black Dragon's head, looking at the old man in dragon robes with a cold smile. "Go all out and finish him in one blow," he said to the Black Dragon. With a hum, the reincarnation diagram behind him rushed up again, and the divine and holy light spread out in all directions. The Black Dragon roared. The murderous aura surged, and an extremely strong murderous light gathered in its mouth. "Kill," Lin Tian said in a low voice. In an instant, the reincarnation diagram trembled and cut through the sky, enveloping the old man in dragon robes. The reincarnation Wangli that was nurtured in it immediately poured out with shocking destructive power. Almost at the same time, the Black Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a murderous light full of murderous aura. It directly penetrated the space, and together with Lin Tian's divine reincarnation diagram, it ruthlessly hit the old man in dragon robes. Poof, a bloody mist exploded, and it was blinding. The Black Dragon was not weaker than the old man in dragon robes. It had already injured him several times just now. Now, with the help of Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, how could the old man in grey possibly withstand it? He was crushed into pieces on the spot, and his body and soul were destroyed. For a moment, this place was completely silent. The ground was filled with corpses, and blood dyed the ground red. However, Lin Tian was not the least bit emotional. The Black Dragon shrunk its demon body and landed on his shoulder. He descended from the sky and looked down. The Lingjing Mine, he muttered to himself. There were already 7 or 8 excavated mines on the ground that led to the underground. He used the dragon patterns to explore, and after a while, he found one and leaped lightly into it. After about 10 breaths, he stepped on solid ground again. This mine was about 1,000 feet deep. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, and he quickly arrived in front of a stone wall. The surface of this stone wall was very rough, and its color was crimson. There were many metal tools beside it, which were obviously brought in by the people of the 7 Luminaries Empire. They were digging at the crimson stone wall in front of them, trying to dig it out bit by bit. He walked to the stone wall and placed his right hand on it. The dragon patterns extended out like divine light chains and penetrated deep into it. After a while, with a crack, cracks appeared on the crimson stone wall. Like old mud, it peeled off piece by piece. Time passed quickly. As the crimson stone peeled off layer by layer, strands of sparkling light gradually appeared from the cracks of the crimson stone wall. After that, this light became brighter and brighter. After a full hour, the rough crimson stone wall was completely peeled off. The light that appeared in front of him was extremely bright, and there was rolling spirit chi intertwining. Behind the rough crimson stone wall, large pieces of Lingjing condensed into stones. They were exquisite and translucent. When one's palm was placed on top, there was an obvious feeling of warmth. It's really a Lingjing mine. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. After a quick scan, he roughly estimated that the Lingjing in this place added up to about 50,000 caddies. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was incomparable to what he obtained in the Coiling Dragon Land, but it was already shocking enough. 50,000 caddies was not a small number. Thank you, 7 Luminaries Empire. He smiled faintly. 50,000 caddies of Lingjing was far from enough for him to reach the second tier of the connecting immortal realm. However, it would not be a problem for him to complete 1/20th of the cultivation journey from the first to the second tier. Without any cultivation, he could complete 1/20th of the journey from the early stage to the second tier of the connecting immortal realm in an instant. This was naturally considered a surprise. Moreover, not to mention his cultivation, if he divided this 50,000 caddies of Lingjing between the Burning Sun sect and the Emergence Dao sect, it would undoubtedly be a shocking treasure. With this 50,000 caddies of Lingjing, the strength of the two sects would definitely increase greatly. Hence, no matter how one looked at it, 50,000 caddies of Lingjing could be considered a considerable gain. He smiled faintly and did not hesitate. He immediately used the special method recorded in the dragon burial scripture to excavate the Lingjing mine here. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. 6 hours later, he put away all of the Lingjing mine that he had excavated and turned to leave. The Seven Luminaries Empire had a shocking foundation and was powerful. However, they were not familiar with the dragon burial scripture and the Lingjing mining scripture. Hence, even though they had discovered the Lingjing mine, they could not quickly excavate it. It would take a lot of manpower and time. Because if they were too anxious to excavate without knowing the dragon burial scripture, it was very likely that the Lingjing mine would be damaged. Once the Lingjing mine was damaged, the spirit chi contained within would leak out. As a result, the Lingjing mine's effectiveness would naturally be greatly reduced. Hence, even though this lineage had discovered this Lingjing mine more than half a month ago, they had not excavated it until now. However, Lin Tian was different. As the inheritor of the complete dragon burial scripture, no one could compare to him in the excavation of the Lingjing mine other than celestial venerable dragon burial scripture. He was very familiar with this path. In addition, he had now entered the connecting immortal realm and had a deeper understanding of the dragon burial scripture. Hence, it was naturally very easy for him to excavate it. Soon, he left the underground world and returned to the surface. Looking around, bright red blood flowed and dyed a large area of the ground red. Broken corpses were strewn all over the ground. This place seemed to have turned into a purgatory. Regarding this, Lin Tian's expression remained calm. There was not the slightest ripple. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. Hence, why should he show mercy? He walked to the side and placed the head of the Seven Luminaries Empire's third prince, Wei Yanhe, on the ground. He pierced it with a long sword and nailed it firmly to the ground. He carved a large Lin character on the head and then turned to leave. He believed that there would definitely be people from the Seven Luminaries Empire rushing here. After seeing the Lin character, it was enough to know who did it. He wanted to tell the Seven Luminaries Empire that these people were his, Lin Tianxia's, men. The Lingjing mine here was seized by him, Lin Tian, a ruthless slap to the face. There are still many Seven Luminaries strongholds in Prosper Continent. I'll go and overturn them one by one. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. When he was a guest in the Purple Firmament dynasty, the Purple Firmament Grand Ancestor gave him a lot of information about the Seven Luminaries dynasty. This Lingjing mine was the most important, and the rest were the various strongholds that the Seven Luminaries dynasty had set up in Xingzhou in various big cities. Lin Tian had an indifferent smile on his face. He stepped out of the brown mountain range and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards the southeast. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 days, the royal master of the Seven Luminaries Empire and a few other important figures in the Seven Luminaries Empire could not help but frown. This was because in the past, there would be news from the spirit crystal mine every day. Now, 3 days had passed, but there was not a single piece of news from the mine. Moreover, the third prince who had gone to the mine to investigate had not returned either. This made the royal master and a few other important figures in the Seven Luminaries Empire feel rather strange. Immediately, the Seven Luminaries Imperial Lord personally ordered and sent out a dozen flying cultivators. The dozen of them quickly arrived at the Brown Mountain Range where the Lingjing mine was located. Then, as far as their eyes could see, there were corpses everywhere, and blood dyed the ground red. How can this be? How can this be? What happened? The dozen of people's expressions changed drastically. Soon, someone discovered that in the center, Wei Yanhe's head, which was nailed to the ground, suddenly changed color again. The third prince? The dozen of people were terrified. The third prince of their branch actually only had a head left, cruelly nailed to the ground by someone. The third prince Wei Yanhe was at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The dozen of people trembled in fear. In the next instant, they discovered the huge Lin character in front of the head, and they immediately trembled again. Lin? It's Lin Tian? Someone shouted out loud. The dozen of people trembled, and their faces were deathly pale. Now, they weren't angry, and their chests were completely filled with fear and panic. All the people in this mine were killed, including the third prince Wei Yanhe, who was at the sixth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The Lingjing mine. Suddenly, someone shouted and hurriedly jumped down from the mine, arriving in front of the crimson stone wall. As far as the eye could see, the coarse crimson stone walls had completely fallen off, and the interior was completely empty. Only a few pieces of lingjing ore had fallen to the ground, causing the dozen or so people to fiercely tremble. The lingjing ore here had disappeared. The dozen or so people were terrified. Their hands and feet were trembling as if they had lost their souls. Their foreheads and backs were already full of cold sweat. After an unknown amount of time, the dozen or so tremblingly left the mountain range. They brought the head of the third prince back to the seven luminaries' empire. They arrived at a majestic hall and fearfully reported everything to the seven luminaries' emperor. After receiving this news, the seven luminaries' emperor was stunned. He stared at the head of the third prince Xianxia that was brought back. This middle-aged man trembled all over and couldn't help but roar. Terrifying killing intent spread out like a tide. Pooh! 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 The dozen or so people who came to report were not very powerful. How could they withstand the seven luminaries' emperor's killing intent? Instantly, they met with a great disaster and collapsed under this terrifying aura. At the same time, the hall also disintegrated and collapsed with a loud bang. Lin Tian. A furious roar filled with killing intent came from the seven luminaries' emperor, shattering a large part of the sky above the empire. The seven luminaries' emperor was close to madness. He continuously coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Hundreds of clan members, an elder at the peak of the half-step Great Dao realm, and his third son were all killed by Lin Tianxia. The lingjing mine that their clan discovered was also snatched away. What kind of loss was this? Now, the seven luminaries' emperor didn't think about how Lin Tian knew about the existence of the lingjing mine. Now, his heart was only filled with destruction and killing intent. Kill! At all costs. The roar resounded throughout the entire seven luminaries' empire. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this day, the sun was very bright. A gentle breeze blew past, and occasionally, one could even smell a wisp of floral fragrance. It was also on this day that Lin Tian took a step forward and arrived outside a city that had a bit of ancient history. Tonghui City. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he stepped into the city. The Prosper continent was vast and boundless, and there were many spiritual lands. Naturally, there were also countless ancient cities, at least thousands of them. Among these thousands of cities, 49 were the most famous, and Tonghui City was one of them. Lin Tian stepped into the city and looked around. There were many pavilions in the city, and the air was intertwined with a thick aura of time. Walking in the city, there were many cultivators coming and going on the streets. Most of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This is Lin Tian. A few days ago, he disappeared after destroying a stronghold of the seven luminaries' empire in the Tomb Palace city. These days, the seven luminaries' empire has been chasing after him even more crazily. Why did he appear like this? He didn't hide at all? Soon, the crowd discovered Lin Tian. Many of them stared at him with wide eyes. A few days ago, only the seven luminaries' empire knew that Lin Tian had killed a group of people from the seven luminaries' empire in the Brown Mountain range. That was because that place was unknown to outsiders, and no one saw Lin Tian killing the third prince and others of the seven luminaries' empire there. So now, the most recent thing that these people knew was that Lin Tian had announced the seven luminaries' empire's evil deeds to the world in the Tomb Palace city and destroyed the stronghold of the seven luminaries' empire in the Tomb Palace city. Now, a few days had passed, and Lin Tian suddenly appeared in Tonghui City, which naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators. Now, the seven luminaries' empire and the dragon-seeking clan are crazily chasing after him, trying to kill him, but he actually swaggered out like this. Many people were surprised. Strong. Someone said. It had to be said that this word was in the hearts of everyone present. A small cultivator had offended the Golden Fire Dao sect, the Phaseless Immortal sect, the dragon-seeking Jiang family, and the seven luminaries' empire, but he was still alive and well. Moreover, he made the 4 opposing forces suffer losses, and even destroyed the Golden Fire Dao sect alone. Now, when he was being chased by the Seven Luminaries Empire and the dragon-seeking Jiang family, he did not fear at all and walked into Tonghui City without any scruples. He was not worried about exposing his tracks. How could people not think of the word strong in their hearts? At this moment, many people's eyes were shining as they stared at Lin Tian. They really felt that Lin Tian was too strong, too strong. Lin Tian walked calmly. He did not care about the discussions and expressions of the cultivators on the street. His footsteps were steady, and soon, he came to the northwest corner of the city and appeared in front of a tall pavilion. Many cultivators followed behind him. They were far away from him and followed him from afar. They all wanted to know why he came to Tonghui City. When they arrived in front of the pavilion, everyone's expression changed, and they all widened their eyes. This is? The Seven Luminaries Empire set up in Tonghui City, the 100 Medicines Pavilion. He wants to. Many people felt a chill down their spines. This place was clearly a stronghold set up by the Seven Luminaries Empire in Tonghui City. Lin Tian actually came here. In an instant, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lin Tian did not stay. He strode forward and walked in. At this moment, the crowd that followed him did not dare to follow him. They all watched from afar. Many people even took a few steps back. What a joke. This was a stronghold set up by the Seven Luminaries Empire. If they followed Lin Tian or were too close to Lin Tian and were treated as Lin Tian's accomplices, they would be in trouble. Many people held their breaths and stared straight into the 100 Medicines Pavilion. Lin Tian? Soon, angry voices came from inside. However, in the next moment, the angry voices turned into screams of agony. The pavilion shook, and dozens of cultivators rushed out. Their faces were pale, and none of them were from the Seven Luminaries Empire. What's happening inside? Someone on the street asked. The dozens of cultivators who rushed out all had lingering fears. They only stopped when they were far away from the pavilion. Someone trembled and said, "That Lin." Lin, ah. Screams came from the pavilion, directly interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian, you actually, damn it. My clan will not let you go. Ah. Stop. Beast, how dare you do this? Ah. Screams of agony and fear rang out continuously. From time to time, waves of blood splattered on the pavilion, turning it red. On the street, the crowd stared at it. They all trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Now, these people did not need to think to know what Lin Tian was doing inside. In this way, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Tian walked out of the pavilion. He appeared to be at ease. He rose into the air and left Tonghui City in the blink of an eye. A few dozen breaths of time later, when Lin Tian's figure had completely vanished from their field of vision, a few bolder cultivators finally arrived at the edge of the pavilion's entrance and looked inside. As soon as they saw it, they instantly shuddered violently and shivered with fear. As far as the eye could see, everyone in the pavilion, including a few fifth-level ascendants, was killed. Their corpses fell on the ground one by one. The scene was horrifying. And on the wall in front of them, the blood-red word Lin was so glaring. These people could not stop trembling. Very soon, the news spread in all directions like a tidal wave on the sea. Its speed was astonishingly fast. After the Seven Luminaries Empire's stronghold in Tomb Palace City was destroyed, the stronghold in Tonghui City was also destroyed by someone, and the person who did these two things was shockingly the same person, Lin Tian. Suddenly, the entire Shim continent was shocked again. After destroying the Seven Luminaries Empire's stronghold in Tomb City, he also destroyed the stronghold in Tonghui City? This Lin Tian is really ruthless. Crazy. What a malefic star. Unparalleled devil. Many cultivators discussed. Just as the world was discussing this matter, Lin Tian appeared in another city a day later. It was also one of the 49 famous cities in Shim continent, called Phoenix Sun City. Naturally, there was a stronghold of the Seven Luminaries Empire here. The Purple Firmament Grand Ancestor told him everything clearly. He stepped into the city and walked out about an hour later, causing half of Phoenix Sun City to fall into a deathly silence. Then, he disappeared and news spread again, that the Seven Luminaries Empire's stronghold in Phoenix Sun City was destroyed, Lin Tian walked out of Phoenix Sun City with a calm expression and strode to the next place. Soon, Shin Continent was in an uproar again. News after news spread as if it had grown wings. The Seven Luminaries Empire's Thousand Treasures Pavilion in Wood Return City was destroyed. The Seven Luminaries Empire's Divine Armament Pavilion in Luosheng City was destroyed. Nether Flame City, Nightless City, True Prosperity City, voices spread, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In just half a month, Lin Tian consecutively challenged 18 strongholds of the Seven Luminaries Empire. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The entire Shin continent was a little dumbfounded. The Seven Luminaries Empire had looked down on this territory for countless years, but now, 18 of their strongholds were challenged by a little cultivator. Since when had such a thing happened in Shin continent for thousands of years? The big shots of the Seven Luminaries Empire are probably vomiting blood. Vomiting blood? He should be crying by now. Isn't that so? Many people were discussing. One of the three great empires was slapped in the face by a little cultivator. Many people could not help but feel heartache for the Seven Luminaries Empire. Serves them right. Someone said. That day, Lin Tian displayed all the karma in Mui City using his divine sense, which moved many people. Even though it had nothing to do with Lin Tian, they still felt some injustice for Lin Tian, feeling that the Seven Luminaries Empire was too despicable. Indeed, they brought it on themselves. Someone agreed. Thinking about it, who would feel good being bitten by the person they saved with great effort? Who would not be angry? Seven Luminaries Empire, roars and roars came from the center of this faction. On this day, in the Seven Luminaries Palace, several big shots of this faction gathered together, and all of them were furious. Lingjing's mineral vein was seized, and the third prince Wei Yanhe was killed. The matter had just ended, and Lin Tian actually attacked again. Challenging 18 of their Seven Luminaries Empire strongholds, their Seven Luminaries Empire had lost all face. Kill. At all costs. Someone roared. On this day, many powerhouses of this faction walked out, each of them overflowing with killing intent as if they wanted to shatter the sky. They searched for Lin Tian all over Shin continent, which shocked many in Shin continent's cultivation world. However, for the next few days, no matter what they did, they were unable to find a trace of Lin Tian. It was as if Lin Tian had directly disappeared from Xingzhou. They were unable to find him no matter how they searched. In the sky, the scorching sun was scorching, and summer cicadas were chirping. In a nameless mountain, Lin Tian walked casually, and soon sat down on a piece of bluestone. The bluestone was slightly warm under the scorching sun. In front of them, the sound of water hitting the rocks could be heard. A stretch of green hills and a small stream. Lin Tian felt that this kind of environment was really not bad. It was very peaceful. He had killed hundreds of people, including Wei Yanhe, in the Lingjing mining area in the Brown Mountain Range. After that, he consecutively took down 18 strongholds of the Seven Luminaries dynasty. His hands were stained with blood in a short period of time. Even though his current mental state was extremely firm and would no longer be like when he had killed too many people in the northern Yan imperial city back then, finding a peaceful place to look at the green trees and streams after a massacre was definitely beneficial to his cultivation. Moreover, he had killed the prince, seized the spirit mine, and challenged 18 strongholds. After doing such a series of things, the Seven Luminaries Empire would definitely go crazy. They would definitely send out many experts to hunt him down, and there was even a high possibility that a great Dao realm expert would jump out. In this way, when he relaxed his state of mind, he could also avoid it. It was a perfect solution. He casually sat on the bluestone and looked at the green trees and streams. Occasionally, a few birds would jump by. It was peaceful. Maybe I can consider going to the barbarian lands and the fourth heaven. He muttered to himself. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had already entered the fourth heaven early. He could not fall behind. Now that he had reached the immortal ascension realm, he should be able to step into the fourth heaven. Moreover, he really did miss this pair of siblings. Whoosh, a gentle breeze drifted from afar, rolling up the fallen leaves. It was mixed with a fresh and moist feeling, making one feel very comfortable. Lin Tian closed his eyes and felt the nature of heaven and earth. Every flower, grass, stone, and wood suddenly became lively. Humans have spirits, demons have spirits, wood has spirits, water has spirits, stone has spirits. Everything in heaven and earth has a reason for existence. He muttered softly. He did not circulate his cultivation technique. He simply closed his eyes and allowed his body to blend into the small forest. He imagined himself as a gust of wind that slowly swept past. He imagined himself as a leaf that flew with the wind. He imagined himself as a drop of water that fell on the leaf. He imagined himself as a handful of soil that carried the drop of water. He imagined himself as a tree that took root in the soil. Heaven and earth were so natural. Heaven and earth were so peaceful. Everything intertwined and grew endlessly here. He casually sat on the blue stone, and his divine power circulated on its own. A faint silver divine light emerged from the surface of his body. It was very calm, very sacred, and very peaceful. Time passed little by little. He remained motionless, and his expression was calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. However, his eyes were always slightly closed as if he was looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. Gradually, the light outside his body became more sacred. There was a strange fluctuation flowing out, causing the black dragon on his shoulder to tremble slightly. An incredible light flashed across its demonic eyes. This fluctuation was clearly Tao. He had just entered the immortal ascension realm, but he had already comprehended the Tao. Slightly concentrating, the black dragon did not disturb Lin Tian, but became cautious. Its demonic eyes scanned the surroundings, watching everything. As a half-step Tao existence, it knew very well that this was very important for Lin Tian. 1 day passed quickly. Then, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, he did not drink, eat, or sleep. However, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger, and his complexion became better and better. It was also on this day that he finally opened his eyes and woke up. The sky was still the same sky, and the earth was still the same earth. However, at this time, he felt that the world was much brighter. "How long has it been?" he asked the black dragon. 7 days. The black dragon replied. 7 days? Lin Tian was stunned. So long? He felt that he had just sat quietly for a while and thought about some things, but unexpectedly, 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Comprehending the Tao is very time-consuming. The black dragon's words were simple. Lin Tian was stunned again. He comprehended the Tao? Shouldn't that be something that could only be achieved after reaching the half-step Tao realm? Although he had captured a trace of the Tao in the place where Heavenly Venerable Daoren comprehended the Tao, that was the Tao accumulation left behind by Heavenly Venerable Daoren himself. At that time, he was only studying Heavenly Venerable Daoren's Tao. It was just like copying at the beginning of calligraphy practice. It could not be considered comprehending the Tao. However, it was different now. He sat on the green rock and did not have any other power. He grasped the Tao himself. "What Tao do you think I comprehended?" he asked the black dragon. At this time, it was naturally impossible for Tao laws to be born in his body. He only felt that the world had become brighter. For an instant, you seemed to have merged with the surroundings and merged with the veins of the plants. "It should be the great Tao of nature," the black dragon said in a deep voice. There were 3,000 great Taos in the world, and the great Tao of nature was enough to be ranked in the top 10. The great Tao of nature. It's indeed it. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He thought about it. Back then, he had sensed a trace of the great Tao of nature left behind by Heavenly Venerable Daoren at his place of comprehension. Now that he could rely on himself to comprehend the Tao here, it should be related to that incident. As he thought about it, he suddenly smiled and said, "The great Tao of nature is not suitable for me." His path was not so peaceful. His Tao was not natural. If he comprehended the Tao and evolved his own Tao, then his Tao would be born for battle, formed for battle. Regardless of whether it's suitable or not, what is certain is that in 7 days, you have a trace of integration with the great Tao of nature. Your strength will definitely improve greatly. The black dragon said. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, he could clearly feel that his essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger. His perception had also become sharper. Although there was no change in his cultivation, he believed that his battle strength had become stronger. If he replayed the battle with Wei Yanhe half a month ago in his current state, he was certain that he could easily kill his opponent. Suddenly, he tilted his head and looked into the distance. About 100 feet away, two figures walked over. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young girl. They were walking along the stream. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. To think that he would meet a familiar face here. These two people were the divine mathematician and Ye-er of the divine secret pavilion. Almost at the same time, the divine mathematician and Ye-er also noticed Lin Tian, and they were slightly surprised. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. The two of them quickly returned to normal. Their footsteps were still very gentle as they walked towards this side. Lin Tian stepped down from the bluestone and came up to the two in one step. He bowed to the divine mathematician and said, "Senior." He had only talked to the divine mathematician twice, but he was very respectful to him. This person had a great aura of righteousness. The divine mathematician was as usual. His face was a little pale, and his essence, qi, and spirit were obviously much weaker than ordinary people. He nodded slightly at Lin Tian and said, "Compared to last time, you have become stronger." His voice was not hoarse or loud. It was very soft, and it made people feel that he was lacking in qi. Of course, in fact, he was indeed lacking in qi. "It's all thanks to you." Lin Tiandao was a little curious. He asked, "Senior, why did you come here?" "I've been sitting for too long, so I came out for a walk to refresh myself," the divine mathematician said. His voice was still very soft and calm. "It's a coincidence that I am the same," Lin Tian said with a smile. Then, his eyes fell on the girl next to the divine mathematician. He greeted her, "Miss Ye-er, hello." The young girl was clad in a silk dress. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and there was a peaceful smile on her face as she introduced herself, "Yan Ye-er." After that, she glanced at Lin Tian. "I thought you had completely ignored me." Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. When he thought about it, when he came over, he only greeted the divine mathematician and talked to him. After a while, he greeted the girl. It really did seem like he had ignored the girl's existence. Seeing Lin Tian's embarrassment, Yan Ye-er smiled and said, "I just said it casually. I don't mean anything else. Don't take it to heart." After saying this, her eyes suddenly fell on the black dragon on Lin Tian's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes blinked twice and said, "Is this the half-step Great Dao Realm demon friend that is rumored to be by your side? Can I communicate with it?" Lin Tianyi was stunned. Communicate? He was a little stunned for a moment, but he still nodded and said, "Of course, you can." "Thank you." Yan Ye-er thanked him. Then, she reached out and directly hugged the black dragon from Lin Tian's shoulder. Lin Tian was speechless. "Well, it is not a pet." He was a little embarrassed. Lin Tian was really embarrassed. The black flood dragon was at least half a step into the Great Dao realm. It should have lived for at least 100 years, but now it was being hugged by Yan Ye-er. It was really like hugging a pet rabbit. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete. A novel. Yan Ye-er felt a little strange about Lin Tian's words. "I know. I don't treat it as a pet." The black flood dragon was about 3 inches long now. She hugged it and looked it up and down with a very focused expression. The black flood dragon, Lin Tian, was this a sign of knowing? This girl looked quiet and peaceful, but why did it feel like she was a natural airhead? In the end, the black flood dragon couldn't stand being tortured like this. It struggled for a while, then rose into the air and returned to Lin Tian's shoulder, lying down quietly. Yan Ye-er obviously didn't expect this scene. She was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned to look at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, he went through a lot of battles with me some time ago, and he was injured." He made up an excuse. "Injured? Is it serious?" Yan Ye-er asked with concern. Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly, saying that it was not serious and that he was about to recover. Xianxia didn't want to communicate with the Black Flood Dragon anymore. She smiled and said, "You defeated 18 strongholds in a row and fought more than a dozen battles in a row. You're really powerful." As if thinking of something, she continued, "The Seven Luminaries Empire is going crazy because of you. They're hunting you all over the world. It's said that they sent more than a dozen half-step Great Dao realm powerhouses." Obviously, she was secretly telling Lin Tian about the outside world. Lin Tianyi smiled. "I was bullied by them very badly. I almost died back then. I can't just keep quiet." "How belligerent." Xianxia chuckled. The spirit chi in the small forest was not dense, but the green trees were very lush. Because there was a small stream, the surrounding flowers and plants grew very well, and the air was very fresh. "I'm out with Master for a walk to rest. Do you want to come together?" Xianxia invited Lin Tian. "Sure." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. He had come to this small forest to soothe his mind. He didn't have anything important to do, so he naturally accepted the invitation. The small stream was very clear, and there were a few rocks in it. When the water collided with the rocks, splashing sounds could be heard. It was very peaceful. Not long after, the three of them left the stream and walked towards other parts of the forest. From time to time, they would encounter some small animals jumping around, and even some powerful demonic beasts. When these demonic beasts saw the three of them, their eyes were filled with ferocity. They saw the three of them as prey and directly pounced on them. However, the moment they pounced on them, before Lin Tian and the others could make a move, they all trembled violently and lay down in fear, not daring to move an inch. In the world of the demon clan, the strong are respected to the extreme. The hierarchy is very strict. Xianxia said, "The monster on your shoulder is at the level of half-step into the Great Dao realm. When these ordinary monsters sense the faint demonic aura it emits, they naturally don't dare to act rashly. They can only submit in fear." Lin Tian nodded and said, "You know a lot. I read it in a book." Xianxia chuckled. The three of them walked through the small forest. The marvelous mathematician didn't talk much, but Lin Tian and Xianxia talked all the time. Not long after, the sky gradually darkened, and stars vaguely flashed in the sky. The three of them stopped walking. They stopped in a slightly open place and lit a bonfire. A simple night passed quickly. At dawn the next day, the three of them set off again. They walked along the small forest, and 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, the three of them walked very simply. They encountered many demonic beasts, but they were all frightened away by the demonic aura naturally emitted by the Black Flood Dragon. Moreover, in the process, Xianxia found some simple ingredients, such as mushrooms and other vegetables. She made a few simple meals. Although the taste was very light, it was also very fragrant. After eating it, her eyes lit up slightly. Soon, another 3 days passed. On this day, the three of them almost walked to the end of the small forest. The marvelous mathematician and Lin Tian were ready to return to the Tianji pavilion. "Be careful. Take care." Xianxia waved goodbye to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and watched the master and disciple leave until they were out of sight. Then, he turned and walked in another direction. After walking in the mountains for several days, his sea of consciousness became more stable and solid. The aura on his body became calm and peaceful. Simply looking at him, one couldn't even tell that he was a cultivator. On this day, he no longer hid in the forest and stepped out. "Lin Tian, don't hide like a turtle if you have the guts. Come out. I'll let you use my legs. No, I'll let you use one hand. I'll crush you with one hand. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Coward. You only know how to hide." As soon as he walked out of the mountains, he heard such voices. The Seven Luminaries Empire, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, and the Xianxia family were all hooting. Moreover, they were all from the younger generation. There were even cultivators at the Sea of Consciousness level who were challenging him. All of them spoke arrogantly and treated him as if he was nothing. He was like an ant that could be easily trampled to death. Among them, the Xianxia family's words were the most unpleasant. Not only did they humiliate him, but they also humiliated his family. "You're a wild dog. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to come out. Trash parents gave birth to a little trash who only dares to play tricks in the dark. Stinky rats in the gutter. Little bastard, come out. Although I'm only at the sea of consciousness level, I can still trample you to death. The younger generation of the Jiang family walked out and spoke. Each of them was extremely arrogant. When Lin Tian heard these voices, a cold light flashed across his eyes. In that world, he grew up in an orphanage and had never seen his biological parents. After being reborn in this world, he had never seen his father and mother. However, as a son, his flesh and blood were given to him by his parents. How could he remain calm when his parents were humiliated? Of course, he was also very clear that these people were deliberately saying such words to lure him out. Presumably, there were powerful cultivators from the Jiang family waiting to kill him. A dark light intertwined in his eyes. A blue stone suddenly appeared in his right hand. There were dense dragon patterns on it. Even so, there was still a very ominous aura intertwined, causing the black dragon to tremble. I originally planned to go directly to the barbarian lands. However, before I leave, I'll go crazy once more. Oh right, what was that saying again? There was a cold and cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. It's a waste to be young if you don't go crazy. His steps were gentle, but his speed was extremely fast. With a single step, he was dozens of feet away. Soon, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. Lin Tian, get the hell out here. Are you going to be a tortoise for the rest of your life? Coward. You're really a piece of trash. Trash parents, trash little thief. Your whole family is trash. Get the hell out here. I'm at the level of body refinement. I'll fight you with only one finger. I'll crush you into a bloody mist with one finger. Cowardly trash. A group of young people from the Xuanlong Jiang family walked out. They were extremely arrogant. Such words caused even those who had no relationship with Lin Tian to shake their heads. Although these people had guessed that the young people of the Jiang family were deliberately provoking Lin Tian with such words and forcing Lin Tian to appear, they still felt that it was a bit too much. Little thief Lin, are you going to hide for the rest of your life? Trash, I'll fight you with only one finger. You don't even dare to answer? Fine, since that's the case, I'll let you use both your hands and legs. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Weak little worm. Numerous voices rang out continuously, filled with provocation. Lin Tian directly ignored these voices. He circled around the mountains. 2 days later, he appeared in front of a vast mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range was intertwined with strands of multicolored light. There was an extremely astonishing immortal aura lingering around. At the center of the mountain range, numerous palaces were laid out horizontally. They were grand and luxurious, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. This was the place where the Xuanlong Jiang family was established. Lin Tian arrived at this place with a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. He casually sat down on the branch of an old tree outside the mountain range. Time passed very quickly. An hour passed. In the mountain range, dozens of figures walked out. All of them were young people. After you go out, there's no need to do anything else. Just insult and clamor at that Lin Tian. Try your best to speak as viciously and arrogantly as possible. The blue-clothed young man in the lead said. I heard that a great Dao realm expert from our clan has walked out and is hiding in the dark. He's waiting for that thief to appear so that he can kill him with all his might? Is that so? Did a great Dao realm ancestor really walk out? Yes. The young man in the lead nodded. Our mission is to provoke that Lin Tian and provoke him to come out. Understood. I heard that that bastard is very good at enduring. I wonder if we can provoke him to come out in the end. Therefore, from now on, our words must be as vicious as possible. As long as we can provoke that bastard to come out, it's no big deal even if we curse like shrews. I'm looking forward to that thief's appearance. Someone sneered. It was also at this moment that another voice sounded. Since you're looking forward to it so much, I'll do you a favor and satisfy you. Stepping on the void, Lin Tian walked down from the old tree and arrived in front of the dozens of young people step by step. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. why are you here? You dare to come to this place? The dozens of people were shocked and terrified. They were shocked because this place was where their clan was established, and there were great Dao realm existences overseeing the clan, but Lin Tian dared to come to this place like this? And they were terrified because Lin Tian's reputation had long spread throughout Shin continent. Among this group of people, the strongest cultivation was only at the flight realm. How could they not be afraid when Lin Tian himself had forced them to come so close? Return to the clan and inform the clan leader and the ancestors. The blue-clothed young man in the lead shouted. Instantly, the dozens of people retreated at the same time, running toward the Jiang family in the middle of the mountain range. At the same time, they shouted, Lin Tian has appeared. You're so eager for me to appear, but now that I've appeared, all of you are running away. How can you be like this? Lin Tian smiled. He stood on the spot and did not move, but lines of formation patterns flickered in the void, completely sealing off the surrounding space. The dozens of people could not escape, and their voices could not be transmitted out. Genius 1 seconds remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Dozens of people were terrified. Dense silver matrix patterns interweaved in the void, cutting off all the surrounding paths. They had no hope of escaping, so they shouted at the Jiang family. However, they found that their voices did not seem to be heard at all. That was because a bird on a small tree nearby was staring at them, not frightened at all. It was obvious that it did not hear their shouts. For a moment, dozens of people stared at Lin Tian, all of them trembling in fear. Lin Tian was now too famous, and they were no match for him. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He looked at the dozens of people and said nothing. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he walked forward. Suddenly, the dozens of people trembled again. What do you want to do? Clang, a ray of sword light flashed past. Before the person who spoke could finish his words, his head was chopped off with a pu sound. Blood splattered in the air, and the others were terrified. All of them gathered together with weapons such as swords and blades in their hands, all of which were pointed at Lin Tian. However, all of their hands were trembling, and their eyes were filled with fear. Even that young man at the airborne realm who was taking the lead was no exception. You were looking forward to my appearance, and now that I am here, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you so scared? Lin Tian smiled. He took a step forward and waved the long sword in his hand casually, and a large amount of sword aura flew out. Pft, pft, pft. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell in a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Suddenly, these people became even more terrified. They trembled in fear, and some of them could not even hold their weapons steadily. Lin Tian still smiled faintly, and his steps were still calm. The way he waved his sword was as casual as always. Pft, pft, pft. This time, 5 people were killed, and the ground was stained with blood. Don't panic. Let's resist together. Maybe the elders will find us here and come to save us. Someone said, but his body could not stop trembling. Lin Tian tilted his head and slashed at him. With a pft, the person who spoke was cut in half at the waist, and blood spilled all over the ground. He walked calmly, raised his hand, and waved his sword again. Clang! An ear-piercing sword whistle swept past. For a moment, blood splashed out, and in the blink of an eye, a few more corpses fell to the ground. Now, he had reached the level of the celestial connecting realm. Previously, he had been comprehending the Tao for 7 days, which made his strength even stronger. How could the dozens of people here be his match? No one could block a casual strike from him. Ah! No, don't kill me, help. Let us go. Patriarch, elders, save. Ah! Screams, cries for mercy, cries for help, all sorts of different voices intertwined together, each one filled with fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he swung his sword again and again. Towards his enemies, he would never be soft-hearted and show mercy. Pooh! 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 The blood mist exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, only a blue-clothed youth remained. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. This person was terrified. Holding a treasured saber with both hands, his whole body could not help but tremble, and he stepped back. Lin Tian put away his long sword and appeared in front of this person in a flash. After knocking away the other party's treasure blade, he placed his left hand on the other party's neck in a familiar manner. Go back and tell your patriarch and ancestor that your dragon-seeking family will not exist for long. Very soon, your name will be erased from the Shin continent. Perhaps, it will only be a moment. As he said this, his right hand flashed slightly, and a blue stone wrapped with a dragon's seal floated over and silently fell into the blue-clothed youth's pocket. Get lost. He withdrew his left hand and dispersed the sealing formation that he had previously set up. The blue-clothed youth trembled and did not dare to stay. He almost tripped with every 3 steps and ran back to the family in fear. Lin Tian stood where he was, watching this person run toward the Jiang family. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. Perhaps I should retreat further, he said. Looking ahead, he floated back. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the mountain range. The blue-clothed youth crazily ran towards the clan hall in the mountain range. After running for several feet, he fell to the ground with a bang. His face was full of fear. Even in the process of running away, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the blue-clothed youth ran to the gate of the family's hall. Why are you back? Huh? You're covered in blood. What happened? What happened? There were several powerful family members guarding the gate of the Jiang family. Seeing the blue-clothed youth running back, they all frowned when they saw the blue-clothed youth's appearance. Come, come. That Lin Tian has appeared. The blue-clothed youth trembled. What? The several Jiang family members guarding the gate all changed color. That bastard, how dare he come here? Courting death. Where are those people who went out with you? Several people were shocked and angry. The blue-clothed youth trembled. Dead, all dead. He trembled. We have to tell the patriarch. We have to tell the patriarch and the patriarchs immediately. With that, he ran straight to the dragon-searching hall in the center of the Jiang family, shouting as he ran, Patriarchs, Lin Tian has appeared. Lin Tian has appeared. What? That bastard has appeared? Damn it, he's finally not hiding anymore. Kill him and take the complete dragon burial scripture. This ancient scripture belongs to the Jiang family. In the Jiang family, the cultivators of the Jiang family all had sinister looks in their eyes. At this moment, these people did not even care about the blue-clothed youth's blood-stained and battered appearance. Soon, the blue-clothed youth ran into the dragon-searching hall. In the hall, the patriarchs of the Jiang family were all discussing something. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family was sitting on the side and listening. At this moment, seeing the blue-clothed youth barging in like this, the patriarchs of the Jiang family all frowned. The patriarch of the Jiang family's face darkened. What are you shouting for? The dragon-searching hall was a sacred place of the Jiang family. Naturally, the patriarch of the Jiang family was not happy that someone had barged in like this. Facing the stern expression of the patriarch of the Jiang family, the blue-clothed youth could not help but tremble. But soon, he shouted again, Patriarchs, Lin Tian. Lin Tian has appeared. What? The patriarch of the Jiang family's expression suddenly changed. The patriarchs of the Jiang family all stepped forward. Where is he? Someone shouted. For a moment, several powerful waves of Dao law and icy killing intent intertwined, shocking the blue-clothed youth again. He's outside the mountain range of our family. He came here and killed our people who just went out. This person trembled. The patriarchs of the Jiang family were all in the Great Path realm. After hearing this, their eyes became even colder. Little B** starred, how dare you come to the place where the Jiang family is established? You're courting death. Let's go out together. This time, no matter what, we can't let him escape again. Their eyes were as cold swords as they stepped straight out of the hall. However, in the next moment, the patriarchs of the Jiang family all trembled and stared at the blue-clothed youth in unison. What do you have with you? One of them asked in a deep voice. At this moment, when the few of them rushed out, they suddenly discovered an extremely ominous wave on the blue-clothed youth's body. It was as if a peerless demon had possessed the blue-clothed youth's body, causing even people as powerful as them to involuntarily feel their hearts skip a beat. Facing the gazes of the great Path Realm patriarchs, the blue-clothed youth was a little fearful. He said, "No, no, I don't have anything with me." As he spoke, the blue-clothed youth searched his body and suddenly took out a piece of green stone. Then, he felt a pain in his palm, and he trembled violently. The green stone in his hand directly fell to the ground. This isn't mine." The green stone fell to the ground. Streaks of light patterns intertwined on it densely, and it was surrounded by a faint glow. "This is? Dragon patterns? What is this? Where did it come from?" Staring at the green stone, the expressions of the patriarchs of the Jiang family changed. At this moment, it was not only because they had discovered the existence of the dragon symbol on the rock. More importantly, it was because their hearts involuntarily pounded wildly as they stared at this tiny rock. The ominous aura that they had sensed earlier had become even denser. It was as though a death god had appeared in the hall. Almost at the same time, in a place extremely far away from the mountain range where the Jiang family was located, Lin Tian stood on an old tree and looked at the place where the Jiang family was located from afar. Standing here, he could only vaguely see a small shadow of the Jiang family's hall. Moreover, it was a little blurry. Calculating the time, it should be about time, he said to himself. He raised his hands slightly and formed many dragon seals. Explode. Faint light intertwined at the tip of his fingers and floated in the air. Where he was, everything seemed very peaceful. However, in the dragon-searching hall where the Jiang family was located, the fist-sized green stone suddenly trembled. The dense dragon patterns on its surface started to crack one after another. Soon, the dense dragon patterns all shattered. Streaks of faint light entered the green stone, causing it to tremble for the second time. With a crack appeared. In an instant, wisps of pitch-black fog drifted out from the crack, slowly lingering in the dragon-searching hall. This fog was intertwined with coldness, ominous, and death. Immediately, everyone in the hall trembled. "Retreat!" An old ancestor of the Jiang family roared in horror and quickly rushed out of the hall. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! The green stone suddenly exploded as if the gate to hell had been opened in an instant. The pitch-black fog rolled like waves, intertwining with extremely terrifying murderous aura of death. In an instant, it engulfed the young man in blue and the master of the Jiang family, turning them into thick water. After that, the pitch-black fog didn't stop. Like a sandstorm, it swept in all directions. The entire Jiang family seemed to have experienced a super earthquake. Wherever the pitch-black fog passed, everything was destroyed. What's going on? In the Jiang family, many cultivators were puzzled. Then, they saw the violent black fog rushing toward them, and the murderous aura of death covered the sky. P.S. Oh, 7 days in a row. I'm so tired. I hope everyone can enjoy watching this. Next, the dragon rested for 4 days. During these 4 days, the dragon updated twice a day, and the update time was around 12 noon and 17 p.m. 4 days later, on the 1st of the next month, the dragon continued to update. Then, the dragon created a WeChat public account as a platform for everyone to communicate with each other in their free time. Log into WeChat and search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account to add him as a follower. Later, if there is a delay in the update, the dragon can inform you in advance on the public account. At the same time, the dragon will also write something to share with you from time to time. If you have any questions, you can leave a message for the dragon, and the dragon will reply to you when he sees it. I hope everyone can follow him. The pitch-black fog covered the entire sky. It was as if it had converged into an ocean and spread out in all directions. Instantly, the disciples of the Jiang clan who saw this scene were terrified. Not a single one of them hesitated and turned around to flee. First Book 1cc. Unfortunately, in the face of such a rolling fog of death, who could escape? Boom, the whole void rumbled. The black fog rushed over like a wave and drowned everything in the blink of an eye. The disciples of the Jiang family who were in the middle of it all turned into thick water in an instant. Even those in the celestial reaching realm were no exception. In the blink of an eye, the whole Jiang family was shrouded in the pitch-black fog. There were no screams here because the living people were swallowed in an instant. There was no pain to speak of. The earth was shaking. The pitch-black fog rushed out of the Jiang family and spread all the way to the whole mountain range. Lin Tian stood far away and looked in the direction of the Jiang family. He saw the pitch-black fog that was full of misfortune and death surging and rolling. It spread out from the center of the mountain range where the Jiang family was. Everywhere it passed, the originally lush vegetation withered in an instant. The green leaves fell off and the green trees turned into dead branches. His eyes flashed. Although he knew that the green stone contained an extremely terrifying demonic aura, when he saw this scene with his own eyes, his heart still palpitated. Even the black dragon on his shoulder couldn't help but tremble. Its demonic eyes shook violently. Boom, the dark black fog spread like waves. It was like a volcanic eruption as it rapidly spread in all directions. It did not show any signs of stopping. After dozens of breaths later, this fog that was filled with misfortune and death finally stopped spreading. At this time, the whole mountain range where the Jiang family was covered by the black fog. Lin Tian looked in the distance. The mountain range where the Jiang family was sitting had become a little dark. It was originally a spiritual land with intertwining rays of light. But now, the whole mountain range was surrounded by an ominous black fog. It was almost a ghost mountain. Lin Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. A dim light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He jumped down from the old tree and walked toward the Jiang family. Read a book soon, he arrived at the edge of the Jiang family's mountain range. Fog interweaved in front of him. This was the aftermath of the destruction. Even so, with his cultivation base, he still felt a chill run down his spine. He circulated the dragon burial scripture and used the dragon patterns to protect himself and the black flood dragon. Only then did he enter. Stepping on the ground, the originally normal ground turned pitch black, as if it had been dyed with ink. Along the way, he walked in. On both sides, there were originally large trees with luxuriant foliage, but now, only withered tree trunks and branches were left. It was desolate and desolate. After walking for about 300 meters, he stopped and looked at a withered tree beside him. He reached out and touched it lightly. With a sizzling sound, the withered old wood directly shattered, turning into a cloud of black dust that fell to the ground. This made Lin Tian tremble slightly again. The pitch-black fog surged past and really swallowed everything. It crushed all vitality. He took another deep breath and continued to walk toward the main hall where the Jiang family was. Soon, he arrived at the main hall of the Jiang family and stopped in front of the main entrance. Xuanlong Jiang family. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As far as the eye could see, the main hall was dilapidated. The originally shiny hall had turned pitch black at this time. It was as if it had been smoked by carbon. There were no corpses. There were only pools of thick, pitch-black blood on the ground. He paused for a moment, then stepped through the main entrance of the Jiang family and walked toward the interior of the Jiang family. Stepping into the Jiang family, he found that the entire Jiang family's layout was extraordinary. The pavilions, corridors, rockery, and so on were all ingenious and exquisite, forming a kind of auspicious layout. He smiled coldly. The layout was not bad, but unfortunately, it was destroyed in the end. He stepped into the Jiang family's territory and walked deeper into it step by step. Soon, he walked through many places. Every place was filled with the aura of death, giving off a cold feeling. It was also at this moment that hoarse cries of pain came from ahead. 7 old men were lying on the ground. Their bodies were dilapidated, and many parts of their bodies had been corroded. Their bones and internal organs could be seen, and they almost no longer looked human. They were extremely miserable, and the auras on their bodies were also extremely weak. At most, they were comparable to a cultivator at the third heaven of the divine range. Looking at the book WW1CC, there are actually people still alive. Lin Tiantan smiled. He walked toward the 7 people step by step. Without thinking, he knew that these 7 people were definitely the ancestors of the Jiang family. At their peak, their cultivation should have been at the Great Tao realm. The 7 people turned their heads when they heard the sound. When they saw Lin Tian, their expressions changed. They were shocked and angry, staring at Lin Tian like malicious ghosts. B asterisk starred, this is what you did. The 7 of them were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot. When Lin Tian appeared here and thought of the dragon patterns on the bluestone, who among the 7 of them didn't understand what was going on? It's me. Lin Tian said casually, didn't you go around provoking me to appear? Now that I'm here, aren't you happy? Staring at the 7 of them, there was a faint smile on his face. Also, are you satisfied with the gifts I gave you? You, B asterisk starred. You actually did such a thing? I destroyed the entire Jiang family. You're so cruel. The 7 people's voices were weak, and blood was gushing out of their mouths. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. They struggled to get up, but unfortunately, they couldn't. When the bluestone exploded, they were at the center. The black fog of death had injured them too severely. It was already a miracle that they could survive. Cruel? Lin Tianling smiled. A superior-grade killing sword appeared in his hand. He raised it, and 7 sword lights flew out. Puff, 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 blood splattered. The 7 people were all cut in half at the waist in an instant. In order to seize the complete dragon burial scripture from me, the Jiang family sent experts to kill me time and time again, using the power of the entire family to suppress me. Now, you're talking to me about being cruel? His face was cold and sarcastic. Don't say that I'm cruel. The Jiang family shouldn't blame me for ending up like this. It's your own fault. How can you blame others for your own sins? The 7 people looked miserable. Their bodies were broken, and they wriggled to reassemble. However, their blood was almost dried up, and they could no longer reassemble their broken bodies. They could only let out hoarse screams. Someone shouted with blood in his mouth, D asterisk it, you won't have a good ending. The 7 people all looked ferocious. Some of them were crying, but they were like ghosts, staring at Lin Tian with hatred. This kind of expression is really delightful. Lin Tianling smiled. He raised the sword in his hand again and chopped off the head of the old man who cursed him to have a bad ending. Then, he activated the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The lotus sea swept over and destroyed the person's incomplete soul on the spot. Little B asterisk starred, I hate you. I hate you. The others roared. They wanted to rush up and bite Lin Tian, but unfortunately, they didn't have any strength left. They were powerless. Hate me. The more you hate me, the happier I am. Lin Tian Dao. He raised the immortal sword in his hand again and cut the 3 people who spoke like watermelons. Then, he used the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness to suppress them, shattering their souls and completely destroying their bodies and souls. He held the immortal sword and looked at the last 3 people. Do you have any last words? The 3 of them trembled and stared at Lin Tian with even more anger. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The 3 of them cried. Their voices were hoarse, and their old faces were full of hatred. Become a ghost? Lin Tian was disdainful. Can you do that? He attacked calmly. The immortal sword slashed across and cut the last 3 people into pieces. Then, he used the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness to suppress them again and mercilessly crush their souls. At this point, all the people in the Jiang family were dead. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew. It was very cold and rolled up wisps of black mist. Lin Tian used the dragon pattern to protect himself and the black dragon. He looked around casually and walked into the depths of the Jiang family. The Jiang family was very big, but now, it was basically dilapidated. Every place was dark. Stepping into the depths of the Jiang family, the first thing he saw was the pavilion where the Jiang family stored their divine abilities and treasures. The pavilion was quite damaged. He walked in and found that all the divine ability manuals had been corroded by the murderous aura. The contents of the manuals could no longer be seen. He left the pavilion and walked past the place where the treasures and elixirs were stored. In the end, it was almost the same as the pavilion where the divine ability manuals were stored. Almost 99% of the treasures had lost their spirituality, and 99% of the elixirs had lost their effects. What a pity. He felt a little regretful. After walking past the Divine Ability Pavilion, the Treasured Weapon Pavilion, and the Elixir Pavilion, he only obtained a high-grade immortal artifact and 100 or so Baodan. He didn't even get a single stalk of other medicinal herbs. All of them had turned into waste under the black mist. He took a deep breath and continued to walk deeper. Soon, he arrived at the most important hall of the Jiang family. The hall was sealed by a thick stone door. There were 4 big words engraved on it, Lingjing's treasury. He pushed open the stone door and walked in. The space behind the stone door was very large, piled up with Lingjing like a mountain. However, at this moment, the Lingjing's originally bright spiritual light was gone. Now, the Lingjing inside was almost pitch black, like pieces of coal. Lin Tian immediately felt a little pained. He roughly estimated that the Lingjing inside definitely weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms. But now, all the pieces of Lingjing he saw were pitch black. Let's see how many usable Lingjing I can dig out. He circulated the dragon burial scripture. The dragon patterns flickered as he cleaned up the treasury. About 2 hours later, he stopped. He dug out about 40,000 kilograms of usable Lingjing. In the end, only the small amount of Lingjing, which weighed more than 1,000,000 kilograms, could be used. Lin Tian immediately felt even more pained. Forget it. There's nothing I can do about it. In the end, he just shook his head. With his current cultivation and strength, if he wanted to destroy the Jiang family, he could only rely on the might of the bluestone. And with the demonic aura gathered in the bluestone, it could almost corrode everything. It was already very good that he could preserve 40,000 kilograms of Lingjing. He stepped out of the treasury and looked at the dilapidated Jiang family. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This bloodline seems to have a great Dao realm ancestor waiting outside to kill me. Presumably, he will return here. Looking at the dilapidated Jiang family, a cold smile appeared on his face again. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. After leaving the Jiang clan's residence, Lin Tian walked into a deep mountain not long after. There were many green trees in the deep mountain, and the flowers and plants were very dense. There was a feeling of a winding path leading to a secluded area. He walked along some small paths towards the place where the Purple Cloud's empire was established. Now, he was prepared to use the teleportation formation of the Purple Cloud Empire to go to the barbarian lands. Shui, he muttered. He muttered as he thought of the young girl in the Ascension Dao School. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the 2 territories, he knew that even if he stayed in the Xing continent, because of the relationship between the formless immortal sect and the 7 luminaries empire, he would not be able to return to the Ascension Dao School. He could not have any contact with the people of the Ascension Dao School. Otherwise, the Ascension Dao School would definitely suffer. He also thought of Ling Yun and Lu Wuwei. He was reluctant to part with them, but he could not do anything. He could not meet them in Xingzhou. His eyes flashed. He wanted to go to the higher realms and obtain more power. One day, when he returned to Xingzhou, he would definitely step into the sky and destroy the phaseless immortal sect and the 7 luminaries empire. The strong are respected. In the world of cultivators, strength is the reason. He muttered to himself. He never agreed with this saying, but this was the law of survival in this world. He did not agree, but he had to adapt. In order to adapt to this law of survival, he had to become stronger, and then become the strongest. Only with the strongest power could he deal with all his enemies and protect his family and friends. The old forest was deep and serene. He walked forward step by step. This place was very far from the Purple Cloud Empire. Even if he flew, it would take about 5 days. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry. Since he had already decided to leave Xingzhou and go to the barbarian lands, he did not need to care too much about these few days. He walked slowly, thinking about Shui and the others. He was also thinking about something else. There are no fragments of the sword soul in Xingzhou. The divine swords in his sea of consciousness didn't have a complete sword spirit. They were scattered in the 9 layers of the 10 directions heaven domain. Previously, when he was searching for Lingjing to improve his cultivation base, He tried to find the sword spirit fragments, but to no avail. Generally speaking, he had already traversed more than half of the flourishing continent. He had walked through some special places, such as the god-burying mountain range, the immortal demon ancient range, and the true desolate Tao cave, but he had not sensed the sword spirit fragment of the divine sword. I don't know if there are sword soul fragments in the barbarian land, or if there are none in the entire third heaven. He muttered to himself. He had once speculated that the sword soul fragments were scattered all over the 10 heavens domains. He had also guessed that each heaven's domain should have a part of the sword soul fragments. However, that was only a guess. As for the truth, he couldn't be 100% sure. Forget it, after going to the barbarian lands, I will explore the barbarian lands. If I still can't find it, I will go to the fourth heaven. He said in his heart. His footsteps were still calm as he walked into the distance, appearing to be very relaxed. Time passed, and 2 days passed in a flash. On this day, a group of cultivators passed by the mountain range where the Xianxia family was located and saw a horrifying scene. The place where the Jiang family lived was originally filled with spiritual energy, but now it was shrouded in dark fog. The lush plants had all turned into dead trees, and the ground was completely dark. Looking from a distance, the palaces of the Jiang family had all collapsed. The group was horrified. Then, a few courageous cultivators with good cultivation soared into the sky and arrived at the Jiang family's residence. They could clearly see the current situation of the Jiang family's residence. The entire residence had collapsed and turned into ruins. Moreover, standing in this place, they could even clearly feel the destructive fluctuations intertwining. At the same time, in the dilapidated residence of the Jiang family, a large word Lin was so dazzling and cold. In an instant, the cultivators who came here trembled. They felt as if they were suddenly under a bottomless ice abyss. Lin. Lin, someone trembled. It was only one word, but it was enough to explain everything. Soon, the news swept across the entire Shan continent in the blink of an eye. The Xianxia family was destroyed in the hands of Lin Tian. In an instant, the entire Shan continent was shaken again. At first, after hearing the news, many people did not believe it. However, when some people personally rushed to the mountain range where the Jiang family was located and saw the tragic situation of the Jiang family's residents with their own eyes, they all trembled. As a result, another storm swept through Shan continent. After the Golden Flames Dao sect, Lin Tian, a small cultivator, also destroyed the Xianxia family. The Xianxia family, the strength of this lineage is comparable to the 6 great immortal sects. It's far from what the Golden Flames Dao sect can compare to. Moreover, the Golden Flames Dao sect lost its supreme elder, a group of immortal-reaching elders, and 12 reclusive elders. That was why Lin Tian took the opportunity to destroy them. However, the Jiang family is at its peak. How did Lin Tian destroy the Jiang family? I don't know. I only know that the mountain range where the Jiang family was established is completely shrouded in a black mist of murderous aura. It's almost turned into a ghost mountain. Looking at it from afar makes people feel a chill down their spines. That feeling is like looking at hell from afar. A peerless demon. This man, is simply, the entire Shan continent was almost crazy and trembling. As one of the 12 sects, the destruction of the Golden Flames Dao sect a while ago was already the most shocking thing that had happened in the Shan continent in the past few thousand years. It was enough to be recorded in the history books of the Shan continent, but after that, only a few months had passed, and the Xianxia family, which was comparable to the 6 great immortal sects, was also destroyed. 2 great powers were destroyed by the same person. There were still a few young members of the Jiang family who had not died. Because they had provoked Lin Tian outside in an attempt to provoke Lin Tian to appear, they had luckily managed to escape. After hearing this news, these people immediately flew back to the family, only to see a miserable and frightening scene. For a time, the disciples of the Jiang family were all trembling in fear and despair. Such a large clan was gone just like that. In the future, where should they, the Jiang family, go? The formless immortal sect. After the death of this generation's sect master, Tua Yili, the formless immortal sect had always been under the control of a few supreme elders. At this time, when they heard this news, the expressions of the supreme elders couldn't help but change. A while ago, the Golden Flames Dao sect was destroyed by Lin Tian. How long had it been? The Xuanlongjiang family, which was comparable to his formless immortal sect, was actually destroyed by Lin Tian. At this moment, the few elders couldn't help but tremble. They all felt a huge potential threat. No. We have to kill this beast as soon as possible. We can't let him grow any longer. Fourth brother, stay behind. The rest of us will go out together. We must kill him as soon as possible. All right. The few supreme elders gritted their teeth. On this day, the fourth supreme elder of the formless immortal sect stayed in the sect while the other 6 supreme elders all soared into the sky. They charged out of the sect with a vast and dense fluctuation of Tao laws, causing all the disciples of the formless immortal sect to tremble. 7 luminaries. Empire, the Jiang family has been destroyed? The emperor lord of this lineage trembled. The strength of the Xuanlongjiang family naturally couldn't be compared to his 7 luminaries' empire. However, Lin Tian was still so young, and yet she was able to destroy the Xuanlongjiang family at such a young age. Even his 7 luminaries' empire felt a huge amount of pressure. If Lin Tian was given the chance to grow, in another decade or so, how powerful would Lin Tian be? This was undoubtedly a great threat to his 7 luminaries' empire. Search. Do everything you can to find that beast and kill it. The emperor lord of this lineage shouted. Immediately, the 7 luminaries' empire sent out even more experts to search for Lin Tian in the Xing continent. However, they still couldn't find any traces of Lin Tian. Lin Tian seemed to have completely disappeared from the world. This caused all the important figures of the 7 luminaries' empire to have ugly expressions. Time and time again, Lin Tian appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and they couldn't find him. In this way, even though the 7 luminaries' empire had amazing strength and could look down on the Xing continent, they couldn't do anything. This was very frustrating. Go to the Divine Mystery Pavilion and ask the Oracle to help deduce the tracks of that beast. We must get that person to help at all costs. The 7 luminaries' emperor roared. The Xing continent was in an uproar in the blink of an eye. Several great virtue realm existences of the formless immortal sect personally appeared to search for Lin Tian's traces. At the same time, a large number of experts from the 7 luminaries' empire also moved out and ran all over the Xing continent, causing the cultivation world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. During this time, Lin Tian walked around remote mountains and forests. His steps were gentle, and his state of mind seemed to be more profound. It was also on this day that he walked out of an old forest and finally approached the mountain range where the Purple Firmament Empire was established. This place was close to the Purple Firmament Empire, so it was naturally no longer remote. A group of cultivators passed by nearby. He avoided these cultivators and walked towards the Purple Firmament Empire. Only some voices reached his ears because of the discussions of the group of cultivators. A few great virtue realm grand elders of the formless immortal sect walked out together, and the 7 luminaries' empire sent out even more experts. All of this is just for a small cultivator. How shocking! Isn't that so? A small cultivator around 20 years old without any backup has stirred up big waves time and time again, causing a few of the major forces in the Xing continent to be moved. He can be said to be the first person in thousands of years. It's hard to imagine. Don't think about it. That's a monster. Now, the entire cultivation world of the Xing continent is not peaceful. It's like everyone is in a panic. That's true. Because of the big movements of the formless immortal sect and the 7 luminaries' empire this time, the cultivation world is indeed a little chaotic. This is nothing. At most, the cultivation world will be in chaos for a while. It actually doesn't affect us. But that Master Clairvoyant is in big trouble this time. It's said that the 7 luminaries' empire invited Master Clairvoyant several times to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts so that he could help hunt down Lin Tian, but they were all rejected. Then, the 7 luminaries' empire flew into a rage out of humiliation. They actually directly captured Master Clairvoyant's disciple and imprisoned him in the clan. They used his disciple as a threat to force Master Clairvoyant to submit. The group discussed. In the distance, Lin Tian was already close to the mountain range where the Purple Firmament Empire was established. After hearing this, his body trembled. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Xianxia was captured by the Seven Luminaries Empire? The oracle was imprisoned in the Seven Luminaries Empire and was threatened by the Seven Luminaries Empire with Xianxia to deduce his whereabouts. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately stopped in his tracks towards the Purple Firmament Empire. Some time ago, he had even walked through a forest with his master and disciple. Although the clairvoyant master had always been a man of few words, and he had not had much actual interaction with him, he respected the clairvoyant master very much. It was the same now. The clairvoyant master was only treated like this because he was unwilling to help the Seven Luminaries Empire divine his whereabouts. Xianxia. During those few days in the forest, he spoke the most with Xianxia. In those few days, it did not seem like Xianxia was accompanying her master to rest in the forest. Instead, it seemed like she was accompanying him. The oracle seemed to be following them silently. Thinking back, that girl was very quiet and had a good personality. She always had an amiable smile. When they walked in the forest, she would pick some ingredients to make stew for him. He stopped and could not help but clench his hands. Because of him, the master and disciple pair met with trouble and were actually captured. Seven Luminaries Empire. A cold light flashed in his eyes. On his shoulder, the black dragon raised its head slightly. A cold light also flashed in its demonic eyes. During those few days, Xianxia did not call it a demonic beast but a friend of the demonic clan. Although when she carried it over from Lin Tian's shoulder, it gave people the feeling of carrying a pet. Although it could not stand being tormented like that, it had a good impression of Xianxia. She was the only human other than Lin Tian that it had a good impression of. Now that it heard such news, it naturally would not be happy. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the faintly visible place of the Purple Firmament Empire. In the end, he did not continue forward and retreated silently. After leaving this place, he took out a black cloak to cover his face. Not long after, he arrived outside Muyong City. At this time, the great elders of the Formless Immortal sect had personally walked out, and the Seven Luminaries Empire had also sent a large group of experts to search for him. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful and not be as casual as before. The Tomb Palace City was the most famous ancient city in the Prosper continent. There were many people coming and going in this city. He wore a black cloak and entered this ancient city. After a few dozen breaths, he arrived in front of a simple but not ordinary pavilion, the Divination Pavilion. At this time, the inside of the Divine Secret Pavilion was empty, but there were many people outside. Many people were pointing inside. After arriving, he peered through his black cloak into the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Not only was the interior empty, but the simple tables and chairs were in disarray. Many of them were broken, and further in was the small hut where Master God Diviner had performed auguries for others. The bamboo curtains outside the hut had been rudely ripped off and tossed to the ground like trash. He shifted his gaze and looked to the other side. In the past, when Master God Diviner performed auguries for others, the girl would always stand in the Divination Pavilion and welcome everyone with a smile. He could still vaguely see the pretty figure of the girl standing in the hut. That godly diviner usually keeps a low profile. Although he will receive some remuneration when he divines some matters, the remuneration he asks for is extremely little. Yet, he is currently being treated in this manner by the Seven Luminaries Empire. It's really too much. Isn't it? With Master God Diviner's ability, he can join any large force at will, and the treatment he will receive will not be low. However, Master God Diviner has always stayed in the Divination Pavilion and solved various problems for ordinary people. His righteousness is admirable. Regarding the grudge between the Seven Luminaries Empire and Lin Tian, the Seven Luminaries Empire is also unreasonable based on the divine consciousness engraving that Lin Tian once used. Master God Diviner is only unwilling to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts, but he ended up like this. Sigh. Lady Yaer is also very nice. In the past, when I came here to ask for advice, Lady Yaer would sometimes brew a cup of tea for those who came to ask for advice. Although the tea is very ordinary, the thought is very precious. That Seven Luminaries Empire is really despicable. None of these large forces are good people. The crowd lowered their voices. A yellow-clothed youth said, I don't know how long Master God Diviner can persist in not performing auguries for Lin Tian for the Seven Luminaries Empire. I think he won't be stubborn for long. After all, his disciple was captured. Hearing this, many people around frowned. What are you talking about? Senior Master God Diviner is an upright person. If he was willing to perform auguries for the Seven Luminaries Empire, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? That senior would definitely not use other people's lives to solve his own crisis. That's right. Don't talk nonsense. You are insulting that senior's character. Some people were dissatisfied. The yellow-clothed youth snorted and said, I am speaking the truth. It is said that Master God Diviner's disciple is an outstanding beauty. If the Seven Luminaries Empire finds a few men in their clan and tells Master God Diviner that if he doesn't perform auguries for Lin Tian, they will let a few men do some secret things to his disciple. At that time, will Master God Diviner give in? Saying this, the yellow-clothed youth seemed very proud. In this place, some people who had received favors from Master God Diviner immediately glared at him. How can you say such things? Lin Tian was hidden in the crowd. His eyes were cold. He appeared in front of the yellow-clothed youth in one step and directly threw a punch. Bang, there were specks of blood in the air. The yellow-clothed youth flew more than 100 feet away and crashed into a wine tower. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fainted directly. This shocked many people in the wine tower. The steward of the wine tower even cursed and swore. Outside the Divine Secrets Pavilion, many people gave Lin Tian a thumbs up under the black cloak. Although these cultivators did not know who was under the cloak at this moment, they all felt very refreshed as if they had vented their anger. Good beating, my friend. That's right. That little bastard deserves a beating. A few people said. Lin Tian did not say anything, nor did he respond. He carried the cloak and left this place. Not long after, he stepped out of Tomb Palace City. After leaving Tomb Palace City, he walked into a forest. For a moment, he did not know what to do, but his eyes were very cold. Not long after, he appeared on a mountain peak and looked at the Seven Luminaries Empire from afar. There was a cold aura around him. The Clairvoyant Master and Xianxia were captured by the Seven Luminaries Empire. This faction used Xianxia as a threat to force the Clairvoyant Master to submit. All of this was because of him. He believed in the Clairvoyant Master's character. The Clairvoyant Master would definitely not help the Seven Luminaries Empire to deduce his whereabouts. And now, this was what he was most afraid of. If the Clairvoyant Master refused to submit, he was afraid that the Seven Luminaries Empire would really do something to Xianxia. If that really happened, he would probably be uneasy for the rest of his life. He would live in guilt for the rest of his life and would never be able to forgive himself. What should I do? He clenched his hands. With his current strength, he was definitely no match for the Seven Luminaries Empire. Should he ask the Purple Clouds Empire for help? That was not realistic. Although he had done some favors for the Purple Clouds Empire, he would not be so arrogant to think that they would start a war with the Seven Luminaries Empire just because of this small favor. Too many people would die, and the Purple Clouds Empire could not afford to lose them. He clenched his fists. What could he do now? Asking for help from the Purple Clouds Empire to go to the Seven Luminaries Empire to help him save people was not obvious, and he could not just leave like that and leave the Clairvoyant Master and Xianxia alone. That was not his character. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the Seven Luminaries Empire. The cold light in his eyes became thicker, and murderous light leaped. Now, even if he self-destructed and revealed himself, the Seven Luminaries Empire would probably not let go of the Clairvoyant Master and Xianxia. They would probably only release the Clairvoyant Master and Xianxia after killing him. Furthermore, they might even kill the Clairvoyant Master and Xianxia directly after killing him. After all, the Clairvoyant Master's abilities were not small. If they let him go, the Clairvoyant Master would deduce the Seven Luminaries Empire's whereabouts for the other empires later. It would be a huge disaster for the Seven Luminaries Empire. In order to prevent such a disaster from happening, the simplest way was to directly kill the Clairvoyant Master and his disciple. This was practically an endless cycle. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. The cold light in his eyes was extremely thick, and his murderous intent was overflowing. Clap. Clap. At this moment, a hand silently landed on his shoulder. Hey, kid, do you need help? The lazy voice, the familiar smell of alcohol. In an instant, Lin Tian trembled violently. He took off his black cloak as fast as he could and turned his head to look. A handsome middle-aged man in a white robe had his arm around his neck. The expression on his face was as lazy as his voice, and he looked at him with a faint smile. He was extremely surprised, and clenched his fists even tighter. Old man. It had been too long since they had parted in the Demon Burial Valley. This middle-aged man was his teacher, the man who had sent him to the second heaven. He was known as an old drunkard, the peerless genius of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard put his arm around Lin Tian's neck and laughed, but he was quite dissatisfied. Kid, you're not cute at all. After such a long time, your dearest teacher suddenly appeared. Shouldn't you be crying with joy, grabbing the corner of his clothes and calling him master? With that said, an old drunkard imitated Lin Tian's previous action and touched his chin. Well, that's what I think. Lin Tian was originally a little anxious, but after seeing an old drunkard appear, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment, listening to an old drunkard's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. An old drunkard laughed again, then his eyes moved slightly and fell on the black flood dragon on Lin Tian's shoulder. TSK, the legendary flood dragon, not bad. Let's try to completely awaken the bloodline in this little guy's body in the future and turn him into a true dragon. After that, we can ride a true dragon and travel the world. It's so cool just thinking about it. Lin Tian was speechless, but the black flood dragon trembled fiercely. It looked at an old drunkard's eyes, and its scales stood up. At this time, an old drunkard's aura was very ordinary, but the black flood dragon felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation, as if it was facing a peerless black hole that could swallow the world. Lin Tian noticed the black flood dragon's abnormal reaction and was slightly puzzled. What's wrong? He asked the black flood dragon. An old drunkard was his teacher. He only felt close to an old drunkard. Moreover, his cultivation was not as strong as the black flood dragon, so he did not feel any terrifying fluctuations. It was no different from usual. The black flood dragon looked away from an old drunkard's eyes and shook his head. Lin Tian said, "Oh," and looked at an old drunkard again. He paused and said, "Back then, the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, an old drunkard's beloved woman was killed by the 4 demon gods that were sealed in the Demon Burial Valley." He knew how important that battle was to an old drunkard. Therefore, even though he could vaguely guess the outcome of that battle when he saw that an old drunkard was unharmed, he could not bear to ask about it even though he was in a hurry to save his friend. An old drunkard did not laugh. He just smiled and said, "It's all settled." "That's good." Lin Tian also smiled. The teacher and disciple were reunited after a long separation. The atmosphere was as harmonious as ever. Over 10 breaths later, Lin Tian spoke once more, "My friend has been captured." An old drunkard appeared here. He guessed that an old drunkard already knew something, but he still briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter. "Understood, don't worry." An old drunkard smiled and raised his right hand. He gently waved his hand and the void instantly collapsed, revealing a silver crack. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This did not seem to be a simple crack in the void. The black flood dragon on his shoulder trembled again. Its monster body was only about 3 inches long, but it could not help but shrink its neck. "Let's go." An old drunkard smiled. An old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and stepped into the silver crack. In the next moment, he disappeared from the mountain peak and brought Lin Tian to a vast celestial mountain. As far as the eye could see, the palaces in front were all majestic and lofty, comparable to the Purple Cloud's empire. Lin Tianji felt his heart skip a beat. 7 Luminaries Empire? He had read the history books of the Prosper continent and naturally knew the location and the general model of the 7 Luminaries Empire. At this moment, his heart palpitated. After all, the mountain peak he stood on earlier was extremely far away from the 7 Luminaries Empire. Even with his current cultivation at the immortal connecting level, it would take him 2 days and 2 nights to reach there if he flew non-stop. However, an old drunkard had just streaked through the air and arrived at this place with a single step. It was as if he had passed through a spatial teleportation formation. What kind of method was this? Ordinary Enlightenment Realm cultivators did not seem to have this kind of ability, right? Old man, are you still in the Enlightenment Realm? He was a little shocked. Shattering the void with a single hand and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles with a single step. This was simply a method from the legends. Take a guess? An old drunkard smiled. Lin Tian took a deep breath and said, Nirvana Realm? He remembered that an old drunkard was at the second level of Enlightenment Realm back then. Almost 3 years had passed since they parted at the Demon Burial Valley. It was almost impossible for him to reach the Nirvana Realm from the second level of Enlightenment Realm in 3 years. However, such a method was definitely not something an Enlightenment Realm cultivator could perform. This made him frown. Then, in the next moment, he was slightly shocked again as he thought of something. In the past, an old drunkard had been depressed because of the death of his beloved. Now that he had gotten his revenge, the depression in his heart had dissipated. Perhaps there would be a sudden explosive change in his cultivation. According to this conjecture, it was not impossible for an old drunkard to reach the Nirvana Realm in 3 years. Is it? He asked an old drunkard. An old drunkard touched his chin. More or less. Lin Tian was a little dissatisfied with this answer. What do you mean by more or less? Yes means yes, no means no. The old drunkard laughed and waved the hand around his neck. Good disciple, don't care about these details. Your dear master is here to help you save people. Saving people is the most important thing. What's the point of cultivation? Why do you care? Lin Tianyi was stunned and then nodded. He looked at the 7 luminaries empire in front of him, and a cold light intertwined in his eyes. Although he did not have much contact with the clairvoyant master, he respected his integrity very much. Back then, when he traveled with Xianxia for a few days, he had formed a good friendship with him. He was his good friend. Now, the 7 luminaries empire's actions had seriously touched his bottom line. Let's go. An old drunkard said. With just one step, an old drunkard brought Lin Tian to the front of the main gate of the 7 luminaries empire's palace. Looking from this place up close, the 7 luminaries empire looked even more majestic and magnificent, like a crouching ancient beast. Who's there? There were naturally guards in front of the 7 luminaries empire's gate. Each of them had thick blood qi and walked forward with spears in hand. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not like anyone from this faction. An old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face. He did not hide anything and walked straight into the 7 luminaries empire. Still not stopping? How dare you barge into my 7 luminaries empire? You're courting death. A few guards rushed forward, waving their spears and intertwining killing lights. These people were all at the peak of the Zephyr realm. One had to admit that the 7 luminaries empire was very powerful. Even the guards had such strong cultivation. Soon, they rushed to an old drunkard. Their killing lights were even thicker and extremely cold. However, in the next moment, an old drunkard did not do anything, but the few people who rushed forward all trembled violently and fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Tian looked down and found that there were no marks on their bodies. His gaze fell on their eyes that were still wide open. There was still life in them, which meant that they were not dead. They had just fainted. However, he found intense fear in these pairs of eyes. These people had actually fainted from fright. This caused him to be shocked. What had just happened? These Peak Zephyr realm cultivators fainted from fright from an old drunkard? On his shoulder, the black dragon could not help but tremble again. Good disciple, follow me. An old drunkard's voice came from the front. Lin Tian came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he still quickly followed. The main gate of the 7 luminaries empire was usually closed. An old drunkard walked calmly and still did not make any movements. However, in front of him, the thick iron gate of the 7 luminaries empire suddenly exploded with a bang, revealing a flat road. Straight into the behemoth that looked down on Prosper Continent, Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air and quickened his pace. Soon, he was not far behind the old drunkard. What's going on? What happened? Who destroyed the divine gate? Inside the seven luminaries' empire, angry voices rang out. In the blink of an eye, many powerhouses rushed to the main gate. Smoke and dust floated in the air. An old drunkard walked out, and Lin Tian followed behind silently. The gazes of the seven luminaries' empire's group all landed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian? Little B** starred, it's you. You invited help? How dare you barge into the seven luminaries' empire? You destroyed the divine gate of the seven luminaries' empire. How dare you? You're asking for death. Inside the seven luminaries' empire, the cultivators glanced at an old drunkard and their gazes fell on Lin Tian again. Take him down. Let him live first and let the imperial lord deal with him. Kill those who come to help him in the cruelest way possible. Someone said coldly. Instantly, 17 luminaries clan powerhouses rushed over. The few in the lead were powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension immortal realm. These people rushed over with murderous auras wrapped around their bodies and terrifying auras. The old drunkard's expression was lazy and calm. He walked towards the very center of the seven luminaries' empire by himself and still did not do anything. However, in the next moment, the several dozen people who had charged over all fainted without exception, collapsing on the ground with a thump. Only their eyes remained wide open, as if they had seen the most terrifying ghost king in the world. Lin Tian was shocked. There were powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension immortal realm among them. Even they fainted from fear? An old drunkard continued walking forward. He took a deep breath and followed closely behind again. At this moment, seeing another group of people from the seven luminaries' empire rushing over, the shock in his eyes turned into a cold glint. He hated people who hurt his family and friends the most. This is? Who are you? Stop. The group of people from the seven luminaries' empire rushed over. At this moment, their gazes all fell on an old drunkard. Dozens of people rushed over, but they all fainted silently, including a few powerhouses at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Ascension immortal realm. This scene was undeniably horrifying and made their hearts tremble. At this moment, they all realized that an old drunkard was not ordinary. An old drunkard walked calmly as if he was walking into his own backyard. He was very casual and completely ignored the people around him. How dare you? I told you to stop. You're courting death. The group of people from the seven luminaries' empire was furious. Instantly, everyone attacked. Endless killing lights blasted towards an old drunkard. However, these terrifying killing lights disappeared silently when they were 3 feet away from an old drunkard's body. They did not even lift the corner of an old drunkard's clothes. For a moment, the people who attacked were all horrified. There were a few powerhouses at the ninth heaven of the Ascension immortal realm among them. But now, the outcome was like this? Who exactly are you? Someone shouted. However, in the next moment, when an old drunkard got closer, this person trembled violently and fell limply. Soon, the people around him were also in trouble. They all trembled and fell to the ground with thuds. Gradually, more and more powerhouses from the seven luminaries' empire rushed out. Thief Lin? Damn it, how dare you barge into our seven luminaries' empire? Suppress them. Angry roars sounded one after another. However, in the next moment, all sounds disappeared. Lin Tian followed behind an old drunkard and followed an old drunkard to the center of the seven luminaries' empire. Other than him and the black dragon, everyone who was within 3 feet of an old drunkard fainted without exception. Boom, a violent aura spread out with faint Dao waves. A powerhouse at the half-step Great Dao realm stepped out. It was comparable to the black dragon. You're courting death. The half-step Great Dao realm powerhouse's eyes were cold. He descended from the sky and reached out his hand, pressing towards Lin Tian and an old drunkard at the same time. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Although Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard was very strong, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. As an old drunkard walked, he didn't see an old drunkard make a move. However, the people who came forward fainted one by one. He looked behind him. The seven luminaries' empire was not damaged at all. However, there were figures lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. The old drunkard was lazy and calm as he casually walked forward. Lin Tian looked around and followed behind silently. Boom, 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 gradually, more and more powerful people rushed out from this faction towards an old drunkard and Lin Xianxia. However, just like the others, the people in front all fell to the ground and fainted with their eyes wide open. An old drunkard brought Lin Tian with him. His steps were slow and smooth. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Seven Luminaries Empire. In front of them was a luxurious hall made of purple crystal jade. It flickered with a faint light and had an oppressive aura. At this moment, a few figures walked out of the hall. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple gold dragon robe. His blood qi was shockingly dense. Beside the middle-aged man were a few elders. The fluctuations around them were even more terrifying than the middle-aged man in the dragon robe. The hall was called the Seven Luminaries Hall. It was the central sacred hall of the Seven Luminaries Empire. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was the current Seven Luminaries overlord. The few elders beside him were naturally the Great Virtue Realm supreme elders of this faction. The group of people all had cold eyes. Moreover, there were a few other figures behind them. Their auras were slightly weaker than the middle-aged man in the dragon robe, but not by much. The weakest was at least at the ninth heaven of the Ascension realm. Clearly, they were also important figures of this faction. Thief, you dared to barge into my Seven Luminaries Empire just because you found a helper. What do you think my Seven Luminaries Empire is? The Seven Luminaries Emperor's voice was cold and indifferent. However, he soon snorted. However, this is also good. Originally, I wanted to use the Oracle's power to deduce your whereabouts. I never imagined that you would deliver yourself to me. This saves me a lot of trouble. Compared to this person, Lin Tian's eyes were even colder. Where are Senior Clairvoyant and Monsieur? Let them out immediately. Staring at the Seven Luminaries Overlord, he was not polite at all. His words were filled with undisguised killing intent that was extremely cold. Such an attitude undoubtedly caused the Seven Luminaries Overlord's face to turn even colder. He immediately raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. This middle-aged man saw the disciples lying on the ground in the Seven Luminaries Empire. Among them, there were even half-step peak Great Tao cultivators who were no weaker than him. He also knew that this was done by an old drunkard beside Lin Tian. He knew that an old drunkard was very strong, but at this moment, he still didn't care. At this moment, the few grand elders of the Great Tao realm from his faction were all present. Among them, there were even existences at the seventh heaven of the Great Tao. With such a lineup, how could they possibly fear a mere helper that Lin Tian had found? Wang, the void suddenly rumbled. The Seven Luminaries Overlord was also at the half-step Great Tao realm. He was not far from the Great Tao realm. At this moment, he attacked ruthlessly. The fluctuations were truly shocking. Even the Black Dragon's demonic eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure. Slap, a loud slap was heard. In the next moment, the Seven Luminaries Overlord was directly sent flying. His teeth mixed with blood floated in the void. Many disciples of the Seven Luminaries Empire had already gathered near the Seven Luminaries main hall. It was a dark mass. Among them, there were many Grand Immortal Realm cultivators. At this moment, when they saw this scene, their expressions changed instantly. Their faces were filled with disbelief. The overlord of their faction would soon enter the Great Tao realm. But now, he was sent flying in such a sorry state. Don't casually attack other people's disciples. As the master, I will be very unhappy. An old drunkard said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, it undoubtedly shocked everyone present. You did it? No. No, you didn't attack just now. What's going on? A few supreme elders shouted in a low voice. Just now, when the Seven Luminaries Overlord attacked Lin Tian, their gazes fell on an old drunkard. Their expressions were very indifferent. During this process, they did not see an old drunkard attack. In the distance, the Seven Luminaries Overlord stood up. He was shocked and angry. He was the master of a great empire, but at this moment, he was actually sent flying in front of everyone. He did not see who did it, but at this moment, when he heard an old drunkard's words, he instantly knew that it was done by an old drunkard. A ruthless aura appeared in his eyes. You, slap, another slap was heard. The seven luminaries' overlord was sent flying again. This time, he directly smashed into a jade pillar. At this place, many people in the seven luminaries' empire felt a chill down their spines. Their own overlord had been sent flying twice. Now, these people were certain that it was done by an old drunkard. However, they did not see an old drunkard move at all. In their vision, an old drunkard stood calmly in front of Lin Tian. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. Who are you? The supreme elder leading this faction spoke. His cultivation was at the seventh heaven of the great path. His strength was shocking, and his eyes were very cold. Just because you have some strength and speed, you think you can go anywhere you want? Aren't you being too confident? The third supreme elder said coldly. Beside him, the eyes of the other supreme elders turned cold. They stared at an old drunkard in unison. The great path realm divine power surged towards an old drunkard like a vast ocean. The tyrannical power completely sealed the space in all directions. Lin Tian clearly felt this. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He just stared coldly at the group of important figures in the seven luminaries' empire in front of him. So what if the space in all directions was sealed? With an old drunkard standing here, he did not need to worry about anything. He knew very well that an old drunkard's strength was enough to crush everyone here. Majestic Tao laws surged and fell towards an old drunkard, causing the space to distort inch by inch. However, with an old drunkard as the center, the space within a 30-feet radius was calm. This shocked the few great path experts. A bunch of old arms and legs. Why bother to use divine power? An old drunkard's expression was lazy. In the next moment, the surrounding divine power collapsed, causing the seven luminaries' empire's supreme elders to stagger backward. Let's talk about the matter of you capturing my precious disciples' friends. How about we invite those two out now? The seven luminaries' empire's supreme elders were shocked because they were forced back. At this moment, they were moved again when they heard an old drunkard's words. The third supreme elder exclaimed, "You're that little B*******'*'*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ This person was sent flying more than 100 zhang away, directly shattering a palace in that place. You're already so old, yet you keep calling me a little B**********. How disrespectful. An old drunkard said. The third supreme elder is at the fourth heaven of the great path. He was actually. How did this happen? How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. Moreover, even the Grand Elder who was the leader of this branch was moved. He stared at the old drunkard with vigilance. This person was unfathomable. It seems that you're unwilling to invite them out. An old drunkard said. Our seven luminaries' empire has been around for countless years. We've also looked down on this prosper continent for countless years. No one has ever taken anyone away from our seven luminaries' empire, not even those in the enlightenment realm. The leader of this faction, the supreme elder, said coldly. An old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face. He did not mind. After a pause, he raised his hand and tore open a void. He pulled out a middle-aged man with a pale face and weak vitality. Kid, is this the person you mentioned? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Then, she revealed a look of joy. Yes. This middle-aged man was the marvelous mathematician. At this moment, he was pleasantly surprised. However, the expressions of the people from the seven luminaries' empire around him changed drastically. Even the few great Tao realm supreme elders were no exception. The marvelous mathematician who was imprisoned in the depths of the seven luminaries' empire was actually torn open by someone and easily rescued? What kind of method was this? The marvelous mathematician was naturally surprised to be pulled out by an old drunkard. Then, when he saw Lin Tian, he was even more surprised. It's you? Why are you here? Although this middle-aged man's vitality was very weak and his face was very pale, he had always been very calm. At this moment, it was rare for him to lose his composure and be slightly calm. Lin Tian bowed. Because of this senior has to suffer. I'm really sorry. Lin Tiandao introduced an old drunkard to the marvelous mathematician. This is this junior's teacher. Lin Tian did not say much, but the marvelous mathematician understood that Lin Tian had asked his teacher to save him and Xianxia. Many thanks. The marvelous mathematician nodded to Lin Tian and clasped his hands to an old drunkard. If he was captured alone, it would not be a big deal. But now, the key was that Xianxia was also captured. Now that Lin Tian had asked his teacher to help, he was naturally grateful. The big shots of the Seven Luminaries Empire were all gloomy. Now that Lin Tian had come here and intruded into the Seven Luminaries Empire, the marvelous mathematician was no longer of any use. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian and an old drunkard. Sir, who are you? The supreme elder who was the leader of this faction stared at an old drunkard. His voice was very low and his expression was very serious. An old drunkard did not respond at all. He completely ignored everyone and sized up the marvelous mathematician. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a faint light flashed across them. There's one more. Lin Tian said at this time, and at the same time, described Xianxia's appearance briefly. At this time, he also ignored the big shots of the Seven Luminaries Empire. An old drunkard nodded. His divine sense swept out silently and quickly found Xianxia. However, at this time an old drunkard was slightly moved. A light flashed across his eyes. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, under the shocked gazes of the group of Seven Luminaries Dynasty cultivators, he raised his right hand slightly and tore open the void in front of him again, pulling out a young lady in a silk dress. The girl in the silk dress was Xianxia. The marvelous mathematician had a rare look of joy on his face. He thanked an old drunkard again. Then, he pulled the surprised Xianxia over and sized her up. After a dozen breaths, he finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xianxia was fine. Miss Xianxia, you've suffered. Lin Tian stepped forward and said. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian felt a little apologetic. It was because of him that Xianxia had been captured. Although it wasn't a big deal, judging from her weakened mental state, she had obviously suffered some hardships. This made him feel very apologetic. Xianxia's figure was graceful, and her face was beautiful. She wore a jade green dress that made her look holy and pure. Only her face was slightly pale. Looking at Lin Tian, she blinked and said, You actually came here? Xianxia was very surprised. The Seven Luminaries Empire had captured her and used her to threaten the oracle to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts. She did not expect Lin Tian to come to the Seven Luminaries Empire for her and the oracle. This made her look at Lin Tian with a strange light in her eyes. Lin Tian nodded and smiled. If he did not come, how could he be at ease? On his shoulder, the black dragon raised its head slightly, and then lay down again. You're the oracle, right? At this time an old drunkard suddenly spoke, completely ignoring the Seven Luminaries Empire as if this was his own backyard. He pointed at Lin Tian and said to the oracle, Look, my good disciple is all right, right? Character, talent, combat strength, no matter which point it is, he can be called a peerless genius. What do you think? The oracle was a little surprised. He did not understand what an old drunkard meant, but he still nodded. That's right. He and Xianxia were captured because of Lin Tian. Although he was unwilling to deduce Lin Tian's whereabouts for the Seven Luminaries Empire, he did not think that Lin Tian would do anything for him and Xianxia. But now, Lin Tian had come directly to the Seven Luminaries Empire. This was enough to prove Lin Tian's character. As for what had happened in the Xingzhou recently, Lin Tian had killed a group of experts from the Phaseless Immortal sect, annihilated the Golden Fire Dao School, and destroyed the dragon-seeking family. This was enough to show Lin Tian's talent and fighting strength. It could be said that not only could Lin Tian be called a peerless genius, he could even be called a heaven-defying monster. Lin Tian was also a little surprised. Why did this old man suddenly praise him in front of a person he had just met? As long as you're satisfied. An old drunkard laughed heartily at this time. Suddenly, he stared at Xianxia and said, Look, my disciple is so outstanding. He is about the same age as this girl. Why don't you betroth this girl to my disciple? Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. Xianxia opened her mouth and said in a daze, Huh? On Lin Tian's shoulder, He Jiao was also surprised. He felt that Lin Tian's master's change of mind was too sudden. Just now, he was saving people, but now he was talking about marriage. Lin Tian came back to his senses and was speechless. He said angrily, "Old man, what nonsense are you talking about at this time?" An old drunkard slapped him and said, "Your master is doing this for your own good." An old drunkard looked at the godly mathematician again and smiled. He rubbed his hands and said, "What do you think, fellow Taoist? What do you think of my proposal?" Lin Tian was very angry. If this was not his master, he would have kicked him. The godly mathematician looked at an old drunkard and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised, but he forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's not impossible. As long as Ye likes him and is willing to be with him, I have no objections." The godly mathematician's words were actually a disguised rejection. Speaking of which, he did have a good impression of Lin Tian. However, he could not marry off his disciple so suddenly. Lin Tianwei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the godly mathematician was normal. An old drunkard laughed. He was not disappointed by the rejection in the godly mathematician's words at all. "I'm glad to hear that." With that, an old drunkard waved his hand, sending a beam of light into the godly mathematician's body. Instantly, the godly mathematician's weak blood energy was restored, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. "I have a small gift for my dear disciple." A look of surprise appeared in the godly mathematician's eyes as he stared at an old drunkard. "You." It was just a beam of light, but it had restored all of the blood energy he had used up over the years. What kind of power was that? Xianxia naturally sensed the changes in the godly mathematician, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. "Many thanks, senior," she said, bowing deeply to an old drunkard. "A teacher for a day, a father for life." An old drunkard's beam of light was comparable to a life-prolonging elixir, and had strengthened the godly mathematician's essence, energy, and spirit. It was a huge favor, and she was very grateful. An old drunkard waved his hand and laughed. "Don't be in such a hurry to call me senior. I'll wait for the day when you call me master." Lin Tian was speechless. Did this old guy eat the wrong medicine all of a sudden? An old drunkard seemed to know what Lin Tian was thinking. He raised his hand and gave him another slap. "You'll know in the future." Boom! At this moment, a shocking wave swept out in all directions, and the void rumbled. The 7 luminaries' empire's grand elders' faces were ashen and gloomy. They felt that an old drunkard was too arrogant. He came to their territory to snatch people, and then directly ignored them. He actually asked for a marriage for his disciple in their own clan. How overboard was that? At this moment, they all pushed their divine power to the limit, and the Tao Law waves were like the sea. Literature building. At the same time, the Grand Elder who was the leader of this faction spoke. His voice was cold and piercing. "Activate the protective formation." Boom! The killing intent was vast and mighty. In an instant, dense formation patterns appeared in the sky above the 7 luminaries' empire. They were intricate and complicated. In an instant, this space was covered in killing light. The killing intent seemed to be able to tear everything apart, causing people to feel fear and despair. Lin Tian frowned, and a silver light flashed across his eyes. He was a rank 6 array manipulator. At this moment, he could naturally see that this was the amalgamation of rank 7 complete killing formations. There were more than 1,000 of them, and their combined power was indeed terrifying. The Oracle and Xianxia's expressions also froze slightly. This level of killing formation could almost threaten Enlightenment realm powerhouses. "There's only one word for those who barge into our 7 luminaries' empire: death." The Grand Elder who was the leader of this faction shouted. This old man was at the 7th heaven of the Great Path. At this moment, he did not dare to underestimate an old drunkard at all. He directly activated his faction's protective formation and worked with the other Grand Elders to activate it. The dense killing light pressed down on an old drunkard. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the space directly shattered. Boundless light directly drowned the old drunkard, stirring up terrifying gales and waves in the area. Our clan's protective formation can even kill Enlightenment realm powerhouses when activated at full power. It's enough to destroy that arrogant middle-aged man. Many people from this faction clenched their fists. It was also at this moment that a crisp sound was heard. In front, where the dense killing light drowned, a faint light flashed and shattered all the killing light, revealing the figures of an old drunkard and the others. They were not injured at all. Not only were they unscathed, but even the corners of their clothes were not blown up by the wind. How is this possible? Many Seven Luminaries Empire disciples were shocked. The protective clan Grand Formation had been activated, and it had been activated to the limit by the joint efforts of several great Tao Realm Supreme Elders from his faction. Such power was sufficient to severely injure an ordinary Comprehension Realm expert, or even kill an ordinary Comprehension Realm expert. Yet now, it hadn't even lifted the corners of the old drunkards and the others' clothes. The Grand Elders from this faction were even more shocked as they stared at an old drunkard. An old drunkard raised his head and looked at the densely packed formation runes in the void. He did not do anything, but in the next moment, the dense formation runes collapsed and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Our clan's protective formation was destroyed? Someone was horrified. In the distance, the Seven Luminaries Emperor had already stood up. At this moment, he stared at an old drunkard and was also a little terrified. Who was this person? Damn it. Let's work together and activate the superior grade Tao weapon. Several Grand Elders roared in a low voice. Several great Tao powerhouses formed seals at the same time. In the next moment, a treasured cauldron rushed from afar. As soon as it appeared, it emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation as if it was going to annihilate everything. It directly collapsed a large part of the space. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Seven Luminaries Cauldron? Not long ago, when he fought with the third prince of this faction, he had seen a replica of this cauldron. Its power was extremely terrifying. Kill! The leading Grand Elder of this faction shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the cauldron shone brightly. An unparalleled killing light poured down like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. An old drunkard's expression did not change. He was still lazy. With a slight flick of his finger, a faint light flew out like a lightning arrow and instantly collided with the Seven Luminaries Cauldron. Ka! With a crisp sound, the dazzling divine light outside the Seven Luminaries Cauldron shattered. The cauldron was instantly covered with cracks. In the next moment, it shattered with a crack and turned into debris that filled the sky. Such a scene directly caused everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire to tremble. Their superior grade Tao weapon was actually destroyed just like that? At this moment, even Lin Tian's expression changed. A superior grade Tao weapon with boundless power was actually destroyed just like that? I didn't control it well. An old drunkard muttered to himself. Lin Tian, on his shoulder, the black dragon shrunk its neck again and said in a rare manner, "Your master is a pervert." A superior grade Tao weapon was destroyed just because he didn't control its power well. What kind of power was that? You deserve to die. You actually. The Grand Elders of the Seven Luminaries Empire were both shocked and furious. Their eyes were red. Their clan's superior grade Tao weapon, the strongest treasure weapon, was destroyed just like that. As they roared and roared, the divine light around their bodies vibrated. All of them took out powerful mystic arts and secret techniques and attacked an old drunkard together. At this moment, these people were almost driven crazy by the destruction of the superior grade Tao weapon. An old drunkard did not make any substantial moves, but a faint light spread out and sent them flying. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fell miserably in the distance. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Seven Luminaries Empire? At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. In the depths of this faction, an old man stepped out. The waves around his body were turbulent like waves. Ancestor! The ancestor is out. That's great. Now that the ancestor is out, he can definitely kill this evil thief. Everyone in this faction was pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian looked up and narrowed his eyes slightly. Battle Comprehension Realm. A few decades ago, this faction had a battle comprehension expert who was trapped in the true wilderness Tao cave and then killed by him. However, the people of Prosper Continent guessed that this faction still had a battle comprehension expert overseeing the clan. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. Ancestor! The few grand elders of this faction spoke out, and all of them bowed respectfully. In the distance, the 7 luminaries' empire's ancestor stepped out. Light intertwined around him like an immortal god. The 7 luminaries' empire's ancestor wore a purple dragon robe. Although his face was a little old and his voice was a little hoarse, the ripples outside his body were extremely powerful. Novel, 79XS-Ancestor. The Grand Elders, Overlord, and some other important figures all knelt on the ground to pay their respects. The 7 luminaries' empire's ancestor glanced at the 7 luminaries' Overlord and the others. His gaze moved and landed on an old drunkard. Even though he hadn't come out just now, the old man could tell at a glance who was the one who had disturbed the peace of his lineage. Ancestor, please take action and suppress him. We can't let these people go. Ancestor, please do it. The Grand Elders all spoke out. The Guardian formation was destroyed, and the strongest Dao soldier was also shattered. At this moment, these people hated an old drunkard to the core. When they stared at an old drunkard, the hatred in their eyes was more than 10,000 times stronger than when they stared at Lin Tian. The 7 luminaries' empire's ancestor strode over. His expression was very indifferent. Your name? This person stared at an old drunkard with an indifferent expression. The Enlightenment realm ripples intertwined with each other. It was a little terrifying. These ripples caused the surrounding space to distort inch by inch. However, an old drunkard didn't react. This undoubtedly caused the eyes of the old ancestor of the 7 luminaries' imperial clan to become even more indifferent. It was clearly a lot colder as he said, I originally believed that no nameless person would die under my hands. However, it doesn't matter. In the end, all that remains will be a pile of dirt. He reached out his right hand. Light mist shone and completely sealed the surrounding space. The Grand Elder of this lineage hurriedly said, Old Ancestor, don't kill that young bastard yet. He possesses the complete dragon burial scripture. It would be best if we could find him. Also, that god diviner and that girl will be of great use. The 7 luminaries' empire's old ancestor nodded and pressed down with his large hand. The light between his 5 fingers became even more intense, and his aura became even stronger. An old drunkard was struck by this palm, and in the blink of an eye, it pressed down on an old drunkard's body. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. It was a ghastly sight. An old drunkard stood where he was without moving. However, the hand of the 7 luminaries' empire's ancestor shattered into pieces. This? How is this possible? Ancestor of my clan, such a scene shocked everyone to the point that their expressions changed drastically. Even the few supreme elders of this branch trembled violently. The old ancestor of the 7 luminaries' empire staggered backward. His shattered arm instantly reassembled, and his indifferent and calm expression was no longer there. He stared at an old drunkard in disbelief. Then, in the next moment, this person's expression became even colder. With a boom, he unleashed his branch's most powerful profound ability, the 7-star immortal grinding disc. For a moment, the sky was filled with immortal grinding discs. They were densely packed as if they were going to destroy the entire boundless void. Lin Tian's eyes focused. Back then, when he fought with the 3rd prince of this branch, he had faced this ability before. It was very terrifying. Now that it was unleashed by an Enlightenment realm powerhouse, it was even more terrifying. The power of the two was like heaven and earth. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. It was very ear-piercing, and it shocked everyone. An old drunkard still did not move, but the immortal grinding discs pressing down on him shattered one by one. You're too arrogant. Do you think you can fight me just by standing still? The 7 luminaries' empire's old ancestor snorted coldly. With a boom, the light intertwined and became even more terrifying. The densely packed 7-star immortal grinding discs suddenly merged and turned into 7 brilliant stars. Then, a brilliant killing sword appeared in each star. The ultimate of the 7-star divine codex, the 7-star sacred sword. The old ancestor of this branch said coldly. The 7 killing swords combined together. Each killing sword was terrifying, and it made the 7 luminaries' clan overjoyed. 7-star sacred sword? The ultimate profound ability, This seems to be something only the founding ancestor of the clan has mastered before. The old ancestor has actually comprehended this technique? That's great. Under the 7-star sacred sword, everything will be destroyed. The few supreme elders of this branch were pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. These 7 swords made his heart tremble. Die. A cold voice rang out. The old ancestor of the 7 luminaries empire spoke. The 7 7-star sacred swords pressed down together like peerless killing swords in the starry sky. However, when the 7 killing swords were 3 feet away from an old drunkard's head, they could not move an inch forward no matter what. The old ancestor of the 7 luminaries empire was shocked. The ultimate profound ability of the 7-star sacred sword could not descend at this time. He stared at an old drunkard, and a chill ran down his spine. You, crack. A crisp sound rang out again. Crack spread out on the 7 7-star sacred swords. Then, in the next moment, cracking sounds rang out continuously. The 7 7-star sacred swords were all shattered. This 7-star sacred sword, how is this possible? This can't be real. The expressions of the people of this branch changed, and the supreme elders were no exception. The 7-star sacred sword was a divine technique that only the founding ancestor of the 7 luminaries empire knew since the founding of the clan. After so many years, no one in the clan had ever comprehended it. Its power was endless. However, now, the most powerful Wuxian ancestor of their clan had mastered this ultimate profound divine technique. After using it, it was useless. It did not hurt an old drunkard at all. It could not even get close to him. The most terrifying thing was that an old drunkard did not move at all during the entire process. It was as if he only relied on the aura outside his body to shatter everything. At this time, even Lin Tian was surprised. That attack just now was absolutely terrifying. An ordinary Wuxian expert would definitely not be able to block it. However, an old drunkard actually shattered this attack without moving. This was too shocking. Impossible. What is going on? The old ancestor of the 7 luminaries empire roared. The 7-star sacred sword was shattered so easily? He was unwilling to believe it. Boom, terrifying divine power surged, and Taoist precepts tumbled, completely covering the space. The vast and mighty force pressed down on an old drunkard. At this time, an old drunkard said, "That's about enough." With a swoosh, the divine light and Taoist precepts that the old ancestor of the 7 luminaries empire manifested were all shattered. His entire body was sent flying with a bang. While still in the air, he coughed up blood and crashed into a stone pillar not far away. "Old ancestor!" someone exclaimed. The supreme elders of this branch rushed over and helped their old ancestor up. Then, they looked at an old drunkard opposite them. At this time, everyone's eyes also fell on an old drunkard. They were all trembling. Who are you?" At this moment, everyone in the 7 luminaries empire was terrified. Lin Tian, this master who appeared out of nowhere, was actually so terrifying. 20 years ago, I crushed the great demon evil spirit in the dark abyss. More than 10 years ago, I killed the enlightenment stone god in the soulless land. 2 years ago, I killed the Nirvana ghost saint in the Death Sky Palace. A year ago, I killed the great success monarch physique by the Ruashui. Now, I don't want to kill any more, but your clan is too much. An old drunkard's expression was no longer lazy. His voice was calm, and his expression was calm. As soon as he said that, everyone in this place felt their scalps go numb. Killed the Nirvana ghost saint? Killed the great success monarch physique? Everyone in the 7 luminaries empire was horrified. Putting aside the great demon evil spirit and the enlightenment stone god, the Nirvana ghost saint was a legendary existence. He was far more powerful than ordinary Nirvana realm human cultivators, and the great success monarch physique was even more terrifying. He was at least above the Nirvana realm. An old drunkard actually killed both of them? Moreover, from an old drunkard's tone, it seemed that killing the Nirvana ghost saint and the great success monarch physique did not take much effort. Lin Tian was also horrified. 3 years ago, an old drunkard was only at the 2nd level of enlightenment realm. Previously, he had guessed that after the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, the 4 demon gods there must have died. An old drunkard would have his revenge, and the knot in his heart would be resolved. His cultivation would definitely explode like a geyser. However, he did not expect that it would explode so terrifyingly. 1 year after the battle in the Demon Burial Valley, he could actually kill the Nirvana Ghost Saint. After another year, he actually killed a great success monarch physique. That was a great success monarch physique. Which one of those existences did not dominate the world? Even if they were not invincible under the Chaos Realm, they were close. An old drunkard actually killed a great success monarch physique a year ago? Your master is a big freak. The black dragon trembled. Even the steady master clairvoyant and the quiet Xianxia were shocked, and their faces turned pale with fright. It was also at this time that the 7 Luminaries' empire was instantly shrouded in fear. You, staring at an old drunkard, even the Enlightenment Realm ancestors of this lineage trembled. Just what kind of person had his bloodline offended? Repaying kindness with evil. You sent the clan's experts to hunt him down time and time again. In the end, you even captured his friends to threaten him. It's still somewhat unbearable. The old drunkard's voice was calm. With a hum, a Tao diagram of the 4 divisions rushed out from behind him. It spun slowly and rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 7 Luminaries' empire. I've always let this one and only disciple of mine grow without teaching him much. However, his achievements still make me proud. You used the power of your entire clan to suppress him. You bullied him because he cultivated for a short time, because his current cultivation is low, and because he has no backup support. You're too despicable. Now, I won't kill you, but you still have to pay the price. The 4 symbols Tao diagram spun, and divine light fell, covering all the disciples of the 7 Luminaries' empire. This divine light only lasted for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the 4 symbols Tao diagram dimmed and disappeared. The 7 Luminaries' empire was still the same as before. It was not damaged at all. None of the disciples in the 7 Luminaries' empire had died. None of them were even injured. However, in the next moment, everyone in the 7 Luminaries' empire trembled. Cultivation. Cultivation. Where's my cultivation? Divine power. My divine power is gone. Where did my true origin go? I can't sense it. What's going on? Terrified voices rang out one after another. The ancestors of this lineage trembled and looked at an old drunkard with deep despair in their eyes. You crippled everyone in my clan? Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Miserable cries echoed in the 7 Luminaries dynasty. At this moment, everyone in this clan was terrified. From the Enlightenment Realm ancestors to the Body Refinement Realm cultivators, everyone felt their power disappear, and their cultivation disappeared. The ancestor of this bloodline looked at an old drunkard and could not help but tremble. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths, and he turned from a first-level Enlightenment Realm cultivator to an ordinary person. The divine power in his body dissipated, and his Tao comprehension was no longer there. His physical strength also disappeared, and he became an old man with 1 foot in the grave. No. My cultivation, my cultivation. Return our cultivation to us. What did you do? Everyone was in despair. They were originally high and mighty cultivators, but at this moment, they became the most ordinary mortals. They fell from heaven to hell in an instant. The Oracle and Xianxia were moved again, and their expressions changed. At this moment, the 7 Luminaries' empire that looked down on Xianxia actually had its entire clan's cultivation crippled. Xianxia glanced at Lin Tian, blinked, and whispered, as expected of the same bloodline. Lin Tian killed a great Tao cultivator and dozens of immortal connecting realm cultivators from the phaseless immortal sect, destroyed the Golden Fire Tao school, and destroyed the dragon-seeking clan. He had long been called a peerless ruthless demon in Xin continent. But now, Xianxia felt that Lin Tian's master was even more ruthless. Although he did not kill anyone, this was more terrifying than killing someone. One must know that the 7 Luminaries dynasty had looked down on Xin continent for countless years. In this process, they had bullied countless cultivators. Now that a large clan had their cultivation crippled, if other cultivators knew about this, how tragic would their ending be? thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but shrink her neck, which was rather cute. Lin Tian snorted, naturally very satisfied with this ending. For the Seven Luminaries dynasty, this punishment could not be better. At the same time, he was once again shocked by an old drunkard's strength. In just 3 breaths, an old drunkard covered the entire Seven Luminaries dynasty with the 4 symbols Tao diagram and crippled everyone at the same time. This method was indeed terrifying. Say Senior. The Seven Luminaries Empire's old ancestor trembled. At this moment, he suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to an old drunkard. We were wrong. I shouldn't have targeted your disciple. I beg you to let us go, let us recover our cultivation. I beg you. As long as we can recover our cultivation, we will do anything for you in the future. Please, Senior. Senior, please show mercy. Show mercy. The people from the Seven Luminaries Empire all knelt and bowed to an old drunkard. Falling from a powerful cultivator to an ordinary mortal, what kind of torture was this? It was more painful than purgatory. Furthermore, without their cultivation base, even if an old drunkard and Lin Tian did not kill them, how could their clan establish themselves in Xingzhou after this? Without cultivation, if the other cultivators of the Xing continent knew about it, their clan would end up in an incomparably miserable state. An old drunkard regained his lazy expression. It's easy to destroy, but hard to rebuild. Don't expect much. These words undoubtedly extinguished the hope of everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire. For a moment, they were all even more terrified. You, the Seven Luminaries Empire's old ancestor, pointed at an old drunkard with a trembling finger, trembling non-stop. In this lineage, a few grand elders, the Seven Luminaries Imperial Lord, and some other important figures looked even more desperate. An old drunkard did not care about these people. He glanced at the Seven Luminaries Empire. A moment later, he tore open the void and grabbed a piece of resplendent lingjing. He compressed it with a special method and sealed it into a stone ring. He casually tossed it to Lin Tian. About 500,000 caddies. Lin Tian was delighted. 500,000 caddies of lingjing was not a small amount. It was almost enough for him to reach the 2nd tier of Ascension Immortal. As expected, the reserves of lingjing from the 3 empires cannot be compared to the dragon-seeking family. He thought to himself. When he destroyed the dragon-seeking Jiang family, he found more than 500,000 caddies of lingjing in the other party's lingjing treasury. Although most of it could not be used, the reserves were there. Compared to the dragon-seeking Jiang family, the Seven Luminaries Empire was far more powerful. However, just in terms of lingjing reserves, it was just as he had speculated. It could not be compared to the Jiang family. The Jiang family's lingjing reserves are equivalent to not getting it, but the Seven Luminaries Empire's lingjing is finally in my hands. He smiled to himself. He was pleasantly surprised at this moment. However, everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire was trembling, especially the important figures of this lineage. Their eyes were all red. Their family's spirit crystal was something that they were usually unwilling to use. But now, it had been taken away by the old drunkard in such a brazen manner, and then casually tossed to Lin Tian. This caused them to tremble uncontrollably. An old drunkard glanced at these people and said lazily, "Your origins have been completely sealed. It is impossible for you to walk the path of cultivation again. These lingjing are useless to you." As he spoke, he did not care about these people's more desperate expressions. He tore open the void again and took out a pile of artifacts. He threw them all to Lin Tian. Now that you have reached the Ascension Immortal Realm, you can put artifacts and whatnot into your spiritual sea. Of course, you can continue to put them in the stone ring. When a cultivator reached the Ascension Immortal Realm, their vital essence would turn into divine power, and their spiritual sea would become more vast and mysterious. They could naturally store divine artifacts and artifacts. Lin Tian glanced at the artifacts an old drunkard took out. Among them, there were more than 10 upper-grade immortal artifacts, dozens of ordinary immortal artifacts, and countless supreme treasures. He quickly sorted out these artifacts and then looked at an old drunkard. He said with some resentment, "That upper-grade cauldron was destroyed by you." It was an upper-grade cauldron. How good would it be if it was given to him, an old drunkard? Without saying anything, an old drunkard took action again. He took out all the spiritual pills and precious medicines that the Seven Luminaries Empire had accumulated until now, as well as the Seven Luminaries Empire's inheritance. He sealed them all in the stone ring and threw them to Lin Tian. Lin Tian was naturally happy as he kept it. Such a harvest could be said to be extremely generous. Is there anything else good? He asked an old drunkard. No. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian acknowledged, but quickly shook his head and said firmly, no, there is more. An old drunkard was puzzled. Lin Tian pointed to the ground. There must be an immortal meridian down there. Grab it. Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia. This was really leaving no trace. He even wanted to take away the immortal meridian underground. Lin Tian. The people of the Seven Luminaries Empire roared. All of their cultivations had been crippled, and they'd witnessed the old drunkard plunder all the treasures they'd accumulated up until now. Now, Lin Tian actually intended to make the old drunkard dig up the immortal vein beneath the ground as well. An old drunkard had a look of realization. That makes sense. I was careless. An old drunkard raised his hand and shattered the ground. He grabbed 20 light dragons and compressed them into 20 fist-sized light beads. Forget about the ordinary spirit meridian. These are 20 immortal meridian. You can use them for cultivation or for other things. In short, it's up to you. Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia, as expected of the same lineage. Xianxia whispered. He really took out the immortal meridian underground of the Seven Luminaries Empire. This was really leaving no trace. Lin Tian took the 20 light beads and put them away. He really wanted to laugh out loud. With 250,000 kilograms of Ling Jing and the light beads condensed from the 20 immortal meridian, it was enough for him to reach the second firmament of the connecting immortal realm. At this moment, the Seven Luminaries Empire's elites were all trembling. Their eyes were red. Shock. Anger. Fear. All kinds of emotions were intertwined in their eyes and faces. The patriarch of this lineage even coughed up blood and fainted. The Grand Elders and the Seven Luminaries Emperor trembled again. They all called out to the patriarch. Let's go. An old drunkard spoke and walked out. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia. Senior, Xianxia, let's go out. After saying that, he glanced at the Seven Luminaries Empire's people indifferently. Then, he followed an old drunkard and walked out. Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia did not look at the Seven Luminaries Empire's people. They followed Lin Tian and an old drunkard and slowly left. I'll fight it out with you. Die. The leading Grand Elder of this lineage roared. The other Grand Elders also roared and charged madly at Lin Tian and the rest. However, an old drunkard's body flickered with light. It seemed to interfere with the void. At this moment, it was as if he brought Lin Tian and the rest to another parallel space. The Grand Elders of the Seven Luminaries Empire could not get close no matter how hard they tried. In the end, as mortals, they could no longer give chase. They all fell to the ground and could not get up. About 15 minutes later, Lin Tian and the rest followed an old drunkard and appeared outside the Seven Luminaries Empire's immortal mountain. The group walked into the distance. Soon, they had completely left the Seven Luminaries Empire's territory and appeared at a fork in the road. Thank you for your help. Master Clairvoyant thanked an old drunkard and prepared to bid farewell. After all, he and Xianxia could not follow Lin Tian and an old drunkard forever. Senior, Xianxia, take care. I've implicated you this time. Lin Tian apologized again. Master Clairvoyant shook his head. You're too polite, young friend. It's not your fault. Xianxia smiled at Lin Tian and shook her head, indicating that it was nothing. Hey, fellow cultivator. An old drunkard suddenly spoke again. He looked at Master Clairvoyant and said, about my previous suggestion, do you want to consider it? Master Clairvoyant smiled and nodded. I will. Then, he cupped his hands and bade farewell to an old drunkard again. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. She also bowed to an old drunkard. Senior, I'll take my leave. Don't call me senior. I'll wait to hear you call me master. An old drunkard repeated what he said in the Seven Luminaries Empire. He waved his right hand and directly took out 50,000 kilograms of Lingjing from Lin Tian's stone ring. After putting it into another stone ring, he handed it to Xianxia without any explanation. My disciple is too slow. As your master, I'll give you this small gift on his behalf. Xianxia was shocked. This, I can't accept it. Master Clairvoyant also declined. 50,000 kilograms of Lingjing was probably the equivalent of the 6 major immortal sects combined. How was this a small gift? It's fine. An old drunkard insisted. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to accept it. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Another hour passed. Master Clairvoyant repeatedly thanked Lin Tian on behalf of Xianxia. Only then did he leave with Xianxia. Soon, the two were completely gone and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Only then did Lin Tian pull an old drunkard over and said with a dark face, "Old man, what are you doing?" When he saw Xianxia, an old drunkard asked Master Clairvoyant if he was willing to marry Xianxia to him. Now that they had left the Seven Luminaries' empire, he brought up the old matter again. It really made him a little speechless. An old drunkard pursed his lips. "Kid, you're not cute. I'm doing all this for you." With that, an old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and looked in the direction Master Clairvoyant and Xianxia left. Listen carefully. That girl has a celestial spirit body. If you can marry her, the benefits you'll receive will be unimaginable. You can even bring good fortune to your future generations. P.S. On the first day of the month, please guarantee monthly votes, dear. Thank you, everyone. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Xianxia had an immortal spirit body? He had heard from Bai Qiu that the immortal spirit body was naturally close to the Great Path and could be said to be the carrier of the Great Path. In terms of the comprehension and control of the Great Path, it had an advantage over any other king body. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete. Moreover, once the immortal spirit body was completed, it would be even more terrifying. The body and the Great Path would be merged, and one would be almost invincible. No wonder she always gives people a peaceful feeling. So she has an immortal spirit body. He muttered to himself. How about it, kid? Do you have an idea? An old drunkard chuckled and said, if you and her become husband and wife, after that, your life source will become stronger, your divine power will be purer, and your perception of the Great Path will be sharper. If you and her have a child, needless to say, the child will be a super monster and will be able to leave his peers far behind. Since the Desolate Era, it has been recognized in the cultivation world that a woman with an immortal spirit body is the perfect candidate for the Great Path. Lin Tian was shocked again. So powerful? An old drunkard chuckled. Are you tempted? Lin Tian was speechless. Your smile is too wretched. After a pause, he continued to squint at an old drunkard. Also, I'm just a little surprised. As tempted as you said, I'm not tempted at all. I already have a girl I like. This time, it was an old drunkard's turn to squint at him. Is there only one girl you like now? Lin Tian, awkward. Speechless. On the path of cultivation, it's not a big deal to have a few more beauties. It's normal. An old drunkard continued, let's not talk about this. I'll continue. Listen carefully. That clairvoyant is the successor of Tianjizi. This lineage's ancient scriptures are not suitable for battle, but they can really deduce the secrets of the heavens. They can know things that are difficult for others to know and can influence many things. For example, when you were being hunted down by the Seven Luminaries' Empire before, if the oracle had really divined your location for the Seven Luminaries' Empire, you wouldn't have been able to escape no matter what. They would have known everything about you like an eye placed on you. However, there is always a price to pay for deducing things one doesn't know. At most, as one's technique and cultivation become stronger, the price they pay will become smaller and smaller. However, no matter how small the price they pay is, even if it's so small that it's negligible, there will always be a price to pay. Therefore, people of this lineage often don't have a good ending. They pry into too many things and are at odds with the Tao. An old drunkard said, that girl is the disciple of the clairvoyant, and also the successor of the Tianjizi lineage. In the future, she will also control and cultivate the Tao of Tianjizi, but... An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and said, she's different from the other people of the Tianjizi lineage. The immortal spirit body is naturally close to the Tao and can be called a carrier of the Tao. She's the darling of the Tao. If she controls the Tao of Tianjizi, she won't have to pay any price. Once her imperial body is close to completion, she won't have any problems divining the ancient celestial lords. She won't have any problems divining the ancient celestial lords without using her imperial body? She won't have to pay any price? Lin Tianyi was shocked. No, her qi and blood won't be consumed. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian was shocked. He was really shocked. He thought that the clairvoyance Tao of divination should be very strong, but when he divined some things, it would consume his qi and blood. As for divining the ancient celestial lords, he had asked the clairvoyant, but the clairvoyant said that he couldn't do it. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to do it. The price would be death, and it might even bring disaster to future generations. Because people who reached the level of the ancient celestial lords were imprinted in the 3,000 great Tao. If one tried to forcibly deduce things related to such people, even if it was just a small deduction, it would cause dissatisfaction with the great Tao and bring disaster to the world. But now, an old drunkard said that as long as Xianxia was close to the completion of her imperial body, she would be able to deduce the ancient celestial lords without consuming her qi and blood. How sharp was that? How terrifying was that? If that was the case, wouldn't Xianxia be able to deduce everything at will in the future? Wasn't the Tao of Tianjizi created for the immortal spirit body? Are you surprised? That's why I said that if you were to marry her, the benefits would be unimaginable. Not only would her physique benefit you greatly and bring good fortune to your descendants, but her Tao of Tianjizi can also help you cultivate better, an old drunkard said. As the carrier of the Tao, the true darling of the great Tao, it's not just for show. To put it simply, the great Tao can be compared to the mistress of a courtyard. When other people deduce things, it's the same as entering the courtyard to steal. The more complicated and mysterious the things they deduce, the more precious the things they steal. Naturally, the greater the anger of the great Tao will be. As for the immortal spirit body, as the darling of the great Tao, it's the same as being the daughter of the mistress of the courtyard. When the immortal spirit body deduces things, it's the same as taking something from her own home. It's the same as doing something bad. Thus, although the mistress of the courtyard will be angry, how could she be severely punished? After all, a mother won't kill her own daughter. An old drunkard said, is my analogy vivid enough? It's easy to understand, right? Lin Tian nodded. When an old drunkard put it this way, it was indeed easy for people to understand. Speaking of which, that clairvoyant master has found a good successor. He can let the heavenly mystery and divine divination return to its former glory. An old drunkard smiled and said to Lin Tian Dao, oh right, the founder of the heavenly mystery and divine divination master is the immortal spirit body. What? Lin Tianyi was shocked. The heavenly mystery and divine divination master was created by the immortal spirit body? He was shocked, but he calmed down after a while. The heavenly mystery and divine divination master created by the immortal spirit body was very appropriate and easy. How is it, kid? Your master has said so much. Are you tempted now? There are many benefits. An old drunkard hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, don't say you're not tempted. Don't deny it. Work hard and marry that girl. Lin Tian, he couldn't be bothered to argue with this old guy about this. Okay. I'll listen to you. He said perfunctorily. An old drunkard nodded and said with a smile, good boy. Lin Tian's forehead was full of black lines. After a pause, he thought of something and asked, old man, have you really killed someone with a great accomplishment king physique? Nirvana Ghost Saint was terrifying and far beyond human cultivators of the same level, but in the end, it was only in the category of terrifying. However, the great accomplishment king physique was truly a terrifying existence. Each and every one of them could sweep through the 8 desolations. The old drunkard claimed that he killed a great accomplishment king physique a year ago. This was simply too outrageous. Even now, he still felt a chill run down his back when he thought about it. An old drunkard nodded. Yes, I have. Lin Tian knew that an old drunkard wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, but at this moment, he still felt very shocked when he heard it again. A great accomplishment, King Physique, he blinked and asked, why did you fight? As a disciple, how could he not be curious when his master was fighting with someone with a great accomplishment, King Physique? An old drunkard's eyes flashed with a faint light, then he smiled and moved his hand away from Lin Tian's neck. He stretched out his right hand, and a soft ball of light appeared. A woman was lying in the middle of it. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were tightly closed. Her body was very faint, and it was obvious that she was just a soul shadow and didn't have a physical body. This is? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. An old drunkard was no longer lazy, and the light in his eyes was very gentle. Xian'er, I found her remnant soul. Lin Tianyi trembled. Xian'er? He remembered what the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect had told him. His daughter was called Xianxia, and she was supposed to be an old drunkard's wife. She had died in the Demon Burial Valley during the trial of the Four Gates. Now, after more than 100 years, an old drunkard had found Xianxia's remnant soul. Congratulations, Master. He was overjoyed. An old drunkard had been dispirited for more than 100 years because of his lover's death, and he had been drinking to drown his sorrows. Now, not only had he gotten his revenge, he had even found his lover's remnant soul. How could he not be happy for an old drunkard? An old drunkard was his master, and the person he respected the most in his life. This woman, although it was the first time he had seen her, was an old drunkard's lover's wife. Now, it seemed that this woman could be saved. How could he not be happy? An old drunkard smiled, and the light in his palm slowly entered his body. He carefully kept it. I found her remnant soul in the death palace of the Extremine Temple. At that time, because her remnant soul was too weak, I needed the weak water essence to nourish it, so I went to the weak water river. After I got the weak water essence, someone wanted to snatch it away, so I killed him. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't need to think to know that the person who wanted to snatch an old drunkard's weak water essence should be that person with the great completion, King Physique. So that was the reason for that battle. He deserved to be killed, he said. The weak water essence was a treasure that an old drunkard found to nourish his lover's remnant soul. This thing, there was actually someone who dared to snatch it. An old drunkard slapped Lin Tianyi's palm, and returned to his usual appearance. Boy, I have to do other things soon. Do you have any doubts about cultivation or other doubts? If I know, I will tell you. Do other things? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. An old drunkard nodded. In order for Xianxia to really come back, I have to find other things. I'll go with you. Lin Tian's expression was serious. I also want to do my part for Master's wife. An old drunkard was taken aback, and then laughed. He slapped Lin Tianyi again. I suddenly feel that you have become cute. Saying this, an old drunkard shook his head. However, there is no need. Those places are not where you can go now. It's too dangerous. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Thinking about it, with his current cultivation, there were some terrifying places that he could not go. Moreover, an old drunkard could probably do it with just a lift of his finger. An old drunkard, if he really went with an old drunkard, not only would he not be able to help, but he might even drag an old drunkard down. Don't think too much. An old drunkard smiled. Come, what doubts do you have? Lin Tian knew that with an old drunkard's strength, he must have been to a higher heaven. He will go to the fourth heaven in the future. Now, he wants to know more about the upper heavens so that he won't be at a loss when he goes there. An old drunkard smiled and said. What do you mean by you want to know about the upper heavens? The distribution of forces and the highest combat power. Lin Tian nodded. Old drunkard nodded and said, since you are going to the fourth heaven soon, let's talk about it. There are many major races in this heaven, including the ant race, the bone race, the barbarian race, the sound race, the insect race, the witch race, the wind race, the sea race, the snow race, the giant race, the holy light race, the dark shadow race, the blood wolf race, the stone god race, the angel race, etc. Among the major races, the angel race and the holy light race are the proudest, the ant race and the insect race are the cruelest, the sea race and the dark shadow race are the most hated, the bone race and the witch race are the most insidious, the giant race and the stone god race are the most belligerent, the barbarian race and the wind race are the most heroic, and the sound race and the snow race are the most gentle. By the way, these two races have many beautiful women. Lin Tian, you don't have to add the last sentence, he said. An old drunkard laughed. Next, let's talk about the strength of the major races. Among them, the angel race, the stone god race, and the white saint race are the strongest. They are the three most powerful races in the fourth heaven, and their heritage is very deep. After saying that, an old drunkard continued. Among these three races, the angel race has wings on their back and is very proud. The stone god race is born with a strong physique, and most of them are very domineering. The holy light race is a human race, and they have inherited the holy light technique, which is said to be able to purify everything. These three major races are the first level of power in the fourth heaven. The second level of power is the bone race, the witch race, the wind race, the sea race, and the giant race. The third level includes the ant clan, the insect clan, the sound clan, the dark shadow clan, the blood wolf clan, the barbarian clan, the snow clan, and many other major cultivation clans. The 100 races compete for supremacy, and each race usually has a branch clan that occupies the four corners of the world. When the time comes, you will know when you go. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian was a little lost in thought as he listened. Hundreds of races competing against each other, it seems that the fourth heaven is simply a prosperous world for cultivation. What about the higher realms? He asked. An old drunkard smiled and said. I won't talk about the heavens above the fourth heaven for the time being. It's useless to talk about it. It will only affect your cultivation in the fourth heaven. Lin Tian, all right. He said, then let's talk about the strongest forces of the various heavens. This won't affect anything. Highest combat power? An old drunkard asked, what is your so-called highest combat power? In other words, what is the level of the strongest person in each heaven? He said. Silly disciple, your question is meaningless, I can't answer it. An old drunkard raised his hand and directly slapped Lin Tian, saying with a smile, are you thinking now that the strongest person in the four great sects of the first heaven is at the airborne realm? In the second heaven, the strongest people in the several holy lands are at the great Tao realm. In the third heaven, the strongest people in the top few dynasties are at the first layer of Wuzhen realm. So, are you thinking that the strongest person in the fourth heaven is at the peak of Wuzhen realm? Even to the extent that he has already attained the rebirth stage? Lin Tian, he did think so, but he felt that it was strange, so he asked this question. An old drunkard said. What you think is the strongest is just the strength on the surface. You forgot that in the first heaven, there was me, the four sealed monster gods, and even an emperor. In addition, in the second heaven, the strongest isn't just at the great Tao realm. Besides, in the third heaven. An old drunkard's eyes flashed with a faint light as he casually glanced in a certain direction. In this world, the strongest person is far beyond the Wuzhen realm. This, Lin Tian was shocked. Listening to an old drunkard's words, he suddenly realized that his question was really stupid. When he was in the first heaven, he saw the power of an old drunkard and the four ancient monster gods. At the same time, when he was in the dark forest, he also saw the power of the purple elves. It was very terrifying. In the second heaven, the nether demon dragon was also a variable. In addition, in the third heaven, the owner of the pair of eyes in the immortal demon Ancient Vein is definitely at the chaos realm. An old drunkard smiled and said. I can only tell you that the higher you go, the more powerhouses there will be, the more geniuses there will be, and the more opportunities there will be. Of course, the challenges you will face will be more difficult, the competition you will face will be more intense, and the battles you will face will be more brutal. Naturally, under such circumstances, you will experience challenges and battles again and again. You will walk faster and farther on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian nodded and said, I understand. Well, the child is worth teaching. Good boy. An old drunkard rubbed Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's forehead was filled with black lines. An old drunkard laughed. I can't tell you the so-called strongest cultivator in each heaven. Even for some superpowers on the surface, it's hard to say. There are many variables. However, there is one thing that is fixed, and that is the minimum level of cultivation required to go to the higher heavens. I can tell you this in advance. Let's not mention the 3 heavens that you have already passed. From the 3rd heaven to the 4th heaven, you need to be at least at the early stage of immortal connecting realm. From the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step Great Tao realm. From the 5th heaven to the 6th heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step enlightenment realm. From the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven, you need to be at least at the enlightenment realm. From the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven, you need to be at least at the half-step nirvana realm. To put it simply, when you reach the half-step nirvana realm, you can go anywhere in the 9 heavens. An old drunkard said. A half-step nirvana realm can go anywhere in the 9 heavens? Lin Tian was surprised. Yes. An old drunkard nodded. Lin Tian was a little surprised. In the past, he thought that one had to be at least at the nirvana realm or even the chaos realm to enter the 9 heavens. He did not expect that a half-step nirvana realm was enough. As for the half-step grand Tao, half-step enlightenment, and half-step rebirth that the old drunkard spoke of, Xianxia naturally understood what they were. The half-step grand Tao meant that one was only half a step away from stepping into the grand Tao realm. Moreover, one already possessed some of the abilities of a grand Tao realm expert. For example, a half-step great Tao expert would already have a weak fluctuation of Tao laws. This was something that a 9th-level immortal connecting realm expert did not have. In terms of battle strength, it was naturally different. A half-step Great Tao expert could kill a 9th-level immortal connecting realm expert with a raise of his hand. Moreover, he had fought with 9th-level immortal connecting realm experts and half-step Great Tao experts before, so he knew very well. After digesting a little, he paused and asked, I know that since ancient times, no one has reached the 10th heaven. May I ask, is there a space-time portal that leads to the 10th heaven above the 9th heaven? No. An old drunkard shook his head and said, from the primeval times until now, ancient legends say that if one wants to enter the 10th heaven, one can only break the barrier of the 10th heaven with absolute strength and forcefully tear open a space-time portal. Lin Tian nodded and then shook his head. Forcefully breaking the barrier of the 10th heaven and tearing open a space-time portal, how difficult was such a thing? As he thought about it, his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. No matter how difficult it was, he must break the barrier of the 10th heaven. In this life, he would not waste his time. In this life, he would stand at the peak and attain immortality. An old drunkard obviously saw the change in his expression and scolded jokingly, Kid, look at your eyes. It's as if you're saying, wait for me in the 10th heaven, I'm coming. Lin Tian, this old guy, how can you make fun of me like this? An old drunkard laughed again. After a while, he calmed down and asked, do you have any other questions? Lin Tian thought about it and shook his head. There was nothing else to ask. An old drunkard smiled, stood up, and casually glanced at the Xin continent. In this Xin continent, there seems to be a big force that's targeting you. As he said, an old drunkard waved his hand, and a divine talisman condensed from divine power appeared. He casually threw it to Lin Tian. There's some power that I left in it. I'll lend it to you. It can last for about 2 hours. Lin Tian took the divine talisman and scanned it with his divine sense. He was shocked. In this palm-sized divine talisman, he felt a vast power like the ocean, which made his heart tremble. Don't look at it. It's enough for you to kill anyone under the Wuzhen realm. But don't forget, it can only last for 2 hours. An old drunkard said. Understood. Lin Tian nodded, and carefully put away the divine talisman. An old drunkard smiled, hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck, and looked at the scorching sun in the distance. After a dozen breaths, he spoke again, Good disciple, I don't know when we'll meet again. In this 9 heavens domain, go on an expedition and fight for a piece of glory that belongs to you. Lin Tian nodded, and also looked into the distance. The next time we meet, I hope to see a bright and healthy mistress. We will. An old drunkard smiled. The next moment, Lin Tian felt that the strength of the arm pressing on his neck was gone. An old drunkard disappeared silently. He stood there quietly for a long time, then turned and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian stood on the peak of a purple mountain, and used a special method to transmit his voice. The entire Seven Luminaries Empire has lost all their cultivation. Friends who have been bullied by this lineage in the Shin continent, now is the time for revenge. He used a divine technique to transmit his voice. It was loud and distant, and in the blink of an eye, it spread far and wide, and was heard by every cultivator. For a moment, the entire Shin continent was shocked. The entire Seven Luminaries Empire, which had overlooked the Shin continent for countless years, lost all their cultivation. How is it possible? Who shouted that? Is it a rumor? Many people questioned. The entire Shin continent was shocked. Everyone was stunned. The huge Seven Luminaries Empire had looked down on Shin continent for so many years, but now, everyone's cultivation base had disappeared. How was this possible? This was a joke. This voice, it sounds like that Lin Tian? Very similar. Isn't the Seven Luminaries Empire hunting him down? He's not trying to cause trouble, is he? Someone was surprised. It's possible. Seven Luminaries Empire, everyone's cultivation base disappeared. This is too ridiculous. It's simply nonsense. That's right. But, that Lin Tian, it seems like that Lin Tian was the one who said it. I feel like it's possible. Should we go and take a look? Most people did not believe it, but there were still many who were skeptical. Let's go and take a look. Someone gritted his teeth. On this day, many cultivators approached the Seven Luminaries Empire cautiously. There were powerful immortal ascension cultivators among them. These people appeared to be very cautious. Soon, they arrived at the Seven Luminaries Empire's location. They spread out their divine consciousness and scanned the Seven Luminaries Empire's territory. Very soon, many people trembled and revealed shocked expressions. Wherever the divine will swept across, there seemed to be no divine power ripples in the Seven Luminaries Empire's territory. Not even vital essence ripples could be detected. Moreover, at this time, when some immortal reaching realm cultivators looked inside, they actually saw that many people of this lineage had panicked expressions. They were actually running out of the clan from afar in the opposite direction. Could it be true? The cultivators who came to this place were all shocked when they saw this scene. Their hearts all skipped a beat. These people were shocked and quickly approached the front of the Seven Luminaries Empire's territory. They were still more than 100 feet away from the main gate, but they did not dare to get too close. After all, this was the Seven Luminaries Empire. Although they could not sense any divine power or vital essence fluctuation in this territory, many people were still very wary. After about 10 breaths, some people who had a great grudge against the Seven Luminaries Empire gritted their teeth and finally could not help but rush over. They unleashed their killing lights from afar. How dare you? Someone shouted sternly from within the Seven Luminaries Empire. However, killing light flew past in the blink of an eye. With a pu sound, this person's head was removed easily. Moreover, when the beam of killing light flew past, the other Seven Luminaries clan members in the vicinity also suffered a great calamity. They all died tragically under the beam of killing light. Unable to resist? He really has no cultivation? It's true. Everyone was moved. At this time, these people finally believed that the people of the Seven Luminaries Empire had really lost all their cultivation. Immediately, someone laughed out loud. To think that you would have such a day. Back then, you bullied my sect and caused the death of my junior brother. Now, don't think that you'll have a good life. I'll kill you all. In the past, my companions and I found a treasure in a land of treasures, but it was forcefully snatched away by your Seven Luminaries Empire. My companions were all killed by you, and I was the only one who luckily escaped. I hate it. You bastards. Someone growled. For a moment, cold light and sword light flashed. Many people moved and rushed into the Seven Luminaries Empire. No. Stop. You dare to do this? Ants, you. Ah. Screams sounded in an instant. Only 3 days had passed since the old drunkard had crippled the Seven Luminaries Empire. It was naturally impossible for the people of the Seven Luminaries Empire to leave the clan. Almost everyone stayed in the clan, thinking about what they should do next. Now, such a large group of cultivators forced their way in and attacked mercilessly. These people all met with death. One must know that they were equivalent to mortals now. Go. Charge in. Outside the Seven Luminaries Empire, many people from Xing continent had arrived. At this time, everyone rushed into the Seven Luminaries Empire. Among these people, some had grudges with the Seven Luminaries Empire, while some had no grudges with the Seven Luminaries Empire. However, this did not stop these people from taking the opportunity to rob the Seven Luminaries Empire. As the saying went, everyone kicks a man when he is down. Pft, pft, pft. Bloody light exploded in the Seven Luminaries Empire. Some people who had grudges with the Seven Luminaries Empire were merciless. Heh, to think that you would have such a day. A bunch of F***king trash. Aren't you all high and mighty normally? What happened now? Come on. Stand up and show off your strength. Someone sneered. At the same time, many people rushed into the Seven Luminaries Empire to snatch various resources. Although the treasures of the Seven Luminaries Empire were taken away by an old drunkard and given to Lin Tian, the remaining small items were still very attractive to many ordinary cultivators. When these cultivators rushed in, they really did not leave any traces behind. Even the jade stones inlaid in the halls of the Seven Luminaries Empire were taken away. Ah! The people of the Seven Luminaries Empire screamed and roared. In the end, there were only 2 words left in their hearts. Lin Tian. Someone roared with resentment. All of this was because of Lin Tian. All of this was because of Lin Tian. You still dare to roar? Kill them. Kill. Many people who had grudges with the Seven Luminaries Empire had cold expressions. They were merciless and even cruel. The bloody light continued to explode in the Seven Luminaries clan for a few hours. After a few hours, the Seven Luminaries clan was filled with blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. Some of the palaces had collapsed. It was a miserable sight. Then, the news once again swept the world like a wave. The Seven Luminaries Empire was destroyed. Everyone's cultivation had really disappeared. They were all killed. In the Xing continent, everyone in the cultivation world was shocked. One of the 3 great empires, the Seven Luminaries Empire that had overlooked this territory for countless years, was actually destroyed in a day. A large group of cultivators worked together to destroy an empire? No. No. It has nothing to do with these cultivators. All of this is related to that Lin Tian. It was that Lin Tian who said that everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had lost their cultivation. And everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had indeed lost their cultivation. This matter definitely has something to do with that Lin Tian. The Seven Luminaries Empire was not destroyed in the hands of those cultivators who killed the Seven Luminaries Empire, but in the hands of that Lin Tian. This, it seems to be the case. Then, that Lin Tian, what did he do before this? Many people were shocked. Just a moment ago, the Seven Luminaries Empire was still chasing Lin Tian all over the world. But then, Lin Tian stood out and said that everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had lost their cultivation. He led a large group of cultivators to go there and then killed everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire. All of this was Lin Tian's people. It was Lin Tian who had destroyed the huge Seven Luminaries Empire. Thinking of all these, many cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying man. Many people shuddered. On this day, the entire Xing continent was shaken, including the Purple Clouds Empire and the Great Zhou Empire. Even the grandmasters of these 2 clans were alarmed and could not sit still. One must know that the Seven Luminaries Empire was a great lineage like them. All clansmen, remember, do not provoke this person in the future. The grandmaster of the Great Zhou Empire walked out and personally ordered the entire royal family. Almost at the same time, the Grandmaster of the Purple Clouds Empire came out of his retreat. When he learned that the Xia siblings were on good terms with Lin Tian, a faint smile appeared on his face. Good, we must maintain a friendly relationship with this young man. 12 Taoist sects. Inside the Ascension sect, after hearing the news that spread outside, the disciples, deacons, ordinary elders, and the 12 reclusive elders of the Ascension sect were all stunned. Even Lu Wuwei, who was as strong as a great Dao realm cultivator, was also stunned after hearing this news. He could not calm down for a long time. Because of Lin Tian, the huge Seven Luminaries empire was actually destroyed. This brat, Ling Yan's eyes widened and he was almost petrified. Shuiyu woke up from her cultivation and naturally heard the news from the outside world. Her beautiful eyes shone. She was shocked and worried, but then she immersed herself in her cultivation again. The young girl only thought that Lin Tian was fighting alone now. She only thought that after cultivating diligently, she could become stronger. After becoming stronger, she could go out and help Lin Tian. In another place, the Phaseless Immortal sect. In this sect, many important figures were shocked. Naturally, they heard the news from the outside world. Many of their expressions changed again and again. These people were unwilling to believe that it was the Seven Luminaries Empire. The Seven Luminaries Empire was destroyed because of Lin Tian? How could this be? However, no matter how unwilling these people were to believe it, in reality, it was indeed Lin Tian who spread the news that the cultivation of everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire had disappeared. The news was also true. This indicated that the disappearance of the cultivation of everyone in the Seven Luminaries Empire was indeed related to Lin Tian. It was indeed equivalent to Lin Tian destroying the powerful Seven Luminaries Empire. Damn it! This bastard can't be left alive. No matter what happened to the Seven Luminaries Empire, only one thing can be certain. This bastard's cultivation is not high. If this matter is really related to him, then he must have used some scheme. With his own strength, he definitely can't threaten the Seven Luminaries Empire. In a head-on confrontation, he's just a weak ant. Let's be careful and find him quickly. We must kill him as soon as possible. The few Grand Elders who left the sect to hunt down Lin Tian gathered together after hearing the news and gritted their teeth. On this day, in the huge Shin continent, all the forces, big and small, were shocked. It could be said that the moment Lin Tian was mentioned, their expressions would change. Then, also. On this day, a voice sounded again in Shin continent. Phaseless Immortal Sect, I, Lin Tian, will visit your sect later. The voice seemed very calm, and in the blink of an eye, it once again crossed the Shin continent's territory. This? That Lin Tian, he's going to the Phaseless Immortal Sect? Are you kidding? Many of the cultivators were shocked again. As soon as this voice came out, the wind and waves were pushed up again in an instant. The territory of Shin continent was once again shaken and stirred up. A genius will remember for a second, providing you with an exciting novel to read. All the cultivators in the Shin continent trembled. After hearing such a voice, many people's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. Literature building, the Seven Luminaries Empire was just destroyed because of him, and now, he wants to go to the Phaseless Immortal Sect? You want to barge into the Phaseless Immortal Sect alone? You want to destroy two great powers on the same day? But, his cultivation is only, many people were shocked. Lin Tian's voice came out, saying that he wanted to go to the Phaseless Immortal Sect as a guest. However, no one was stupid enough to think that Lin Tian was really going to the Phaseless Immortal Sect as a guest. This so-called guest was nothing more than going to the Phaseless Immortal Sect to settle things. Let's go take a look. A cultivator said. On this day, groups of cultivators stood up and rushed towards the Phaseless Immortal Sect. How could a small cultivator not be shocked when he publicly said that he wanted to go to one of the 6 great immortal sects, the Phaseless Immortal Sect? The most important thing was that this matter happened after the Seven Luminaries Empire was destroyed. Everyone knew that the destruction of the Seven Luminaries Empire was related to Lin Tian, but these people did not know the details. Now that Lin Tian had shouted out that he wanted to go to the Phaseless Immortal Sect, he would be able to personally witness the battle between Lin Tian and the entire Phaseless Immortal Sect, so many people naturally wanted to go and take a look. Ignoring this point, even if it was just to watch the show, Lin Tian's battle with the entire Phaseless Immortal Sect was enough to attract many people. At the same time, the few supreme elders of the Phaseless Immortal Sect who were outside also heard the voice and were all enraged. Lin Tian, this was not putting his phaseless immortal sect in his eyes at all. Return to the sect. Make all the preparations you can. This little bastard, since he dares to come this time, I will definitely let him die without a burial ground. Let's go. A few Dao Realm experts soared into the air and rushed towards the phaseless immortal sect. Not long after, these people approached the phaseless immortal sect. They saw that the outside of the phaseless immortal sect was already filled with people. Immediately, their faces turned ashen. However, they did not say anything. They only snorted and stepped into the phaseless immortal sect. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. There were too many cultivators around the phaseless immortal sect, at least 1,000 of them. It was not easy to deal with them. Most importantly, they had placed all their attention on Lin Tian and were preparing to kill Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian made them feel great pressure. The few great elders that left the phaseless immortal sect have all returned, and all of them are great Dao Realm experts. If that Lin Tian were to barge in the end, what can he do? This is true. No matter what, that Lin Tian definitely has some backing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a sound. That makes sense, but, anyway, let's wait and see. Speaking of which, will that Lin Tian really come? I think so. Many people were discussing in low voices. The sun had begun to set, and the world was gradually shrouded in darkness. Lin Tian walked into the small forest with a calm expression. He did not immediately head to the phaseless immortal sect. His steps were very gentle, as if he was a leisurely tourist. Previously, when he shouted that he was going to the phaseless immortal sect, he did not want to cause any commotion. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to use this voice to lure the great Dao Realm great elders who had left the sect to chase after him back to the phaseless immortal sect. He would also lure the other experts of this lineage back to the phaseless immortal sect. From there, he would capture them all in one fell swoop. I'll give you enough time to return to the sect, he muttered to himself. Stepping into the small forest, he was not in a hurry at all. He only slowly walked in the direction of the phaseless immortal sect. Gradually, the sun completely set, and night fell. Stars flashed in the sky. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, there were even more cultivators gathered. It was densely packed, and there were already thousands of people. Why isn't he here yet? The sky is already dark, wait a little longer. Many people whispered. The sky was pitch black, and the stars were increasing in number. Soon, a full moon appeared, sprinkling down a sky full of silver light. The small forest outside the phaseless immortal sect was enveloped in a faint halo. Time passed quickly. The crowd waited outside the phaseless immortal sect. Very soon, it was the morning of the second day. The stars disappeared, the full moon disappeared, and a morning sun appeared, sprinkling down a gentle sunlight. A group of cultivators gathered at this place and waited for an entire night, but Lin Tian still did not appear. At this time, many cultivators were puzzled. He's not here yet. Could it be that he's deliberately tormenting the phaseless immortal sect? Someone frowned. It was also at this moment that someone suddenly exclaimed, "He's here." His voice was low and deep, carrying a hint of surprise and excitement. Immediately, everyone who came here turned their heads to look. In the distance, a slender figure appeared on the horizon. His steps were slow as he walked towards this place step by step. He wore a black robe and had a delicate and pretty face. His expression was very calm. Lin Tian, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Following that, the crowd became silent. Almost all of them held their breaths as they stared at Lin Tian. Staring at Lin Tian, at this time, all the cultivators who came here were surprised, excited. Lin Tian actually came. He had come alone. First level of immortal ascension. With such a cultivation level, why would he dare to barge in alone? This young man, some of the older generation experts frowned. In one night, Lin Tian had arrived here. He believed that it was enough time for the experts of the phaseless immortal sect to return to the sect. At this time, when he arrived at this place and saw the densely packed figures outside the phaseless immortal sect, his expression did not change at all. This was because, after he shouted out that voice, he knew that there would definitely be many people coming here to watch. After all, it was human instinct to watch the show, and even cultivators were no exception. His expression was calm as he walked towards the main entrance of the Faceless Immortal sect at a leisurely pace. "He's here." Outside the main entrance of the Faceless Immortal sect, a disciple of this branch shouted. The main entrance of this branch could be considered to be very majestic. It was about 20 feet tall and was completely made of strange stones. Lin Tian walked forward and quickly arrived in front of the main entrance. A few disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect were guarding the edge of the courtyard, all of them holding swords and sabers facing Lin Tian, their faces slightly pale. Although they were pointing their weapons at Lin Tian, they were slowly retreating, not a single one of them daring to attack. Lin Tian's expression was calm, her footsteps did not change. Step by step, she stepped through the door and walked straight into the Faceless Immortal sect. He walked in. He directly stepped in. Many people's hearts trembled. As far as the eye could see, Lin Tian came here alone. With his cultivation at the first level of the Immortal Connection realm, he actually directly walked into the Formless Immortal sect without the slightest bit of hesitation or fear, as if he was just walking on a flat forest path. Staring at this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. Of course, even more people were very excited. A cultivator at the first level of Immortal Ascension had directly barged into the Faceless Immortal sect, one of the 6 great immortal sects. Such stimulation naturally made many cultivators excited. Everyone's gazes landed in front of them as they stared at Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked very far away from the main entrance of the Faceless Immortal sect, and was a full 30 meters deep into the Faceless Immortal sect. All around, the densely packed disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect surrounded him, all of them holding treasured weapons and treasured sabers facing him. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the main entrance of the Faceless Immortal sect closed. His path of retreat had been blocked. "Little bastard, you really dare?" A cold voice sounded. Within the Faceless Immortal sect, a few old figures walked out, all of them with ice-cold eyes. There were a total of 7 of them, and all of them were at the Great Tao realm. The Tao law fluctuations around their bodies surged like a vast ocean. At the same time, even more disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect rushed out and surrounded them, guarding their positions. In the middle of this, Lin Tian was very calm. He swept his gaze across the group of disciples and said in a calm voice, "Ordinary disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect, I will give you a chance. Those who don't want to die, leave on your own, or retreat to the side." As soon as these words were spoken, many of the onlookers outside the Faceless Immortal sect were moved. At this time, Lin Tian was clearly trapped within the Faceless Immortal sect and was in a worrying situation, but when she opened her mouth, she actually said such a thing? Even the disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect were startled. But very quickly, everyone's eyes turned cold. "You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to give us a chance? Ridiculous. Self-righteous. Your arrogance is boundless. Today, you can only die." One by one, the disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect stared at Lin Tian mockingly. These people knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, and none of them felt that they were a match for Lin Tian. Even the current number 1 person of their generation did not have the confidence to fight against Lin Tian. But so what? Right now, Lin Tian was in their sect, and a few of their Great Tao Realm Supreme Elders were there. How could they allow Lin Tian to run rampant? The destruction of the 7 Luminaries' empire was indeed related to Lin Tian. However, all the disciples of the Faceless Immortal sect had the same thought. Lin Tian must have used some scheme to harm the 7 Luminaries' empire. Right now, Lin Tian was standing here alone. He was only a cultivator at the first level of the Immortal Ascension realm. There was no reason for them to be afraid of him. Lin Tian's gaze moved and swept across the 30 or so Immortal Ascension realm cultivators. These people had once followed Tua Yili to the Ascension Dao sect. At that time, he and Lu Wuwei could have killed these people, but in the end, they did not and let them all go. The 30 or so people were all at the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, when they met Lin Tian's gaze, they trembled slightly, and their expressions were very ugly. "Young man, I'm sorry. We feel guilty, but you barged into our sect like this, we have no choice. We can only attack. Someone spoke and clasped his hands. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and there was no change in it. Just nice. His voice was calm. That day, in the Ascension Dao sect, all of your hands were stained with the blood of the Ascension sect disciples. I let you go that day, and now, I will settle the grudge of that day. P.S. Thank you, King of Three Virtues Education, for your 1,000,000 lateral coins. Thank you. Kowtow. Thank you, Book Friend 698-5421 for your 10,000 lateral coins. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Long went to eat lunch and then came back to work hard on the third chapter. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the expressions of the 30 or so people who had been spared in the Ascension Dao sect became even uglier. That day, Lin Tian and Lu Wuwei could have killed them but let them go. But now, they were going to wave their butcher's knives at Lin Tian and attack Lin Tian. This was naturally not a glorious thing. The 30 or so people clenched their fists. Sorry. One of them gritted his teeth. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent and calm. There's nothing to be sorry about. There won't be any deviation in the outcome. It's just that you guys will live a little longer. The expressions of the 30 or so people turned ugly. However, their fists clenched even tighter. Then, their eyes became determined. Sorry. It was still only 2 words. However, the fighting spirit in the eyes of the 30 or so people rose. At the same time, hostility rose. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stood calmly in the formless immortal sect. A palm-sized divine talisman appeared in his right hand. With a chi sound, he crushed the divine talisman. A wisp of light spread out from his palm and quickly surged into his body. Humph. A cold snort sounded. The supreme elders of this lineage raised their hands. With a buzz, dense array runes appeared around the formless immortal sect, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Not even a mosquito could fly out. You're too arrogant. One of them said coldly. This was the 7th supreme elder of the formless immortal sect. At this moment, he took a step forward and pressed down with his hand, enveloping Lin Tian. The void creaked and distorted inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, a large hand covered in mist covered the sky and the sun. It carried a dense fluctuation of Tao laws and a terrifying killing intent. How is he going to block it? How? Outside the formless immortal sect, everyone's eyes widened. How could an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator resist the murderous hand of a great Tao expert? These people held their breaths. They felt that since Lin Tian dared to come here and barge into the formless immortal sect, he must have something to rely on. Therefore, at this moment, they were all staring at the formless immortal sect. At the same time, within the formless immortal sect, the disciples of this faction all had sinister expressions on their faces. He's dead. No matter how much he schemed against the 7 luminaries' empire, he's still trash in terms of his own strength. Humph. Many people sneered. Literature building, buzz, the giant hand blotted out the sky, and the Tao laws intertwined as it descended upon Lin Tian. Your dragon burial scripture still has great uses. I won't kill you directly. The 7th supreme elder of this faction said coldly. The hazy light of the big hand descended. However, in the next moment, the expression of the person who made the move changed. The large hand that he pressed down could not descend no matter what. The divine light hand trembled non-stop. Old 7, what are you doing? The 1st supreme elder frowned. The other grand elders were also confused. They all looked at the 7th grand elder, not understanding why he didn't continue attacking. At the same time, even the people outside the phaseless immortal sect and the disciples of the phaseless immortal sect were puzzled, their expressions strange. The 7th grand elder who took action clenched his teeth. The large hand of divine light that reached out once again moved, descending towards Lin Tian. Rumbling sounds rang out. Unfortunately, he still could not suppress it. What's going on? This person's heart trembled slightly. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian moved. He raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. With a swoosh, a ray of light flew out like lightning. As if it had crossed through space, it instantly entered the space between this person's brows. Pooh! Blood splattered, and the large hand of divine light shattered. The person who attacked fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were still open, but the light of life within them disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Old Seven? The expressions of the other 6 grand elders of this faction changed, and they all appeared beside this person. Then, the expressions of all 6 of them changed. Almost at the same time, the spectators outside the Phaseless Immortal sect, as well as the disciples inside the Phaseless Immortal sect, all felt that the current situation of the 7th Supreme Elder, who had made a move, could no longer sense the slightest bit of life fluctuations from the other party. Dead. Dead. Someone muttered. For a moment, everyone trembled in unison. A Grand Dao Realm expert was actually killed by an early-stage Immortal Ascension cultivator with a simple finger. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian. Shock, horror. This? How did he do it? That's a Grand Dao Realm existence. Someone trembled. At this moment, even the other 6 Grand Dao Realm experts of this faction couldn't help but tremble. It was just a casual finger, but the 7th Supreme Elder of the Grand Dao Realm died. Even his soul couldn't escape. What exactly was going on? Lin Tian was clearly only at the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. How could he do such a thing with such a cultivation base? You. What did you do? The 6th Supreme Elder roared. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. His eyes were indifferent, and only the corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. A few days ago, an old drunkard left behind a divine talisman for him before he left. He had just crushed it, and the power within had already spread throughout his body. Only he could feel the power, and it made his heart tremble. At this moment, he even felt that he could easily kill someone like the 7 Luminaries clan's old ancestor who was at the first tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. He didn't say much. Facing the 6th Supreme Elder who had questioned him, he casually pointed a finger. Swish, a ray of light flew out, crossing space and arriving in an instant. Pooh! Unable to dodge, the 6th Supreme Elder of this faction was pierced through between his brows and flew dozens of feet away. With a bang, he smashed into a palace. Then, there was no movement at all. Just like the previous person, his life force had completely dissipated. Old 6th. The other Grand Elders cried out. After finding the 6th Supreme Elder's body, they all trembled again. The 6th Supreme Elder was also dead. This? How is this possible? What did he do? 2 Grand Dao Realm experts, just 2 fingers. How could this be? Outside the Phaseless Immortal sect, everyone was trembling. 2 fingers killed 2 Grand Dao Realm experts, and even their souls were obliterated in their physical bodies. No, impossible. How could this be? The disciples of the Phaseless Immortal sect all paled. At this time, these people stared at Lin Tian. All of them were terrified, and many of them could not help but tremble. Sacrificial killing array. The 1st Supreme Elder roared. In the next moment, in the void, the array patterns that had originally appeared pulsed even more violently. Dense killing light surged wildly, pressing down on Lin Tian, twisting the void until it collapsed inch by inch. Lin Tian raised his hand and activated the Heavenly One Soul Art. A silver soul light spread out, instantly annihilating all the killing light. Then, he flicked his 5 fingers, and more silver soul light intertwined and surged out in all directions. Then, in just an instant, the dense array patterns in the void pulsed, trembled violently, and returned to calmness. However, the 1st Supreme Elder of this faction directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. You cut off the connection between this old man and the sect protection array? This person looked panicked. At this time, he could no longer control the sect protection array of the Phaseless Immortal sect. The sect protection array no longer responded to him. Now, your sect protection array is mine. Lin Tian Ondao. The divine talisman that an old drunkard left him contained too much power. At this time, his abilities in all aspects had soared by leaps and bounds. After activating the Heavenly One Soul Art, he directly took over the sect protection array of the Phaseless Immortal sect. Hearing those words, the people from that bloodline all trembled. Their sect protection array had become Lin Tian's? Impossible. Don't be an alarmist. The fourth supreme elder of this faction shouted. Lin Tian's expression was calm. Then let's try. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand casually formed a seal. Immediately, the sect protection array of the Phaseless Immortal sect shone brightly. The dense killing light fell, and with a bang, the fourth supreme elder who spoke was sent flying. He rolled in the distance and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, looking extremely miserable. This time, this place, everyone trembled again. The sect protection array of the Phaseless Immortal sect is actually under his control? It's really become his great array? Rumor has it that he's also a formation master, but is his formation controlling technique already that terrifying? He can actually easily seize the great formation that originally belonged to someone else? Outside the Phaseless Immortal sect, everyone was shocked. Lin Tian dared to come here and directly walk into the Phaseless Immortal sect. Many people felt that Lin Tian had something to rely on, and should be able to fight against the Phaseless Immortal sect. But now, they didn't see Lin Tian do anything special. He was still at the first level of the Immortal Ascension realm, but his strength had become so terrifying that he could casually kill powerful cultivators of the Great Tao realm and easily seize other people's great formations. This was simply too strange, causing everyone to be puzzled. Wait. Suddenly, someone said, just now, he seemed to have crushed a strange light talisman. Strange light talisman? It seems like such a thing is happening. If that's the case, I saw it before. He crushed a light talisman. Could it be, it must be that light talisman. Someone said. At this time, these people felt that if they wanted to find the reason why Lin Tian had become so strong, it could only be because of that light talisman. Inside the Phaseless Immortal sect, the first Supreme Elder and the others were shocked. It's that light talisman from before? They had naturally seen the light talisman that Lin Tian had crushed, but because they didn't feel any special fluctuations from it, they only thought that Lin Tian had used some kind of divine ability and didn't pay much attention to it. They only activated the sect's great formation at that time to prevent Lin Tian from escaping. At this moment, when the light talisman was mentioned, the few of them also felt that it was strange, and their scalps went numb. Thinking about it this way, Lin Tian's current strength seemed to have something to do with the light talisman. Is it because of that light talisman? Not far away, the fourth Supreme Elder of this faction who had been swept away by the killing light stood up and roared fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as she tilted her head and looked over. You're asking me? With a flash of his feet, he instantly appeared in front of this person. He raised his hand and punched down. This person's body was torn into pieces on the spot. Blood splattered all over the air, and his divine soul also shattered. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Blood splattered in the air. At this moment, the scorching sun was clearly hanging high in the sky, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In the blink of an eye, 3 great Tao realm existences were killed. One punch, just one punch, will, death god? The crowd was terrified. Standing far away from the formless immortal sect, everyone's hearts were trembling fiercely. At the same time, the disciples of the formless immortal sect felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, many people couldn't help but tremble. How could this be? How is this possible? Many people trembled. The fourth Grand Elder of their lineage had actually been killed with a single punch. At this moment, even the strongest Supreme Elder of this sect felt his heart palpitate. This person stared at Lin Tian, his eyes flickering. Lin Tian turned his head and looked over. He stretched out his right hand, and divine power gathered, condensing into a resplendent divine light sword. Clang, he casually slashed, and a sword light directly cut through the sky. With a puff, not far away, the fifth Supreme Elder of this sect was slashed into pieces by the sword. He didn't even have time to scream before his body and soul were directly destroyed. Another one, a great Tao powerhouse, already, is the fourth one, the crowd trembled. In the blink of an eye, 4 great Tao realm powerhouses were killed. Lin Tian. A furious roar sounded. There were still 3 supreme elders left in this sect. At this moment, their eyes were red, and they were extremely furious. 4 great Tao realm powerhouses were actually gone just like that. Damn it! The 3 of them roared, and powerful divine power fluctuations surged out from their bodies. At the same time, they charged toward Lin Xianxia. At this time, how could they still care about losing face when the 3 of them attacked together? Right now, 4 great Tao realm supreme elders had already been killed. What kind of loss was this? It was simply unbearable. Boom, 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 the void trembled, flames suddenly swept out, the earth suddenly shook, and a green mist appeared at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a dense Tao law spread out and enveloped the entire space within a radius of several hundred feet. Tao of Inferno. Tao Law of Chaos. Rotting Poison Tao Law. Some of the older generation experts were shocked. A great Tao realm expert could control the power of a great Tao. Even though it wasn't a complete great Tao and they could only control a trace of the power of a certain great Tao, this was already terrifying enough. Ordinary powers wouldn't be able to resist it. At this time, the 3 of them used the power of Tao Law at the same time. Blazing Tao power burned in all directions, and even divine power could be burned away. The Tao of Chaos Earth locked down the surroundings, pressing towards the center with boundless strength. The Tao of Rotting Poison was even more terrifying, and it could practically devour everything. In an instant, Lin Tian was surrounded by 3 Taoist laws. How is he going to fight against these 3 Taoists? Ordinary strength can. Someone's expression changed, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime sounded, suppressing all other sounds. Facing the pressure of the 3 tyrannical Taoist laws, Lin Tian's movements were very simple. He just raised his hand and swung his sword. Chi! 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 Along with 3 soft sounds, the 3 Tao Law powers were crushed at the same time. At the same time, the 3 people who attacked were forced back and each spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3rd Supreme Elder's heart trembled as he stared at Lin Tian in horror. Pft. A sword light flew over and directly shattered it. Literature building, 3rd Elder. The 2nd Supreme Elder of this lineage was shocked and furious. In the entire phaseless immortal sect, all the disciples, deacons, and ordinary elders were trembling. At this moment, they were completely shrouded in fear. The 3 most powerful supreme elders of their lineage had joined forces to activate the Tao Law, but one of them was killed in the blink of an eye. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, there was complete silence. All the onlookers were stunned at this moment. Thief! The 1st and 2nd supreme elders of the phaseless immortal sect roared. With a boom, they summoned a treasured furnace from the depths of the phaseless immortal sect. This furnace was surrounded by strands of faint light. Through the faint light, one could see that the body of the furnace was engraved with densely packed rune imprints. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a peerless power that overflowed the heavens. The high-grade Tao weapon of the phaseless immortal sect, the divine fire furnace. Someone exclaimed. Boom! The moment the divine fire furnace appeared, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. It was as if a destructive hurricane had swept up and quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, the 1st and 2nd Supreme Elders of the Phaseless Immortal Sect worked together to activate this Tao weapon, causing it to turn into a burning sun in the blink of an eye, mightily pressing down on Lin Tian. With a cracking sound, the void shattered on the spot. At the same time, blazing flames surged out from the divine fire furnace, as if they could burn everything, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Tian raised his head, a divine light flashing across his eyes. Without any scruples, his footsteps swayed, and he directly stepped towards the divine fire furnace that was pressing down on him. This? Directly rush up? That's a high-grade Tao weapon. The furnace fire can burn everything. Many people's hearts trembled. You're courting death. The 1st Supreme Elder of the Phaseless Immortal Sect gritted his teeth and activated the divine fire furnace even more crazily, causing the furnace's body to become even more terrifying. With a boom, more raging flames rushed out, burning the space until it collapsed. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He only took a step forward to approach the divine fire furnace. He held the divine light sword in his right hand and raised his left hand. A Dao diagram of the four symbols appeared and directly pressed down in front of him. A high-grade Dao weapon was very strong, but so what? In the end, it was only limited to the domain of the great Dao. Could it surpass the existence of Wu Zhen? At this time, the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard merged into his body. He felt that he could even easily kill a person at the first level of Wu Zhen. How could he be afraid of a high-grade Dao weapon activated by two great Dao powerhouses? Buzz. The Dao diagram of the four symbols slowly pressed down. At this moment, with the support of the power left by an old drunkard, an incomparably sacred silver light suddenly burst out, annihilating all the divine fire in an instant. Then, almost in an instant, the Dao diagram of the four symbols imprinted on the divine fire furnace, causing the furnace to become quiet. Lin Tian grabbed it with his left hand and grabbed it in his own hand. On the opposite side, the first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder of the Phaseless Immortal sect coughed up blood at the same time and staggered back. Lin Tian pressed down with the Dao diagram of the four symbols and directly erased all the imprints related to the Phaseless Immortal sect on the divine fire furnace, causing both of them to suffer a backlash. At this moment, the light of the divine fire furnace intertwined and floated in the palm of Lin Tian's left hand. Very strong. Feeling the power of this divine fire furnace, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. Not long ago, an old drunkard casually flicked his finger and destroyed the high-grade Dao weapon of the Seven Luminaries Empire, which made him feel a sense of regret. At this time, he snatched the high-grade Dao weapon of the Phaseless Immortal sect intact and immediately felt a lot more balanced. The high-grade Dao weapon of the Phaseless Immortal sect, just like that. It was taken away? Oh my god. What was that divine light talisman from before? Outside the Phaseless Immortal sect, everyone was horrified. The first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder of the Phaseless Immortal sect were naturally furious and rushed towards Lin Tian at the same time. Give it back to us. The two of them each displayed their super divine abilities and at the same time, used their Dao Law power. Lin Tian tilted his head and swung the divine light sword in his right hand, slashing out a sword beam. Pfft. The second Supreme Elder of this lineage exploded, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. He raised his left hand and kept the divine fire cauldron into his sea of consciousness. Then, a four symbols Dao diagram appeared and instantly annihilated the divine ability of the first Supreme Elder of this lineage. Moreover, after this, the four symbols Dao diagram didn't dissipate. It directly landed on this person's body and sealed all the divine force in his body, causing him to temporarily lose his cultivation. With a bang, this person fell to the ground. After a little struggle, he stood up and was ready to attack Lin Tian again. However, in the next moment, his face was filled with horror. You. What did you do? At this moment, he could not feel the flow of divine power. He could not use his divine ability, could not fly, and could not even use the simplest martial skills. Lin Tian glanced at this person before kicking him flying over 30 m away, causing him to collide fiercely with a crimson-red rock nearby. This person slid down the boulder with his back against it. More than half of his bones were broken. You. Staring at Lin Tian, this person's mouth was filled with blood and he could not get up for a long time. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Your Phaseless Immortal sect master personally led more than 30 Immortal Realm Elders and gathered the people of the Golden Flames Dao sect to head to the Emergence Dao sect to destroy the Emergence Dao sect. For that matter, we did not look for your Phaseless Immortal sect to reason with you. We even let go of the dozens of elders from your Phaseless Immortal sect who had gone to the Ascension Dao sect with you. We only killed the traitor of the Ascension Dao sect, Tua Yili. We have given your Phaseless Immortal sect enough face. However, not only did you not appreciate it, you even directly said that you wanted to take my life, force me out of the Emergence Dao sect, and keep sending people to kill me. Staring at this person, his expression became cruel and merciless. Back then, I once said that your Phaseless Immortal sect would slowly be destroyed in my hands. Now, it's time. I won't kill you for the time being. I'll let you watch with your own eyes as I destroy your phaseless immortal sect. I'll kill all your disciples one by one and completely remove your phaseless immortal sect from the Shin continent. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light in his hand shook, and the sword's ear-piercing hum swept out in all directions. Pft! 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 With just a casual movement, a large number of phaseless immortal sect disciples exploded. The first Grand Elder of this lineage trembled violently, and his eyes turned red. You. Stop. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. He directly ignored this person and swept his gaze across the 30 or so immortal realm elders of the phaseless immortal sect. These 30 or so people had followed the current phaseless sect master, Tuyi Lai, to the Emergence Dao sect and had killed the disciples of the Emergence Dao sect. That day, he and Lu Wuwei had let these people go. Now, they would not show mercy. Clang! He waved the divine light sword in his hand. With one sword, 100 swords were born. The void was instantly cut apart, and huge cracks appeared, extending in all directions like a spider web. Pft! 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 Blood splattered, and the 30 or so immortal realm cultivators he was staring at exploded in an instant. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. More than 30 immortal connecting cultivators were killed in an instant. Blood splattered across the sky, enchanting and piercing red. In Lin Tian's hand, the killing sword condensed from divine power flashed. The resentment of that day is now settled. Everyone from the formless immortal sect trembled, and many of them couldn't help but retreat. More than 30 experts, all of them at the connecting immortal realm. Among them, there were even reclusive elders at the 9th level of the connecting immortal realm. But now, Lin Tian had killed all of them with a single strike. Bastard! The first prime elder of the bloodline roared and charged forward madly. Lin Tian didn't even look at this person. With a backhand slap, he directly sent this person flying, causing him to roll more than 3 feet away. He tilted his head and looked at the other members of the bloodline. It's your turn. His voice was calm. With a move of his mind instructs, in a second, the sect-protecting formation that enveloped the formless immortal sect began to circulate, and a murderous light appeared. In an instant, an invisible killing intent enveloped the entire phaseless immortal sect. Clang! A sword cry that sounded like a real sword cry rang out. The killing light condensed into the shape of a sword and mercilessly slashed down towards the group of people from the phaseless immortal sect. Pooh! 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 The bloody light instantly exploded, one after another. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Lin Tian activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, causing the sect-protecting formation of the phaseless immortal sect to erupt with its strongest power in history. Dense killing lights continuously appeared from all directions and slashed down, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the disciples and deacon elders of the phaseless immortal sect. Ah! Screams reverberated in the air as panic and fear intertwined in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the formless immortal sect trembled and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The formless immortal sect's own sect-protecting formation, but now. But it's being used. Terrifying. This Lin Tian is simply, many people were horrified. Literature building, he had seized the sect-protecting array of the formless immortal sect, and now he was using it to harvest the lives of the people of the formless immortal sect. How powerful was that? How terrifying was that? And to the people of the formless immortal sect, what kind of irony was this? No. Grand Elder, save me. Ah. Voices of fear and despair intertwined with one another. Accompanied by these sounds, bloody mists continued to explode. The number 1. Great Elder of the phaseless immortal sect had not died yet, so Lin Tian did not directly kill him. At this moment, as he stared at the scene and saw his disciples being killed one by one, he could not help but tremble. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Stop! Stop!" Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he remained motionless. The One Heaven Soul art circulated even faster, causing the sect-protecting grand formation to become even more terrifying and the killing intent to become even stronger. Under such killing lights, even some half-step Great Dao experts could not withstand it. They could temporarily withstand a dozen killing lights, but they could not withstand hundreds or even thousands of killing lights. Pooh! 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 It was like a blood-red firework. In this place, there was only blood sputtering in the void, splashing in all directions. I won't be your enemy anymore. Let me go. Someone trembled as he begged for mercy. Soon after, more people spoke up. We will leave the phaseless immortal sect immediately. No, don't kill us. We are only here to cultivate. Didn't you say before that as long as we leave? Or stand to the side, you won't kill us? Yes. Yes, we will leave now. I will never attack you again. The crowd trembled. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he did not have the slightest reaction. However, his killing intent became even stronger. In the beginning, he had given these people a chance and did not want to kill the ordinary disciples of this faction. However, when he gave these people a chance, these people all mocked him and stared at him with killing intent. They thought that with a few great Dao realm experts here, he was dead for sure. But now, the situation had deviated from these people's expectations. These people began to beg for mercy, saying that they were only here to cultivate, saying that they would never attack him again, begging him to show mercy, begging him to let them go. Now, would he let them go? Clang, the killing intent emitted by the sect protecting formation became even stronger, and the killing intent became even more shocking, causing the screams and cries of fear to become even louder. Blood splattered at an even faster speed. Grand Elder, save me! Stop! Save me! The disciples of the phaseless immortal sect cried for help in fear, and even some elders at the immortal ascension realm were no exception. When the Grand Elder, who was the leader of this faction, saw this scene, his old body could not help but tremble. He directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Beast, stop, stop! At this moment, the disciples, deacons, and elders of the phaseless immortal sect exploded before his eyes. One by one, their lives were harvested before his eyes. He almost went crazy. Do you feel pain? Heartbreaking? Lin Tianling smiled. That's good. That's what I want. The incident at the Ascension Dao sect was still hard for him to let go. The phaseless immortal sect was too shameless. Clang, in this place, blinding killing light continuously hacked down. To the people of the phaseless immortal sect, this day was undoubtedly a terrifying day of calamity. The sect protecting formation sealed off all 10 directions of space, and rays of killing light continuously descended, as if they were slaughtering pigs that were being raised in a cage. No one was able to escape. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. This place was filled with screams, cries for mercy, cries for help, and cries for help. Voices filled with terror intertwined and continued. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. At this time, the space finally quieted down. There were no more screams, cries for mercy, cries for help. There were only corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. There was only blood flowing on the ground. Dead, they're all dead, the only one left is the Grand Elder. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, someone was trembling. For a short while, Lin Tian stood in place, not moving a single step. He used the Celestial One Soul incantation to activate the sect's protective formation and killed everyone except for the first Grand Elder. This bloodline's number 1 Grand Elder roared, his eyes about to split apart, almost going mad. Lin Tian. What a beast. This person roared out ruthlessly. Because of his shock and anger, he spat out blood essence. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent as he tilted his head to look at her. You asked for it. Damn it. Damn you. His god power was sealed, and his cultivation base was sealed. He was like a wild animal, lunging madly toward Lin Tian. The audience is done. You can disappear now. Lin Tian Dao. With the support of an old drunkard's divine talisman, he was now invincible. He casually waved his hand, and a ray of sword light swept past. With a pu sound, this person was chopped into pieces, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. In an instant, the space became deathly silent. This, really, all dead. Phaseless immortal sect, destroyed. Destroyed. Outside the phaseless immortal sect, everyone was trembling. Looking at the corpses all over the ground in the phaseless immortal sect, and seeing the blood everywhere, many people trembled, their faces pale. After the Golden Flames Dao sect, the Xianxia family, and the Seven Luminaries Empire, Lin Tian had destroyed the phaseless immortal sect. One person had caused the destruction of 4 great forces. Who is he? Many people were horrified. Lin Tian stood in the phaseless immortal sect and casually glanced outside. He did not care and walked into the depths of this bloodline. Not long after, he came to the place where the secret arts of this bloodline were stored. Without looking carefully, he put away all the secret arts and put them into a stone ring. In the past, the stone ring was very precious to him, but now it was different. Now, he had a lot of such things, and the internal space was very large. He walked out of the area where the divine abilities and precious techniques were stored and entered this branch's armory. As soon as he opened the door, a large expanse of light flashed. Precious weapons and precious swords were laid out horizontally as dense light interweaved. He walked in and roughly glanced around. There were more than 30 immortal tools, hundreds of supreme treasures, and countless treasures. All of them were stored in the stone ring. Including the treasures I got from the Golden Dao sect and the Seven Luminaries Empire, I now have more than 100 immortal tools. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He had mastered the weapon control technique. Later, if he used more than 100 immortal tools to display the weapon control technique, what kind of terrifying scene would that be? Speaking of which layer of the heavenly domain did this precious technique come from? From what the old man said about the 4th heaven, this technique doesn't seem to be from the 4th heaven. He whispered. When he was in the 2nd heaven, he knew that the weapon control technique is a great technique from a higher heaven. At first, he thought that it came from the 3rd heaven, but after reaching the 3rd heaven, he discovered that it wasn't the case. As for the 4th heaven, it doesn't seem to be the case. Therefore, the weapon control technique should be from the 5th heaven. The tomb in the 1st heaven, the owner of the tomb was only in the airborne realm. How could he have a complete weapon control technique? Strange. He was a little curious. After a pause, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was too lazy to think about these things now. He put away all the treasures, and soon found some spirit pills and treasures. They were all quite good, so he put them away. Not long after, he came to the place where the lingjing was stored. There were a lot of lingjing inside. He glanced at it roughly and estimated that there were about 30,000 kilograms of them. It's just more than the 12 Dao sects, but it's nothing compared to the 3 dynasties and the Xianxia family. He shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he put the 30,000 kilograms of lingjing into the stone ring. After that, he searched this place for a long time, putting away all the valuable things, and then walked out of the depths. At this time, he felt that the power of the divine talisman in his body began to weaken slowly. It could only last for about a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour is enough, he muttered to himself. Stepping on the ground of this vein, he directly blasted down with a punch, causing the entire surface of the ground to shatter into pieces. The dragon runes on the soles of his feet flickered, and soon, it spread to the underground world of the phaseless immortal sect. He saw 16 complete immortal veins, all of which were intertwined with incomparably rich spiritual light. The dragon marks extended downwards, and the underground of the phaseless immortal sect was covered with 16 immortal veins. However, Lin Tian did not care about this at the moment. Right now, he had the divine talisman left behind by an old drunkard as his support, and his strength was comparable to an expert at the 5th level of enlightenment. It was naturally a very simple matter to break this restriction. Advertisement, he activated the dragon burial scripture, and the dragon marks interweaved. With a chi sound, the restriction outside the 16 immortal veins was shattered. Buzz. He raised his hands and formed a seal at an extremely fast speed. He used the dragon burial scripture to pull the 16 immortal veins out from the underground world. Then, dense dragon marks wrapped around them. As these dragon marks wrapped around them, the 16 immortal veins gradually shrank. In the end, they all turned into an inch long and were grabbed by him. Hiss. Just like that, he gave the 16 immortal veins of the phaseless immortal sect. This is. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Outside the phaseless immortal sect, the hearts of the crowd trembled. Those were immortal veins. Originally, each of them was 1,000 feet long, but now, they were all compressed to an inch long. Lin Tian put away the 16-inch-long immortal veins and nodded in satisfaction. That day in the Seven Luminaries Empire, an old drunkard had used absolute power to compress the 20 immortal veins of the Seven Luminaries Empire into balls of light, and now, he was relying on the power left behind by an old drunkard and the special divine arts recorded in the Dragon Burial Scripture to change the shape of the immortal veins with the Tao of Dragon marks. There are a total of 36 immortal veins. In addition to the 400,000 kilograms of Lingjing, it's enough for me to step into the second level of the Immortal Ascension realm and consolidate my cultivation. He muttered to himself. It had to be said that obtaining so many Lingjing and complete immortal veins in such a short period of time, and being able to step into the second level of the Immortal Ascension realm later, was truly a pleasant surprise. However, at the same time, he was also somewhat helpless. This was because his physique was too much of a waste of Lingjing. From the early stage of the Immortal Ascension realm to the second level of the Immortal Ascension realm, he actually had to consume so many resources. At this time, he was standing in the formless immortal sect. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it strands of the smell of blood. He paused for a moment, then slowly rose into the air. When he was several hundred feet above the ground, a sword completely condensed from divine power appeared in his right hand again, and he indifferently slashed down. This sword strike was very casual, but its power was shocking. After all, it was supported by the power left behind by an old drunkard. Boom! The phaseless immortal sect was greatly shaken, and in an instant, it was torn apart. All the palaces collapsed at the same time, causing sand and dust to surge into the sky. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the phaseless immortal sect had completely collapsed. The originally magnificent halls and pavilions were all shattered, and there was even a raging fire that quickly turned the entire phaseless immortal sect into a sea of fire. Quick update: the website is refreshing with few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. Someone shuddered. Just like that, the powerful phaseless immortal sect turned into a burning inferno. Many people's hearts trembled as they looked at the sea of fire and then at Lin Tian in the sky. Many people couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, these people felt a chill run down their spines. This was simply the god of death. Lin Tian stood in the sky and swept a glance at these people. She no longer stayed here and walked into the distance step by step. Only when he was completely gone did the cultivators in this place let out a long sigh of relief. But terrifying. Someone trembled. Very quickly, everything that happened in this place quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire Shin continent. He really went to the phaseless immortal sect and gave it to. The Seven Luminaries Empire had just been destroyed, and before the storm had even subsided, the phaseless immortal sect had been destroyed. They were all destroyed by the same person, and once again set off a frenzy in the Shin continent. Golden Fire Dao Sect, Xuanlongjiang Family, Seven Luminaries Empire, Phaseless Immortal Sect. He alone destroyed 4 inheritances. Some people counted carefully, and their hearts trembled violently. The history of the Shin continent was extremely long, but in such a long period of history, when had such a terrifying thing ever happened? In just 1 year, a small cultivator had destroyed 4 powerful inheritances, including one of the 3 great empires that looked down on this Shin continent. 4 inheritances. It was destroyed just like that. It's really, how ruthless. What's so ruthless about it? If it were up to me, I would say that these forces deserved it. That's right, if it was me, I would have done the same. Moreover, it would be even more ruthless than this. Someone said, these great powers raised by dogs and wolves, all of them are always self-righteous, thinking that they are high and mighty, that they can bully others as they wish. It's best to destroy them, uprooting them all. In the cultivation world of the Shin continent, discussions continued. In just half a day, the storm in the Shin continent had reached its climax in 10,000 years, and no one could remain calm. For huge inheritances had been destroyed in the hands of the same person in a year, destroyed in the hands of a small cultivator. Shock, horror. At the same time, an expert of the older generation thought of something else. The situation of the Shin continent has been completely destroyed. When this voice came out, many cultivators were shocked again. Of the 12 sects, the Golden Fire sect was destroyed. Of the 6 great immortal sects, the phaseless immortal sect was destroyed. The place where the dragon-seeking family established their clan was turned into a dead area. And most importantly, one of the 3 great empires that looked down on this territory, the 7 Luminaries Empire, was also destroyed. The structure that originally existed had really cracked apart. Lin Tian, some experts felt their hearts palpitate. One person had changed. The situation of the cultivation world in the Shin continent for 10,000 years. How terrifying was that, on this day, while everyone in the Shin continent was shocked, they also clearly knew another thing. Lin Tian, a man who was only 20 years old, was destined to leave the strongest mark in the history of cultivation in the Shin continent. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Tian walked on the main road with a calm expression, like a young leader, giving people a feeling of sunshine. 3 days ago, he destroyed the phaseless immortal sect with the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard and killed everyone in the phaseless immortal sect. He felt that his hands were once again stained with blood, so just like when he destroyed the 18 strongholds of the 7 Luminaries Empire, he went to a secluded small forest and used the natural aura of the forest to wash the turbid blood chi on his body. He only walked out today. At this time, his footsteps were unprecedentedly light, and he felt that his whole body was countless times more relaxed, as if a huge boulder of 10,000 kilograms had been removed from his shoulders. Now, I can return to the Emergence Tao sect, he whispered. The Golden Fire sect, the Phaseless Immortal sect, the Dragon-Seeking family, and the 7 Luminaries Empire had all been destroyed. Now, he did not have to worry about anything. He thought of Shuiyi, Ling Yun, and Lu Wuwei, and could not help but smile. Especially Shuiyi, he could finally see this girl again, this strong and weak girl who had once saved his life. Thinking of this, his footsteps could not help but quicken. He walked in a direction and headed towards the Emergence Tao sect. Soon, he still had to go to the Barbarian land and the Fourth Heaven. But now, before going to the Barbarian land and the Fourth Heaven, he wanted to return to the Emergence Tao sect first. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He took a step of more than 100 feet, and the scenery on both sides quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled, and a dangerous signal appeared in his heart. Without time to think, he stepped on the Yin Yang Ho and directly moved more than 100 feet away. Chi. Almost at the same time, an eerie beam of light descended from the sky where he was just now, directly shattering a piece of space. Your spiritual perception is not weak. An indifferent voice rang out from the sky. Lin Tian raised his head and saw 2 middle-aged men descending. One was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. Great Dao Realm? His expression changed slightly. As the 2 middle-aged men descended, he felt an incomparably clear fluctuation of Dao laws. It was very dense. At the same time, the black dragon on his shoulder also trembled. It raised its head slightly, and its demonic eyes revealed a solemn expression. Who is it? He asked solemnly. You didn't forget the rank 7 array controller you killed in the First Heaven, did you? The green-robed middle-aged man said with an indifferent expression. Lin Tian was moved again. The green-robed middle-aged man's simple words allowed him to guess the identities of these 2 people. The primordial shrine. His heart trembled. When he returned to the First Heaven, he killed a rank 7 array controller in the palace of the Uros Empire. The other party was from the primordial shrine, and he was the descendant of a big shot from the primordial shrine. After killing the rank 7 array controller, he had guessed that the faction behind the other party might come looking for him. He did not expect that they would really come. Staring at these 2 people, his expression became incomparably solemn, and he was on high alert. These 2 people were both in the Great Dao realm. Next to the green-robed middle-aged man, the black-robed middle-aged man spoke. His eyes were as cold as a cold sword. Hand over the eternal killing array. When Lin Tian killed the rank 7 array controller in the first heaven, the big shot of the primordial shrine used a special method to capture Lin Tian's face and the eternal killing array. Therefore, this branch immediately sent people to the first heaven. However, at that time, as soon as the people sent to the first heaven, they were killed by the purple elves living in the dark forest across the boundless void, instantly erasing them from the world. After that, the great figures of the desolate shrine speculated that there should be a terrifying existence living in seclusion in the first heaven. Those who exceeded a certain level of cultivation might be killed mercilessly if they went down there. Hence, the great figures decided to search for Lin Tian in the higher heavens. These big shots felt that since Lin Tian controlled the eternal killing array, he was definitely not ordinary. They believed that he would definitely go to a higher heaven. Therefore, at this time, the people of this branch found Lin Tian in the third heaven. Lin Tian's expression changed. Did the primordial shrine discover that he had the eternal killing array? These two people were here to snatch the eternal killing array from him. Moreover, after snatching the eternal killing array, they would definitely kill him. Staring at the two great Dao realm cultivators from the primordial shrine, his eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, he did not say a word. He directly retreated and rushed into the distance. A few days ago, he killed great Dao realm powerhouses like cutting vegetables. However, that was because he relied on the power of the divine talisman left to him by an old drunkard. But now, the power of the divine talisman had already dissipated. How could he fight against a great Dao realm powerhouse head-on? Now, escaping was the best choice. A cold light flashed in the black-robed middle-aged man's eyes. "You want to leave?" As his words fell, this person directly stretched out his right hand. It covered the sky and mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. The giant hand pressed down, covering the sky. Lin Tianji felt that the space around him was completely frozen. It was as if his body had sunk into a swamp, and his movements became very slow. At this moment, the giant hand was really close to him. He gritted his teeth. Helpless, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the black-robed man's giant hand with all his might. Bang! The fist and the palm collided. Suddenly, a mighty divine light filled the sky. Lin Tianji was directly sent flying. His right hand was in pain, and there was a crack between his thumb and forefinger. Bright red blood flowed out. This made him grit his teeth again. With his current strength, it was indeed impossible for him to fight a cultivator of the Great Path head-on. Even in the physique domain that he was most proud of, a punch that he struck out with all his might would not be able to block a casual palm strike from such a figure. The gap between the realms of the two was simply too great. His cultivation is only at the early stage of the connecting immortal realm. After blocking your palm, his thumb and forefinger only cracked a little. The green-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was clearly surprised. A person with eternity is indeed not simple. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. Even if he is not simple, he is only at the first level of connecting immortal. The green-robed man nodded. The two of them stepped forward and strode toward Lin Tianji. The space returned to normal. Two waves of great path-level divine power surged, causing Lin Tianji to feel a chill down his spine. He directly transmitted his voice to the black dragon. In the next moment, the black dragon unfolded its demon body and carried him into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the distance. This is a dragon? The two middle-aged men's eyes narrowed. After it, the black-robed man said coldly. Divine light flashed around their bodies, causing the space to tremble slightly. With a single step, they covered hundreds of feet. Lin Tianji rode on the black dragon's head. The scene on both sides retreated at an astonishing speed, and the wind whistled. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, and a terrifying sword chi slashed past his ear. Boom, the sword chi did not sweep past him, but it cut the ground in front of him into pieces. Broken soil and broken rocks flew in all directions. Lin Tianji looked back. The green-robed man and the black-robed man had caught up. Although they were still some distance away from him and the black dragon, the distance was gradually shrinking. Stop. The green-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The black flood dragon's speed was even faster. It turned into a black bolt of lightning and once again opened up a large distance between them. The cyan-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Rumor has it that the flood dragon's body contains a trace of the true dragon's bloodline. Could it be that it also possesses a trace of the true dragon's legendary speed? This speed is sufficient to be comparable to an ordinary Grand Dao expert. It's no big deal. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice was ice-cold. This person raised his hand, and dozens of sword chi flew out, cutting open the space on the spot. Lin Tianji felt his scalp go cold. This kind of dense sword chi was no longer something that could be dodged by speed alone. Without hesitation, he directly propped up a furnace. Dong! The sword energy landed on the cauldron and immediately produced a deafening roar as if a divine drum had been struck. This treasure furnace was something he had obtained from the phaseless immortal sect. It was called the Divine Fire Furnace, and was the strongest treasure weapon of the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, under the activation of his divine power, it completely blocked the powerful sword chi that the black-robed middle-aged man swept over. High-grade Dao weapon? The cyan-robed middle-aged man was moved. In fact, even the cold and indifferent black-robed middle-aged man revealed a strange expression, and a flash of light quickly flashed across his eyes. Good stuff. This trip was worth it. The cyan-robed middle-aged man revealed a smile. Like the black-robed middle-aged man, he attacked, releasing dense sword light towards Lin Tianji. The black-robed middle-aged man also attacked together, and his attacks became stronger. The refinement of a Dao weapon was very troublesome and required a lot of divine materials. Moreover, the refinement technique was not easy for ordinary people to control. Therefore, many Dao realm experts did not have their own Dao weapons, and these two people happened to be the same. Now, seeing a Dao weapon of a sect here, and it was even a high-grade Dao weapon, how could these two not be moved? The big shots of the desolate shrine only wanted them to bring back Lin Tianji and the eternal killing array. As for the other things on Lin Tianji, they did not say much. In other words, the other things on Lin Tianji could be theirs. Take the initiative to hand them over and hand over the eternal killing array, and you will suffer less physical pain. As the cyan-robed middle-aged man attacked, he said indifferently, "You should know very well that with your cultivation, you can't escape from the two of us." "Is that possible?" Lin Tianling said. He used the divine furnace to block in front, and the black dragon increased its speed again, flying away with Lin Tianji on its back like a black bolt of lightning. "You don't know what's good for you." The cyan-robed middle-aged man shook his head. This person raised his hand, and a thick sword light streaked across the sky, crushing the void on the spot. Beside him, the black-robed middle-aged man attacked even more ruthlessly. Every sword chi contained extremely terrifying killing power. Lin Tianji used the divine furnace to block in front, activating dense flames that burned the void and collapsed a lot to block the sword light. However, with his current cultivation, even though he had a high-grade Dao armament in hand, it was still impossible for him to face two great Dao realm experts head-on. Even though he managed to block the sword lights that the two of them had sent out, he had suffered quite serious injuries. Cough. He coughed up blood, feeling as if his internal organs had cracked a little. That's right. A mere early-stage immortal connecting realm cultivator actually managed to barely block our attacks with just a single Dao soldier. The cyan-robed middle-aged man said. As he spoke, this person attacked even harder. A large amount of divine light spun past, closing in from all directions. The black-robed middle-aged man was the same. His attacks were even more domineering. Lin Tianji used the divine furnace with all his might. At the same time, the black dragon fled into the distance while channeling thick demonic power into his body, helping him activate this high-grade Dao weapon to resist the attacks of the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man. For a time, astonishing divine light shook each other. Sword light, raging flames, and palm shadows continued to surge in this void. Bang! After a while, Lin Tianji and the black dragon were injured at the same time. They were sent flying by the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man's attacks. Lin Tianji gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Boom, the black dragon sped up again. The black murderous aura turned into the power of thunder. With a loud boom, it fled into the distance again. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were both true great path powerhouses. they couldn't fight head-on at all. Now, they could only run. Can you escape? The black-robed middle-aged man's voice was cold. The cyan-robed middle-aged man's expression was still indifferent. He said without any emotion, "Leave a trace of life and search your sea of consciousness." The two of them stepped forward and attacked at the same time. The power of their attacks was even more terrifying. Boom, 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 the divine light and the killing light intertwined, causing the space to collapse inch by inch. Lin Tian and the black dragon blocked the attacks as they flew. Soon, 6 hours had passed. Bang! Once again, the man and the dragon were sent flying. They both coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Now, Lin Tianji's clothes were stained with blood. The black dragon was in a similar situation. Many of its scales had fallen off. It was seriously injured. Keep running. Let's see how long you can run. The cyan-robed middle-aged man said. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He was like an unsheathed killing sword, ruthless and cruel. Clang, clang, the two of them raised their hands, and another large wave of killing light pressed down on Lin Tianji and the black dragon. Lin Tianji used all his strength, activating the divine furnace to block in front of him. The divine furnace in his hand was extraordinary. He and the black dragon weren't weak either. However, the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were too strong. They seemed to be above the third level of the Great Path realm. In the previous 6 hours, even if he and the black dragon used all their strength to activate the divine furnace, they couldn't stop the two of them at all. They were constantly injured. If it wasn't for the black dragon's speed that was comparable to an ordinary Great Path realm existence and could maintain a certain level of intensity with the two of them, he and the black dragon would have been suppressed and killed by the two of them long ago. Dong, the sword chi slashed by the two of them landed on the divine furnace, and a rumbling sound like that of a drum rang out again. Lin Tianji relied on the black dragon's rich demonic power to activate the divine furnace with all his strength, barely blocking the attacks of the two of them again. However, he also trembled violently. The blood in his body surged, and a mouthful of blood surged up his throat again. Moreover, at the same time, because the black dragon was still transferring demonic power to him, it was also shaken. Its speed instantly slowed down. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man strode over. One of them had an indifferent expression, while the other's eyes were cold. Another wave of eerie sword light flew over. Boom! 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 The sword light landed on the divine furnace, and a rumbling sound reverberated continuously. Lin Tianji used all his strength to activate this treasured furnace. His body trembled, but his eyes were very cold. A wisp of cold light flashed past. Using this high-grade Dao tool to block in front of him, he stood on the black dragon's head and transmitted a message to the black dragon. I will stop them alone. You leave now and leave in another direction. Don't follow me anymore. The cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were too powerful. They were at least at the third heaven of the great Dao. With his and the black dragon's current strength, it was impossible to stop them even if they worked together. Even with their speed, they could not escape from their pursuit. Under such circumstances, he did not want to be a burden to the black dragon. If the black dragon left him, he believed that the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man would definitely not chase after the black dragon. They would only chase after him. After all, their target was him, the black dragon growled and rejected directly. Lin Tianji had already guessed that the black dragon would not agree, but he was still very touched. He took a deep breath and continued, this time, listen to me. Leave. He stared at the cyan-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man who were chasing after him. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood, but his eyes were extremely cold. I still have other means. They might not be able to suppress me. If you follow me, it will be difficult for me to use them. It will affect me. The black dragon growled again. Its voice was dull. Trust me. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. He opened his right hand and 3 stone rings appeared. In here, there are all the abhijnas and secret techniques of the Golden Fire Dao Gate, the Phaseless Immortal Sect, and the 7 Luminaries Empire. There are also most of the artifacts and elixirs of the three major factions. There is also about 250,000 kilograms of Lingjing. After you leave, go to the Emergence Dao Gate and hand it to Lu Wuwei. In the future, you can cultivate in the Emergence Dao Gate. It is suitable for you. As he spoke, another stone ring appeared in his hand. There are 20 light pearls in here. They are the 20 immortal veins under the 7 luminaries empire. After you reach the Emergence Dao Gate, let Lu Wuwei help you slowly refine them. After that, spend a month or so to comprehend the great Dao nomological laws. You should be able to step into the great Dao realm. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian originally wanted to enter the second tier of the connecting immortal realm with hundreds of thousands of Lingjing and dozens of immortal meridians, but now, he changed his mind. Lu Wuwei valued him and trusted him, passing the position of Ascension Sect Master to him. Now, he was the Master of Ascension Sect. Since he was the Master of Ascension Sect, he naturally had to consider his own sect and subordinates. As for the Black Dragon, it had been following him recently. During the Immortal Ascension Tribulation and now when he was being chased by the black-robed middle-aged man, it had protected him with its life. This was a great kindness and righteousness. Although it was because of him that he did not kill it, he still had to do something. He could not always let the Black Dragon sacrifice for him. 20 immortal meridians were given to the Black Dragon. In the future, the Black Dragon would enter the Great Virtue Realm with these 20 immortal meridians. It would be of great help to Ascension Sect, Shuiyi, Ling Yun, and the rest. As for the 500,000 Lingjing, the other mystiques, and the Baodan, he gave them to Ascension Sect. This could greatly increase the strength of Ascension Sect, allowing them to reach the level of the 6 major immortal sects in a short period of time. Even reaching the level of the 3 great dynasties should not be a big problem. This was far more valuable than him entering the second tier of the connecting immortal realm. After all, he had just entered the second tier of the connecting immortal realm, which was only a small step in the same realm. His battle strength would not increase by much, and it would not undergo a transformation like when he entered the connecting immortal realm from the Zephyr 9th tier. As for the Ascension Sect's strength, it was very likely that it would be a great help to him in the future. Now, other than the Divine Fire Cauldron, he only left the immortal weapons of more than 100 sects and 16 immortal meridians for himself. The immortal weapons were used for the weapon controlling technique, while the 16 immortal meridians were used for other things. Go. He transmitted his voice to the Black Dragon again. He threw the 4 stone rings to the Black Dragon, and a gentle force shook out from his body, pushing the Black Dragon more than 100 feet away. At the same time, he leaped into the air, stepping on the yin-yang puppet, and rushed in another direction. He could not really judge the outcome of escaping alone like this. However, he was very sure of one thing, and that was that as long as he and the Black Dragon separated, the Black Dragon would definitely survive. The void trembled and rumbled. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that it shocked the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men. This speed was not much slower than the Black Flood Dragon's peak speed. Chase! The azure-robed middle-aged man bellowed. At this time, as Lin Tian had expected, the two of them did not care about the Black Dragon at all and directly chased after Lin Tian. Their target was Lin Tian. The Black Dragon roared and shook its body in an attempt to chase after them, but it was already too late. Previously, it had carried Lin Tian and fled, so its injuries were far more severe than Lin Tian's. In addition, it had been helping Lin Tian activate the Divine Fire Cauldron with its demonic power, so its current speed was actually less than half of its peak speed. In the blink of an eye, it had lost sight of Lin Tian and the other two. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang and flew in a random direction. He didn't know what was in front of him. He looked back and saw that the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men had caught up with him. The distance between them was quickly closing. Give up. You can't escape. The green-robed middle-aged man said. The black-robed middle-aged man raised his hand and once again swept out a large amount of sword light, which even carried some faint fluctuations of the great Tao. Lin Tian imprinted his divine sense on the fairy weapons of more than 100 sects that he had left behind. Then, he used the weapon control technique to activate these fairy weapons. Together with the divine fire cauldron, he barely managed to defend himself. At the same time, the yin and yang liang was activated to the limit and flew away. More than 100 sex fairy weapons are displayed at the same time. This is the weapon control technique? An ant in the early stage of connecting immortal actually has more than 100 sex fairy weapons and knows the weapon control technique? This is really interesting, really interesting. He deserves to be the one who carries the eternal sword. A glint flashed across the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men's eyes. Then, they attacked even more fiercely. For a moment, the sword lights that fell on Lin Tian became denser and more terrifying. These sword lights fell on the divine fire cauldron and the fairy weapons of more than 100 sections. From time to time, they would make a shocking sound, causing Lin Tian to spit out blood again. From time to time, he would be injured by the rebound force. However, his eyes were still cold. The yin and yang liang under his feet did not stop. Light flickered in his right hand, and lines of dragon patterns quickly entered the stone ring on his right hand. In this stone ring, there were 16 small dragons, which were the 16 immortal veins under the phaseless immortal sect. At this moment, the dragon patterns intertwined, and strands of them all entered the stone ring, entangling the 16 immortal veins. Clang! The sword hummed and slashed continuously from behind. Lin Tianyi flew on the yin and yang liang while using the dragon burial scripture to guide the dragon patterns into the stone ring. With a special method, he quickly engraved them on the 16 immortal veins. Now, he was relying on these 16 immortal veins in the literature building. With a more profound dragon burial scripture, he could detonate the 16 immortal veins and use that destructive power to destroy the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men, because the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man were very strong and had a high spiritual perception. In order to succeed in this attack, he could only detonate the 16 immortal veins in a very short distance. In this way, he would also be affected. At that time, he wanted to protect himself with the divine fire furnace. However, the power of the divine fire furnace was limited after all. It was very difficult for it to protect him. If it also protected the Black Flood Dragon, perhaps both he and the Black Flood Dragon would die. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why he asked the Black Flood Dragon to leave. He flew all the way. In the blink of an eye, he had fled far away. At this time, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man finally approached him, surrounding him in the middle. "Have you run enough? Surrender now," the green-robed middle-aged man said. With a buzz, the man raised his hand, covered the sky, and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the black-robed middle-aged man also made a move, reaching out to grab Lin Tian. "Yes, I've run enough." Lin Tian's voice was cold. The stone ring on his right hand flashed and 16 small dragons flew out. As soon as they appeared, they emitted a terrifying destructive power. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man approached him. His dragon technique was also completed. "You." The black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man's expressions changed at the same time. Even though they were great Dao powerhouses, they still felt a great threat at this moment. Lin Tian quickly put away the immortal artifact beside him into his body and controlled the divine fire furnace to protect himself. The dragon patterns intertwined all over his body, and at the same time, he also propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. "Explode." He formed a seal with both hands and said coldly. As soon as he said that, the 16 immortal veins immediately exploded, and the destructive power turned into a terrifying wave that swept in all directions. Boom! In this place, the void collapsed and the ground sank. Within a radius of more than 1,000 feet, almost all tangible things were destroyed in an instant, and the terrifying light drowned everything. After an unknown period of time, the light finally dissipated. In the void, Lin Tian's body was stained with blood. The dragon patterns on his body had dissipated, and the reincarnation diagram had shattered. There were also dense cracks on the divine fire furnace, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth as he panted heavily. His face had become extremely pale. "Damn it!" he roared furiously. The black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man landed at the side. Their bodies were tattered, and their bones and internal organs could be seen. Lin Tian's expression changed. He had now entered the immortal realm, and his control of the dragon burial scripture was many times stronger than when he was in the airborne realm. Now, he had detonated a total of 16 immortal veins with the dragon burial scripture that was far more powerful than before. The destructive power should be able to destroy everything. However, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man actually survived that destructive power. Bastard! The two of them let out a low roar, their eyes full of anger. The two of them who were in the center and had to endure the destructive power of the explosion of the 16 immortal veins burned a wisp of their essence at the critical moment to cast their great mystical abilities. That was how they barely survived. However, even so, they still suffered an unimaginable blow. At this moment, their auras were extremely weak. Moreover, many cracks had appeared on their life essence. Later, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. The black-robed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The two great path powerhouses' damaged bodies were slowly recovering. They took a step forward together and approached Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Two large hands reached out at the same time, covering all directions as they grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face was pale. He circulated his divine power and activated the divine cauldron to resist. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A huge silver rift suddenly appeared in the air, and a shocking suction force was emitted in the blink of an eye. A space tunnel? The destructive power just now, coupled with our divine power, created such a tunnel in the chaos? The expression of the black-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed man changed. Almost at the same moment the two of them were shocked. A huge suction force swept past and directly pulled the two of them into the rift. Lin Tian was slightly further away from the silver rift. He endured the pain and tried to get away, but in the end, he did not succeed. The void distorted, and a terrifying suction force swept over from the front. In the blink of an eye, he was also swallowed into the silver rift. In an instant, his vision turned dark. All around him, strands of distorted power intertwined. Lin Tian knew that he was inside the void and did not dare to move. He forced himself to wait quietly. After an unknown period of time, the light in front of him flickered, and the darkness gradually dissipated. A powerful force threw him out of the boundless darkness. Almost at the moment his feet landed on the ground, not far away, two cold murderous intents landed directly on him. Little ant. The black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man had just fallen out of the space tunnel. They did not have time to size up their surroundings when they saw Lin Tian fly out as well. Their gazes immediately became extremely cold, and they closed in on Lin Tian in unison. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous boom rang out nearby, causing the ground to tremble. The black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man were shocked when they heard the sound. They could not help but stop and look toward the source of the sound. Then, the two of them revealed a shocked expression at the same time, and they could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked, and his expression changed immediately. Over 30 meters away, a vast and boundless ocean stretched out horizontally. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had descended here. Along with the rolling waves, it was suffused with a terrifying fluctuation that caused one's soul to tremble. This is the dividing point between prosperous continent and the barbarian land, the true forbidden land of death, the border of the Milky Way? He was shocked. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The third heaven was divided into two territories, the prosperous continent and the barbarian land. They were separated by a vast heavenly river. This heavenly river was known as the true forbidden land of death in the third heaven. Even the great virtue realm powerhouses would find it difficult to survive if they entered it. Boom! The waves churned, one after another, and all of them shot up over 1,000 feet into the air. This scene was simply horrifying. Lin Tian retracted his gaze slightly. 100 feet away, not far from the edge of the heavenly river, there was a stone tablet engraved with 4 big words. Do not approach it. These 4 words were simple, but the shape was strong. Although it seemed to have existed for a very long time, there was still a faint trace of Tao flowing in it. Obviously, it was left behind by at least a Wuxian powerhouse. In the past, a powerhouse of the older generation left these 4 words to warn the future generations not to come to this place. Lin Tian said in his heart. With a solemn expression, he directly retreated. The boundless heavenly river in front of him made him feel a sense of horror. He couldn't stay in this place. On the other side, the black-robed and green-robed middle-aged men were also retreating. Obviously, they also felt the horror of this place. However, in the next moment, the 3 of them changed their expressions. The surrounding space seemed to be isolated, and they couldn't retreat. What's going on? The green-robed middle-aged man shouted in a low voice. The black-robed middle-aged man also looked around. He tried several times to get away from the heavenly river, but it was useless. The space behind him was sealed by an invisible and terrifying force. Lin Tian naturally felt his heart palpitate. He remembered a saying that circulated in the prosperous continent: the heavenly river is 1,000 feet long, and there is no way out. The meaning of these words was clear. The space within 1,000 feet of the heavenly river could be entered, but there was no way to get out. It was precisely because of this that in the prosperous continent, many cultivators were willing to go to the God Burial Mountain Range, the Immortal Demon Ancient Range, and the other 3 ominous regions to search for treasures, but no one was willing to come near the heavenly river. Even the great virtue powerhouses were no exception. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. That space tunnel, how did it bring him here? This place was a true forbidden land for life. On the other side, the black-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed middle-aged man gritted their teeth. After several failed attempts to retreat, their gazes finally fell on Lin Tian again, and they pressed forward. The azure-robed middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Immediately hand over the eternal killing array. Both of us are 7th-order array manipulators. After we comprehend the eternal killing array, we will break through this place and leave together. At that time, we will not kill you." At this time, the 2 of them were also worried and anxious. The air in this place was really too cold. They felt a great threat. They kept feeling that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. At this time, in their eyes, the heavenly river in front of them was like a ferocious death god, as if it could reap their lives at any time. Although Lin Tian was also anxious, when he heard the middle-aged man's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Hand over the eternal killing array, break through this place, and leave together. Not killing him? Do you think I'm an idiot? He used the divine flame furnace to block in front of his chest. Divine radiance circulated and flames rushed out. Such an action undoubtedly caused the black-robed middle-aged man and the middle-aged man's faces to sink. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The azure-robed middle-aged man said coldly and directly grabbed at Lin Tian. At the same time, the black-robed middle-aged man also made a move. There was a faint fluctuation of Tao law intertwined. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and urged the divine flame furnace to meet the attack. Previously, when he detonated the 12 immortal meridians, although the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man were seriously injured and on the verge of death, he himself was also greatly affected. At this moment, the 2 of them were still far stronger than him. He summoned the divine flame furnace while thinking of a countermeasure. Boom! The rumbling of the waves resounded once again. Numerous waves that were over 300 m tall seemed to want to surge into the sky, shaking the ground to the point of shaking. It caused Lin Tian and the other 2 to be unable to stand steadily. The attacks they unleashed were all forcefully blasted apart and vanished. As far as the eye could see, the Milky Way seemed to be a sleeping primordial ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened. An extremely terrifying aura intertwined as waves of more than 100 feet in height rushed up densely. It was as if the Milky Way was about to rise into the sky. Seeing such a scene, Lin Tian could not help but feel his scalp go numb. This scene was really too terrifying. Not only him, but even the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man, who were in the Great Path realm, also changed their expressions and felt a chill down their spines. Boom! Another roar sounded. Waves of more than 100 feet in height shook the sky. Then, more than a dozen waves directly pressed towards this place, causing the 3 of their expressions to change drastically. Damn it! The azure-robed middle-aged man could not help but curse angrily. Unfortunately, cursing was useless. The monstrous waves fell, covering all the space within a radius of 100 feet. With a thump, the waves really fell, causing the ground to let out a loud sound. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were drowned in the waves at the same time. Lin Tian used the divine flame furnace to protect himself. Even so, he still felt a bone-piercing chill. The water of the Milky Way seemed to come from hell. It was frighteningly cold. Moreover, at the same time, what chilled his heart even more was that after the waves of the Milky Way fell, the water surged. There was a strong force nurtured in it, and it forcefully swept him into the Milky Way. This caused his heart to beat wildly. That place was the Milky Way, and there were countless dangers hidden in it. Without any hesitation, he directly supported all his means to resist this invisible force. However, what chilled him even more was that the force contained in the waves was too terrifying. He could not resist it at all. He could not block it at all. In just an instant, he was directly dragged into the range of the Milky Way, and he was in the midst of the rolling waves. This caused his heart to turn cold. He really wanted to curse out loud. Damn it! An angry roar sounded. Not far away, the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man roared and struggled. They were also swept into the Milky Way by the waves. At this time, both of them looked very miserable. Lin Tian originally wanted to laugh out loud when he saw the two of them so anxious and flustered. Unfortunately, he really couldn't laugh. At this time, he vibrated his divine power and used the divine flame furnace as an attack. He rushed towards the edge of the Milky Way, trying to escape. Boom! The Milky Way shook. Waves surged, shaking the sky until it trembled and suppressed all directions. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly changed the divine flame furnace from attack to defense. Then, at the next moment, he was swept by a strong force, and he was sent flying far away. When he stabilized his body and raised his head to look, the edge of the Milky Way was already out of sight. The familiar angry roar sounded again beside him. Like him, the black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man were also swept to this place. They dodged repeatedly in the air, avoiding the other waves that rushed up from the bottom of the sea. These waves were very terrifying. If they were swept up, they might be directly dragged to the bottom of the Milky Way. At that time, they would really be dead. Ant, hand over the eternal killing formation and the high-grade Dao weapon. Suppress him directly and seize them. The black-robed middle-aged man and the azure-robed middle-aged man said. As great virtue realm powerhouses, the two of them had extraordinary spiritual senses. At this moment, when they were swept into the Milky Way, they could clearly feel the threat of death. It was far stronger than the uneasiness they felt on the shore of the Milky Way, causing their souls to tremble. They made their move again, activating their powerful formation control technique and pressing toward Lin Tian. At this moment, their thoughts were the same as when they were on the shore of the Milky Way previously. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize the eternal killing formation and the high-grade Dao weapon. With their strength, they might be able to rely on these two to leave this place. Boom! Right at this moment, a python-like ferocious beast with red scales all over its body suddenly rushed out from the churning depths of the water. Just its head alone was as big as a house, and it was intertwined with an extremely terrifying cold aura. The place where this python-like ferocious beast rushed out just happened to be close to the black-robed middle-aged man. It directly opened its bloody mouth, revealing eerie sharp teeth, and tried to swallow the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man was horrified. He had not expected this at all, and he did not even have time to dodge. Pooh! The ferocious beast swooped over and directly bit the black-robed middle-aged man's body into pieces. Then, it swallowed him with 2 mouthfuls. The azure-robed middle-aged man turned pale with fright. Muluohan. Muluohan was the black-robed middle-aged man's name. At this moment, the azure-robed middle-aged man's face turned snow-white. After shouting these 3 words, he hurriedly retreated while trembling, avoiding that python-like ferocious beast far away. Not far away, Lin Tian also felt a chill on his scalp. Although the black-robed middle-aged man was severely injured, he was still a great Dao realm elite, after all. But now, he had actually been swallowed in an instant. He suddenly recalled what Ling Yun had said to him. In the Milky Way that bordered the prosperous continent and the savage lands, there were many ferocious beasts that could easily swallow great Dao realm elites. Boom! The Milky Way surged, directly interrupting his heartbeat. The surface of the Milky Way became even more turbulent. Large waves surged up, and at this moment, they were all about 100 feet tall. In comparison, these waves that were over 100 feet tall were far less astonishing than the waves that were over 100 feet tall from before. However, when these waves that were over 100 feet tall descended, Lin Tian felt as if his entire body had directly fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. This was because there was a ferocious Milky Way ferocious beast in these large waves. They either had scales, fins, or a single horn. Each of them emitted an extremely ferocious aura, as if they were great ferocious beasts of destruction that had charged out from an ancient demonic realm. There were a total of over 100 of them. How could this be? The azure-robed middle-aged man was directly horrified. Roar! Over 100 ferocious beasts roared, once again stirring up shocking waves. Their demonic eyes were either demonic red, dark green, or dark blue. All of them were intertwined with ferocious colors, and their auras were horrifying. Little ant, quickly give me the divine fire furnace and eternal killing formation. I'll activate and use them. The azure-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly, charging towards Lin Tian. With this move, he immediately encountered trouble. In the surroundings, over 100 ferocious beasts turned their heads as if they had seen a living and jumping food, and they all pressed over in unison. This scene scared the azure-robed middle-aged man out of his wits on the spot. No, stop, ah. In the blink of an eye, the azure-robed middle-aged man was torn into pieces, and dazzling blood dyed a large area of the sea red. Lin Tianji felt his body turn cold. While over 100 ferocious beasts were fighting over the azure-robed middle-aged man, he directly used the divine fire furnace to protect himself and stepped on the yin and yang hua to escape into the distance. At this moment, in this vast Milky Way, he had already lost his sense of direction. Now, he was just fleeing in a random direction, only wanting to escape from the sight of these ferocious beasts. Roar! A ferocious roar sounded, and a ferocious beast turned its head to stare at him. It directly charged over, causing a huge wave to surge into the sky. The wave surged. Lin Tian looked back, and his scalp went numb. Behind him, a ferocious python-like beast that was dozens of feet long pounced. Its monster body rolled up waves. It was still far away, but he felt a terrifying murderous aura. He gritted his teeth, and the divine furnace swept out a divine light. The yin and yang loon was even faster, shuttling through the heavenly river like lightning. Roar! The ferocious python-like beast roared. It directly shattered the divine furnace's murderous aura and instantly closed in. Lin Tian's expression changed. He blocked the divine furnace in front of him, and strands of divine power poured in. Dong! The ferocious python-like beast whipped the divine furnace with its tail, and it directly made a thunderous sound. Lin Tian coughed up blood. Together with the divine furnace, he flew away like a scarecrow. He only felt that all the bones in his body were broken. He used all his strength to stand in the void above the heavenly river, gasping for breath. The blood in his mouth dripped into the heavenly river bit by bit. Roar! A roar sounded. In the distance, the waves rolled, and the ferocious python-like beast pressed down again. At the same time, behind him, the ferocious beasts that appeared before pressed down together. Their terrifying ferocious aura could split heaven and earth. Lin Tian's heart beat wildly. He turned around and fled. Unfortunately, his current state was too weak. Moreover, this was the heavenly river. How could his speed compare to the ferocious beasts that originally lived in this part of the heavenly river? In the blink of an eye, he was caught up again, and their sharp teeth bit at him. Go away. He gritted his teeth. The divine furnace protected his body. With a hum, he used all his strength to support the reincarnation diagram and pressed down on the ferocious beasts. However, the ferocious beasts didn't care at all. They roared loudly and directly pressed down. With a crack, the reincarnation diagram shattered on the spot. Lin Tian coughed up blood again and flew away. After detonating 16 immortal meridians, he was also greatly affected and severely injured. Now, his combat power was less than 40% of his peak. The power of all his techniques was greatly reduced, and he couldn't stop these terrifying ferocious beasts at all. Roar! The ferocious beasts roared together. Bloody murderous aura intertwined in the air. Dense black light rushed from the ferocious beasts and pressed down. Lin Tian pushed the divine fire cauldron to the limit, blocking the streaks of black light, and his aura decreased bit by bit. Loud rumbling sounds rang out from time to time. The 100 or so ferocious beasts stirred up this space, causing it to be restless. The Milky Way boiled, and waves rolled up one after another, drowning Lin Tian from time to time. He coughed up blood repeatedly, and his essence, qi, and spirit were weakened to an extremely low level in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Lin Tian fled with all his might. He stepped on the yin yang hua and flashed continuously. He only fled into the distance and did nothing else. Because there was nothing else he could do. Boom! Gradually, the heavenly river began to boil again. Waves that were more than 1,000 feet high surged up, as if they were going to shatter the heavens. Lin Tian was in such a situation. He had to run away from a group of ferocious beasts and the waves of the heavenly river. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was weakening bit by bit. Finally, he became as weak as a candle flame. Boom! Another boom rang out, and a huge wave surged up, finally drowning him and sending him directly into the heavenly river. In an instant, the ice-cold seawater completely drowned him. Lin Tian was shocked and angry. He struggled with all his strength, wanting to rush out. However, he found that he had really reached his limit now, and it was difficult for him to rush out. At the same time, he was in the ice-cold heavenly river. The bone-piercing cold made his entire body cold. He felt that his hands and feet had become stiff and difficult to move. Even his vision had become blurry. I won't die, he was shocked and angry. However, even so, his vision became more and more blurry. He was surrounded by the water of the heavenly river, and his consciousness seemed to be slowly being sucked away. His body could not move, and he could only roar and struggle in his heart. The seawater shook and rumbled. Ferocious beasts appeared all around him. They were all as big as small mountains, and they rushed toward him from all directions. 3,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, in the blink of an eye, the group of ferocious beasts was only 3 feet away from Lin Tian. Their bloody and murderous auras intertwined as they bit at Lin Tian at the same time. It was also at this moment that a rainbow-colored divine light rushed out. It was incomparably gentle. In the blink of an eye, it isolated the surrounding water of the heavenly river, forming a rainbow-colored divine light ball that was about 10 feet in diameter. It wrapped Lin Tian's body in it. More than 100 ferocious beasts suddenly trembled. They were like mice that had seen a cat. They trembled and revealed a look of horror. The rainbow-colored divine light lingered around Lin Tian's body, dragging Lin Tian's body. It did not float up. Instead, it slowly descended toward the bottom of the boundless heavenly river. More than 100 ferocious beasts trembled as they stared at this scene. Their instinctive fear made them not dare to move at all. The rainbow-colored divine light flashed. It was gentle and pure. Lin Tian's vision was blurry, but it did not mean that his consciousness had disappeared. It was not that he could not see at all. At this moment, he was aware of what was happening around him. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword had moved. It overflowed with wisps of rainbow-colored divine light. Not only did it protect him, but it also shocked the more than 100 ferocious beasts. None of these ferocious beasts dared to come closer. This made him feel as if he had just walked through the door of death. If the divine sword had not moved, he would have been dead for sure. The rainbow-colored light flashed. It wrapped around his body and moved on its own. It seemed very slow, but it was not. Because in just an instant, he had lost sight of more than 100 ferocious beasts. The rainbow-colored light is moving on its own? The consciousness of the divine sword? He frowned. Where is this going? The divine light penetrated his body and protected him, making him feel warm. The wounds on his body healed at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he was mostly healed. At this moment, his vision had truly returned to normal. He could clearly see his surroundings. The rainbow-colored divine light wrapped around him. He was not simply descending toward the bottom of the heavenly river. At the same time, he was also moving toward the Far East. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the rainbow-colored light wrapped around him. He did not know where he was moving toward. During this process, Lin Tian saw even more terrifying ferocious beasts in the heavenly river. Among them, there were even beasts whose bodies were more than 500 feet tall. The aura they exuded was so terrifying that it was almost like the existence of the Nirvana realm. Just one look was enough to make his heart palpitate. Where am I going? Lin Tian frowned. He scanned his surroundings. More than a dozen ferocious beasts passed by. After seeing the rainbow-colored light around his body, they all trembled violently. He had already gotten used to this over the past few days, so he did not show any strange expression. The rainbow-colored light wrapped around him as he roamed in this heavenly river. He was moving toward the east. Just like that, another 3 days passed. On this day, the rainbow-colored light wrapped around Lin Tian. It was as if he had arrived at the bottom of the heavenly river. This caused Lin Tian to see a boundless darkness. It was as if it could swallow everything. Then, almost at the same time, Lin Tian felt a tremor in his sea of knowledge. The divine sword in it was buzzing and trembling. More rainbow-colored light rushed out from the sword body, like ripples spreading in all directions. This kind of light didn't just spread in his sea of knowledge, but really spread out. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding water of the heavenly river was pushed away, revealing a vacuum area with a radius of thousands of feet, dispelling all the darkness at the bottom. Below, there was a pile of rocks, very ordinary. Wang! A fist-sized rainbow-colored light was lying in the pile of rocks. It was bright, sacred, and crystal clear. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and suddenly showed a look of surprise. This rainbow-colored light, he was too familiar with it. It was the same as the rainbow-colored light he obtained in the demon burial valley of the first heaven and the sword tomb of the second heaven. This is the sword soul fragment of the divine sword. At this time, he finally understood why the rainbow-colored light had been wrapping him in the heavenly river. It turned out that it had sensed the fluctuations of the sword soul fragment in this place. It's actually at the bottom of the heavenly river. No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long in the Xin continent. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with light. In front of him, in the pile of rocks, the fist-sized rainbow-colored light flickered, like a child crying out in joy, echoing with the divine sword in his sea of knowledge. He didn't hesitate and stepped to the side of the rainbow-colored light. He stretched out his right hand, and the rainbow-colored light on the pile of rocks flew straight to him, buzzing in his chest. Then, the rainbow-colored light circled around him, directly entering the sword mark in his right hand, passing through his body, then entered his sea of knowledge in the blink of an eye, came to the side of the mysterious iron sword, and fused with it. Boom! In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering divine power swept out, turning into a rainbow-colored beam of light that rushed out from his body, directly penetrating the heavenly river and into the thick clouds above the heavenly river, dyeing the sky in this place with a rainbow-colored halo. In his sea of knowledge, the divine sword vibrated, and gradually, the sword's body became brighter, with more mysterious Tao patterns flashing. Lin Tian had seen these Tao patterns before, but when he saw them again now, he was still shocked, because these Tao patterns were too profound, and he couldn't understand even a trace of them. Hum. The divine sword let out a soft hum again. After the sword's soul fragment fused with it, suddenly a dense rainbow-colored light surged out of the sword, spreading to every corner of Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian was shocked, and immediately felt the extremely dense spiritual power fluctuations. He felt that the spiritual power contained in the rainbow-colored light was comparable to millions of pounds of Ling Jing. This surprised him. This was a gift from the sword soul. And this gift could definitely let him reach the second tier of the immortal ascension realm. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed himself down, then immediately sat down cross-legged in this place, quickly guiding the rainbow-colored light into his divine power, and began to refine it at the same time, using the divine power to refine his body. After one's cultivation entered the immortal ascension realm, there were 2 main points of cultivation. First, refine the divine power, making it purer. Second, absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and use the divine power to reconstruct the body. When the divine power was truly refined, and the body was reborn 9 times, then the spiritual sense and divine consciousness would undergo a huge transformation, and be able to sense the existence of the Great Path. Then, one could comprehend the Great Path precepts, and enter the 6th realm, the Great Path realm. Strands of 7-colored divine light floated in his body, flowing quietly like a small stream. Pinbooknet. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused, guiding the 7-colored light that was full of spiritual energy into his divine power, crushing the impurities in his divine power bit by bit. At the same time, he guided some of the 7-colored halo and strands of divine power into his flesh and blood to reforge his physique. This level of body forging was a basic preparation for comprehending and carrying the laws of the Great Path in the future. Divine light lingered in his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit were slowly rising. Lin Tianwei closed his eyes and focused on cultivating silently. Just like that, 6 hours passed quickly. 6 hours later, with a boom, a gust of wind suddenly blew around Lin Tian, instantly sweeping away all the rocks around him. There was a very shocking aura contained in it. 2nd tier connecting immortal. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, looking inside his body, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become more crystalline and pure, and much more vigorous than before. As for his physique, it had naturally become stronger as well. However, it had only become slightly stronger. Most importantly, when he used his divine sense to observe it from the inside, he noticed that his flesh and blood now carried a trace of divinity and intelligence. A new physique forged with divine power for comprehending and carrying the laws of the Great Path is indeed a little different from before. He thought to himself. There were still strands of 7-colored light floating in his body. Lin Tian closed his eyes again, and relied on the remaining 7-colored light in his body to slowly refine it, spreading it evenly to every corner of his body to consolidate his current cultivation. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. 2 hours later, Lin Tian's aura stabilized, and his cultivation of 2nd tier connecting immortal was completely stabilized. He opened his eyes and nodded to himself. Now, it's time to think about what cultivation method to choose after connecting to immortality. He muttered to himself. Cultivation methods were different from martial skills, divine powers, and secret techniques. Simply put, cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation, while martial skills, divine powers, and secret techniques were the moves used in battle. Before reaching the ascension plane, his cultivation method was known as the 4 extreme scripture, which was a combination of body refinement techniques and cultivation methods. However, as a body refinement technique, the 4 extreme scripture could be cultivated to the end of the path of cultivation, but as a method, it could only be cultivated to the end of the airborne realm. Now that he was already at the ascension plane, he needed to choose a method after that. This was because with a suitable cultivation method, the flow of divine power would be smoother. It would be of great help in future battles. The reason why he hadn't chosen a cultivation technique when he'd just entered the immortal ascension realm was because he was thinking about what to choose. Now, the complete ancient scriptures he had mastered were the Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex, both of which were arts of the ancient celestial lords. Both ancient scriptures contained cultivation methods for those who reached the celestial ascension realm. During this period of time, he had been comparing them and hesitating on which one to cultivate. Which one should I choose? He frowned. The Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex. No matter which one it was, the cultivation methods for those who reached the later stage of the ascension realm were extraordinary. Each had its own merits. As such, he didn't know how to choose. For a moment, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword shook slightly, and a ray of light spread out once again. This ray of light flickered slightly. Then, it suddenly turned into golden runes that leaped out like firebirds. In the blink of an eye, they covered every corner of his sea of consciousness, dancing around his sea of consciousness. They were blazing, bright, and somewhat dazzling. Lin Tian suddenly trembled as an obscure feeling appeared in his heart, causing his eyes to involuntarily widen slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun? He couldn't help but be a little stunned. In his sea of consciousness, the dense golden runes moved again, turning into rays of blazing light of the sun and fusing into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he couldn't help but tremble again. God leads the 5 viscera, passes through the 6 viscera, and lives forever with the Tao. At this moment, the essence of the sutra appeared in his heart. The golden runes that fused into his sea of consciousness turned into rays of golden light, forming a divine power Tao diagram in his sea of consciousness. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes, distant, and vastness. Lin Tian's heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun, this is, the Sun Heavenly Lord's cultivation method. Boom, golden light shot into the sky like a divine sword, as if it was going to dye the entire bottom of the Milky Way golden. The golden runes formed a Tao diagram that flowed with divine power. It was ancient and profound, as vast as the universe. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to hear someone preaching the sutra in his ears. Then, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger. Sun Heavenly Lord, the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is it. He clenched his fists slightly. Just by slightly comprehending it, he felt that in terms of cultivation methods, the Heart Sutra of the Sun could be called the number 1. He took a deep breath, and the divine power in his body trembled. He circulated it according to the essence of the Heart Sutra of the Sun. The Heart Sutra of the Sun was only a cultivation method for the late stage of immortal ascension. It didn't contain any killing divine powers. At this moment, he circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun seriously. The divine power in his body trembled, and the silver divine power gradually turned golden. A faint golden light overflowed from the surface of his body. Following that, his essence, energy, and spirit became slightly stronger. Divine light flashed, and the golden light outside his body became thicker and brighter. In the end, the golden divine light wrapped around his body, making him look very majestic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, he stopped cultivating, and the golden light outside his body slowly sank into his body. He used his divine sense to examine his body and discovered that his divine power had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. It was obviously much more powerful and vigorous than before. Moreover, the flow of his divine power had become more than 10 times smoother. It felt like it would never end. What a great Heart Sutra of the Sun! His eyes were shining. After cultivating the Heart Sutra of the Sun for 3 days, his body was completely compatible with this cultivation method. He could already make it circulate on its own. Although he was surprised that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had the Heart Sutra of the Sun Lord, he didn't care much about it. After all, the divine sword had always been very mysterious. His 4 extreme scriptures, Yin and Yang Hua, and formation control technique all came from the divine sword. The divination divine art, the medicine encyclopedia, and the dragon burial scripture all came from the divine sword. Now, he suddenly felt that it was very normal for the divine sword to have the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This sword, is it really just a simple primordial chaos heavenly treasure? He suddenly frowned. When he was in the 2nd heaven, Bai Qiu explained to him that only weapons that had reached the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure could give birth to a weapon soul. At that time, he thought that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness belonged to the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure, but now, he was a little uncertain. He always felt that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't seem to be just at the level of primordial chaos heavenly treasure. This divine sword was too mysterious and extraordinary. Forget it, let's not worry about it for the time being. In the end, he shook his head. It was useless to think about these things now. It was useless to think too much about it. Boom, suddenly, a shocking sound was heard. At this time, the divine sword had completely sunk into the bottom of the sea of consciousness and became completely quiet. The water of the heavenly river that had been separated from the surroundings began to quickly converge towards the middle, rumbling. Lin Tian was slightly moved. It's time to leave. Without hesitation, he propped up a divine light curtain, which shone with golden light. At the same time, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and rushed up directly. Boom, at this moment, he almost pushed the Yin and Yang Hua to the extreme and suddenly jumped up like a golden lightning. The water of the heavenly river rumbled and pressed down, rolling up a whirlpool. The divine sword no longer overflowed with power. Lin Tian directly summoned the divine fire cauldron, using this high-grade Dao weapon to protect his body, and quickly rushed up to the heavenly river. During this process, he appeared to be very careful and maintained his speed at the peak. After 10 hours, a faint light came from above, and he could already see the swaying surface of the heavenly river. He was slightly happy, but he was not careless. He urged his speed again, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the surface of the heavenly river and came to a place 100 feet above the surface of the heavenly river. He stood there and looked from this place. The surroundings seemed very quiet. The surface of the heavenly river was very peaceful, and there were no monstrous waves like before. It was like a peaceful spring. He paused for a moment and quickly flashed in a direction. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the heavenly river for a full day and night. During this period, without the protection of the divine sword, he was almost in danger several times, and he was in a sorry state. It was also on this day that the shadow of the river bank suddenly appeared in front of him. This made him ecstatic. He pushed the yin and yang hua to the extreme, and golden light surged around his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the shore. Boom, a ferocious beast rushed out. It was more than 200 feet long, and its body was covered with black spikes. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 100 feet to the side and avoided the attack of the ferocious beast. Then, he took a few big strides and reached the shore at the edge of the heavenly river. After reaching the riverbank, he took a few steps forward before he stopped and looked behind him. The ferocious beast that had rushed out from that place let out a low roar. It stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner before it slowly disappeared into the heavenly river. Lin Tian let out a long breath. Once again, he realized how terrifying the heavenly river was. He was already at the edge, and there were still such terrifying ferocious beasts. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to the heavenly river. He began to look around. As far as the eye could see, this place was very barren. The ground was dry and cracked, and there were brown rocks everywhere. This doesn't seem to be the bank of the heavenly river when I was thrown out of the space tunnel, he muttered to himself. He muttered to himself and then shook his head. The heavenly river was endless, and he didn't know how long it was. He escaped from the heavenly river, so how could he appear at the bank when he fell into the heavenly river? Shaking his head, he didn't stay in this place and went straight away. Not long after, he was about a few hundred feet away from the heavenly river. He didn't encounter the invisible barrier and resistance at the bank at the beginning, which surprised him. However, it was a good thing to be able to walk out. He naturally wouldn't think about how he could walk out of the heavenly river so easily. That would be asking for trouble. He rose into the air and walked even further away. He couldn't see the heavenly river anymore, and there were mountains around him. These mountains all towered into the clouds, grand and magnificent. However, there weren't many trees in the mountains, and they all looked very strange. The leaves were like needles, giving people a very sharp feeling. Shen continent, there's such a place? He frowned slightly. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Strands of 7-colored divine light floated in his body, flowing quietly like a small stream. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused, guiding the 7-colored light that was full of spiritual energy into his divine power, crushing the impurities in his divine power bit by bit. At the same time, he guided some of the 7-colored light and strands of divine power into his flesh and blood to reforge his physique. This level of body forging was the foundation preparation for the future comprehension and bearing of the Great Path Law. Buzz. Divine light lingered in his body, and his essence, energy, and spirit were slowly rising. Lin Tianwei closed his eyes and focused on cultivating silently. Just like that, 6 hours passed quickly. 6 hours later, with a boom, a gust of wind suddenly appeared around Lin Tian, instantly sweeping away all the rocks around him. There was a very shocking aura contained in it. Second tier connecting immortal. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, when he looked inside his body, he could clearly feel that the divine power in his body had become more crystalline and pure, much more vigorous than before. As for his physique, it had naturally become stronger as well. However, it had only become slightly stronger. Most importantly, when he used his divine sense to observe it from the inside, he noticed that his flesh and blood now carried a trace of divinity and intelligence. A new physique forged with divine power for the comprehension and bearing of the great path law is indeed a little different from before. He thought to himself. There were still strands of seven-colored light floating in his body. Lin Tian closed his eyes again, and relied on the remaining seven-colored light in his body to slowly refine it, spreading it evenly to every corner of his body to consolidate his current cultivation. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, Lin Tian's aura stabilized, and his cultivation of second-tier connecting immortal was completely stabilized. He opened his eyes and nodded to himself. Now, it's time to think about what cultivation method to choose after connecting to immortality. He muttered to himself. Cultivation methods were different from martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques. Simply put, cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation, while martial arts, divine abilities, and secret techniques were combat moves. Before reaching the celestial ascension realm, his cultivation method was called the Four Extreme Scripture, which was a combination of body refinement techniques and cultivation methods. However, as a body refinement technique, the Four Extreme Scripture could be cultivated to the end of the path of cultivation, but as a method, it could only be cultivated to the end of the airborne realm. Now that he was already at the celestial ascension realm, he needed to choose a method after that. This was because with a suitable cultivation method, the flow of divine power would be smoother. It would be of great help to future battles. The reason why he didn't choose a cultivation technique when he first entered the immortal connecting realm was because he was thinking about how to choose. Now, the complete ancient scriptures he had mastered were the Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex, both of which were arts of the ancient celestial lords. Both ancient scriptures contained cultivation methods for those who reached the celestial ascension realm. During this period of time, he had been comparing them, hesitating on which one to cultivate. Which one should I choose? He frowned. The Medicine Codex and the Dragon Burial Codex. No matter which one it was, the cultivation methods for those who reached the later stage of the celestial ascension realm were extraordinary. Each had its own merits. As such, he didn't know how to choose. For a moment, he was rather hesitant. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword shook slightly, and a ray of light spread out once again. This light flickered slightly, then suddenly turned into golden runes that leaped out like fire birds. In the blink of an eye, they spread to every corner of the sea of consciousness, circling around the sea of consciousness as they leisurely jumped around. They were blazing, bright, and somewhat dazzling. Lin Tian suddenly trembled. An obscure feeling appeared in his heart, causing his eyes to widen slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun? He couldn't help but be a little stunned. In his sea of consciousness, the dense golden runes moved again, turning into rays of blazing light of the sun and fusing into his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he couldn't help but tremble again. God leads the 5 viscera, passes through the 6 viscera, and lives forever with the Tao. At this moment, the essence of the sutra appeared in his heart. The golden runes that fused into his sea of consciousness turned into rays of golden light, forming a divine power Tao diagram in his sea of consciousness. It carried with it a sense of vicissitudes, distant, and vastness. Lin Tian's heart pounded wildly, and his hands trembled slightly. Heart Sutra of the Sun, this is, the Sun Celestial Lord's cultivation method. Boom! Golden light shot into the sky like a divine sword, as if it was going to dye the entire bottom of the Milky Way golden. The golden runes evolved into a Tao diagram that flowed with divine power. It was ancient and profound, as vast as the universe. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to hear someone preaching in his ears. Then, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger. Sun Celestial Lord, the Heart Sutra of the Sun. This is it. He clenched his fist slightly. Just by slightly comprehending it, he felt that in terms of cultivation methods, the Heart Sutra of the Sun could be called the number one. He took a deep breath, and the divine power in his body shook, circulating it according to the essence of the Heart Sutra of the Sun. The Heart Sutra of the Sun was only a cultivation method for the late stage of immortal ascension. It didn't contain any killing divine powers. At this moment, he circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun seriously, and the divine power in his body shook. The silver divine power gradually turned golden, and a faint golden light overflowed from the surface of his body. Following that, his essence, energy, and spirit became slightly stronger. Divine light flashed, and the golden light outside his body became thicker and brighter. In the end, the golden divine light wrapped around his body, making him look very majestic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, he stopped cultivating, and the golden light outside his body slowly sank into his body. He used his divine sense to look inside his body and discovered that his divine power had completely turned into a brilliant golden color. It was obviously much stronger and denser than before. Moreover, the flow of his divine power had become more than 10 times smoother. It felt like it would never end. What a great Heart Sutra of the Sun! His eyes were shining. After cultivating the Heart Sutra of the Sun for 3 days, his body was completely compatible with this cultivation method, and he could already make it operate on its own. Although he was surprised that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had the Heart Sutra of the Sun Lord, he didn't care much about it. After all, the divine sword had always been very mysterious. His 4 extreme scriptures, Yin and Yang Hua, and formation control technique all came from the divine sword. The divinatory divine art, medicine encyclopedia, and dragon burial scripture all came from the divine sword. Now, the divine sword had the Heart Sutra of the Sun, which he suddenly felt was a very normal thing. This sword, is it really just a chaos heavenly treasure? He suddenly frowned. When he was in the second heaven, Bai Qiu explained the Tao of weapons to him, saying that only weapons that reached the level of a chaos heavenly treasure could produce a weapon soul. At that time, he thought that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness belonged to the level of a chaos heavenly treasure, but now, he was a little uncertain. He always felt that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness didn't seem to be just at the level of a chaos heavenly treasure. This divine sword was too mysterious and extraordinary. Forget it, let's not worry about it for the time being. In the end, he shook his head. It was completely useless to think about these things now. It was useless to think too much about it. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking sound was heard. At this time, the divine sword had completely sunk into the bottom of the sea of consciousness and became completely quiet. The water of the heavenly river that was separated from the surroundings began to quickly converge towards the middle, rumbling. Lin Tian was slightly moved. It's time to leave. Without hesitation, he propped up a divine light curtain, which shone with golden light. At the same time, he stepped on the Yin and Yang Hua and rushed up directly. Boom! At this moment, he almost pushed the Yin and Yang Hua to the extreme and suddenly jumped up like a golden lightning. The water of the heavenly river rumbled and pressed down, rolling up a whirlpool. The divine sword no longer overflowed with power. Lin Tian directly summoned the divine fire cauldron, using this high-grade Tao weapon to protect his body, and quickly rushed up to the heavenly river. During this process, he appeared to be very careful and maintained his speed at the peak. After 10 hours, a faint light came from above, and he could already see the swaying surface of the heavenly river. He was slightly happy, but he was not careless. He urged his speed again, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the surface of the heavenly river and came to a place 100 feet above the surface of the heavenly river. He stood there and looked from this place. The surroundings seemed to be very quiet. The surface of the heavenly river was very peaceful, and there were no monstrous waves like before. It was like a peaceful spring. He paused for a moment and quickly flashed in a direction. In the blink of an eye, he soared above the heavenly river for a full day and night. During this period, without the protection of the divine sword, he was almost in danger several times, and he was in a sorry state. It was also on this day that the shadow of the riverbank suddenly appeared in front of him. This made him ecstatic. He pushed the Yin and Yang Hua to the extreme, and golden light surged around his body. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed to the shore. Boom! A ferocious beast rushed out. It was more than 200 feet long, and its body was covered with black spikes. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He moved 100 feet to the side and avoided the attack of the ferocious beast. Then, he took a few big strides and reached the riverbank at the edge of the heavenly river. After reaching the riverbank, he took a few steps forward before he stopped and looked behind him. The ferocious beast that had rushed out from that place let out a low roar. It stared at Lin Tian in a sinister manner before it slowly disappeared into the heavenly river. Lin Tian let out a long breath. Once again, he realized how terrifying the heavenly river was. He was already at the edge, and there were still such terrifying ferocious beasts. He shook his head and stopped paying attention to the heavenly river. He began to look around. Looking around, this place was very barren. The ground was dry and cracked, and there were brown rocks everywhere. This doesn't seem to be the riverbank of the heavenly river that was thrown out of the space tunnel. He muttered to himself, then shook his head again. The heavenly river was endless, and he didn't know how long it was. He escaped from the heavenly river, so how could he appear at the riverbank where he fell into the heavenly river? Shaking his head, he didn't stay in this place and went straight away. Soon, he was about a few hundred feet away from the heavenly river. He didn't encounter the invisible barrier and resistance that he encountered at the riverbank at the beginning, which surprised him. However, it was a good thing that he was able to walk out. He naturally wouldn't think about how he could walk out of the heavenly river so easily. That would be asking for trouble. He rose into the air, and soon he was even further away. He couldn't see the heavenly river anymore, and there were mountains around him. These mountains all towered into the clouds, grand and magnificent. However, there weren't many trees in the mountains, and they all looked very strange. The leaves were like needles, giving people a very sharp feeling. Xianxia, there's such a place? He frowned slightly. P.S. The second update is about 17 p.m., and the third update is about 20 p.m. Because this is the estimated update time, there may be deviations. If the update is delayed, please forgive me. Thank you for everyone's support. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with exciting novels to read. Although Lin Tian had not traveled to every corner of the Xianxia, he was still quite familiar with the general situation of the Xianxia after so long. There did not seem to be such a place in the Xianxia. From the looks of it, those tall mountains were so astonishing, and those plants were also so special. If there was such a place in the Xianxia, it should have been spread out long ago. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His body suddenly trembled slightly, and there was shock in his eyes. Could it be, in the distance, a dozen cultivators passed by? He hurriedly strode over there, and arrived in the blink of an eye. Friend, may I know where this place is? He came in front of a yellow-robed young man. The yellow-robed young man's cultivation was not weak, but his expression was a little strange when he looked at Lin Tian. Fallen Moon Peak, you don't know? Fallen Moon Peak? A strange light flashed past Lin Tian's eyes. There was definitely no such place in the Xianxia. He paused, and asked the yellow-robed young man again, may I know where we are now? Large region? Isn't it just the barbarian land? The yellow-robed young man's expression became even more strange. He did not wait for Lin Tian to ask anything else, and directly walked away. A muttering sound came from afar. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Tian opened his mouth. It is indeed the barbarian land. Previously, he had actually already guessed that this place might be the barbarian land, but when he heard the yellow-robed young man's answer, he could not help but be speechless. He actually crossed the border of the heavenly river that even great virtue realm cultivators could not pass through. Moreover, it only took him slightly more than 10 days. When the seven-colored light that seeped out from the divine sword enveloped me, it seems that the speed of movement was really a little frightening. It was countless times faster than I imagined. That cluster of sword soul fragments should be on the side of the heavenly river that is close to the barbarian land. He thought to himself. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile bitterly. This matter was really unpredictable. However, this was a good thing. It also saved him the trouble of going to the Purple Clouds Empire to borrow the teleportation formation. He did not linger in this place, nor did he think any further. He directly soared into the air and strode off into the distance. In the sky, he looked at the barbarian land and found that it was much more desolate than the Xianxia. It was not as beautiful as the Xianxia. Many places were barren, and the area covered by vegetation was much worse than the Xianxia. Barbarian land, this name. Is quite appropriate. He muttered to himself. Literature building, stepping on the void, he soon found other cultivators and inquired about the exact location of the space-time portal from the barbarian land to the fourth heaven. After that, without hesitation, he flew directly towards the space-time portal. This was his first time in the barbarian lands. But now, he was here to find the space-time door to enter the fourth heaven. Naturally, he would not waste any time in this land. About 5 days later, he came to a withered mountain and stone forest. He stepped on the dry ground and went straight in. Another hour later, he walked to the end of the stone forest. There was a huge stone platform in front of him. He didn't know what kind of stone this stone platform was made of. In the middle of it, there was a purple beam of light about 30 feet high, intertwined with mystery and majesty. At the same time, the surrounding air was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. The space-time portal to the fourth heaven, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of light. After a few steps, he came to the edge of the space-time portal. When he came close to the space-time portal, the sense of vicissitudes in the air became stronger, and the sense of mystery and majesty also became stronger. Lin Tian took a deep breath, stepped on the stone platform, and came to the purple beam of light. Now, his cultivation is at the second heaven of the immortal realm. As long as he steps into the purple beam of light, he can leave this heaven and enter the fourth heaven. He turned around and looked in Xingzhou's direction across the vast void. Many figures appeared in his mind: Shui Yi, the black flood dragon, Ling Yun, Lu Wuwei, the marvelous mathematician, Yanya Xia Qingfeng, and Xia Xiaoyu. These are his friends, partners, and elders. After a pause, he looked up at the vast sky, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Desolate shrine, one day, I will step into the ninth heaven. His voice was a little cold. After a pause, he finally tilted his head and looked in the direction of Xingzhou. He no longer stayed and stepped into the space-time portal. The familiar darkness, the familiar silence, he couldn't see anything in his field of vision. In this space, he could feel a huge pressure, but he didn't panic. After all, he has passed through space several times. He was very quiet, motionless, just waiting silently. After an unknown amount of time, a little light suddenly appeared in front of him, and the surrounding darkness receded like a tide. Literature building, in the next moment, with a swoosh, he fell out of the void. At this time, he was standing on the edge of a stone platform. It was the same as the teleportation array in the barbarian land, but the surrounding environment was different. Compared to the teleportation array, this place was full of vitality, and there were many strange plants nearby. The fourth heaven, I finally arrived. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of light. He glanced back at the space-time portal. The purple light was still the same from beginning to end, and the surrounding stone was still intertwined with the vicissitudes of time. He didn't hesitate or stop. He directly stepped out of this place and disappeared into the distance. Soon after, he was completely away from the space-time portal and truly saw the fourth heaven. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous giant mountains that seemed to contain boundless power. Great rivers flowed, and the spiritual energy was remarkable. The entire territory was so vast that it stretched as far as the eye could see. The aura is stronger than the third heaven, and the mountains and rivers are more beautiful than the third heaven. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with divine light. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, so he could clearly feel the earth's pulse. It was much stronger than the third heaven. Sure enough, the higher the heaven, the more suitable the environment is for cultivation. He muttered to himself. When he first arrived in the fourth heaven, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He casually stepped forward, preparing to take a look at the vast rivers and mountains. About a few hours later, he walked further away. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Looking up, he saw dozens of people fighting to the death in front of him. On one side, there were several burly men dressed in animal skins and cloth clothes. Their attacks were bold, and they looked very imposing. On the other side, there were more than 20 thin cultivators in black armor. These cultivators all had black marks on their faces, and their moves were very tricky. It was always impossible to guard against them. It was precisely because of this that although the blood aura of these burly men was very strong, they were still at a disadvantage. He glanced at them slightly and found that the 20 black-armored cultivators were obviously not human. Instead, they all had fluctuations similar to monster chi. After a pause, he didn't think much about it, nor did he care about other people's business. He followed his own path and walked into the distance. Clang! At this moment, a black light slashed at him at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian turned his head sideways. The black light landed in the distance and smashed a 1,000-kilogram rock into pieces. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the black light. You dodged pretty fast. A sinister laugh sounded, and 3 black-armored cultivators approached him, emitting a gloomy and cold monster chi. Lin Tian looked at the 3 black-armored cultivators. What do you mean? We just want to kill you. Did you see the battle between us and those barbarians just now? If we kill them, it won't be good if you inform the barbarians. What nonsense are you talking about? Kill him and we'll have more meat later. The 3 black-armored cultivators smiled sinisterly. Boom! 3 cold monster lights swept out, sealing the surroundings, and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward with a calm expression, avoiding all the killing lights. I don't want to interfere with what you are doing, and I'm too lazy to interfere, so you'd better not disturb me. His voice was indifferent as he continued to walk into the distance. Good speed. You do have some strength. Let's speed up too. The 3 black-armored cultivators' voices were cold. After saying that, the speed of the 3 black-armored cultivators increased by a lot. They were like 3 black lights entangling Lin Tian as they moved. All of a sudden, beams of killing light descended like rain, completely enveloping the area around Lin Tian within a few zhang radius. For a moment, sand and dust rose, and cracks appeared on the ground. After a dozen breaths, the 3 black-armored cultivators stopped, and the sand and dust gradually dissipated. Lin Tian stood in the middle, unharmed. Even the corners of his clothes were not torn, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. This is? The 3 black-armored cultivators were shocked. Is that enough? Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. I'll say it again. I don't have time to interfere with your business, so don't disturb me. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to walk into the distance. The 3 black-armored cultivators stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes became even more sinister. You think we won't interfere just because you said so? So what if we won't interfere? Since you passed through here, consider yourself unlucky. Becoming food for us is better than turning into dust after you die. The 3 black-armored cultivators pressed forward again. Black demonic light intertwined around their bodies, and their attacks were very vicious. They pressed toward Lin Tian's throat, heart, and head respectively. Lin Tian's expression turned cold. He did not want to cause trouble and kept retreating, but the other party was getting more and more overboard. He casually raised his hand and slapped at one of the black-armored cultivators. With a crack, the weapon in the other party's hand shattered. Then, his palm landed on the other party's body, and with a poof, it shattered into pieces. The other 2 black-armored cultivators were shocked. Their companion was killed by this person in front of them with a single slap. You're courting death. Chop him into pieces. Soon, the shock on the 2 black-armored cultivators' faces disappeared, and their eyes became ruthless. They rushed toward Lin Tian together. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His action was simple, and he still slapped out with his palm. Poof! The person closest to him had his head smashed. Brain juice mixed with blood splattered on the ground, and it was a ghastly sight. The last black-armored cultivator's expression changed. Just as he was about to retreat, Lin Tian's right hand had already swung back. Poof! Blood splattered. The last black-armored cultivator was smashed into pieces, and his blood dyed the ground red. In the distance, the other black-armored cultivators were fighting with a few burly men. They turned their heads and looked over, and they were all shocked. How dare you kill our people? The leader of the black-armored cultivators ordered the other 5 black-armored cultivators beside him, go cut off his head, then chop it into minced meat. The 5 black-armored cultivators growled. Their mouths suddenly split open like the mouthparts of insects. When Lin Tian saw the 5 black-armored cultivators open their mouths like insects, he narrowed his eyes. Please search Product and Book Net to see the most complete. A novel about ant race? Not long ago, an old drunkard told him about the various major cultivation clans in the fourth heaven. He also mentioned some of the characteristics of the major cultivation clans. The appearance of the 5 black armored cultivators in front of him was very similar to the ant clan cultivators mentioned by an old drunkard. Big brother, hurry up and leave. Those bastards from the ant tribe are extremely cruel. In the distance, a strong man shouted at Lin Tian. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the 5 black armored cultivators had already rushed towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. These 5 ant tribe cultivators were clearly stronger than the previous 3. They held swords and sabers in their hands that glowed with a cold light. He directly charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed the ant tribe cultivator at the very front into pieces with a single slap. He then snatched the long sword from the ant tribe cultivator's hand and slashed forward. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The second of the 5 ant tribe cultivators who had rushed over was cut in half by the sword. The mutilated corpse fell to the ground and wriggled a few times before it stopped moving. All of a sudden, the other ant clan cultivators turned pale with fright. The 2 clan members that were killed just now were both at the 5th celestial stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. They were actually killed by this human youth in front of them like cutting tofu. This made their hearts tremble. What are you? Clang, a sword chime rang out, sounding exceptionally ear-piercing. Lin Tian did not give the 3 ant clan cultivators a chance to continue. He simply slashed out 3 sword beams to sever the heads of the 3 ant clan cultivators. Blood splattered onto the ground, dyeing it red again. The other ant tribe cultivators in the distance were all shocked. So powerful. A few strong men were shocked. A few ant clan cultivators above the 5th level were actually killed so easily. Lin Tian held the longsword he had snatched with a calm expression. He didn't even spare a glance at the remains of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground as he walked toward the other ant tribe cultivators. This action undoubtedly caused everyone in the area to be shocked. How dare you take the initiative to attack us? The leader of the ant race said coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. This subordinate will go and take his head. An ant tribe cultivator said. The ant clan cultivator was at the peak of the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm. After he finished speaking, he took a step toward Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the ant tribe cultivator was right in front of Lin Tian, his expression sinister. Human, you're really looking for, poo. Lin Tian raised his hand. He couldn't be bothered to listen any further. With a single slash of his sword, his opponent was reduced to a bloody mist. Blood splattered onto the ground, but his footsteps didn't change as he made his way toward the other dozen or so ant tribe cultivators. Damned humans! How dare you! An ant tribe cultivator at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm roared. With a whoosh, the ant tribe cultivator at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm charged over. With a stretch of his body, he directly transformed into a black ferocious ant that was about 10 feet tall. It was quite frightening. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He casually waved his sword in front of him, and with a pu sound, the ant tribe cultivator was smashed into pieces. Instantly, the expressions of the ant tribe cultivators at this place completely changed. Their 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivators would become even stronger when they unleashed their true forms. But now, they were killed with a single slash. The leader of the ant tribe cultivators stared at Lin Tiandao coldly. Human, you've killed 10 of my people in a row. You've really got guts. Guts? You wanted to kill me for no reason as food. After I killed a few of you, you said such words. You're really useless. The word "ant" should have evolved from your race, right? Lin Tian's expression was calm. He walked over step by step and said casually, also, my master doesn't have a good impression of your tribe. His words were direct and merciless, and it caused all the cultivators from the ant race to reveal sinister expressions. The leader of the ant tribe cultivators' expression turned cold, and his killing intent dissipated without hiding it. What a sharp-tongued thing. Boom. With a cry, the ant tribe cultivator's faint immortal aura surged. He directly raised his hand and slapped toward Lin Tian. Big brother, retreat quickly. Watch out. A few burly men shouted loudly. The other ant tribe cultivators all looked grim. The leader is at the second level of the immortal connecting realm. Killing him is like chopping grass. You're dead, clang. The ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated again, interrupting the ant tribe cultivators' voices. The longsword in Lin Tian's hand was calm. With a casual wave of his hand, a large wave of blood instantly appeared and beheaded the leader of the ant tribe cultivators. Then, the sword intent forced into the corpse, causing it to explode with a pu sound. For a moment, the entire place was silent. An immortal connecting realm cultivator was killed with a single slash. So powerful. The few burly men's eyes widened, and they could not help but tremble slightly. In contrast, the remaining 11 ant tribe cultivators all revealed looks of fear. All of them stopped attacking the burly men. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, the ant tribe cultivators could not help but retreat. Their leader, who was at the second level of the immortal connecting realm, was killed with a single slash. How terrifying was his combat strength? How could they resist? Among them, the strongest was only at the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm. What could they use to resist the person in front of them? Step by step, the ant tribe cultivators retreated. Then, without hesitation, they all fled into the distance. Clang! The sound of a sword reverberated, and dense sword light descended from the sky, directly sealing off the surroundings. With a few pu sounds, 3 ant tribe cultivators at the 5th level of the immortal connecting realm died tragically, slashed into a bloody mist. At the same time, the other 8 ant tribe cultivators were also forced back, looking extremely miserable. Among them, an ant tribe cultivator at the 8th level of the immortal connecting realm gritted his teeth and said, Human. Do you want to help these barbarians and become enemies with my ant tribe? So what if I do? Lin Tiandao. With a casual wave of his sword, he cut the ant tribe cultivator who spoke into a bloody mist on the spot. Not long ago, when the old drunkard mentioned the 4th heaven to him, he said that the members of the ant race are very cruel. He doesn't have the slightest good impression of this race, which naturally made him have no good impression of this race. Now, he came to the 4th heaven, just passing by, but these ant tribe cultivators wanted to kill him and treat him as food, which made him feel a strong sense of disgust. In the beginning, when the other party wanted to kill him, he retreated twice in a row, but it was useless. They just wanted to kill him. So, what else could he say? Naturally, he had to give them an eye for an eye. In addition, he really did want to help these burly men because when the 5 ant tribe cultivators were charging towards him earlier, these burly men had loudly warned him to flee even though they were in danger, so he had a very good impression of them. There were still 7 ant tribe cultivators here, and they were all trembling at this moment. One of them tried to put on a brave front and said, You won't have a good ending if you go against our tribe, the powerhouses of our tribe will, noisy. Lin Tiandao's expression was indifferent. He raised the long sword in his hand and directly cut the ant tribe cultivator into pieces. For a time, the other 6 ant tribe cultivators were shocked, frightened, and regretful. The human in front of them was just passing by, why did they have to provoke him? Now, they actually kicked an iron plate. You, let us go, we promise, we will not report this matter to our tribe, and we will not trouble you in the future. One of the ant tribe cultivators said with a trembling voice. Lin Tiandao's expression didn't change. He directly raised his hand and waved his sword, and a dozen sword lights swept out like lightning. Puff. 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 The 6 ant tribe cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they exploded. All of them died tragically, and only blood splattered in the surroundings. Lin Tiandao glanced at them and casually threw the long sword in his hand to the ground, which made a crisp clang sound. The burly men's eyes widened in shock. After hearing the metallic clang of the long sword on the ground, they came back to their senses and hurried over, bowing to Lin Tiandao in unison. Big brother, no. Benefactor, thank you so much. The burly men were all heavily injured, and the cloth clothes and beast skins on their bodies were all stained red with blood. Lin Tiandao shook his head and said, No need for guests, boom. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if 10,000 fierce horses were galloping. In the distance, a burly young man appeared. He ran toward this place like a wild beast, and every step he took shook the ground. This young man was also wearing beast skins and cloth clothes. When he saw that the burly men were covered in blood, his eyes instantly turned red, and he directly threw a punch at Lin Tiandao. "Damn it! You hurt my tribesmen so badly." This punch was so fast that it caused the surrounding space to distort. Lin Tiandao's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his right hand to block. Boom! The young man's fist landed on Lin Tiandao's right palm, and a muffled sound like the beating of a war drum rang out. Lin Tiandao hurriedly blocked, and suddenly his body shook violently. A terrifying force surged up, causing him to stagger back until he was more than 10 meters away. Damn it! The burly young man was clearly furious, and he raised his fist to smash Lin Tiandao again. Stop! Hero, stop! Fanning Xiong, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person. The burly men's expressions changed, and some of them rushed forward to grab the young man's waist and drag him away. This is our benefactor who saved our lives. The burly men shouted loudly. The burly young man's expression froze, and his fist stopped in midair. He opened his mouth and stared at Lin Tiandao, who was more than 10 meters away, and then looked at the burly men who were holding him back. What? This is our benefactor. Of course. Look at what you've done. The burly men said angrily, and quickly recounted the sequence of events. The burly young man glanced at the scattered corpses of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. He quickly ran to Lin Tiandao, and stammered, benefactor. I'm sorry. I saw that my uncles were covered in blood, and I thought it was you who. The burly young man's cheeks flushed red, and he looked very embarrassed. Suddenly, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Tiandao and said loudly, I'm sorry. Lin Tiandao, it's okay, I understand. He said. Although the burly young man punched him, it was because of a misunderstanding, and now he was apologizing so sincerely, which gave people a feeling of honesty. Naturally, Lin Tiandao didn't care. At this time, what he really cared about was the young man's physical body, which was too strong. It should be known that he was a reincarnated body, and his physical body had always been his proudest point. However, just now, he was punched more than 10 meters away by the burly young man, and it made his right hand ache, which was really a little scary. Although he just raised his hand to block in a hurry and didn't use all of his physical strength, it was still very shocking and made him a little shocked. Lin Tian stared at the burly young man in front of him. He was really surprised. The other party looks younger than him, about 19 years old, but his physical strength is simply abnormal. Pinbooknet. He put his right hand behind his back and clenched his fist slightly. Divine power flowed through his hand, and the pain in his right hand slowly faded, no longer as intense as before. The burly young man apologized repeatedly, scratching his head from time to time, looking very embarrassed. During this process, Lin Tian learned the other party's name, Fanning Xiong. In Fanning Xiong's words, when he was born, his parents hoped that he would become a great hero in the future, so they named him Xiong. Benefactor, what's your name? How old are you? Fanning Xiong asked. Lin Tian, 20. Lin Tian said simply. What a coincidence, I just turned 20. Fanning Xiong smiled. Both of them are of the same age, and as they chatted, they quickly became familiar with each other. Little brother Lin, why don't you come to our place? Let us entertain you. A burly man invited him. Lin Tian thought for a while, nodded, and didn't refuse. He came to the fourth heaven for the first time, and although he already knows the power structure of this heaven, he doesn't know much about other things. It just so happens that there are some things he wants to ask these people. Immediately, he followed Fanning Xiong and several burly men towards the southeast. Soon after, he followed them into a very small tribe. There are about 100 families living in an old forest. The air is very good, and the aura is very strong. From time to time, he could hear the roars of beasts coming from the nearby mountains. Ali, why are you covered in blood? What happened? Didn't you go to the central tribe to report something? How did you get so seriously injured? In the small tribe, many people came out and frowned when they saw several burly men covered in blood. At the same time, the old patriarch of the small tribe also came out. He was holding a yellow wooden cane, and his cheeks were full of wrinkles. He asked the burly men what happened. When I returned from the central main race, I encountered a group of bastards from the ant race. They were all very strong. A few burly men cursed in a low voice. Then, they remembered and introduced Lin Tian to the old patriarch. Patriarch, this is little brother Lin Tian. If it wasn't for little brother Lin, we wouldn't have been able to come back alive. There weren't many people in this small tribe, only about 200 in total. After learning that Lin Tian had saved a few strong men, they all seemed very grateful. Thank you, young friend. The old patriarch stepped forward. Old man, there is no need to be so courteous. It's only right for me to do so. Junior just doesn't like those cultivators from the ant colony. Lin Tiandao. He sensed a little. This old patriarch's cultivation was not weak, at the sixth heaven of connecting immortal. However, his chi and blood were already very withered. Clearly, he did not have much life left. Those bastards from the ant race will die a horrible death. I'll crush them sooner or later. Mother ****. Kill them all. Don't even leave a seed. Some people cursed. From the words of these people, Lin Tian knew that these people belonged to the barbarian race. This place was a very small branch tribe of the barbarian race. The so-called central main race was the main race of the barbarian race. The main race was much stronger than the branch tribes here. Between the barbarian race and the ant race, the former was bold, while the latter was cruel. The two races had always been at odds. Unfortunately, we are only a small branch tribe. If we want to completely destroy those bastards, we need the central main race to do it. Don't think about it. It won't be that easy for the central main race to do it. After all, those bastards from the ant race are still very strong. Then let's wait. Someone looked at Xianxia and said fiercely, when the hero truly grows up, he will destroy those bastards. A strange light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes as he looked at Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia was very popular among these people. He thought about it in his heart and suddenly nodded to himself. Indeed, it's worth looking forward to. Xianxia, this burly young man's physical body was too strong. If it was purely a physical confrontation, even he, a reincarnated person who had survived 2 heavenly tribulations, was not confident that he could easily defeat him. This person was not simple. In the future, I will definitely destroy those bastards. Xianxia also spoke at this time, clenching his fists. Okay, stop fooling around. The old tribal leader coughed and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. First, entertain the guests. Yes. Entertain the guests. My family has just caught a violent tiger. The meat is good. I will go and get it to entertain Brother Lin. My family has century-old wine. It's very strong. Brother Lin will definitely like it. I have running 8 meat. It's also very good. My family has some too. Get it right away. The barbarian cultivators of the small tribe were very enthusiastic. Before long, they each brought out strong wine and good meat and set up a trench fire. At this time, the sky had already darkened. The stars in the sky flashed, sprinkling silver starlight. Brother Lin, come, let me toast you. I'll drink too. Brother, come. Ha, brother, you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Bold laughter resounded. Lin Tian originally didn't like drinking, but the people of the small tribe were so enthusiastic. They all toasted with him, so he naturally couldn't refuse. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Of course, he understood. Moreover, he was a powerful cultivator. Although he didn't like drinking, his tolerance for alcohol was definitely not bad. This kind of ordinary strong wine, no matter how much he drank, it was impossible for him to get drunk. Midnight was approaching, and there were more stars in the sky. The trench fire in the small tribe flickered. Many strong barbarians were drunk, and a dozen of them were sprawled on the ground. Only the few strong barbarians that Lin Tian saved and Fanning Xiong were still very sober because their cultivation was not weak. In addition, there were a few other strong barbarians who were not drunk. Their cultivation was in the flight realm. Lin Tian spoke at this time. He briefly described Bai Ziki and Bai Qiao, then asked the few strong barbarians of the small tribe. Brothers, have you ever heard of this pair of siblings in this heaven? He learned from the divine mathematician that Bai Ziki and Bai Qiao came to the fourth heaven. Now that he has also arrived in this heaven, he naturally wants to know more about Bai Ziki and Bai Qiao. This is also the main reason why he followed the burly men and Fanning Xiong to this small tribe. This pair of siblings. The few strong barbarians thought about it seriously, and soon they looked a little embarrassed. That, Brother Lin, sorry, I don't seem to have heard of him. Me neither. No. This, sorry. The few strong barbarians said one after another. It's okay. Lin Tian shook his head. He thought about it. When he was in the third heaven, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiao didn't show much of their fame. They were very low-key. It seems that this has something to do with Bai Ziki. That guy has always been very calm, and he probably didn't show too much of his strength in the fourth heaven. Otherwise, the fourth heaven would have been shaken long ago. After all, both brother and sister have keen body. Brother Lin, you can go to the center of the heaven. Maybe there will be news about your friends. One of the strong barbarians said. Lin Tian nodded. Although he was a little disappointed that he didn't get any news about Bai Ziki and Bai Qiao, he didn't think too much about it. Come, come, there is meat and wine, Brother Lin, let's eat and drink. The people here were very enthusiastic. Lin Tian smiled slightly and took a golden roasted lamb leg from the hand of a strong barbarian. This is not a simple lamb, but a powerful peak level 9 monster beast called Red Flame Sheep. It is the favorite meat of the barbarians. Midnight gradually passed, and the humidity in the air became a lot thicker. By the way, among the strong barbarians saved by Lin Tian, one of them said. When we rushed back from the central region, we heard that on the other side of the distant mountain, a powerhouse discovered an ancient relic, which attracted the attention of many young sovereigns. Attracted the attention of many young sovereigns? Someone was surprised. It is said that the young sovereigns of each race have monstrous combat strength. They can even kill half-step Great Dao powerhouses. They are known as the future kings of this heaven. That ancient relic actually attracted the attention of such powerhouses? The strong barbarian who spoke first nodded and said, that ancient relic is said to be huge and extraordinary. Moreover, from time to time, 7-colored divine light flashed from inside. Many powerhouses said that there must be some great treasures inside. Some of the others were very surprised. Lin Tian sat next to them. The shock on his face was the strongest. There was even a bright light flashing in his eyes. It was very shocking. Brother, where is that ancient relic? He asked quickly. The shock on his face wasn't because of the ancient era's ruins itself, nor was it because the ancient era's ruins had attracted many young supremes who could kill half-step Great Dao experts. The true reason for his shock was the rainbow divine light. When he heard these words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness glowed with 7 colors, and the 3 fragments of the sword soul he found were also of 7 colors. Now that he heard the strong barbarian say that there were 7-colored divine lights flashing in the ancient relic, how could he not be concerned? It was very likely that there were sword soul fragments in that ancient relic. Seeing that Lin Tian was slightly excited, the strong barbarian was slightly surprised. However, he did not hesitate and said, it is behind the mountain in the north. It is not close or far from here. If you fly, you can reach it in about a day. As he spoke, the strong barbarian described the location of the ancient relic and its surrounding environment in detail. Thank you. Lin Tian said seriously. He stood up and looked at the mountain in the north across the void. Wisps of light flashed in his eyes. Brother Lin, are you going? Fanning Xiong asked at this time. After interacting with each other for a few hours, this simple and honest burly young man had completely become familiar with Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. The 7-colored divine light flashed in the ancient relic. It was very likely that there was a fourth sword soul fragment. This thing was very important to him. He naturally had to go and take a look. I will go with you. I used to go hunting around that mountain. I am more familiar with that place. Lin Tian wanted to decline politely. He did not want to trouble others, and there was no need to trouble others. However, Xianxia was too enthusiastic. He also said that he wanted to explore the ancient ruins and experience it. In the end, he had to give up and agree to go with Xianxia. When are we going? I'll prepare. Xianxia was a little excited. Lin Tian gazed into the distance, pondered for a moment, and said, I want to move out right now. The sword soul fragment was too important to him. Now that he had heard that a young paragon from the various clans who could kill a half-step great Dao expert had crossed over, he naturally couldn't sit here peacefully. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened. In the end, the other strong men of the barbarian tribe nodded. After reporting to the old chief, they agreed to let Xianxia go. Let's go, Brother Lin. I'm ready. Xianxia changed his clothes into a black beast skin coat. He looked like an ancient warrior. Okay. Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he nodded to the other strong men of the small barbarian tribe and immediately strode out. Uncle, old chief, we'll be back soon. Xianxia said. The two walked out of the small tribe together and soared into the sky, flying toward the mountain in the north. At this moment, the sky was not really bright, and the stars were still bright. Lin Tian and Xianxia went together. After about half a day, they finally crossed the mountain in the north and appeared on the other side of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a canyon in the distance. Wisps of grayish-black mist floated out from it and lingered in the surroundings. At this time, many cultivators had gathered outside the canyon, and all of them had extraordinary vitality. It's over there. Xianxia pointed in that direction, but then he felt a little strange and muttered, but, it's a little strange. I used to come here often, but I've never seen such a canyon. When you came here before, there should be a powerful restriction around the canyon. Coincidentally, that restriction was broken recently, so it was discovered by other experts. Lin Tian analyzed. Xianxia thought about it and felt that Lin Tian made a lot of sense. Let's go in. Lin Tiandao. It was unknown how long the seven-colored divine light had been open for. Many people had walked in, and he didn't want to delay. Xianxia nodded and strode forward beside Lin Tian. Soon, the two of them were close to each other. When he got closer, Lin Tian found that there were about 200 people surrounding this place. However, they all seemed a little angry because there were more than 10 powerful ant tribe cultivators standing in front of the canyon, blocking other cultivators from entering the canyon. My clan's little king has gone inside. You are not allowed to disturb my clan's little king's treasure hunt. The leading ant tribe cultivator spoke arrogantly. The other ant race cultivators sneered. Their eyes were sinister as they stared at everyone present. The swords and sabers in their hands flickered with cold light. I'll kill whoever takes a step forward. The leading ant tribe cultivator said. Yes. Understood. Understood. Whoever dares to come forward will be chopped into minced meat and swallowed. The group of ant tribe cultivators said coldly. Many cultivators surrounded this place and glared at the group of ant tribe cultivators. However, they didn't dare to say anything. Most of them were itinerant cultivators. They didn't have any forces backing them. Those who had forces backing them were only from small clans. They were far from being comparable to large clans like the ant tribe, so they didn't dare to provoke them. I advise you to get lost. Don't try to enter the ancient ruins. You're not qualified. The ruins behind you belong to the little king of the ant tribe. The leading ant tribe cultivator looked at the crowd and laughed eerily. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Now, leave. If you don't leave after 10 breaths of time, we'll personally send you to hell. The group of cultivators was shocked and angry. Although many of them were stronger than the ant tribe cultivators here, they still didn't dare to do anything because they were afraid of offending the entire ant tribe. Many of them shook their heads and retreated angrily, ready to leave this place. That bunch of bastards. Xianxia, who was next to Lin Tian, glared at them. The barbarian tribe and the ant tribe had always been on bad terms. Previously, a few tribesmen from a small tribe were almost killed by the ant tribe. Now that he saw the ant tribe cultivators who were so arrogant and despotic, Xianxia couldn't stand it. He took a step forward and punched the leading ant tribe cultivator. Boom! The powerful punch caused the entire void to rumble. The leading ant tribe cultivator obviously didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in this place. Moreover, the power was so terrifying. He immediately retreated and shouted sternly, "How dare you, die!" Xianxia was an honest and straightforward person. However, when he saw the ant tribe cultivator, his face was filled with killing intent and his fist was even stronger. With a poof, the leading ant tribe cultivator was smashed into a bloody mist by Xianxia. Some of the cultivators around were shocked. Is this a barbarian? What a strong physical body. That punch just now, it's simply, many people were shocked. There were many other ant tribe cultivators outside the canyon. When they saw Xianxia kill their leader on the spot, all of them changed their expressions. The power of that punch seemed to be able to shatter everything, causing the ant tribe cultivators to panic. Barbarian? Our young supreme master is in the valley. How dare you barge in here? You're courting death. Some ant tribe cultivators roared, but they were retreating. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They were all shocked by Xianxia's punch just now. Xianxia glared at the group of ant tribe cultivators. Hurry up. Don't waste time with them. Lin Tian stepped forward and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a supreme sword appeared in his hand. He waved it casually, and the thunder flame sword ray shot into the sky. Poof. 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 Blood splashed everywhere. In front of the canyon, all the ant tribe cultivators died. They didn't even have time to scream. Let's go. He said to Xianxia, put away his long sword, and stepped into the canyon. Xianxia nodded and spat at the bloody corpses of the ant tribe cultivators on the ground. He also stepped into the canyon. That burly young man is an expert of the barbarian tribe. He has never been on good terms with the ant tribe. But, then, what about that handsome young man? He actually dared to attack the ant tribe like this. Isn't he afraid of the ant tribe's revenge? That sword strike just now was terrifying. He killed all of them with one sword strike. These ant tribe cultivators are all in the airborne realm. Could it be that he's also an expert of a large clan? Many people were shocked. However, the shock on their faces soon disappeared, and they were all pleasantly surprised. Because at this time, all the ant tribe cultivators who were guarding outside the canyon to prevent them from moving forward were all killed. They could rush into the canyon and enter the ancient ruins that had been discovered. Entering that place, they might be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity. Let's go. Someone said. Instantly, the crowd rushed into the canyon like a swarm of bees, rushing towards the ancient ruins inside. Lin Tian stepped into the canyon. At first, he could see some simple plants, but gradually, as he and Xianxia went deeper into the canyon, no green plants could be seen on the ground. Even dead trees could not be seen. The ground became a little red, and more grayish-black mist intertwined in the air. Moreover, the air became a little cold. Lin Tian gradually frowned. This place was a little ominous. Be careful. He said to Xianxia. Don't worry. If gods come, we'll kill gods. If demons come, we'll kill demons. Xianxia was very bold. Lin Tian smiled and did not say anything. He continued to walk forward. At this time, they had already truly entered the so-called ancient ruins. The ground around them had become even redder. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they saw large rocks that were about 3 meters tall. They were scattered all over the place, like a stone forest. Not long after stepping into the stone forest, many cultivator corpses appeared on the ground. Next to them were the corpses of several other humanoid creatures. They had fangs in their mouths and green scales on their bodies. They were intertwined with a strong murderous aura. Their foreheads were all pierced. Xianxia. A ray of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Xianxia was a powerful monster. Even the weakest one could kill a powerful cultivator at the fourth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He encountered a few of them in the God Burial Mountain of the third heaven. At that time, those Xianxias killed countless cultivators above the sixth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. Later, they were surrounded and killed by a group of powerhouses. But now, there were several corpses of such monsters lying quietly in this place, and all of them had a bloody hole between their eyebrows. Their corpses were intact. Obviously, they were all killed by a single blow. In this case, the person who killed them was a little terrifying. There is a special monster power of the Ant clan remaining near the eyebrows of these Xianxias. It should be the work of the young supreme master of this clan. Xianxia clenched his fists. Lin Tian naturally noticed this, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. "Let's continue to move forward," he said. Without hesitation, he stepped into the depths of the ancient ruins again with Xianxia. After walking for a long time, the sound of fighting came from the front. Lin Tian and Xianxia approached and looked up. There were many cultivators in front of them, and 4 of them were fighting for a fist-sized jade. "The jade belongs to me." A young man in black armor was surrounded by black light, and his eyes were cold. "Humph." A red-haired young man snorted coldly, raised his big hand, and a bloody light flashed. "The jade belongs to whoever is the strongest." A green-haired young man laughed sinisterly, making people feel cold just by looking at him. At the same time, a young man in black clothes also made a move. Dark shadows and killing lights intertwined between his 5 fingers, fighting for the jade. The combat strength of these 4 people was terrifying, which made some other cultivators who came here feel terrified. Many people retreated, fearing that they would be involved in the battle of these 4 powerhouses. Lin Tian came here and learned the identities of these 4 people from the discussion of some cultivators. The black-armored young man was the young supreme master of the Ant clan, the red-haired young man was the young supreme master of the Blood Wolf clan, the green-haired young man was the young supreme master of the Insect clan, and the black-shirted young man was the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow clan. The jade that the 4 of them were fighting for had already gained intelligence. It was a divine material for refining divine weapons, and its value was immeasurable. Staring at these 4 people, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. These 4 people were indeed very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th heaven of the reaching immortal realm, which made him feel pressured. Suddenly, the young supreme master of the Ant clan looked over, and his cold eyes fell on Lin Tian and Xianxia. "You have the smell of my clan's blood on you." Lin Tian did not say anything in the face of the young Ant supreme being's cold gaze. He just glanced at him indifferently and then looked into the depths of the ancient ruins. Please search product #bookyanet to see the most complete. In the depths of the ancient ruins, the gray fog was even thicker. It was difficult for one's divine perception to see through it. He stared at it seriously. At this moment, he did not see the 7-colored divine light. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness also did not show any unusual movements. "Why do you smell the blood of my people? Speak." The young Ant Supreme being shouted cruelly as he fought with the other 3 for the psychic jade. King Ant Tribe. You intercepted my people halfway, and I killed a group of them. You wanted to block our way, and I killed another group of them. What can you do? Come here if you have the guts. I'll smash you to death. Xianxia shouted. Lin Tian was a little surprised when he heard that. This young barbarian looked very honest, but he was not stupid. His words made him feel a little touched. He knew very well that the other party was deliberately shouting like that. Although one part of it was because he was angry at the Ant tribe, the other part was probably because he was worried that the Ant tribe would deal with him. He wanted to take all the blame. After all, when he first rescued those burly men, he was the one who killed the 20 or so Ant tribe cultivators. When they entered the ancient ruins just now, the other party only killed the leading Ant tribe cultivator. The rest were killed by him. He was a little surprised, but the other cultivators all widened their eyes and stared at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. Who is this barbarian? How dare he talk to the young Ant Supreme being like that? How fierce. The young Ant Supreme being can kill a half-step Great Dao cultivator. Even many of the older generation cultivators are scared of him. This barbarian actually, many people swallowed their saliva. The young Ant Supreme Being's eyes became even colder, filled with cruelty and mercilessness. It has always been my people who kill others. Since when did it become someone else's turn to kill my people? Staring at Xianxia, the young Ant Supreme Being's words were cold. A cold killing intent intertwined in the space, causing the temperature of the place to drop by more than 10 degrees. Come here, I'll smash you to death. Xianxia was very fierce. Everyone, even Lin Tian, was a little speechless. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Xianxia's "I'll smash you to death" was really too smooth. You are courting death. The voice of the young supreme being of the ant race became even colder. While fighting for the psychic jade, he also freed his hand and pointed a finger at Xianxia, creating a huge black hole in the void. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. With a sweep of his right hand, a beam of golden sword light shot out. Clang, with an ear-piercing sword cry, the ant clan's young supreme being's black light was shattered. He actually dared to take the killing ray of the young supreme of the ant clan. Who is this person? Are you friends with that barbarian? Isn't that obvious? Since they walked in together, they must be friends. Even if they aren't, they must be in the same group. However, that sword strike just now was really powerful. Very strong indeed. Many people were shocked. The young supreme being of the ant race looked at Lin Tian coldly. Neither of you will have a good ending. As he fought for the psychic jade, more black lights rushed out of his body. They were like immortal killing swords, slashing toward Lin Tian and Xianxia at the same time. Run! Some of the cultivators not far from Lin Tian and the young supreme being were all shocked. They immediately retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Tian snorted. He took a step forward, and his fierce aura turned into a huge golden wave, shattering all the black lights that the young supreme being of the ant race swept out. I really don't have a good impression of the stinky ants of your race. He no longer stood still. With a single step, he crossed dozens of feet and directly pressed toward the young supreme being of the ant race. Clang, he didn't have a sword in his hand, but a golden divine light sword condensed. With a casual wave of his hand, thousands of golden sword rays were shot out. For a moment, the sword whistled and slashed toward the young supreme being of the ant race from all directions, stirring up a gust of sword wind. This scene caused many of the cultivators in this place to be fiercely shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He's actually charging toward the young supreme being of the ant race? He's even more ferocious than that barbarian. And, he actually called the ant race, stinky ants. How arrogant. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Who was the young supreme being of the ant race? More than a year ago, he had already become famous in the fourth heaven. He could even kill a half-step Great Tao powerhouse. But now, this seemingly delicate young man in front of him was actually so domineering. Moreover, he actually called the ant race stinky ants in front of the young supreme being of the ant race. He really has the guts of a god. Someone shrank his neck. Clang, the sword whistled again, and it was very ear-piercing. Lin Tian's golden sword energy swept over, destroying everything as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. With a crack, the void directly shattered. Then, in the blink of an eye, the golden sword energy closed in on the young supreme being of the ant race. Ant. The young supreme being of the ant race said coldly. While fighting for the psychic jade, he attacked and shattered all the sword energy. Ant? Are you talking about you? It seems that your race's true forms are all ants. Lin Tian sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he appeared in front of the young supreme being of the ant race. The divine light sword in his hand directly slashed at the young supreme being. His speed was a little fast. Even someone as strong as the young supreme being of the ant race was shocked at this moment. Demonic light shone from his body as he reached out a large hand to block the attack. At the same time, his other energy was still focused on fighting for the psychic jade. Lin Tianling smiled. You still want to snatch the jade when you're fighting against me. Do you think you've reached the Great Tao realm? Clang, the divine light sword trembled and sent the young supreme being of the ant race flying with a puff, almost cutting off his arm. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. This, he sent the young supreme being of the ant race flying? How is that possible? Many people's expressions changed, and their hearts trembled. The young supreme being of the ant race, who could kill a half-step great Dao cultivator, was actually sent flying with a single slash. At this moment, even the other three supreme beings were shocked. Although the young supreme being of the ant race was fighting with them for the jade while facing Lin Tian, and most of his energy was focused on snatching the psychic jade, they were still shocked that he was sent flying with a single slash. They stared at Lin Tian, and there was a strange look in their eyes. Boom, pitch-black demonic light surged, and killing intent soared into the sky. The young supreme being of the ant race rushed up, and the sword wound caused by Lin Tian quickly healed. His eyes became incomparably cruel. "I'll let you die in the most painful way possible." The young supreme being of the ant race temporarily gave up on the psychic jade. His eyes were even more terrifying than the killing sword. Dark flames flickered around his body as he closed in on Lin Tian. He was a supreme being of the ant race, but he was sent flying with a single slash. Where was his dignity? At this moment, he wanted to kill Lin Tian first. He wanted to kill Lin Tian in the cruelest way possible. Only then would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. He also believed that the other three supreme beings would not be able to snatch the psychic jade in a short period of time. After all, the three of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. It would definitely take a long time to determine the winner and obtain the psychic jade. Buzz. The dark flames looked like a type of flame, but their aura was extremely cold. They burned the void until it sizzled, causing the ordinary cultivators here to be terrified, and their hearts to beat wildly. On the other side, the eyes of the other three supreme beings flashed. When they saw the dark flames, their expressions turned serious. But soon, the corners of their lips curled up. At this moment, the young supreme being of the ant race focused all his energy on killing Lin Tian. The three of them were naturally happy to see this. After all, this way, there would be one less person to fight for the psychic jade. Sizzle, 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 the void sizzled as the dark flames around the young supreme being of the ant race burned away piece by piece. It was terrifyingly cold. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This level of dark flame was somewhat terrifying. Even the current him felt a great threat from it. However, just because he felt threatened, it did not mean he was afraid. Hissing, he began to channel the Sutra of the Sun instantly. Golden light shot through the clouds. Even his black hair was dyed with a layer of gold. It made him look like he was made of gold. Just then, he used the Sutra of the Sun to protect himself. Golden light intertwined around his body as he stepped towards the young supreme being of the ant race. With a clang, the piercing light from the sword reverberated. The golden sword energy was even more terrifying than before as it slashed towards the young supreme being of the ant race. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the light of the moon. The young supreme being of the ant race said coldly. In an instant, the dark flames danced and burned the golden sword energy into pieces. Then, the dark flames rushed up and covered the sky and earth. It was really like a terrifying monstrous wave. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Lin Tian. I obtained the dark bone spiritual fire from the pit of 10,000. I will burn your soul into ashes. You can slowly taste the feeling of your soul being burned bit by bit. The eyes of the young supreme being of the ant race were cold as he looked down on the world. It's over. The dark bone spiritual fire is very terrifying. It is said that more than a year ago, the young supreme being of the ant race almost burned a great virtue realm cultivator to death with this kind of fire. In the end, that great virtue realm cultivator escaped in a sorry state. That person, he's dead for sure. The crowd was horrified. Many people felt their scalps go numb. They were all intimidated by the dark bone spiritual fire. It doesn't hurt or itch. Are you learning how to play with fire like a human child? At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Golden light lingered around Lin Tian's body as he directly rushed out of the huge wave formed by the dark bone spiritual fire. The divine light sword in his hand rushed into the sky as he slashed at the young supreme being of the ant race, directly cutting open the space. He was drowned by the dark bone spiritual fire, but he's actually fine? He's completely unharmed? The crowd's expression changed. This kind of fire almost burned a great Virtue Realm cultivator to death back then. But now, it couldn't do anything to an immortal cultivator in his early 20s. Not even a strand of his hair was harmed. Seeing Lin Tian emerge unscathed from the nether bone spiritual fire, the expressions of the ordinary cultivators changed. Even the young ant race supremacy himself was moved. Then, the cold light in his eyes became even colder and more oppressive. "Little ant, you're quite strong." With a cold voice, the young ant race supremacy stepped forward again. The fluctuations emitted by the nether bone spiritual fire became even more terrifying. With a crack, the void beside him was directly burned and collapsed. The sword light that Lin Tian slashed out also instantly shattered. "Little ant, are you cursing yourself?" Lin Tian mocked. Outside his body, golden divine light flickered. The light of the divine light sword in his hand became even more intense. The nether bone spiritual fire was indeed terrifying. This kind of flame could really burn a great Tao cultivator. If he didn't have the Sun Heart Sutra to protect his body and the medicine classic strange technique to neutralize it, he would really be in trouble. The young ant race supremacy's eyes were as cold as knives. The nether bone spiritual fire intertwined into swords of light that slashed towards him. Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped forward and raised the divine light sword in his hand. Clang, the sound of the sword was like a torrential flood, destroying everything on the spot. He and the young ant race supremacy fought. The entire space was shaking. The sword light and killing light constantly collided. The young ant race supremacy's eyes were cold. His demonic power was like an ocean. He was like a peerless demon god. "You humans have a sharp tongue. Other than that, you humans are useless. You're stinky ants, other than having a few extra legs, what else is special about them?" Lin Tianling laughed. A huge divine shadow appeared behind him. The great deity king of the Bai family used an arcane technique and directly slapped forward. The young ant race supremacy's eyes were bloodthirsty. The nether bone spiritual fire burned everything. He used the ant race's strange technique to suppress Lin Tian. Boom, the two fought and collided continuously, but they were evenly matched. In a short period of time, neither could do anything to the other. Who exactly is this handsome young man? He actually stopped the young ant race supremacy? Another young supremacy? I've never heard of such a person before. Indeed, I've never heard of such a person before. Is this a rising young expert? The crowd was stunned. These people originally thought that Lin Tian would be killed very quickly, but they never thought that Lin Tian would completely stop the young supreme being of the ant race, not falling behind in the slightest, able to fight head-on without being defeated. Is this young man from some big clan? He's a human, but he's covered in golden divine light and can resist the dark bone spiritual fire. Could it be that he's using the holy light technique? The successor of the holy light clan? No. The light emitted by the holy light technique is pure white. Some people shook their heads in disagreement. Not far out, the other three young supreme beings' expressions truly changed. They looked at the golden radiance surrounded Lin Tian in disbelief. They had never heard of this young human who suddenly appeared before, yet he could actually exchange blows with the ant clan's young supreme beings. Boom, the confrontation in front of them was endless. The dark light and the golden divine radiance kept colliding, creating streaks of dazzling lightning. The ant clan's young supreme being gradually retracted the dark bone spiritual fire and changed to other secret techniques to attack. Black demonic aura shrouded the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He used the divining divine technique, transforming it into the nine-spring sacred sword. He grasped it in his hand and swung it forward. This was not a small collision. Violent airflow swept out in all directions, causing both sides to retreat a lot. At this moment, a muffled groan sounded like a drum being beaten. Fanning Xiong rushed out and arrived in front of the ant clan's young supreme being like a small mountain. He pressed his huge fist down viciously, "Son of a b*****, I'll smash you to death." Boom. The space trembled, and a large part of it collapsed. The terrifying aura was terrifying, causing everyone to tremble violently. The ant clan's young supreme being was fighting Lin Tian with all his strength. Now that Fanning Xiong had suddenly forced him to the front, he could only hurriedly use an ability of the ant clan to defend himself. Boom! With a loud sound, Fanning Xiong's fist was like a hot knife through butter, shattering the ability of the ant clan's young supreme being on the spot. Then, it landed steadily on the other party's chest. With a bang, the ant clan's young supreme being coughed up blood. Half of his body was almost shattered, and he rolled more than 100 feet away in a sorry state. This punch shocked everyone in the area once again. He sent the ant clan's young supreme being flying with a single punch. This young barbarian, so it's not just his words that are fierce. That punch just now, that punch. It's simply. It's too freakish. This physical body, this is only the strength of a great virtue realm cultivator, right? Although the barbarians are known for their physical bodies, but this is too exaggerated. What a terrifying barbarian. Many people were shocked. Even the other three young supreme beings were also looking sideways at this moment. Clearly, they were all shocked by Fanning Xiong's physical body. At this moment, only Lin Tian was not surprised. His expression was normal. He had long known that Fanning Xiong's physical body was terrifyingly freakish, almost no weaker than his. Roar, a furious roar like that of a ferocious beast rang out, causing the void to tremble. The ant clan's young supreme being rushed up again. Black demonic light flickered around his body, and his injured body rapidly recovered. His cold and cruel gaze swept past Fanning Xiong and Lin Tian. The two of you will turn into a bloody paste and become food in my stomach. With a boom, the pitch-black demonic light became even denser, shocking everyone. Humph! Lin Tianling snorted. He took a step forward, and the nine-spring sword in his hand became even more solid, releasing an immortal killing light. Brother Lin, let's go together. Let's smash the son of AB*TCH to death. Fanning Xiong shouted. Fanning Xiong was tall and sturdy. With a whoosh, he pressed over like a small mountain. Boom! It was a simple punch, but Fanning Xiong waved his right hand, directly crushing the space. That terrifying physical strength shocked everyone in this place, causing them to swallow their saliva crazily. The young supreme being of the ant clan was immediately in big trouble. Lin Tian alone required him to go all out. Now that Fanning Xiong had come to assist, he immediately became a little embarrassed. With a poof, he was injured by Lin Tian, and then was swept away by a kick. Cough. The young supreme being of the ant clan coughed up blood, and his chest was badly mutilated. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. The yin and yang ho flashed and instantly approached. The nine-spring sword, which was evolved from the divine technique, slashed down as if it was really a sacred weapon. Before the young supreme being of the ant clan could stand firm, he was swept away again, bringing with it a large amount of dazzling blood light. Bang! Fanning Xiong approached and pressed his fist down, landing on the young supreme being of the ant clan's chest, and a clear sound of bones breaking was heard. The young supreme being of the ant clan is being suppressed by those two? Don't tell me, many people's hearts trembled. Roar, the young supreme being of the ant clan let out a loud roar, and black light shot up into the sky from his body. He seemed to be on the verge of madness. A huge shadow of an ant appeared on the surface of his body, pressing down on Fanning Xiong who was approaching. The pitch-black demonic light closed in from all directions. In an instant, an extremely cold wave swept out, causing the temperature of the space to begin to drop again. The ant clan's god-killing ant technique? This is said to be able to devour everything. It's the great killing technique of the ant clan, even more terrifying than the dark bone spiritual fire. If he's entangled, everything will be over. The crowd's expression changed. Fanning Xiong roared, and his fist shone brightly. He was fearless, and with a bang, the void shattered, and blasted toward the young supreme being of the ant clan. In the distance, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the huge shadow of the ant that was supported by the young supreme being of the ant clan. He could feel an extremely terrifying wave of energy contained within it. Even now, his heart could not help but beat wildly. This technique was definitely not something that Fanning Xiong could block with his simple physical body. With a shake of his feet, he appeared behind Fanning Xiong in just one step. He grabbed the back of Fanning Xiong's collar and threw him behind him. He took Fanning Xiong's place and blocked in front of him. The nine-spring sacred sword, which was derived from the divining divine skill, slashed down directly toward the huge shadow of the ant. Is this what you humans call friendship? You want to die for him? The young supreme being of the ant clan's eyes were cold. Then I'll kill you first. With a boom, the ant pressed down and instantly corroded the nine-spring sacred sword in Lin Tian's hand. Then, the ant was like endless darkness, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was shrouded in it. Oh no! He's been enveloped by the killing technique of the ant clan. There's no hope. It's over. The crowd's expression changed. Fanning Xiong's expression changed drastically. Brother Lin. With a loud roar, Fanning Xiong rushed over crazily. Turn into pus. The young supreme being of the ant clan's eyes were cold. However, in the next moment, the gigantic ant shadow that he had summoned trembled violently and actually began to disintegrate and shatter. Buzz, with a flash of silver light, the four symbols Dao diagram above Lin Tian's head rushed out of the ant shadow killing technique and closed in on the young supreme being of the ant clan. What? How is that possible? He broke through the killing technique of the ant clan? Am I seeing things? The crowd was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent as he destroyed part of the ant shadow killing technique with the four symbol seal. At this moment, the nine-spring sacred sword was destroyed. Without a sword in his hand, he clenched his right fist and simply pressed it toward the young supreme being of the ant clan. Boom! With a shocking boom, the space in front of him collapsed on the spot, and the space cracks extended like a spider web. The young supreme being of the ant clan was shocked and hurriedly took out a powerful middle-grade immortal artifact. Crack! Arcs of lightning intertwined at the tip of Lin Tian's fist. Wherever it passed, nothing could remain intact. The middle-grade immortal artifact of the young supreme being of the ant clan was shattered into pieces on the spot. Then, the power of Lin Tian's fist did not diminish. It almost crushed the air and landed steadily on the young supreme being's chest. The young supreme being of the ant clan coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His chest caved in on the spot, and with a bang, he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Only a speck of blood floated in the void, which was extremely dazzling. Instantly, the crowd trembled in unison. His punch is even more terrifying than that barbarian's. Oh my god, he looks so delicate. How can he have such terrifying physical strength? The crowd was shocked. Just now, Fanning Xiong's physical strength had already made their hearts palpitate, but now, Lin Tian's physical strength shocked them even more. That punch was really unstoppable, as if it could shatter everything. So powerful. Even Fanning Xiong himself widened his eyes and stared at Lin Tian in shock. His eyes were full of shock. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The Yin and Yang Ho swayed and directly pressed toward the young supreme being of the ant clan, not wanting to give him a chance to adjust. However, at the next moment, a ghost-like roar suddenly came from the depths of the ruins. Moreover, a faint ray of seven-colored light flashed and disappeared, causing him to stop and look into the depths of the ruins. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The seven-colored light was very weak and disappeared in a flash, but Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Just now, he sensed a very familiar fluctuation. He was sure that there was a sword soul fragment in the depths of this ancient ruin. This made him a little surprised. He didn't expect to find the traces of the fourth sword soul fragment as soon as he arrived in the fourth heaven. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place naturally saw the seven-colored light in the depths of the ruin. All of them were moved. The seven-colored brilliance is unparalleled in the world. It must be a peerless treasure. Someone was excited. Even the few young supremes couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the depths of the ruin. Their eyes were shining brightly. Boom! A terrifying killing intent rushed out. In the distance, a black demonic aura surged, and the young supremes of the ant race stood up. Human! The young supremes of the ant race's eyes turned red, filled with a ruthless aura and endless killing intent. His chest had caved in from Lin Tian's punch, and it took him a lot of effort to repair it. He was on the verge of going berserk. If not for his strength being tyrannical and his physique not lacking, that punch would have directly shattered him into pieces. I'll crush you into pieces. The black demonic aura surged, and the aura of the young supremes of the ant race became even more tyrannical, mercilessly suppressing Lin Tian. Crack! The void shattered on the spot, and the scene was terrifying. Lin Tian had already stepped into the depths of the ruin, but his path was blocked by the young supremes of the ant race. The black demonic aura carried the power to corrode everything, causing even someone as powerful as him to feel great pressure. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Get lost, he said coldly. He used the divine technique to summon the nine-spring sacred sword. Sword light shot out like dense lightning, slashing towards the young supremes of the ant race. The young supremes of the ant race had monstrous strength. His demonic aura was vigorous, and his chest, which was dented by Lin Tian, had already recovered. At this moment, he roared loudly, and the sound waves rolled out, shattering the dense sword light that Lin Tian swept out. At the same time, the young supreme being of the ant clan also condensed a killing spear with his demonic energy. He held the killing spear and thrust it towards Lin Tian. With a boom, shocking waves of divine might intertwined like ripples of destruction. They shattered the space here, causing the hearts of all the cultivators here to tremble. However, at this time, although these cultivators were shocked by the strength of Lin Tian and the ant tribe's young supremacy, their eyes were fixed on the depths of the battlefield, and many of them clenched their fists. Brother Lin, I'm coming. Let's kill it together. Xianxia roared. The barbarian youth's physical body was freakishly powerful. He still punched out with an iron fist at the ant clan's young supreme being. All of a sudden, the ant race's young supreme being was forced to fight 1 against 2, and he would be injured from time to time. Shit! Stop it! Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. Not far away, the other 3 supreme beings were fighting for the immortal connecting jade. At this moment, the jade suddenly shook violently and broke through the blockade of the 3 supreme beings. It rushed into the depths of the ruins like a bolt of lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This shocked and angered the 3 supreme beings of the Blood Wolf tribe and the insect race. They all stepped forward and rushed into the depths of the ruins. Let's go. Let's go into the depths. There must be a great treasure in the depths. The crowd rushed into the depths of the ruins. Lin Tian waved the 9-spring sacred sword in his hand and worked together with Xianxia to suppress the young supreme being of the ant race, forcing him to retreat. At this time, he also raised his head and looked into the depths of the ruins. His eyes flickered with a bright light, and he began to consciously move the battlefield towards the depths of the ruins. The other 3 supreme beings had all gone into the depths. He did not want any accidents to happen. Boom, 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 the 3 of them fought. Lin Tian's divine power was unparalleled, and Xianxia's physical body was violent. The young supreme being of the ant race roared continuously. Son of AB****, you can really take a beating. Xianxia cursed. He and Lin Tian had already hit the young supreme being of the ant race several times, but he still did not fall. In fact, the aura he emitted did not show any obvious signs of weakening. It was still so powerful and shocking. The young supreme being of the ant race's eyes were cold. Do you really think you can kill me by working together? Pitch-black demonic light intertwined around his body, and every ray was extremely shocking. Lin Tian snorted. He slashed down with the divine light sword in his hand and used the burning sun's 10th sword move to send his opponent flying. The 3 of them fought fiercely as they rushed into the depths of the ancient ruins. Soon, they caught up with the other 3 supreme beings and a group of ordinary cultivators. Rumbling sounds were heard. Looking into the distance, the crowd stopped. There was a surging river of blood in front of them. It was unknown how long and wide it was. Blood-colored bubbles rose from the bottom of the river, making gurgling sounds. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. There was such a river of blood in this place? At this time, he was not far away from the river of blood. He could clearly feel an extremely strong aura of death, which made his soul tremble. Boom! At this time, gusts of wind blew from the river of blood in front of him. A huge wave of blood rushed up and drowned the crowd. For a moment, a gloomy aura intertwined and enveloped every corner of the space. It was extremely horrifying. How strange. Someone cursed. He raised his hand and shot out a divine light to attack the incoming wave of blood. With a sizzle, the wave of blood collapsed. Drops of blood splattered in all directions like rain, landing on some cultivators. Ah! Screams were heard. Two powerful cultivators of the fifth sky of the immortal realm were instantly pierced by a few drops of blood. Then, their bodies began to rot rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a pool of pus. The scene was terrifying and horrifying. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. Drops of blood splattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, screams were heard. Even if someone put up a divine light screen, it was useless. It could not block the terrifying blood drops at all. Dodge! Someone shouted. Lin Tian also had a dense amount of blood pearls rushing over. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly dodged. For a moment, he didn't fight with the young ant race supremacy anymore. He quickly dodged these terrifying blood pearls. These blood pearls were simply too dense. At this moment, a bone-chilling ghost howl sounded from the other side of the blood river. At the same time, a seven-colored light flickered like a bright lantern, guiding everyone in that direction, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It's here again. The peerless treasure is on the other side of the river of blood. Dodge the blood drops. When the wind and waves calm down, we'll rush over. The crowd shouted. Soon, the wind and waves on the river of blood calmed down. Let's go. Someone shouted and was the first to rush out. The young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan snorted coldly. Like a bolt of lightning, he shattered the person on the spot. How dare a mere ant walk in front of me? The young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan stepped forward and turned into a blood-colored lightning bolt, rushing to the other side of the river of blood. The seven-colored divine light flickered. There must be a precious treasure on the other side of the river of blood. Moreover, the psychic jade was also shot to the other side of the river of blood, so he naturally had to go there. Jade, precious treasure, all of them are mine. The young supreme of the insect clan laughed sinisterly. The young supreme of the dark shadow clan did not say anything, but his eyes were very dark. He turned into a shadow light and rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Instantly, a group of people rushed to the other side together. Lin Tian naturally did not hesitate. On the other side of the river of blood, the seven-colored divine light flickered again. This time, he no longer challenged the young supreme of the ant clan. Instead, he called Fanning Xiong and quickly rushed to the other side of the river of blood. All of you must die. The young supreme of the ant clan's eyes were cold. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a step forward. No one knew how wide the river of blood was. A group of cultivators soared into the air and rushed to the other side of the river of blood like meteors. Woo! Not long after, a baby's cry came from the river of blood in front of them, causing many people's scalps to go numb. To suddenly hear the cry of a baby in such a gloomy river of blood was a very strange thing no matter how one looked at it. The cry came from the front and echoed in the surroundings. It was as if thousands of babies were crying together, causing the young supreme of the Blood Wolf clan and the others to frown. Woo! The baby's cry continued and became louder. It was as if two pieces of glass were rubbing against each other. It was exceptionally ear-piercing. Pretending to be mysterious, get out here. A bad-tempered expert shouted. Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Suddenly, their expressions changed slightly. They grabbed Fanning Xiong and directly moved more than 10 feet away. Fanning Xiong was slightly puzzled. Brother Lin, you suddenly, Chi. At this moment, the river of blood boiled again. Strange creatures about 3 inches long jumped up from the bottom of the river of blood, crying and hissing. In the blink of an eye, they pounced on many cultivators and directly opened their mouths to bite. Ah! Screams immediately sounded. It was incomparably mournful. Upon closer inspection, these strange creatures had very large heads, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth like iron saws. They were actually naked babies. They rushed up from the bottom of the river of blood and pounced on many cultivators, tearing off pieces of flesh. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were devoured. Fanning Xiong trembled and felt his scalp turn cold. Oh my, Brother Lin, what the hell is this? Ghost babies condensed from evil resentment. Even immortal experts can eat them. Lin Tianandao. Ah. Get lost. Help. Help. Screams and screams of fear sounded continuously. Many cultivators rushed here. At this moment, except for Lin Tian who sensed these ghost babies in advance because of the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and avoided trouble with Fanning Xiong, the other cultivators were all in trouble. Even the young supreme beings were no exception. They were all bitten by these strange ghost babies. However, these people were all very powerful. Their demonic power surged, and in the blink of an eye, they shattered the ghost babies that pounced on them. In addition, there were also some other powerful cultivators with terrifying strength. They also used their Dharma treasures to kill the ghosts that pounced on them. Lin Tian didn't care. He called Fanning Xiong and rushed to the other side of the river of blood. Faint fog intertwined on the river of blood. After about half an hour, Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong reached the other side of the river of blood. For a moment, the aura of death rolled in like waves. In front of them, the land was even more barren. The soil was bright red as if it had been dyed by blood. Dense groups of ghost soldiers and ghosts stood in front of them. Their eyes were either blood red or dark green, evil and terrifying. This is a ghost lair? Fanning Xiong's eyes widened. P.S. Thank you, Big Gray's Gray for 10,000 traversing coins. Thank you, Banja 88 for 10,000 traversing coins. Densely packed spirits and malicious ghosts were entrenched in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scale was so large that it made one speechless. Seeing living creatures like Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong approaching, the malicious ghosts immediately let out roars and charged towards the two of them. Please go to the library. In an instant, thousands of evil spirits and ghosts roared in unison, and the aura of death filled the air. We're in a ghost lair. Fanning Xiong shrank his neck. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because the scene was too shocking. Let's go. Lin Tiandao said and stepped forward. There were many evil spirits and ghosts here, but with his current state, how could he be afraid? He only took one step, and the ground shook. Dragon patterns flashed and spread along the ground, shattering a large number of evil spirits. Fanning Xiong was more direct. His fist was wrapped in a faint circle of divine light. When he punched, dozens of evil spirits and ghosts exploded. It was difficult to kill evil spirits and ghosts with ordinary methods, but it was different after reaching the Immortal Ascension realm. Immortal Ascension cultivators had their true essence turned into divine power. It was very easy to kill evil spirits and ghosts. It was no different from mowing grass. Now, Lin Tian was at the second level of the Immortal Ascension realm, and Fanning Xiong was at the first level. They were both very powerful. The evil spirits and ghosts here couldn't stop them. Anyone who got close to them was shattered in the blink of an eye. Boom, behind them, several waves of shocking divine power surged. Someone rushed over. There were dozens of people in the crowd. 4 young supremes rushed at the front and landed here in the blink of an eye. Instantly, soldiers and malicious spirits roared and charged towards the 4 of them. How dare you be so presumptuous, low-level ghosts? The young supremes of the Blood Wolf tribe snorted. He raised his hand and swept out a large patch of bloody light. The evil spirits and ghosts that got close to him were all shattered. At the same time, the young supremes of the Dark Shadow tribe and the Insect tribe also showed their great power and shattered many evil spirits. Humans. The young supremes of the Ant tribe said coldly. After destroying a group of evil spirits and ghosts, they pressed toward Lin Tian and Fanning Xiong with endless demonic light. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He condensed a divine light sword in his hand and swung it backward. Clang, an ear-piercing sword cry reverberated through the air. It carried raging flames and lightning as it directly tore apart the evil radiance that the Ant clan young supreme being released. Then, the sword light didn't slow down at all as it continued to press toward the center of the Ant clan's young supreme being's forehead. F*CKU, I'll smash you to death. Fanning Xiong roared. With a punch, the entire space shook. His terrifying physique made many people's hearts tremble. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. The young supreme being of the Ant clan directly activated the nether bone spiritual fire. Immediately, Xianxia's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. His physical body was terrifying, but he knew how terrifying the nether bone spiritual fire was. It was impossible for him to withstand it with just his physical body. Too late. Destroy it. The young supreme being of the Ant clan shouted coldly. The dark bone spiritual fire gathered from all directions, blocking all of Xianxia's escape routes. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his eyes were cold. He immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and a blazing golden light rose from the surface of his body. Then, using the medicine encyclopedia as the foundation, he transformed the golden light into golden flames that condensed on the divine light sword. He then slashed at the nether bone spiritual fire that was enveloping Xianxia. Swish, the golden flames turned into sword aura and landed on the nether bone spiritual fire that was enveloping Xianxia. Immediately, a large part of it was annihilated, allowing Xianxia to escape unscathed. Thank you, Brother Lin. Xianxia wiped off his cold sweat. It was really dangerous just now. If Lin Tian hadn't intervened, he would have been drowned by the nether bone spiritual fire. At that time, he would have been in trouble. The young supreme being of the Ant clan stared at Lin Tian coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a raging ocean. At this moment, in a deeper place, the seven-colored divine light flashed again. It was much brighter than before, and it seemed to be calling for something. The eyes of the young supreme being of the Blood Wolf tribe and the others flashed. Without hesitation, the divine power outside of their bodies became more powerful. They crushed all the ghost soldiers in front of them and quickly rushed toward the seven-colored divine light. The treasure will belong to me. The young supreme being of the Bug clan said evilly. At this moment, the young supreme being of the Ant clan no longer attacked Lin Tian and Xianxia. At this moment, obtaining the treasure was the most important thing. Lin Tian's eyes flashed and became extremely bright. The familiar way that he felt was even stronger. Let's go. He called Xianxia and also rushed into the depths. Xianxia followed behind him, crushing ghost soldiers and ghosts along the way. Soon, they appeared in front of a huge hinterland. In this place, the ground was filled with white bones. They were piled up one by one, and it was a ghastly sight. The young supreme being of the Blood Wolf tribe and the others didn't hesitate. After arriving here, they stepped on the dense white bones and ran all the way into the depths. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly, and the aura outside of their bodies became more powerful. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't stop. His speed was shockingly fast. He carried Xianxia and rushed into the depths with a single step. Behind them, some powerful cultivators also rushed over. All of them were independent cultivators of the immortal realm. Their strength was very impressive. Roar! At this moment, the ghostly howl from before came from the depths again. It made one's scalp tingle. As this ghostly howl sounded, the white bones on the ground in the hinterland trembled. Suddenly, all of them seemed to have come to life. In an instant, they stood upright and attacked the group of people. This change shocked everyone. Some of the cultivators were caught off guard and had their chests cut open. Ah! In the blink of an eye, several immortal realm cultivators were drowned by the army of white bones. Their bodies were torn into pieces. Get lost! The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe shouted coldly. A shadow-like light flashed past like the light of a divine ability. It shattered a large number of white bones on the spot. They were all turned into white bone powder and fell to the ground. His combat power was extremely strong. At the same time, the young supreme beings of the insect tribe attacked and destroyed the army of white bones. They stepped on the bone powder and rushed into the depths. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. With a swing of the divine light sword in his hand, the army of white bones in front of him was shattered. With a swing of the sword, he opened a path paved with white bone powder. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Soon, he and Xianxia finally arrived at the depths. Up ahead, 8 rotting corpses were charging at a gorgeous screen of light. An extremely terrifying mist of death coiled around their bodies, corroding the space around them with sizzling sounds. The powerful yin qi caused one's heart to turn cold, causing many people to feel a chill run down their backs. Ghost lords? They are comparable to great virtue realm cultivators. The ghostly howl just now was released by them? The crowd trembled. The group of cultivators didn't dare to approach recklessly. With 8 ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators in front of them, who would dare to court death? There seems to be something in that light screen? Someone said. The light screen was hazy and difficult to see through at a glance. However, those who could come here were not weaklings. After a serious look, they finally saw through the scene inside. In the center of the light screen, a huge altar was laid horizontally. It was completely formed by skulls and had a diameter of about 30 feet. In the center, there was a fist-sized 7-colored light source. That is. It's the 7-colored light from just now. It's definitely a treasure. Many people said excitedly. Lin Tian was the most excited. The divine light in his eyes instantly became extremely intense. It was indeed the 4th sword soul fragment. Boom, shocking divine energy instantly surged. The young supreme being of the ant tribe was the first to rush forward and step toward the light screen. Humph. The young supreme being of the blood wolf tribe snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and the sanguinary light drowned out all directions. At the same time, the young supreme beings of the insect tribe and the dark shadow tribe also made their moves. The light of their supernatural powers surged forward violently. These few people were extremely powerful. They were all existences that could kill half-step great virtue realm cultivators. At this moment, even though there were 8 ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators in front of them, the 4 of them were not afraid at all. They directly rushed forward and released a large amount of killing light. They wanted to fight for the 7-colored light source in the center of the light screen. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't hesitate. He took a step forward and went straight for the sword soul fragment in the center of the light screen. When Fanning Xiong saw Lin Tian rushing forward, he didn't stop either. He quickly followed beside Lin Tian. The 8 ghost lords that were attacking the light screen had demonic red eyes. Their bodies were covered in rotting flesh. When they saw people approaching, they immediately let out ear-piercing ghostly howls. The black fog of death was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, crazily attacking the 6 people in front. Things that are already dead should just die. The young supreme being of the ant tribe said coldly. The dark bone spiritual fire appeared in a flash and directly drowned out the black fog of death, burning it into nothingness. The young supreme beings of the blood wolf tribe also displayed their skills and blocked the terrifying black fog of death. They were also closing in on them. So powerful. As expected of the young supreme beings. Even the ghost lords comparable to great virtue realm cultivators can't do anything to them. Someone's heart trembled. It was also at this moment that an ear-piercing scream rang out. Lin Tian released the yin-yang lotus sea and directly annihilated the black fog of death in front of him. He condensed a lotus flower sword and sent a ghost lord flying. Green smoke appeared on the surface of his body. Oh my god, he sent a ghost lord comparable to a great virtue realm cultivator flying? That seems to be the legendary spiritual sea phenomenon? He comprehended the spiritual sea phenomenon. Many people's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's glabella flickered. The 4th sword soul fragment was right in front of him. He didn't hesitate and directly released the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon. Such a phenomenon naturally countered all evil. With his current 2nd-tier cultivation, even if he encountered a ghost lord, he wouldn't be afraid. He directly sent a ghost lord flying and came to the edge of the light screen, preparing to break through it. You're courting death. Get lost. This treasure belongs to me. A cold shout rang out. The young supreme beings of the ant tribe and the insect tribe attacked together. For killing lights pressed down together. Lin Tian's expression changed instantly. He felt a chill run down his spine and quickly moved a few hundred feet away. For young supreme beings who could kill a half-step great virtue realm cultivator attacked together. Even someone as powerful as him didn't dare to take it head-on. Boom, the 4 attacks landed on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently. The scene inside became clearer. Eh? There seems to be a complete purple skeleton on the altar. Someone pointed forward. The crowd looked over at the same time, and then they were all shocked. There was indeed a complete purple skeleton on the skull altar. A purple skeleton, a purple skeleton. This seems to be something only the Bone Tribe has. Moreover, it must be a Bone Tribe cultivator who has reached the peak of the Enlightenment realm. Could it be an ancestor of the Bone Tribe? I remember now. That skull altar seems to be some kind of secret sacrificial technique of the Bone Tribe. A terrifying Enlightenment realm ancestor of the Bone Tribe entered here and died here? It seems that the purple skeleton activated the skull altar. It seemed to want to use this technique to take away the colorful light source, but in the end, it failed. It was exhausted to death on the skull altar. The crowd was shocked. At this moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation of divine power came from afar. A deified consciousness howl spread from afar. Who dares to intrude into the Bone Tribe's secret ground? Genius 1 second memorize, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian was determined to get the Sword Soul Fragment. He also knew that when he got the Sword Soul Fragment, no one could do anything to him while the Sword Soul Fragment merged with the Divine Sword. It was the same for the previous few times. Therefore, he began to think about other things. It would take some time for the Sword Soul Fragment to merge with the Divine Sword. During this process, the young Ant Tribe Supreme Being and the others could not do anything to him. However, the culprit was still here. He knew very well that with these people's habits, they would definitely turn against Fanning Xiong and even use him to threaten him. Therefore, before he went to get the Sword Soul Fragment, he solemnly sent a voice transmission to Fanning Xiong and asked him to leave. At this time, Fanning Xiong was already far away from the ancient ruins. At this time, he was standing inside the seven-colored barrier, with strands of seven-colored light intertwining around his body. He stared at the young Ant Tribe Supreme Being and the others with a cold smile with a sense of ridicule and disdain. You! The Ant Clan's young Supreme Being and the others all stared at Lin Tian cruelly. At the same time, ghostly howls rang out one after another. The 8 ghost lords continued to charge forward, wanting to shatter the seven-colored barrier. However, they were sent flying again and again. After more than 10 times, the 8 ghost lords were on the brink of death, unable to stand up again. They had suffered unimaginable injuries when charging at the seven-colored barrier. That handsome young man, he got the treasure. The treasure, it created a protective barrier. It's a shocking treasure. A group of cultivators stared at this scene in shock. The young Ant Tribe Supreme Being and the others shot out killing lights again, but it was useless. They were all blocked by the seven-colored barrier. What should we do? Are we just going to watch him take the treasure? The young Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme Being asked. Impossible. The young Insect Tribe Supreme Being's eyes were sinister. The Ant Tribe's young Supremacy's eyes were cold and filled with boundless killing intent. That seven-colored light source is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Even if such a treasure is fused into his body, it will take some time for him to completely control it. It is impossible for him to control it immediately. Staring ahead, the young Ant Tribe Supreme Being continued, the treasure overflowed with energy to form a protective barrier, but this barrier will eventually break. We will wait here and kill him later. Several young Supreme Beings nodded in agreement. At the same time, they stared coldly at Lin Tian, who was behind the rainbow barrier. Within the seven-colored barrier, Lin Tianling smiled as he glanced at the 4 experts. His left hand was behind his back, and his 5 fingers began to dance. For a moment, the faint soul light quietly blended into the void under the cover of the seven-colored radiance. At the same time, he began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra. The Sword Soul Fragment entered his body and floated into his sea of consciousness, slowly merging with the Divine Sword. During this process, strands of seven-colored light intertwined and fell into his body. At this time, he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, guiding the seven-colored light to temper his divine power. At the same time, he used the divine power to forge his own physique, creating a physical body that could comprehend and bear the great Tao. Buzz! Dazzling golden light circled around his body, and his aura rose little by little. This golden light carried a divine and dignified aura, causing some of the powerful immortal conduit realm itinerant cultivators to be moved. What a brilliant golden light! I'm afraid his cultivation method is not simple. It's very strong. I had the same feeling. Many people said. The four supremes of the ant clan narrowed their eyes, or there was a cold light in their eyes. They just stared coldly at Lin Tianling. Lin Tianling also stared at the four experts. His eyes were indifferent, and at the same time, there was a kind of disdain and sarcasm. This undoubtedly caused the four experts' faces to turn even colder. Arrogant dog. The supremes of the ant clan said coldly. Once the seven-colored barrier disappears, only death awaits him. The supremes of the insect clan said sinisterly. The supremes of the blood wolf clan and dark shadow clan didn't speak again. They just looked at Lin Tianling coldly. Lin Tianji sneered. While circulating the Sun Heart Sutra, he kept his left hand behind his back, and strands of soul light streaked out. Buzz. Golden light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his aura kept rising. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. 10 hours later, the sword soul fragment had completely merged, and the golden light outside his body gradually weakened. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the second level of the connecting immortal realm, and he was only one step away from the third level of the connecting immortal realm. His combat strength had increased a little. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword moved slightly, and slowly sank into the bottom of his sea of consciousness, and became quiet. Chi. With a crisp sound, the seven-colored barrier outside his body shattered. In an instant, for killing intent swept across. Kill him first. After killing him, we'll talk about who gets the treasure. The supremes of the Dark Shadow clan said coldly. Of course. The supremes of the Blood Wolf clan nodded. The supremes of the Ant clan and Insect clan didn't say anything. They directly pressed toward Lin Tianling, and black and green demonic lights surged together. The four supremes of the young supremes are ganging up on him? Many people's hearts trembled. Four tyrannical and cold waves surged. In the blink of an eye, the four experts stepped in front of Lin Tianling. Die. The supremes of the Ant clan had a cruel look in his eyes. He directly activated the supremes of the Ant clan. The other three supremes of the young supremes naturally didn't hold back. They each activated the secret techniques of their clans and charged toward Lin Tianling. With a crack, a large part of the space in this place collapsed on the spot. This was a terrifying momentum. The four supremes of the young supremes who could kill a half-step Great Path expert attacked together. It was really not a joke. Many people felt that even if a Great Path expert came, he or she would have to frown deeply at this moment. Lin Tianling stood where he was. He was at the center of the four supremes' attack, and he immediately felt a fatal threat. However, his expression didn't change at all. He didn't panic or fear at all. You guys are really fast. He sneered. At this moment, he put his left hand, which was behind his back, in front of him. He formed a seal with one hand, and the soul light suddenly became blazing. Boom! The soaring killing intent was vast and mighty. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook as if the entire ancient relic was about to collapse. This part of the void was instantly covered by a destructive force. The killing intent was boiling like the sea. Thousands of killing light pillars as thick as an arm soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the supremes of the Ant clan and the others were shattered. You? The expressions of the four supremes changed. This killing intent made even people as strong as them feel a great threat. At this moment, with Lin Tianling as the center, countless complicated patterns appeared in the void. They devoured all the spiritual energy in this ancient relic and turned it into rays of destructive killing light. These are formation patterns? It's a killing formation. He knows formations? He can inscribe a killing formation? And he can even inscribe a killing formation in the void. There were still many cultivators in this place. All of them were powerful existences in the connecting immortal realm. When Lin Tianling was fusing with the sword soul fragment, they didn't leave because they knew that the supremes of the Ant clan and the others wouldn't let this go. They wanted to see how the situation developed. Moreover, some people also had the idea of taking advantage of the situation. At this moment, seeing this scene in front of them, the expressions of many people changed. Looking at the dense killing light pillars in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. Crack! 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 The void shattered and collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, it was as if it was made of paper. Lin Tianling stood where he was. His eyes were cold, but there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. He had long known that after the fusion of the sword soul fragments, the four of them would definitely attack him at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to fight against four supreme youths by himself. Therefore, during the fusion process, he quietly carved a corner of the eternal killing array. Now that he was in the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, he had a deeper understanding of the eternal killing formation. 10 hours was enough for him to inscribe a corner of such a killing formation. At this moment, the killing formation was activated. The astonishing killing power formed a powerful space confinement barrier, completely isolating the surroundings and trapping the four supremes of the young supremes in it. Moreover, with his current cultivation of the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, the corner of the eternal killing formation he set up was far more powerful than the one he set up when he broke into the Bai family. Now, he had completely comprehended this corner of the eternal killing formation. Moreover, he inscribed it with a cultivation that was far more powerful than before. It was enough to kill an ordinary half-step to the great Tao. Despicable! The Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme said. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a shift of his mind, dozens of eternal killing lights slashed out. The four of you attacked me together. Are you qualified to say such words? He said. The Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's face was cold, and his eyes were even colder. There was a bloodthirsty killing light intertwined. He used his great magic and disintegrated the dozens of eternal killing formations that were coming at him. However, he was forced to retreat, looking a little embarrassed. Not bad. As expected of the supremes of the young supremes who can kill half-step to the great Tao. You are indeed powerful to be able to block these killing lights. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and he seemed a little ruthless. He smiled coldly and said, "Then, let's continue." As his words fell, this corner of the eternal killing formation became boiling. The killing lights roared like divine swords. Clang, 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 the dense killing lights vibrated together and crazily flooded the four supremes of the young supremes. The four supremes of the young supremes' expressions changed, but their eyes were cruel. At the same time, they supported the powerful magic of their respective clans to resist. For a time, all kinds of secret techniques were used. Although they were a little embarrassed, they still managed to resist the killing lights steadily. Do you really think that you can stop us with just a killing formation? What a joke! The Ant Tribe Supreme's eyes were cold. With a boom, a copper seal rushed out of its body. Terrifying fluctuations immediately intertwined, causing the killing light in the surroundings to be somewhat affected. This is a Tao soldier? A middle-grade Tao soldier. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the copper seal. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's eyes were cruel. He held up a blood saber that had strange patterns intertwined on it. A Tao soldier level saber is also a middle-grade Tao soldier. Someone's heart trembled. Boom, boom, in the next moment, two other powerful fluctuations spread. The Dark Shadow Tribe Supremes took out a black shield that was surrounded by black light. The Insect Tribe Supremes took out a dagger that was intertwined with green light. The power they exuded was not weaker than the Ant Tribe Supreme's copper seal and Blood Wolf Tribe Supreme's blood saber. This, copper seal, blood saber, black shield, and that dagger, for middle-grade Tao soldiers. The crowd was horrified. Genius 1 second remember, I'll provide you with exciting novels to read. The reincarnation diagram was vast and mighty as it spun slowly. As soon as it appeared, it emitted wisps of resplendent light that interweaved with brightness, holiness, and vastness. At this moment, he used the divine fire furnace to protect his body and used the king's territory with all his might to face the four of them at the same time. Boom, in an instant, 5 different kinds of divine abilities collided together, and an unparalleled light flooded in all directions. Ka! 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 The void cracked inch by inch, and after 10 breaths, the 5 of them were sent flying at the same time. The young supreme venerable of the ant race and the other three coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their divine abilities were destroyed, and their clothes were tattered. At the same time, Lin Tian didn't gain any advantage either. He was fighting against four alone, and even with the protection of the divine fire furnace, he was still severely injured. He felt that his internal organs had cracked, and blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were still cold. At the moment when he was sent flying, he roared in his heart and stabilized his body. Again. He hollered coldly and stared straight at the young supreme venerable of the ant race. With a whoosh, he endured the intense pain in his body and stepped on the yin and yang ho to force his way towards the young supreme venerable of the ant race. During this process, he formed a seal with both hands, and with a buzz, he once again supported the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the young supreme venerable of the ant race. Buzz, the reincarnation diagram flickered and was held in his right hand as he pressed it down towards the young supreme venerable of the ant race. The young supreme venerable of the ant race's expression changed. Before he could stabilize his body, Lin Tian had already pressed over. For a moment, he didn't even have the chance to use his divine abilities. He had no choice but to summon the nether bone spiritual fire in a panic and defend himself with a mid-grade Dao weapon. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. His eyes were cold, and the divine fire furnace vibrated to block the middle-grade Dao weapon. The reincarnation diagram in his right hand pressed down mercilessly. The copper seal was entangled by the divine fire furnace and collapsed. Then, the nether bone spiritual fire was annihilated wherever the reincarnation diagram passed. The young supreme venerable of the ant race's expression immediately changed. Human, die. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. The light emitted by the reincarnation diagram became even brighter. It broke through the dark bone spiritual fire and pressed down on the body of the young supreme being of the ant tribe. Literature building, ah. A miserable cry sounded, extremely ear-piercing. It came from the mouth of the ant clan's young supreme being. However, in the next moment, this sound completely disappeared. Lin Tian pressed down with the reincarnation scroll, crushing the young ant clan supremacy into pieces. He flew over and grabbed the middle-grade Dao soldier-level copper seal, wiping away the ant clan supremacy's divine sense imprint on it. It all happened too quickly. Only after another breath's worth of time did the cultivators there react. Instantly, they all trembled violently. The young supreme being of the ant clan was dead, a young supreme being was killed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The young supreme of the ant race was an existence that could kill half-step great Dao powerhouses. He was known as one of the future rulers of the fourth heaven. Now that he was killed in this place, many people felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but shiver. The ant race will go crazy. Many people's hearts palpitated. At this time, the three supreme beings of the Blood Wolf clan had just stabilized their bodies. Like the other cultivators, their expressions changed in shock. In such a short time, the young supreme being of the ant race was killed. Lin Tian tilted his head. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, but his eyes were extremely cold. It's your turn, he said coldly. With a shift of his mind, the eternal killing matrix boiled in an instant. A large expanse of eternal killing light hummed like divine swords, uniformly slashing towards the three young supreme beings who were still alive. Clang, the killing light was like a giant sword of death, slashing down densely, causing the space to collapse on the spot. The three supreme beings of the Blood Wolf clan didn't dare to be careless. They used their respective middle-grade Dao weapons to protect their bodies, blocking the eternal killing light. At the same time, they once again activated their powerful secret techniques, suppressing Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and activated the weapon control technique to the limit. The hundreds of immortal weapons let out a clanging sound. Chi, chi, chi. He used all his strength and used the weapon control technique to shatter the three supreme beings' secret techniques. Then, he raised the reincarnation diagram again and stepped towards the three supreme beings. The three supreme beings all retreated. This divine diagram made their hearts tremble. Just now, Lin Tian had used this diagram to disintegrate their attacks and reap the life of the supreme being of the ant race. Aren't all of you supreme beings? Aren't you able to kill half-step great Dao cultivators? Now that you've joined forces to deal with me, you still know how to retreat? Lin Tian mocked. His eyes were indifferent. The reincarnation diagram shook, and multicolored light filled the sky. The three supreme beings' eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Don't be so smug. If you walk out of here, you will be surrounded by the entire ant race. The supreme being of the Blood Wolf clan said coldly. Lin Tian tilted his head. Instantly, hundreds of eternal killing lights flooded towards the supreme being of the Blood Wolf clan. You said this because you think that you will all die here, and I will be able to walk out of here unscathed? The supreme being of the Blood Wolf clan was speechless. He originally wanted to suppress Lin Tian's arrogance, but he didn't expect Lin Tian to interpret his words in this way. This made his face turn a little pale, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. A bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. He once again activated his clan's secret technique. Together with the mid-grade Dao soldier-level blood blade, he broke through the eternal killing lights and slashed towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the supreme being of the insect race and the supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan attacked together. They each sent their killing lights towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. The reincarnation diagram flickered and raised the four symbols seal at the same time. The four symbols Dao diagram was vast and mighty. It pressed down from the front and crushed a large amount of killing lights. Then, the reincarnation diagram followed. Boom, in the void, strands of eternal killing patterns pulsated. More killing lights were formed, splitting the space and crushing the earth. Lin Tian stepped forward. The divine fire cauldron protected his body, the four symbols Dao diagram annihilated the divine power secret technique, and the reincarnation diagram followed closely behind. At this time, the dense eternal killing lights accompanied him. They intertwined in all directions and slashed towards the three supreme beings. It could be said that this corner of the killing array had helped him a lot. If not for this, it would be impossible for him to fight against several supreme beings with his own strength. Even if he had an upper-grade Dao soldier, it wouldn't be enough. After all, the power of an upper-grade Dao soldier and a mid-grade Dao soldier was actually not much different. It would definitely not be the key factor that determined the outcome of the battle. Boom, there was a shocking collision. Lin Tian used the divine fire cauldron to deal with the mid-grade Dao soldiers of the three supreme beings. He used the four symbols Dao diagram to annihilate the three supreme beings' divine power secret technique. Then, he attacked with the eternal killing lights and the reincarnation diagram. The momentum of his attack was as smooth as flowing water. This is so powerful. Where the hell did this person come from? The crowd of cultivators trembled in fear. As far as the eye could see, Lin Tian's black hair danced in the wind as he fought against several supreme beings alone. Although his clothes were already stained with blood, he didn't show any signs of weakness. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient war god. The more he fought, the braver he became. He was unstoppable. Boom, 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 the four supreme beings collided. Demonic lights and divine energy clashed. Dao soldiers from various sects clashed. Fist and leg shadows clashed. Rumbling sounds like the beating of drums rang out, causing many cultivators in this area to involuntarily retreat. Some even covered their ears. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and pressed down with a punch. Bang! This punch steadily landed on the supreme being's chest. It immediately caved in the supreme being's chest. He coughed out blood and flew away. Die! A sinister voice rang out. The supreme being from the insect tribe waved his halberd and seized the opportunity to pierce Lin Tian's abdomen. Stinking bug! Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't care about the halberd in his body at all and directly punched his opponent's cheek. With a bang, the supreme being from the insect tribe was sent flying. He coughed out blood and steadied himself in the distance. Wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, the supreme being from the insect tribe revealed an extremely sinister look. The halberd formed by the god-devouring bug pierced your body. The god-devouring bug will merge into your body and soon devour your flesh and blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the halberd shattered. Lin Tian immediately felt that there were many things in his body. They were surging inside his body and crazily biting his flesh and blood. Waves of intense pain came from him. Heh, have a good taste of the pain of having your flesh and blood devoured. The supreme being from the insect tribe laughed sinisterly. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Lin Tian instantly appeared in front of him and fiercely punched him again. You, bang, the supreme being from the insect tribe was sent flying again. Half of his face was almost smashed, and blood flowed out. Lin Tian's expression was cold. The black hair in front of his forehead danced in the wind. A bunch of rotten bugs that can't be exposed. How dare you call yourself a god-devouring bug? How dare you act so presumptuously in my body? With a boom, the Sun Heart Sutra was activated. The blazing golden light turned into a towering divine flame that covered every inch of his body. In the blink of an eye, the divine bugs that had invaded his body were burned to ashes. Again. He shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the killing light of the eternal killing array instantly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, dozens of killing swords were formed. These dozens of killing swords were completely formed by the interweaving of dense killing lights. The supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and the supreme being from the Insect tribe felt their hearts skip a beat. The supreme being from the Dark Shadow tribe, who had just rushed over to kill Lin Tian, stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. Dozens of killing swords, each of which was several feet long, intertwined with a terrifying power. The three experts felt a great threat. Kill. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian said coldly. The dozens of killing swords clanged loudly and pressed down on the three supreme beings. This was a terrifying attack. The supreme being from the Blood Wolf tribe and the other two did not dare to be careless. They attacked together. The three middle-grade Dao weapons vibrated at the same time. They were like three suns, erupting with the most powerful aura. Together with the attack of the three supreme beings, they went toward the dozens of eternal killing swords. Add one more. Lin Tian said coldly. With a buzz, he propped up the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed and pressed forward with the dozens of killing swords. End of chapter 694. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.